What's up? Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Welcome, Hillary's.
Thank you.
We're going to do some critical reasoning, logic, and fallacies. Or, if you like, logical fallacies. So we've got one more guest that I'm waiting for before we start that. So let's look at this minute-long video. Start with a little bit of politics, shall we?
Case against a former US president. Donald Trump has been indicted, marking the first ever criminal case against a former US president and propelling the country's legal system into unprecedented territory. But what is an indictment? An indictment solidifies the charges against a defendant, meaning a grand jury has determined there is enough evidence to warrant a trial after reviewing testimony presented solely by prosecutors. What charges would Trump face? Although there's secrecy surrounding the grand jury, sources familiar with the proceeding have said the case involves fraud over the hush money to aid Trump's election. Trump could face up to 4 years in prison if convicted. What will happen when he goes to the DA's office? There appears little chance the former president will be paraded handcuffed in front of the cameras, but he will have his mugshot taken, experts say. When will Trump go on trial? Experts say they would not expect any trial to begin for months, possibly even after the 2024 election. Can Trump still run for office or be elected once indicted? It appears Trump could continue to run for office, be elected, and even serve if indicted and convicted under current law.
There you go. Any comments?
That's all factually accurate.
It was?
Yep.
Oh, let me see who that was. News.com.au. Huh. There you go. Whoa. Prince William dies. Oh, dies. Oh, I was like, what? Dines at gay restaurant. How is that news? Russia warns Sweden and Finland.
This will strengthen Finland's security, it will strengthen Sweden's security, and it will strengthen NATO.
As Finland and Sweden's accession into NATO gets closer, Russia has warned of military repercussions for the long-time alliance-free nations. The long-time alliance-free nations.
Оце вже виходи градів.
In response, Sweden's Foreign Minister Tobias Billström said it was summoning the Russian ambassador to make a clear statement against this blatant attempt at influence. Didn't say a great deal. All right, well, how do you feel about old mate Bart Ehrman? Actually, you know what? Do you know the guy Esoterica?
I think I've watched some before, but I don't really recall.
Cool. We might check him out, eh? This is very off topic what we've been talking about the last couple of weeks. This is Lovecraft. But, did you get much into Lovecraft?
No, not really. I've heard a few of his stories, and that's it.
And was it like they weren't interesting for you, or you just haven't had the opportunity?
The subject's interesting. It's just I don't much care for his style.
What about historical and literary influences on the Cthulhu mythos and Necronomicon?
Okay.
No. The other thing I was going to look at was this: Building the Pyramids of Egypt, a detailed step-by-step guide. Because it's still annoying me. You interested, or should we go?
No, that's good.
Yeah.
You might want to put it at like 1.25 speed, though.
Yeah. Okay. Here we go. Oh, who is this? Okay, hopefully it's all good.
Theorizing about the construction process involved in building the pyramids. Much of what shaped his ideas and then formulated his process was already evident and established. The pyramid precinct was already there, 22 feet wide and 33 feet deep. There was evidence of a canal, and there was a covered causeway. In 450 BC, nearly 2,000 years after the construction of the pyramids, the Greek historian Herodotus travelled to Egypt and visited the Giza Plateau. Here, his guide explained to him that the causeway alone took 10 years to build. But whereas traditional historians view it as a walkway used for ceremonial purposes, Chris saw a pipe, a culvert, too engineered and far too robust for such a simple function. With these parts of the puzzle already in place, Chris began to construct his own method. The project would begin by putting all of the infrastructure in place. A canal would be dug from the Nile connected to the limestone quarry and as close to the pyramid site as possible. A harbour would be built on the canal and a roofed causeway built from the harbour to the pyramid build area. A moat, that is the precinct, would be dug around the limestone outcrop and filled with water. The workforce would be told that any rock protruding through the water needs chipping off. Once all the protruding stone has been removed, the water level would be lowered and the process repeated. The whole area inside the moat need not be levelled, only around the first metres in. It is imperative the perimeter blocks are precisely level, the structural strength, like the perimeter walls of a house. The interior is less important, and there is little need to move rock, only to replace it with blocks. Once the water level has been dropped to around 30 millimetres around the full perimeter of the pyramid base, and no rock is protruding, the foundations are level and ready to receive the blocks. As soon as the project starts and infrastructure is being put in place, quarrying and shaping the blocks can begin. An enormous amount of blocks would be completed by the time the pyramid site is ready to accept them. When limestone is first quarried, it is a relatively soft rock which hardens when exposed to the CO2 in the atmosphere. By placing the blocks straight into water after they're released from the quarry face, the stone will stay softer and more easily work.
That's cool, actually, Hillary's, because I don't know if Will's even awake, but I actually set this to stream to his channel too and renamed it different stuff and stuff.
Yeah, I saw that. Woo burgers.
Yeah.
With copper tools. By shaping the blocks in the water surface can be used as a constant level. By moving floats around the blocks, they could be easily turned in the water and all 6 sides leveled and shaped. Furthermore, working in water is...
Whoa. I haven't heard that before, that hypothesis. Have you?
No.
but also a more pleasant, cool, dust-free environment. The outer casing blocks would be quarried upstream at the quarry at Tura. A groove would be precisely carved into the quarry floor, and every block would be placed into the groove during shaping. By using the water surface as a level, every block placed into the groove would produce exactly the same angled face, which would line up perfectly when placed. The casing block angle can be checked by using a simple water level. The quarrying process can take place all year round. Once shaped, the blocks would have floats attached and then left in a store area on the quarry floor.
Hold
Ideally,
on.
the floats would be made from cedar wood.
If they were going along that trench, number one, there would be too many chances for it to be scraped and marked. And second, in order for that water level to work, that would have to be pretty good precision of that groove.
Mm.
So yeah, in mass production, that would make sense, but I'm not sure if it would have made sense back then.
But what if your tools are right,
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
then you're
yeah,
right. So it's only about, even if it took 10 years just to get the groove in it and all the trench and everything right, once it's there, that's when you can start mass producing all the
yeah.
blocks.
I mean, if they're planning on doing, a big project like that, it would make sense as long as it actually worked.
Yeah. But the thing that I saw looked narrow. But these drawings make it look like they're in a big open pool.
Yeah, a big canal.
Was it? Maybe I didn't know what I was looking at.
No, there were two
The density
different
of
ones. The first one was a pool. Then it showed a canal with a trench along the bottom, where it was saying how they would be leveled and how it would be all perfect. And then now we're in a pool again.
Well, the end, when I was looking at the groove bit, they've got to still get the rocks in and out, which would be where the scratching and stuff would happen.
I'm
But
not
then
sure.
I guess you could polish.
Yeah, getting them in and out, I don't think it'd be the problem. I think sliding them along a long series of whatever those are called in the trench, every time that you move from one section to the next, there's a chance of a slight imperfection, causing a scrape or a groove along it.
Yeah, I see what you mean. So the surfaces would have to be really pristine.
Yeah.
Yeah. Fascinating. Oh, that makes me think.
of limestone is around 2.5 tonne per cubic metre. When placed in water, each cube displaces 1 tonne of water, so you only need 1.5 tonne of buoyant material attached to float a stone block. Cedar wood has a density of around 500 kilograms per cube, so around 3 cubes of cedar wood would be required to float each cube of limestone. The amount of buoyant material required could be massively reduced by either hollowing out the wood or replacing the wood with more buoyant material. But then, as now, Egypt was not blessed with large forests and an abundance of timber, so the floats would be made from sealed papyrus matting wrapped around inflated animal skins. Papyrus grew in abundance, and the whole population knew how to work it, making everyday products from shoes to curtains with it. Papyrus buoyancy properties were well known and had been used for millennia to make simple rafts. Animal skins were commonly used to store liquids such as wine and water. When empty and inflated, they make excellent floats. By having the floats pre-attached to the blocks, they would float in the water, not on it, so saving thousands of man-hours trying to load the multi-ton blocks on top of unstable rafts. The blocks would require far less buoyant material to float them in the water due to the Archimedes principle of displacement. No blocks will be lost to the river floor due to capsizing, as any block floating low can just have more buoyancy attached. If floating a few tons of stone blocks seems improbable to you, then consider right now we have oil tankers sailing on the oceans weighing several thousand tons. When it comes to size and weight, anything can float. The majority of the pyramid building workforce would have been farmers and only available during the 3-month flood season when their fields were underwater and unworkable. When flood season begins, the Nile would rise and deepen the water in the quarry floor. Thousands of blocks would float up, ready for transportation. Multiple blocks could be roped together and using either men in simple reed boats or cattle on a towpath be dragged up towards the Giza harbour. Leading from the harbour all the way up to the pyramid precinct is a covered causeway. The causeway is like a water pipe and totally filled with water from bottom to top. The bottom of the causeway has 2 gates built into it. The lower gate is level with the water in the harbour, while the upper gate is around 8 metres further up the causeway at a much higher level. The higher gate is closed, sealing off the pipe and holding all the water in above.
Here's Zebra.
Hi there.
Hello. Just watching this.
So is this Egypt?
Yes.
Yeah, this is an explanation for building the pyramids, and I have to say it's not a bad explanation so far. Using water to move the big heavy blocks around.
Why are they pushing bags of cocaine on the waterway?
That's how they get the slaves to work around the clock.
That's pretty good.
Yeah.
Okay. I don't know what this is. Are they trying to get a lock system?
Not sure. They're about to explain this gate system, I think.
Oh, okay. I came in too late for that. Too early.
No,
Okay.
too early. Here we go.
Totally filled with water.
So see, they built a harbour,
Mm-hmm.
and then they had this channel
Mm-hmm.
along to Khufu's.
Now, why would it be at such a steep angle and then not directly up the causeway? Why not have it go directly from the corner of the harbor directly up the causeway so it's a straight shot?
Yeah,
And
that's
second,
a really good question.
the only I like the narrations really well, but they make it look like it's pure, crystal clean, chlorinated water, and it would have been muddy, and you wouldn't have been able to see an inch, into it.
Yeah.
So I guess if they're trying to illustrate, everything underwater, okay, but
Yeah.
they've done something to make it look a little bit murky.
Yeah, just don't use blue to start with.
Yeah.
I know that the pyramids have weird structures around them that some archaeologists think they were to channel water away from these structures during flooding, which seems strange to us now given the environment, but apparently they did have flooding in the area.
Yeah, well, it was very lush back in the day.
Well, some of these principles I can understand. Like, yeah, it makes a lot of sense. You would want to float stuff because that's how they transported obelisks by floating them, down the Nile. So as far as a long movement, it makes a lot of sense. But the explanation that they're giving would be great if you were using high-speed, tool steel, but for the materials they had available at the time, John Stir is making some pretty good points about they really wouldn't work. And for anyone watching later, I'm talking about someone who's posting in the chat.
And which comment was it? Not a geopolymer?
Oh no, it's the one about the copper tools used on limestone.
Might handle 4 wax before having to be sent to the. Yeah. That's what doesn't really add up.
But who knows? Maybe it had like obsidian, and I don't know anything about materials, so I'm just speaking out of nowhere. But maybe it had, some sort of a very hard surface right along the edge, so that it would retain its shape.
Do you want in, John? I'll send you a link on Facebook.
From bottom to top. The bottom of the causeway has 2 gates built into it. The lower gate is level with the water in the harbour, while the upper gate is around 8 metres further up the causeway at a much higher level. The higher gate is closed, sealing off the pipe and holding all the water in above. The lower gate is then opened. Although the upper gate stands on a higher plane than the lower gate, the water will stay in place because it is not exposed to atmospheric pressure. It will act like water in a glass pint pot when turned upside down in a water-filled sink, with the water staying in place even though it's above the sink's water level. Atmospheric air pressure is the equivalent of a 25-foot high column of water. With the bottom gate open, blocks can be floated into the causeway. When the space between the two gates is full of blocks, the lower gate can be closed and the upper gate opened. The blocks will then float upwards towards the water-filled precinct. Due to the pressure of water on the bottom gates, an extra pair of gates would be built around halfway up the causeway to reduce this pressure. An endless rope could be threaded through the floor of the causeway and the blocks attached to speed up the flotation through the tube. After levelling the precinct, the moat would be semi-refilled with water. The blocks would float up the causeway and into the water-filled precinct. The first blocks to be placed are Tura-angled casing stones. They would be floated around the precinct and lowered into position along a precise, remarked line. When building a house, the perimeter brickwork is placed first to give the building its precise shape and strength, with the roof sitting on the perimeter brickwork and the majority of the internal wall not being load-bearing. Be it a house or a jigsaw, by starting and joining the perimeter pieces, a uniform shape is made. The interior will be then easily sorted out. The same will apply to pyramid building. Get the outer blocks precisely placed, and the structure will have the right shape. The first few layers behind the facing blocks would need to be precisely cut and joined together to give the structure inherent strength. Due to the lower blocks not being raised above the precinct height, larger blocks can be placed, giving a strong foundation to the building. As each block layer is placed, it is checked for level against the water surface. Adjustments would then be made to the blocks. When a layer has been completed and level checked, more water is added to the precinct moat, making the water deeper, so that the next layer can be floated into position. This process would continue until the water is level with the top of the precinct wall, which was around 8 meters high. When the first few layers have been positioned and are nearly level with the precinct wall, the blocks will have to be...
I'd be curious how you'd figure out how much, if you have like a 1-ton bit of rock, how much buoyant material would have to be attached to it to get it to float like that. And what material would you use? Sorry, I think I interrupted for something we were all thinking.
No.
They talked about what those bags were earlier, but I didn't really pay attention. And it would take a lot of material.
Animal skin sacks.
Well, I shouldn't interrupt them. They're it's a work in progress.
No, it's good. At least that's what I was assuming. I can't remember if they actually said animal skin sacks. But
it's sort of like bags of air.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, well.
So it could be like
to be raised above the
stomachs and intestines and stuff like that. That's naturally pretty airtight, and then you just squeeze off the ends.
Because they'd often use those for drink bottles and stuff.
Right.
above the precinct water level. By building a lift shaft onto the side of the pyramid, it would recreate a similar structure to the causeway. Again, build 2 separated gates at the bottom of the shaft, fill the shaft with water, and again, close a second gate to hold the water in the shaft. Open the first gate, and float in numerous blocks. Then shut the first gate, open the second gate, and the block will float up to the summit of the pyramid. To keep water pressure down on the lower gates, every 15 meters or so, additional pairs of gates will be built into the shaft. Here we see blocks floating up the water lift shaft.
Oh, man.
You're not convinced?
No.
Look.
I mean, I'll give them props to going to the trouble to build a demonstration model. I mean, that's more effort than I've ever done on this. So,
I don't think it will float as easily as they're making it
During the
seem.
process of building the water shaft,
It might counteract some of the gravity, but I think that they'd have to still use ropes and animals and people to drag it up the shaft. Maybe the causeway went alongside this or something.
also, they'd have to have some way to bring water up that far, which is doable. But there'd be a tendency, even though they have gates.
Yeah, it would sluice out over time, every time they opened it.
I guess I just taking small amounts of water to up past a gate is obviously a million times easier than building an Archimedes screw that goes up the whole side of
Well, the way that they actually had a pump back then, it was a lever with a bucket at the end, and then they'd have like an old guy with one arm that would just, very slowly but continuously, let the bucket dip in and then pull it up. So that's how they irrigate fields. I think that they could have a series of 30 or 50 guys doing this too, constantly lifting 20 feet at a time.
Sure. Yeah, I think that's I think that part's possible. I think, I'm trying to remember what the average block weighed. And
it was like 20 to 50 tons or something. I don't know what the average would be, but it's a bunch.
I guess, of course, the farther up you go, the lighter the blocks have to be, because they don't have to be the
Not
same
really.
size, but...
Oh, yeah,
Sorry.
yeah. I see what you're saying now.
I mean, although you could have standardized blocks all the way up for the interior, until you got to the very, last 10% of the pyramid. I'm sorry, I've interrupted this again.
No, that's the idea. We're reviewing it. That way we're not just...
Okay. Oh, can I call it stupid, then?
Call it what?
Can I call it stupid?
Yeah, of course you can.
Okay, I think it's stupid.
So...
After all,
these
people manage to dig quarries and chip out these enormous stone blocks, and they didn't have magical water in every quarry, I don't think. So, anyway.
6.5 to 10 tons.
Jesus.
And then the further up, they made them smaller, about 1.3 tons.
And if there was any drag in these channels, I can see those animal skins getting caught in them all the time.
Yeah, that's what I thought too. I think with the combination of the water and then animals pulling ropes, I think I don't know. I'm not a physicist, so I'm not going to comment.
the waist side of a facing block would be used to create a perfect seal, as it already starts at the correct angle. Here we see the process of extending the water shaft as the builders complete the layer of the pyramid. The final facing blocks are moved into place, and the temporary wall is extended above. Either mud and masonry walls or a wooden box will be built around and above the lift shaft to form a temporary structure, sealing the water. Here we see an example using the mud and masonry wall. Once the top of the shaft is extended with the mud bricks, it is flooded with water. Because the quantity of water it contains is small compared to the shaft, it doesn't require the same level of reinforcement. Then, each of the blocks needed to create the next level are floated up and into place until the layer is complete. The lift shaft system requires the shaft to be heightened less than a meter for each pyramid level rise, taking relatively little material and time to build compared to the heightening, widening.
Can hear you pulling your
This
hair out.
you know what? Great thought experiment. And if I was smart, I would make videos like this, but I'm not. I just oh man, this seems very fanciful to me.
Oh shit, wrong link. Yeah, I know. I agree. Okay.
And lengthening of the traditional ramp theory for each level rise of the pyramid. The shaft wall could be anywhere up to 3 meters thick, circumventing any issues regarding water pressure. Further to this, the shaft would be waterproofed. There are many ways to achieve this given the materials available at the time. These include overlapping animal skins, timber, bitumen bricks, or the most likely solution would be to line the shaft with dried clay plaster, which is then covered with waterproofing animal fats or bitumen, as often used by their neighbours, the Sumerians. After a layer is completed, a gully is built around the perimeter of the upper level. It is made watertight by lining the floor and walls of the gully with mud and let the scorching Egyptian sun bake the clay dry. Once dried, the gully can be filled with water. Levels can again be taken and extra mud applied to the gully floor to make minor adjustments. The lift shafts would be extended to join the gully. Blocks can then be floated up the shaft and into the gully, and then be floated anywhere around the pyramid. The most difficult part of pyramid building is raising the multi-ton blocks hundreds of feet into the air, which the water shaft does relatively easily. Once the blocks are up to the high level, they could just be pulled on rollers or dragged on a wet mud floor into position. But as water-filled gullies would already be in place to check the structure for levelness, it could be extended and used to float the blocks directly into position. Due to the enormous amount of blocks on the lower levels, a lift shaft would be built on all 4 sides to speed up the erection process. The perimeter casing blocks are floated into position first, and then a small wall is built on top to form a gully. This image shows how the pyramid site would look during erection. A deep water gully would be required. The majority of the floats are stacked on top of the blocks. They could then be positioned tight next to each other as pictured. If, however, the floats significantly sail past the side of the blocks, a shallower gully system could be used and positioned as in the picture. There is significant evidence that spring water bubbled up under the pyramid, fed from the water of the significantly higher Lake Maurus.
Here's Clockwork.
Oh, hey, how are y'all this
Hello.
morning or evening or
Good, sir.
afternoon?
How are you? Here's Johnny.
Hey,
Good morning, sweetness.
Good morning. Come into.
how are you, man?
Yeah, I think you and Big Z will agree with this. Agree with each other on this.
Hell, I don't see the feasibility of any of it that they're saying.
It seems a little far-fetched, doesn't it?
Sorry, John, go ahead.
I've moved my share of stone, and I just don't see the logistics. I mean, maybe in a smooth swimming pool, like Hillary was saying, But yeah. Anyhow,
I was thinking that for the longest time, the archaeologist was wondering about the practical terms of moving blocks over sand, and then they found one of those among hieroglyphics, a drawing of someone that they thought was ritual, that someone was standing on a sled, pouring a jar ahead of the stone blocks. But it turns out that if you just add a little bit of water in front of the sled that's carrying the block, it makes it's surprising, but it makes it surprisingly easier to move. And it's kind of counterintuitive in a way, but apparently it works. I can't point to a study that shows that to be true, but
Are you talking about wetting the sand?
yes.
Absolutely. So think about a beach. You walk along the wet sand and you have ground to push off. As soon as you get to the dry stuff, you sink rather than
Mm.
are able to push. So if you need a good chunk of water, it wouldn't just be a man with a jar, but
Right.
Okay,
if you
Sammy,
yeah
let's go back to that scenario though. Even on the wet sand, your feet you're leaving a footprint, correct?
yeah
Sure.
Okay. We weigh on the average 200 pounds or less, or right around there. These stones are tons.
yeah you're right.
I mean,
You're right. Doesn't
Well, they are on a
it-
wide sled, so the weight is distributed over a greater area. And of course, the people who are providing the pull are farther ahead, so they would be.
okay, but they're moving one every 5 minutes.
Yes.
How much manpower does that take?
I know the math has been done on that, but I can't remember if they used 100 guys or 50 or 25. I don't know.
And I'm still calling bullshit.
Mm.
I do not have. I have no idea how it's done. I've worked in stone.
Mhm.
I have no fucking idea. I know, it's like that people. Oh, it's a
I've got
geopolymer,
an
and that's
idea.
bullshit too.
Instead of sleds, how about they build it more like a railroad track?
Show me the evidence.
Well, would they have enough metal for that?
Let's go back to
No, not metal. Just
now to the machinery. That they can show that these things were cut with high speed drills and stuff. Where we don't have that evidence either of that, but we do have the product that was made from them. But the machinery that made them it's nowhere to be found. But we are a species that like to recycle shit, So was it made into swords? I don't know. I have no
or
answer,
was it that long ago and we've got our dating wrong, that the tools have just been buried in the sands of time? Or
and I mean that's
sorry, I'm just trying to stir Big Z.
just because we have found them, I guess, doesn't mean they didn't exist. I mean, the evidence is there. I mean, Flinders Petrie found, 100 years ago, or over 100 years ago, back in the 1880s, he was saying that, showing the striation in stones where they were cord. And
what material were the drills made out of? But we can only guess, obviously, if we've never found one. But what do they propose that it was?
What do I cut stone with? Diamond.
No, what?
I know.
Yeah,
that's what I mean, even your carborundum and stuff, we'll cut a limestone. It'll burn through it really quick, though.
Mm.
But yeah, you can embed diamonds even into the copper pipe, right? Just the face of it to make teeth.
But still, when we get into some of the things they've made, with that, we're not going to be able to get the tolerances that these stones were cut.
Yeah.
Of course, we weren't. Well, what happens when, of course, if it becomes the most important thing to you, and we were all hanging around trying to figure out how to do it? Maybe we'd come up with solutions that we don't think of right at the moment. And we'd probably try a million things. So there may be techniques that just For example, there was that enormous obelisk that was found that developed a flaw, and it turns out that they were just pounding that thing out with stone hammers, so to speak.
The diorite balls? No, they were not.
Well, you can see that they were carved out channels.
You can see the scoop marks underneath it, and you can find them in other ancient megaliths.
Yes,
we're all over the world, and scientists say, well, human mind thinks alike, so they're going to probably do the same. You know,
sure.
No, I don't buy that.
Well,
technologies were traded. It wasn't not just. I'm not buying that. Anyhow, carry on.
Oh well, if I remember seeing that as they were working with the stone, you can see that the instead of chisel marks, what they do, I think you used the word a scoop effect. It looks like it had been scooped out, and it looks like it's been hammered with the sandstone has been hammered to chip it away with really large, maybe something you could hold in your hands. But sorry, I think this has been discussed before.
Is it like a semicircle groove?
Yeah, it looks like you had something like a two-handed rock that you are hitting sandstone with.
They found the diorite balls. A diorite on the Mohs scale is like an 8. It's a very fucking hard rock.
Yeah.
And yes, you can, but you're not going to get it to them tolerances. If you're hitting a fucking piece of rock, it's going to want to spald where especially in the limestone. Limestone is nothing but old ocean sediments. I've got tons of it here. Finding fossils. I can walk out hard and find fossils in a minute.
So what did they finish with? Like, so you carve a rough one.
Well, then you could take just sand and a block of wood even, and smooth it out to polish it. But you're never going to get them tolerances. You're never going to get it.
Microns, John.
Yes.
Microns?
Well, that's when we're talking
microns tolerance, as in they got these high-tech machines that measure the lowest depth and the highest depth.
A roughometer.
Check the roughness of a surface. They measure the height of the highest lump that the machine goes over. And then these are within microns. Some stones were measured at 30 microns. Like almost immeasurable.
Smoother than glass.
Yeah. In rock. Now, I don't even know how you could, with the right material, how you could do that.
We don't know how, We don't know how it was done. And just every hypothesis that's been spit out, I find some fault in.
Yeah.
And just to clarify what I was saying about the railroads, I don't mean in the shape that they aren't, that we have them. I mean more like Roman roads, where they would have like 2 strips of stone laid end to end. So that would be like the rail would be like a 4-inch or 8-inch wide stone going however many miles. And then for the cross beams, they would have wooden slats going across that the blocks would be slid on.
When we talked about the sarcophagus, it says the sarcophagus is inside. They come from Aswan, which is 500 miles away.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, no, I'm just. That's crazy.
Just beggars
this whole thing baffles my mind. It's something that forever has,
Yeah. And the theists say we have no mystery left in our godless world, eh?
It's all
mystery.
Well, I mean, the whole floating the blocks thing reminded me of some dudes tried to figure out how they built Stonehenge one time, and they
Mhm.
used floating blocks and logs to move the big ass stones that they used to build Stonehenge. It just reminded me of that.
The one hypothesis I like is sound.
Yeah.
They use
like,
sound.
Everyone
Yeah, like
seems
Coral
to like
Castle.
that hypothesis.
It's
But that to me seems the most unlikely.
well.
Wouldn't we
Think
use that
think
today?
about it. When you put sand on a drum and put sound underneath it,
Yeah.
and
But
how
then if you equate the blocks then to the size of the sand, the drum's going to be the size of the bloody country.
we don't know,
See what
Sam.
I'm saying? Yeah.
Yeah, but I'm just saying that's a technology that we know little about. That there's a lot of experiments going on with that, and I don't know. I have no idea. This is something that's blew my mind forever.
Do you think we'll ever find the evidence to figure it out?
Forever's a long time.
Well, if that, yeah, Sammy, do you know what the Coral Castle is?
Yeah, Lee Solon built
Yeah, it was
yeah, I've been there.
some like Latvian or Estonian immigrant to Florida who had fallen in love with this girl, and he built this big, whatever. But
Well, that, yeah.
he had used sound waves to cause them to levitate,
Well,
and there's even witness statements of people
To
saying
cause what to levitate?
these huge coral blocks that weighed several tons.
and he was
Oh
a
yeah, I
little
saw a
he was
documentary
tiny
on that
man.
dude.
He built
Yeah.
the place by himself.
Yeah.
And
Were they-
they are huge. Lee Golden, I think is his name. What's his name? But there were some kids that said he had a tripod with a box hanging off of it, and they did a picture of it. But what Lee claimed, he knew how they built the pyramids,
Yeah.
and he was using the same technologies.
Yeah, he was an eccentric dude. Isn't that in Florida or
Yeah.
somewhere down there? Yeah.
There are no eccentrics in Florida. It's been
Oh
proven.
no. Oh, God forbid. Hey, I fucked up. I misspoke.
A Florida man doing something crazy that perish the thought. I'm reading
brain.
Wikipedia while we're sorry. Keep going.
No, that was it. I just said my poor brain.
There's a whole bunch of shit on Wikipedia about this, including experiments. So you could get.
If you want.
Pardon me.
You can share the page if you want.
Oh yeah, okay.
You want us to see what you.
It has some interesting things about. Here it is in public chat, and I'll put a link in private too.
What kills me though is the archaeologist saying it was built at this certain time because there's some chicken scratch on a rock. It would have been paint if they, the graffiti on it. I don't think it was the same people.
Yeah, the alignments make it seem like it was 10,500 BC, and then Shockley, the archaeologist, also
Robert Schock.
Right. He did an analysis of the Sphinx and said, looking at the water erosion, this is the only way that it would make sense.
Yeah, where everybody else for years, he was a geologist. Schock is a geologist, where the Egyptologists were saying, "Oh, it's wind erosion," and he looked at it and he's like, "Bullshit." And Baval came up with the hypothesis about it lining up with the constellation Leo. Which the head doesn't have the weathering that the body has, so and the construction of the head is crude at very best.
Yeah, it's a tiny little pinhead, and I saw an animation showing it was probably Anubis or something, and then like the muzzle may have developed a crack and broken off, and so then they reshaped it to look like a human's head.
And that's purely speculation. Anubis has been one of them. Leo's been another. You know, so
Yeah.
But purely hypothesis. You know, it blows my mind. I've watched everything I can on it, read everything I can, pondered it, and it just, you know, people wondering about a god. You know, this is more fucking intriguing. It makes more sense. You know,
Here you go, John.
the mystery.
Doesn't work. Showed how 18 men could drag the block over a 1 in 4 incline ramp at a rate of 18 meters per minute. So unless they had like 50 or 60 men on the same size block and they ran.
Okay, a 1 in 4 incline. How long is that fucking ramp?
You know, I just read something about that. They found remains of a ramp. Where are they now?
They show it circulating around to bring it up, but it's still that's still length. And then when you start to make the corners, it doesn't make any sense.
Well, there's a video showing that there was an internal ramp that was like spiral, and they had these sections on the corners where they could rotate the block 90 degrees.
Okay, let's just forget about the whole fucking structure itself and go to the interior, which is granite.
Mm-hmm.
You know, the king's chamber, and I mean, and all that granite came from Aswan.
Right.
It was not built in 20 years. It couldn't be built in 500 years. With the way they say it's built.
I was thinking more like 1,000 years.
I like that, Rex.
Yeah.
Or more.
But at least 1,000 years is what I've thought.
There's some chicken scratch on. Well, actually, it's a red ochre paint on the in the pyramids that Khufu was put on. That he built it, and it was done at this time and stuff. But no, I don't.
Yeah, but that I like that you call it chicken scratch, John.
Well, if you look
because it doesn't match everything else around it. It's like graffiti.
Graffiti.
That's what they call it. They call it workman graffiti.
Yeah, no, I just everything.
Kilroy was here. Yeah.
Yeah.
I was here.
On this link, Egyptian pyramid building techniques, if you search for October 2018, you'll find a passage where they found a quarry, and there's some evidence there of how they could have moved these blocks, which is really quite astonishing. I know I couldn't do it, but maybe the Egyptians are made of sterner stuff. But it's if they talk about stone blocks and post holes, which I'm amazed this would work. But using a sort of, it would be too much to call it a pulley. But if you have people, that way people can be on the same side of the block and pull it up a slope. But I don't. It's in a quarry. It's not evidence of how they built the pyramids. It's evidence of how they got the blocks out of a quarry.
Yeah, and you would need like 20 dudes that were the size of the rock the wrestler guy, to pull some shit like that. I mean, come on.
Also,
real.
if you, for example, this doesn't quite relate as an example, but if you take something like a trebuchet, you have a 250-pound block on one end that is the missile, but the weighted carriage doesn't have to be filled with 250-pound blocks. It can be filled with very small ones. That so in such a system, you could literally have a sled going down that that is, say, 3/4 of the weight of the concrete block, and then the rest of the thing being human muscle.
Yeah, it's
So it can
counterweight.
Yeah,
Just like an elevator.
that's what they're suggesting here in the 2018 passage.
Well, I've moved 1,000-pound rocks by myself off of a trailer.
Holy crap!
I was able to take a fulcrum, put underneath, lift it, steel bar, put it underneath, lift it, put ABS pipe underneath, and then wedge it up, kicking that on. Yeah, I my boys weren't there one day, and I had to get the rocks off the trailer, and so
Right.
I was able to move them off the trailer into the area where we was gonna move them with machinery later. But in a pinch, I was able to move them, 10 feet.
Right.
But still, that is not dragging anything up a hill, and that 1/10 of the smaller size stones that they are constructed with. It's
Someone showed a technique of raising a block using something
I saw
similar
that
to
guy.
levers. Yeah. Impressive.
Yeah, there's a racket theory using that.
Sorry for
Because
coughing
in
in
the-
your ears.
In the Grand Gallery, they've got a bunch of notches along the side, and they said that it may have been like that.
There's a natural spring, and the lake lies directly underneath the pyramid. A tunnel could have been built down to improve water flow, and as the pyramid structure rose, internal tunnels were extended to help the water flow to higher levels. As the pyramid got higher, water pressure would slowly reduce, so smaller extension channels were built upwards from the king and queen's chamber to raise the water even higher, to eke out as much water as possible. If this was the case, then the water could have been gravity fed through the interior shafts in the Great Pyramid, filling the upper gullies and shafts. Only the highest few levels would need the water bucketing up. If the spring waters were not available, then lines of people could pass buckets of water up the structure. It is likely that these workers would be shaded by reeds suspended above them to protect them from the heat of the sun. There are multiple ways for raising water, from the manual approach seen here in the picture, or using the shidduth method, as seen here from 19th century Egypt. Or they could even use oxen pulling bucket-laden ropes. As a comparison, a standard domestic outdoor hosepipe can deliver around 15 litres a minute, compared to the 600 litres a minute using buckets. If a 10-litre bucket is passed in 1 second, then 100 litres could be passed in 10 seconds. 600 litres a minute per line.
Okay.
At the higher levels of the pyramid, smaller blocks were used for construction.
No. How long are they going to be able to do that for? All day fucking long? I don't think so. You're passing a bucket a second, you'd have them guys wore out in 5 minutes. I don't think any of them would go 5 minutes. Carry on.
Yeah, and I don't think they'd have to be lifting 10 liters of water or whatever. Smaller buckets would do just as well, and they'd be able to work much longer. So, but anyway, I don't think any of us think they used water in this way. So,
but they're
Therefore, the water
they're putting it out there that they're explaining how it is, and I mean, so they're explaining garbage.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
that's been my thing lately, John, is like people presenting thing as fact instead of saying this is a hypothesis or this is an opinion. Just basically say, they did this, they did that. I guess you've got to you're supposed to assume that they're talking within the context of the hypothesis. But if they don't say that it is a hypothesis, then it can be.
But the language they're using, it doesn't state that, And
No,
so
you're right.
people will take that as a statement of fact. I mean, a gallon of water is what, 8.5?
Well, I
Roughly?
mean, I'm listening to this, and they're like flinging a bunch of shit to the wall and seeing what sticks. That's how I'm taking it.
Some good bud would stick to the wall.
I would say good measure. Just as a reminder, metric liters of water are also a measurement of their weight, of course. And 1 liter is 1 kilogram, which is 2.2 pounds. So if you had 2 kilogram buckets, you could move a lot of water pretty quickly if you had a chain of people.
Okay, I just Googled it. It's 3.8 kilos is equal to 8.34 pounds.
Yeah, okay.
So, which would be the gallon.
Right. So it's manageable. It's just that I don't know how long their joints would last in such an effort.
Yeah, exactly.
Maybe I don't know.
It's like we're gonna work you in a job that's gonna destroy your body in a matter of months, but you can have some shady reeds over the top of it.
I like that thing. I got that on the shady reeds. Yeah.
I thought, bullshit. These guys are probably slaves.
They say no, but when we look at the history of slavery, I'm going to say it was not a voluntary thing.
Yeah,
Well, I've heard it was like an alternate to military service.
Yeah, I heard they paid them in beer.
Yeah,
Which, hey, I'm all for that.
It's beer, I'm in.
Yeah, beer and bread.
Yeah.
Keep their bellies full.
Water shaft would equally reduce in size, using less material the higher we go. Here we see how the completed pyramid would look, without the centuries of wear that we see today. The white limestone of Tura would shine in the sunlight. Here we see the traditional view of pyramid building, with thousands of men tracking staggering weights up an enormous ramp which would take millions of tons of material to construct. Once completed, this enormous ramp would need to be demolished and the material dispersed, compared to the easily demolished lift shafts which could be smashed from above and act like a rubbish chute. Evidence is beginning to surface that lends itself to the theory of using water shafts for moving the blocks to the pyramids. The picture you see here is of a roofed causeway that was discovered near Snefru's Bent Pyramid. The walls are almost 3 meters in height and 2.5 meters wide. This type of causeway is just like the kind that Chris imagines with his theory. Well, how about this? Here we see the well-preserved causeway of the Pyramid of Unis. Why were the walls built so strong and thick, and such large roof slabs used
Wait a minute.
to create a walkway?
Where did the teddy bear come from? Who the hell put it right there? I'm just asking for a friend. Yeah.
I didn't even notice till you mentioned it.
The Brillians from Ultima Thule, they came down and showed them how to make all this stuff.
Maybe he was there as a comfort doll for the workers.
Yeah.
You just bang the bear was the expression.
They possessed the bears and they made the pyramids.
They installed a flashlight in the base of the bear.
It was motivation. I'll buy that one as much as anything I've heard. So,
But
Yeah.
bears weren't native to the Mediterranean. Surely it must have been the northern Germanic tribes that brought them down.
I think you're right. By
That
the way, what
reminds
is
me of
the
that dude.
structure we're looking at?
Well, that reminds me of the dude in Game of Thrones who said he had sex with the bear once.
Yeah, I don't remember that.
healthy emotional support bear. I like that.
Yeah, yeah. Giant Spank.
Oh,
That
that's
was
a
that
good
guy's last name.
idea, Halsey. But it's too
Would
shallow.
that work? I mean, if you
That was
if you
actually
were-
no. That was the beginning of the video that they talked about that. That was like stage 2. You might want to
yeah.
rewatch it in the beginning.
it just occurred to me that if you use, for example, rock to shape other rock, then you're wearing down the shaping rock. So
Yes.
it would be much better to have something like a plank of wood that a craftsman or sand, very fine sand, to use as a sort of. Well, we need John to weigh in here.
Where are you going with this?
Well, you see, suppose I have, I want to shape rock, a block from a pyramid. I'd be much better off trying to shape it, to refine it, with something portable that I can hold.
Well,
And if you have a craftsman, but if you have a channel like this, and you're supposed to somehow shape rock by dragging it along the channel, I don't think it would work. It would gradually develop pits and valleys and then become useless.
Well, even if that was made out of a granite and it was rough, the granite would wear down your limestone, but after time, it would lose shape. And then the amount of force it would take to take your high points off, and, down to the low.
Yeah.
The human body. I don't care if you had 100 guys out there trying to drag that through. I mean, you would have to. It's a friction thing. Jib in, out, in, out, in, out, in, out. You'll get wear off that. But if you're just trying to force it through to get that shape, no. And then after time, because the granites you took off would become an abrasive again, working against the granite itself.
Right. No. Yes. That's what I was thinking. I just I think stonemasons working on one block to another block to another block as they were lined up for transport would do a lot better than some sort of system like this.
Well,
I don't know what this is, what we're looking at, or what it might have been used for.
The amount of time with a diamond on a 4-inch grinder, which is revolving 8,000 times per minute, it takes forever still to cut through something. I mean, you got, and if you're not quenching it with the water, that diamond will wear in no time too.
Right.
Because you've got the friction that's going to cause a heat, which is going to wear your diamond in no time. So.
Well, I'm curious because in the Wikipedia page, they talked about an experiment, a modern one, but they used iron tools on stone when they know the Egyptians apparently only had copper. And I would have been much more interested to see them set up a sort of copper, like we know other cultures have done this, where they had copper molds for copper tools and melted them on the spot and then popped them out of their molds and then gave them to workers. That famous weird Sokolos area, Puma Pumpko? Okay.
Pumapuku. Yeah.
Yeah, there's a hilarious one where they say, we have no idea how these people cut these stones. And one of them is standing in front. Off to the rear, you can see a place where they actually manufactured the tools because they were chiseled out molds where you could sink copper into.
Well, if you look at them structures, you'll find that the bottom is the biggest stones.
Yeah.
And they've got the best tolerances.
Mm.
You know, the crap shit on top that they're just kind of like chipping maybe a rough edge off and then stacking them haphazardly. You know, at that point, you could break it, but the tolerances aren't there.
Mm. But with pyramids, there are. You're saying?
I get tired of hearing this geopolymer stuff because precasting something like that, it's not happening. You're never going to get them tolerances again. That's the whole thing. Over time, you know, a person can construct, you know, with these tools, but the amount of time it doesn't fit into their hypothesis. It's not there.
Didn't we just recently figure out how they made Damascus steel like 2,000 years ago?
Yeah, well, we don't know how they made Roman concrete.
Exactly. And we don't know what is that, Greek fire? We don't know how they made that either.
We've got a pretty good idea.
Greek fire that they would was sticky. They could spray it on stuff, and it would burn in water.
Yeah, it would burn in water. Yeah.
Greek fire, yeah.
Yeah, and we don't know how they did that shit.
We've got a fairly good idea.
Make some pretty good. I know you can make some pretty good shit out of styrofoam and gasoline.
Mm.
Well, yeah. I mean, you know, you want to blow some shit up, I can tell you how to do that. You know, burning on water, that's kind of beyond my reach. So,
on.
Unless you're Exxon, you know how to do it there, and
oh well, fair enough. Yeah,
they know how to do that.
That's a volume thing, though.
Yeah.
Small amounts of oil on the water ain't gonna burn, but you know, you get enough of it, and it displaces the water, and yeah, it'll flame like a motherfucker.
Even National Geographic have posted a story on the discovery of a canal linking the Aswan Quarry way. Walls built so strong and thick, and such large roof slabs used
doing there?
just to create a walkway.
I love that bear.
Is that like for scale or
Geographic
something?
have posted a story on the discovery of a canal linking the Aswan Quarry to the Nile River. Another article in the Telegraph reports that scientists have discovered the secret that allowed Angkor Wat, a famous 1,000-year-old temple complex in Cambodia,
Been there.
to be constructed far faster than should have been possible, using canals. Could this technique have been widespread in the ancient world? Further evidence of the use of water can be found in these photos from John Cagman that shows salt in the structure as well as water erosion in the lower chambers. Compelling new evidence is now coming to light that there were significant, large high-pressure springs bubbling up on the Giza Plain at the time the pyramids were built. These high-pressure springs were fed by a huge underground aquifer, fed at the time from the faster-running deeper Nile. We also have supporting evidence to the flotation theory in the discovery of connection bosses. As you can see in the image, these bosses have been found on various pyramid blocks, much like the modern-day lifting lugs. Because of their orientation, it is clear that they would be used to suspend the blocks from above, as would be the case with flotation.
Those would be
Other
best
evidence
used
that lends
with a
credence to the
crane,
flotation theory
which
is the
doesn't
fact that
require water to work. Sorry.
throughout the pyramid structure,
Yeah, I think it
salt
was.
and
I think it
water-based
was a
impurity has
mixture of a crane, which, you know, we've got that example from them irrigating the fields, and then you would use levers to sort of ratchet it up a little bit at a time. And they also act like there weren't any pulleys back then, but they're calling these things vases or ceremonial something or other, and it looks exactly like a 3-pronged pulley.
Mm.
I mean, why would they make it like that if not?
She has been found. This points towards the notion that there was a lot of water contained at some point within the pyramid structure. Finally, it has been known for some time that the Great Pyramid has very subtle concave sides. This is only visible with the correct lighting conditions as seen here. Could this be evidence of the water shaft? For a deeper look into the water shaft theory, then please read the book.
So they was hawking a book.
Yeah.
Something I've done for years.
Yeah. You had some publishing, right?
Yeah, I sort of grew up in a bookstore, and then I was in publishing sales. I would visit bookstores, and largely for the Canadian agent of Simon and Schuster. So if you talk about moving blocks, we didn't move blocks; we moved books, and that's what we did. But that's off topic.
You forest killer. Oh, guess who just showed up in the chat?
Hello, Hillary's.
No, Jill. And he's too dumb to find the link to get into the stream. So, there's that.
I saw him in Hillary's chat. So he's doing the rounds to see how he gets in.
Let's not put vagrants in today.
No, fuck no. That's why I didn't post the link.
I have the stomach for it this morning.
No.
Oh, is Jill in chat now or something?
Yeah, he's been jumping around.
Yeah, he's over in here now. Yeah.
He says it must be in the atheist chat because there's no link for him to join. But I told him, I said only if he joins the worship of Akhenaten.
Yeah, I don't feel like fucking crap.
Yeah.
See,
well, I'm
Christian channel says.
Well, yeah. I'm partial to Thor because he's dumb as fuck, and yeah, he's like lightning. He has the power of lightning, but he's dumb. He's dumb.
Yeah, but you know what? There should be no platform to spew his garbage. He's a hate monger. He just I can't that. And, no. Can't do it. And besides, we're having an intelligent conversation. And
semi-intelligent.
Thing, and that's talk about fictitious beings, and we're doing some things here that we're having an intelligent conversation. It doesn't need to be sidetracked to the God thing. I'm tired of that echo chamber. I really am.
Yeah, have you ever met religious people who can't have a conversation without talking about God? Like you couldn't talk about butter tarts or your favorite car without Jesus somehow worming his way into the conversation. It's really weird.
It's like not Ken Ham. Who's the
Kent Hovind?
The guy with the mustache. No.
Oh no, I know who you're talking about. Banana Man.
Banana Man.
Yeah.
Look at this banana, designed by the Lord for the hand. Now, it even has a tab here on the top, so it doesn't spurt its contents in your face.
Is that Ray Comfort or something?
Ray Comfort.
Yeah, that's Ray Comfort. Yeah, the guy that hangs out with Kirk Cameron. Yeah, that guy. Yeah.
It's tapered at the end. It goes right into your mouth.
or your butthole.
Mm.
It's curved
I'm
for
just
her
saying,
pleasure. Oh
what-
shit! Damn, I said
what-
that out loud. Sorry.
Oh God, that's funny.
it,
There seems to be a lot of different interpretations or definitions of what a free thinker is. Like, does anybody have a good definition without looking one up? Just the one that's in your head regarding that term?
Free thinker, hey?
A code word for atheist.
Aha. See, I was gonna
Okay.
say rational and critical thinking.
Mm.
I would say that not all free thinkers are atheists, and I'm not sure if all atheists are free thinkers.
I would say a free thinker is somebody who's not indoctrinated into
Yes.
others' beliefs.
There you go. That's the one. Because
I like
you're free to think.
I'd
Yeah,
say someone,
Yeah,
not,
that.
someone not bound by presuppositions.
Yeah,
Yes.
someone who is not
Very-
tied
That's
to a
where I was
dogma.
going a little bit
Yeah.
closer to. It's like, free as far as like you're not bound by your worldview. Like, I've known Christians that can't, even for like 15 minutes, pretend that, that God is maybe not real, or that, their worldview is completely not correct, just for like a short, honest thought
Yeah.
experiment. Honest meaning they're willing to actually do it and not just be waiting, like, with bated breath for the moment that they can bring the religious argument back into it.
Well, that would corrupt their belief system, and
Yeah.
they'd certainly go to hell for questioning it.
Mm.
I like to question everything. From the pyramid made by fucking space aliens. And it's a hypothesis. Even I don't believe the way that they say they were built. I have no fucking idea. I've looked at, I'll listen to anybody's idea, and if it's good, run with it. If it's got holes in it, it's not going to hold water.
Right. That's another reason why I was thinking about that term, is because like a few years ago, it kind of got corrupted a little bit, because a few celebrities were going around claiming themselves to be free thinkers, but they kind of had it wrong. They weren't just not bound by, specific worldviews like religious ones. Their idea of free thinker is, they were going to give any possible argument of an equal space in the arena, even stuff that seemed completely ridiculous and absolutely in Crazyville, like just insane beliefs. Like those were still an equal playing field with the most, accepted truth, because since we can't 100% verify truth, then in their eyes anything could be true. And I think that's too much skepticism. That's too much. That's going too far.
Yes. Well, I don't put much stock into precious celebrities and sports heroes. They get paid exorbitant amounts to act and to play. I've always had to fucking work for my dollar. So
Yeah.
I can't put no worship on any of them. I don't. You can be a good actor, still you're acting.
Right. I guess.
Try some fucking manual labor for me.
Yeah. My issue with it was just the idea of sort of spreading a false definition, and then for people that listen to pop stars and parrot what they say and stuff, we're going around with this sort of wrong idea and saying, oh, I'm a free thinker, when it really, they didn't understand exactly what they were saying. And I wish very much that they went ahead and looked into it instead of just repeating what somebody else said.
Oh, it's like people bashing college education. You don't need that. They'll brainwash you to think in one way or another. Well, the dollar figure still says a college education is no.
Yeah. Also, I can tell you that I spent a lot of time in school, and people didn't tell me how to think about God or who to vote for. I don't know. There seems to be among some conservatives this idea of worrying about the forces of liberal education, and that they're trying to somehow shape the youth to, I don't know,
I
engage
mean,
in liberal ideas. Where does
yeah,
this come
recent politicians have said basically as much as, liberal. If you go to a college where it's not a specific trade school, it's not maybe a private college that has a religious sort of theme running through it, meaning they do teach creation science. It's like a religious college. If you go to a regular college where they teach the liberal arts, which just means they teach everything. They don't just teach like nursing or something like that. They teach everything. It doesn't mean liberal politics. It means liberal as in lots.
Yes.
I think they think that that educators have a hidden agenda to indoctrinate people with leftist propaganda, which stuff like believing in science and evolution is true, and people should know about their government system, like actually learn about it or learn about history, and like these are the views. And I don't think it's very liberal as far as politics goes. It's just, do you want to be a good thinker? Do you want to be well informed? Do you want to, just have good information, better information, and replace whatever you were holding, from the past?
Yes,
People still have a brain. They could still like protest if they don't agree with something that they're learning. But
Well,
couldn't agree more.
Well, one of the last contracts I had was up at the University of Utah, and I had a sensitivity training, which that was pretty odd. Microaggressions and such. Like I remember the one being, you look pretty good for your age, or statement that was made. You look pretty good for your age. Is that a microaggression? Like, no, that's a compliment, Oh, no, that's a microaggression. I'm like, I was just told I look good for my age. So some of it, I couldn't wrap my head around, and I still can't, because I look pretty goddamn good for my age.
So what industry is this in? Is this at work, you said?
Yeah, I was at the University of Utah. We was doing some remodel of student housing.
Okay. So you know what? It's this is, I mean, I don't know. Do you want input on that?
Yeah, please.
It was
Okay. So the way I see it, like, aggression can be defined in a lot of different ways, but what a compliment, even though you think it's well, I'm going to say you, but I don't know. Was it you that said it, or it was said to you?
No, it was used as
an example.
An example, and
okay.
No, that's a compliment, and
okay,
and no, that's an aggression.
So let's say you're in, I don't know, sales or insurance. I don't know.
Well, I was in sales. I had to sell every one of my jobs, and
okay.
So yes, I understand.
I think that when a coworker says, like, let's say that exact thing, they say, oh, how old are you? And the person, first of all, like, how old are you? I guess that's an okay question, but it is a little bit personal. If someone wants to say, let's say they say I'm 60, right? And the person says, wow, you look really good for your age. First of all, like, they are commenting on their level of attractiveness and their looks, which depending on, I mean, I guess, like, in more image-based professions, it might be taken a little bit differently, like real estate or anything in the show business or anything like that. You know, like you could imagine that it could probably be like maybe a little bit more appropriate in image-based professions. But if you're in like just like an office job or something, I think that bringing attention to someone's looks and then also commenting on their age, I don't know, like it doesn't really seem aggressive, but it does seem a little bit too like all of a sudden there's focus on this person and it's dealing with two areas that could be very sensitive to anyone without knowing the person well, you know.
Also, you know, since when did you is it okay to comment on especially with women, you don't ask them how old they are or, you know, make jokes about, you know, you're from a time when dinosaurs ruled the earth. It's just normal politeness, and people screw up from time to time.
I think people can do that with themselves. You know, they can self-deprecate, but not, you know, they shouldn't direct it at others.
Yes. And also, if you say to someone like John, I think John and I are about the same age. Someone approached me and said, "Hey, Grandpa, I had this big gray beard." And
it's like calling you Santa Claus too. I mean, it's kind of like.
And I just joked and said, "Well, I called me old timer. Hey, old timer." And I said, "Well, I don't feel that old, but you know." I don't know. Just comment.
No, I get it. I think it's a little bit insulting, you know, because they're like bringing something to attention that really doesn't need to be brought to attention. They could. I think that's if you want to think that. Oh, this guy looks like an old timer. You know, he looks like he should be like sitting on a porch swing somewhere playing the banjo or whatever. Like, he could think that, right? He could think it, but I think to say it, it's just unnecessary. You know, like what does it do for that moment?
Am I wrong though? I go into a chat and I'll pop in sometimes. Hey kids, and I never meant to be malicious about it or anything. It just I know a lot of them. There are younger people that get.
I don't know. I think that's more like maybe a little more acceptable because you're saying it to everyone at once and you're addressing everyone the same way. It's like saying, "Hey guys."
Also, it's kind of humorous. Hey kids, it's like it's a show.
Hey boys and girls, or whatever. You know, like even that even could be controversial these days. But
but see, Australia is like the South, right? We are very old school, so I find myself saying to an older lady, "Darling." But they will not ever. I've never in my life had a woman or a girl, whatever age, be like, "Excuse me." Like it's endearing. And the other thing I thought was funny was we always say, "Damn, you look good for your age" here in this. Like
really,
that's like almost a common greeting, yeah. But we will also say, "Damn, time's been rough on you, hasn't it?"
Ouch.
I like that. Damn, you're easy on the eyes. You know?
Yeah. But I'd never thought of it that way before, Halsey, about that you are commenting on two sensitive subjects, age and appearance. But in a good way, you're giving a compliment.
Right.
And I've always had the person take it as a compliment because I implied it as though I'm jealous. Like, damn, I hope I'm that good looking when I'm, you know.
Right. No, I think there's ways of complimenting people that are more neutral and probably just like safer.
Absolutely.
Like let's say someone walks in and they look really great and you realize that part of that is because of this vibrant color they're wearing. You know, like you could say, "Wow, that is really your color."
Yes.
You know what I mean? That's neutral, but it also
mentioning color is racist, Halsey.
Well, the thing is, when John mentioned sensitivity training, and I think sensitivity training isn't designed to make other people feel overly sensitive and quick to take offense. That's not what it's for. But sometimes you think, you know,
It's for the people that are kind of clueless, or they don't think of things a certain way. They are not sensitive
Well,
to what's being said or done, or maybe what they do. I don't know. That's my impression.
I
Mm.
remember we was the conversation was race, and uh, this gal that was awful white asked me what I thought she was, and I said Claire, and
Yeah.
it didn't go over good.
Yeah.
Clear? Is that what you said? What?
I said clear,
Like transparent?
transparent.
Yes.
That's pretty funny.
That's a huge problem I have. Is I say things, but I'm honest.
Mm.
I'd be out shopping with the ex, and they'd be trying not to try something, and she'd ask me, "What do you think of these?" And I'm like, "Well, they make your ass look big." And I did not mean to say that, but you know, Melissa, after time, she just got used to it. Like, you tell me when I look good, or when the way you see things. And me and my ex-wife are still great friends.
Mm.
And, well, at least there was honesty in the relationship.
Mm.
So I don't mean to, and my daughter is like, you'll because at least kind of rude the way you say shit, Dad, but I'm getting an honest opinion,
Yes.
and I'm like, and that's all it is. Baby doll is my opinion, and you can take it for what it's.
Mm. Hey, I need to score another coffee. I'll catch you guys in a bit.
What?
Coffee. Shit, I'm on my third beer. What are you talking about? Coffee.
Scotch,
It's Friday.
Scotch, 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 Scotch. I love Scotch. Beer.
Beer. I'm building a pyramid. I need to be paid in beer.
And bread. Yeah, I hate the way that certain people will come on here and just hijack it stuff and send it in their direction. I'm talking about the God Squad. I
Oh yeah, the chat. Yeah, I'm watching.
yeah, I
Yeah.
find myself tuning out when that always happens. I've heard it all, and I don't care to hear any more of it. Where
Yeah, you're not telling me anything new when you say shit like that.
Well, what about you guys? You tired of the echo chamber? Because I really like where Sammy's been going with this. I mean, I I thought Hillary was kind of a d bag, and Will, and Sammy brings them in, and we get a chance to actually meet these people, and I'm like, wow, they're lovely people. I really like their mindset and stuff. Where when it was just like really chat, slapping each other back and forth, I get quite fucking ignorant in the chat, and I just like where Sam's went with this. It's really cool to make new friends.
Well, you remember, John, how hard an atheist I was?
Yeah.
I wouldn't, all the ancient alien stuff and like this stuff that we're talking about now, I was so dismissive. I wouldn't even pay it mind, and I just eventually realized that I was doing the thing that all the Christians were doing.
Yeah.
I was being in an echo chamber and surrounding myself with people who were going to agree with me. So I was never going to learn anything or change?
Well, there's very few of them that I even will frequent any of the channel. I like Rage. Rage.
Yeah, Rage is
Oh,
awesome.
he'll talk politics. He'll talk sociology. You know, and yeah, he'll beat up on the God Squad. But he's a good head. You know. Oz is kind of coming around that way too. I'm liking, especially since he's been with Jenna. It just seems really genuine, you know. And
And that's Oz from what channel?
the Tang Network.
I'd say a lot of people in here probably wouldn't know who they are.
I know the Tang Network.
Yeah. And
Yeah, I've
you
heard of
would,
Oz.
Big Z.
Yeah, I've heard of it.
I've always liked Raw, you know. And it's where I met so many great people through Andrew, Dr. Kennard's show.
Yeah.
Rex, that's where I met Rex, or that's where I met you. That's where I met Z. You know,
Mhm.
I wish all would do something again.
Yeah.
And it was the news. It was politics. You know, mixed with, you know, and if the news headline was, you know, religion, you'd bring that in, and it was always a civil conversation. There was a couple times he went off on people when they come in there talking whack shit. You know what I mean? Especially when we was going through what was going through a pandemic with Andy, which that's where I found him. Was during the pandemic, and I'm like listening to Sammy and people popping in and talking with him. I'm like, Tobin. I'm like, wow, these people are real human.
Man, I miss Tobin.
I do too.
Oh yeah, he kind of fucking vanished. I don't know what happened to Tobin and his wife.
He's concentrating on his music and on building his life. He just kind of stepped away from social media. And
Okay.
yeah, I think we all vacation at times.
Sure we do.
But God, Tobin had some really great input, and I miss him too. I wish he'd pop in occasionally.
Oh, his music is great.
His music,
yeah.
Oh my god.
especially
I love his songs. Hey,
what he's doing it with. You know what I mean? It's not like he has tech that he's making the music with. It's like that they live in a very small place, you know, and he makes huge sound. And I worked in the industry, as you know, Sammy. It was always a part-time gig because, well, there wasn't concerts every night, you know. In Salt Lake, I've worked with everybody from AC/DC to ZZ Top, but that was always a part-time gig, and so I have a great appreciation for music and what Tobin and Kendra do together. It's huge. It reminds me of Jack and Meg White. Just two people making sound with what they got. I think Tobin could slap a box or a bucket and get the huge drum sounds that he does. Because the drums that they're recording this music with, Jack, my grandson has the same drum set. You know? It's just huge what they do. This is an uncomfortable silence.
I don't know if we're gonna watch more of the video.
You know why it's uncomfortable? It's because I muted myself. That's what's uncomfortable. I'm looking at the Tang network now, and I'm just going to post a link in the two chats and see, just so people know where to find it. He loves making his own music too, and it's sort of a DJ type thing.
And he does some good stuff. He's got some good vocals too.
So I'm going to give Tobin a bit of a plug, and I'll share his channel in the chat as well, unless someone else gets it before me. But let's check out one of his songs. This is called Discombobulated from his album Truth Claims.
If I was omnipresent, reach out and touch me. And if I was omnibenevolent, no one would suffer. If I was omniscient, I wouldn't need a bloody sacrifice. Faith and belief won't always lead to the truth. I'm living in a world with a meaning of living in make-believe. I'm living in a world with a meaning of living in make-believe. I'm living in a world with a dream. I'm living in make-believe. Oh. If I was omnipresent, reach out and touch me. You can feel me. And if I was omnibenevolent, no one would suffer. Never. And if I was omniscient, I wouldn't need a body sacrifice. Faith and belief won't always lead to the truth. I'm living in a world so many are living in make-believe. I'm living in a world so many are living in make-believe. I'm living in a world so many are living in make-believe. Oh, I'm living in a world so many are living in make-believe. If I was only president, if you reach out and touch me, you could feel me. And if I was only president, no one would suffer. Oh, never. And if I was only essence, I wouldn't need a body sacrifice.
Oh, I was muted. That's a big sound.
Mm.
If he got himself a producer to
Yeah.
fix all his levels and stuff, it'd be fucking awesome.
No, I agree for sure.
If you don't mind me introducing a different topic, I was just wondering what you guys thought of the Trump indictment, because I was enjoying it, and I just wanted to hear what. Or is it? Or are you people sick of hearing about it?
I don't think it'll go anywhere.
I'm hesitating
really
to
don't.
enjoy it.
Yeah.
Well, what I'm hoping for is a lot of people have said, look, this indictment is kind of silly because he'll never get prison time anyway. But there's also this speculation that I think might be true, that there are a whole bunch of prosecutors who've been wanting to go after Trump, but didn't want to be the first one to draw all the fire from congressional Republicans trying to seek oversight or crazy people on the street. But now that the first indictment has come down, there might be a slew of other ones. And what I'm hoping for is that with an older person like Trump, they might be reluctant to give him any sort of a sentence that would put him in prison for the rest of his life. But I'm hoping that one of these people will seek such a term. So he'll get 5 years and maybe 3 years off for good behavior or something like that, if he's capable of such a thing. The difference is federal charges, which by statute, you can only get about 18% of your time off for good behavior. So those are particularly dangerous for Trump. Maybe it will backfire, sure. I think that's what they might all be afraid of, various prosecutors.
Well, either prison time or a stroke would work for me.
Yes, both have great efficacy.
I'm tired of all the fucking lies, not just Republican. I'm tired of the Democratic lies. I'm tired of the Republican lies. I'm tired of the Ben Shapiro lies. I'm tired of the fucking lies. I'm tired of them. I'm all about free speech, but when you start twisting the narrative, it becomes dangerous.
Yeah. Yeah, now we have a nation of conspiracy theories instead of ideas. which I think ideas is what made America great. And now it's being torn apart by the power of bullshit.
Well, somebody faster on the keyboard type how many lies Trump has told.
There's a website just
somewhere in the realm of like
Yeah, I know,
35 to 40,000 or
thousands.
something.
I mean, multi-thousands. Each president. Well.
Okay. I have the number for you, John. False or misleading claims total 30,573 over 4 years. There was there's a strange thing where a Canadian was working for the Washington Post and kept a website of them. Here we go. I have a link for you, John. I'll put it in public and private chat.
Well, it's like Jim Jordan got put up. He's heading up the oversight committee and shit, and he was subpoenaed like 320 days ago and still hasn't answered the subpoena.
Yes, I think these people should be arrested rather than coddled.
And now he's heading up the committee that on that.
Can't wait to.
It's like nuts. It's about money, you know, and what they're willing to do. I mean, with all the shootings here in the States, I mean, and I am fucking pro-gun. I am so pro-gun. I am pro-gun control too. I don't. Yeah, you know, you hear of the guys that have 30, 40 guns. Well, that's here. Have I ever pointed a gun at anybody else? No. I was never boy guns as a child. I got my first 22 at the age of 6. I was told if you point the gun at something, you're to shoot it and you're to kill it. And then I should go with that. The problem is uneducated people with the weapons, you know, and it's crazy. It's crazy. I there's got to be some type of reform. It's sickening to see these babies slaughtered daily. And I am pro-gun, but something's got to change, man.
Well, apparently, what was it now? Yeah, apparently universal background checks are not actually mandatory in the U.S., as it turns out, which shocked me. I thought that part had been overcome, but I was completely wrong. And it shows you how uninformed a person can be. I was wrong about that. And they still can't get it through Congress.
Well, the fact that there's ghost guns out there that can't be tracked.
Oh yeah, those two.
And they are becoming more and more popular because it's a way around it. Something's got to give.
There are people now. There's a congressman who not only stood up in I was going to say Parliament, but I should say in Congress, but then outside started shouting very toply that people who don't congressional people who don't want gun control are cowards, and that they are bought and paid for by the NRA and the gun lobby. And he said this loudly and over again. And it was almost like he was a bit of a bully, but he was doing it because this was right after that school shooting. I can't even remember where it is now. They all merged together, but it was the one where 3 kids and 3 adults were killed.
Yeah,
Nashville, Tennessee. And you know what? Maybe that's what it takes. Like maybe you need someone standing up to people who disagree with you, but for disingenuous reasons, and just say to them, "You're disgusting. You don't want to do anything. You think that universal background checks are bad, and it's time for you to go. Don't vote for this person." And apparently, I don't know if this is true, but Cenk Uygur says that when a Democrat does something like that, they get taken aside and told they're being uncivil. And what if Republicans did this to us? But I think that is, I think it's necessary to take that risk. Yes, the Republicans might lie and say, "You're a groomer." Well, he's a Democrat and therefore a groomer. But maybe, well, sorry, I've talked myself out there. Back to someone else.
There's so many people that throw that word around, like groomer.
Yes. Isn't that
Let's
awful?
see, like, yeah, I mean, the impression is either like what?
My
Someone
head
is
spins.
influencing this person to become either trans, gay, or they're going to sexually abuse them. They're getting ready to sexually abuse them, or they already are. Like, that's the implication, right?
Yes, this is exactly what it is. Maybe they should also start suing. You called me a groomer.
Yeah, that should be like slander for real.
Yes. And just say,
Yeah.
okay, you say I'm a groomer. Truth is a defense. Prove I groomed someone. Prove I'm a
Right.
sexual threat. And, you called me a groomer. There's a good chance that that'll stick and I'll lose my political career. Or I'll lose my job at the library.
It's a character attack, it's like a character assassination, a smear.
It is.
Yep.
Man. Let's see, what was I going to look up? My brain's gone.
Yeah.
Well, you look at all the PAC money that comes into the Republican Party from the NRA, from the gun manufacturers and such. And then they just parrot the same fucking shit over and over and over and over. Second Amendment. Well, that was written 250 years ago by and at that time we had muskets and flintlocks that if you was really good about dumping powder, packing your wad, and dropping a ball, set cap, you might be able to fire off 3 shots in a minute versus squeeze the trigger and get 30 rounds in a matter of seconds. The whole and and they'll come back and say, well, it's to protect us against our own government. You think your AK is gonna fucking hold up to a drone? If your government wanted to, wow. The thought process behind that, is just beyond stupidity.
Also, a lot of people did try and take on their government, and on January 6th. And that's the one really good example we have of someone trying to take on their government. And I don't think it worked, and it wasn't for good reasons. They weren't being oppressed. They were trying to oppress others.
We all saw the video and such of them, attacking and such, and then Tucker comes out. Oh, it was a peaceful demonstration. Look, they're guiding them through it. A couple of the plays were taking in special ed kids through, and look at your shaman and the other special needs kids that they were taken through. I think it was kind of a you don't beat up on the special kid. You kind of take them by the hand and such. But the crazies are out there breaking windows, fucking hitting cops, spraying them with bear spray.
Mm.
Peaceful demonstration, not hardly, So, but you can take video clips of anything and what you want it to be, through the editing and such, to where it's uh, the whole thing. I can't believe that they would let this lie continue
Mm.
to where grandma is. And that's one of the things I find out about dating at my age. I have a way of attracting the QAnon crazies.
Really?
Oh yeah.
Jeez.
Fun.
What's funny is the way I look. I can go to any bar in Texas, and everybody thinks I'm this Republican and shit, So I'll sit them down, and I'll generally buy a shot in the first round of beer, and maybe even spark up a Scooby snack, and then start talking to them politics. And it's right wing, left wing. It's both shit. It's attack. What it is, the war is the rich against the poor. I live a very comfortable lifestyle.
Mm.
I do work my ass off out here, but I don't have to do anything. I could just stagnate the rest of my days, and be comfortable doing it. But I don't find comfort in doing nothing. I take care of spend a lot of time with my grandkids, spend a lot of time with the animals out here. We grow our own garden. We, got 50 pecan trees out there that
Oh,
I've
wow.
planted the last 3 years. Now, I will never be able to benefit off of what I'm doing. I'll never be able to sit under the shade of these trees. But my grandbabies will. They'll be able to eat off the lemons, the oranges. So I don't know. It's giving back for everything that I've been able to have in my life. I've lived a good one. I'm going to go another 40 years just to piss everybody off. But yeah, it's like I'm building for their future. I have nothing in my name anymore. It's all in a trust fund, and I want my grandkids to enjoy the benefits my daughter has had, preserving it and giving them a way of life that my daughter never had. We lived in a. I did have some property in Utah, but they built a freeway through it. It was always in an urban area. We're out in the sticks now, and it's teaching my grandkids a way of life. I mean, that's not out there anymore. We got 3 harvest tags last year for venison, and we filled them the first morning. Out back in the backyard, the back part of the property. We consume all of it, but that if society crumbled now, I could live just fine. We could protect what we have to a certain extent, depending on and I don't know. I'm doing things different than I did during my working days. It was all about money. I mean, if I wanted to, I could open up another contracting business here and go do that. Them days are over. I'm done. I'm happy making my hummingbird feeders and bird feeders and build the occasional furniture and collecting fossils, raising my animals. I just that's my new life. I love it. but it's totally different from what I did 40 years prior. Hey, I'm going to jump in the shower and actually go attend to a few things.
No worries, mate.
All right.
So I'll talk to you later. Y'all have a wonderful.
Thanks, John. You have a good one. See you,
Beautiful.
brother.
Bye-bye.
Goodbye.
I can't believe how many I was wrong on these on.
There's a little quiz that's kind of fun and informative because they're a little tricky sometimes. If you want to check it out, it's the one that I'm sharing. I have all these pages open, by the way, all the argument definitions. So.
It's the little extra layers that I missed. So.
Oh, like what?
So, argument from ignorance, I used to think was, I don't know, or I don't understand, therefore. But there is absolutely no evidence to suggest you won't do well, therefore we may conclude you won't do well.
No, that you will do well.
Yeah, or
so
vice versa.
You can't falsify the opposite. We're going to conclude that the opposite of the opposite is true. Meaning, like, because we can't falsify the positive or the negative. We're going to assume the opposite is true. It's still an assumption.
And that has nothing to do with I don't know. Do you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
How people use it?
No, it's an intentional claim of truth or falseness.
Yeah. Completely wrong.
Just like when people say, well, you can't prove God isn't real. And they expect that argument to be, okay.
This one I knew.
Uh-huh.
But I still see people make the mistake all the goddamn time. They'll say authority on X, Mr. L, says accept P. P is true. But they leave out the part that P, proposition P, is outside the scope of subject X.
Of his area of authority. Right?
Yes. In other words, appealing to an authority that doesn't have anything to do with the subject, not just appealing to an authority.
Right.
And that's really frustrating.
But
each one of those has a page. No, I was just go ahead though.
Well, I was going to make a joke, so I'd rather have someone serious talk than some stupid shit from me. So you go ahead.
I was just going to say, like, these, all of these definitions have their own page where they run down the entire explanation if you're unclear on any of them. But, but these were my starting points for maybe talking about this stuff today or whenever. But
this one's a bit hard for me to get my head around. What this
complex question. I have that link open if you want it. I'll put it in the private chat. Many questions, loaded question, or compound question fallacy. That's what the complex question contains or can contain. The fallacy of complex question, traditionally known as insert Latin term here, which I'm not going to attempt, is discussed and explained with illustrative examples and self-grading quizzes. The fallacy is said to occur when an answer is demanded in response to a question composed of several questions. The fallacy of phrasing a question in a context that assumes something not contextually granted, assumes something not in evidence, contains an ambiguity, or assumes a false dichotomy in a covert attempt to establish a conclusion.
So a question in a context that assumes something or assumes a false dichotomy is also a fallacy of complex question.
Yeah. It says, so the fallacy results from a conclusion drawn from one or more unwarranted or objectionable assumptions in the posing of a question. If the conclusion is not stated, then no fallacy can properly be said to occur. The question, have you stopped beating your wife, has been used in logic textbooks as an example of the complex question for the last 200 years. But, because if you say yes, right, you have to assume that they were beating their wife. If they say no, that means they're still beating their wife. It contains information that hasn't been verified, but the listener is still affected by it.
Yeah, I think lawyers would say a question assumes facts, not an evidence.
Yeah.
Yeah. But how switched on do you have to be to catch that when it's happening? So you can jump up and go, objection, Your Honor.
Yeah, that's the thing. When you first start learning about all the different fallacies and kind of how they're used, sometimes it's by accident, sometimes it's more strategy. It's usually more strategy than accident. But once even you don't have to know every single one too. Just starting with like the most common, I guess you could call them common ones. Just starting with that and not only like studying what's in an example or an article or a test, but actively listening, like when you listen to a news report or you read an article or you're just listening to someone make an argument in a panel even, just listen for something that, and even if you can't identify it at first, because sometimes you just listen to something and go, wait a minute, like something happened there that I don't think is right. Like a jump was made or something. Note it and try to figure it out, and then talk about it, because I think it's important. And I swear, once you kind of know like the basic ones, you can't not see them. You know what I mean? It's like a layer is lifted and imposed at the same time. So
what's... Oh, maybe if I click on it. Oh, it does.
Where is this? I clicked on the link, but I couldn't find this list of fallacies.
Oh, here you go. That's a different link. I'll give it to you.
Yeah, I have a bunch open, and I think I gave Sammy a few, and I can open whatever on my side. I'm charging my mouse right now, so I can't really navigate.
Oh, I understand. Yeah.
No, I love this website.
They're the logic ones that I just shared in the private chat for you.
Oh, okay. Let's see what I get.
So excellent.
Right. But you said, Sammy, you'd have to be really plugged in to spot these things as they come up. But it makes me wonder if you would be better able to spot these things and sort of function of a lawyer if you were to stop fooling around and begin to take your education seriously. After all, your outlook on life will greatly improve when you cultivate consistent study habits. Sorry, I just...
I believe you've just committed a fallacy, sir.
Could be. Could be. Okay, you see, I don't really bring much to the conversation except ridiculous things like that. But I can do it, which is... It's important to do what you can.
Yeah, so this is just a fun little quiz, and I've got all these subpages open that show all these different arguments if you want them displayed.
Sure.
But, what do you think of the first question here?
Good luck.
In spite of the best efforts of the scientific establishment, no cure for cancer has been forthcoming. Therefore, I conclude that it is pointless to continue spending large sums of money looking for a cure. That is ad ignorantium.
Antium. Yeah. Ignorantium. Yeah, so I think so too. What do you think? Everyone agree?
Yeah.
By the way, but at the bottom it says ad baculum, and I thought a baculum was a penis bone found in a lot of mammals.
It is like a by the stick argument, meaning like you'll do this or else I'll hurt you. So maybe it is a baculum. Maybe
Okay.
they stab you with it.
Mm.
Woohoo!
So what's the answer?
Knife. Well, we're going to answer it, right? Do we all agree that it's that?
Yeah.
Yeah, I
Okay,
guess.
so let's go to the next one.
Mr. Smith, this is very progressive. Mr. Smith has set forth her reasons. Can you just scroll down a bit? My logo's in the way. Up, then.
Scrolling
Oh,
up.
this way?
That's
Oh,
yeah, a little more. There we go. For the comparatively low salaries for postal employees, her arguments are hardly deserving of careful consideration. After all, she has worked for the U.S. Postal Office for the last 40 years.
Okay, so that's an argument that the person making the argument has bias and is self-serving.
Yeah.
But
it's attack on their motivations and a little bit on their character.
Yeah. So I'm not sure. Unfortunately, I have little Latin and less Greek. So
Ad hominem is against the man. Ad populum is, I forget exactly how they're translated, but it's like with everyone or something like that.
Yeah.
Miscordium is because of misery or pity. And then the second one down is the authority one, but I don't know exactly how it translates exactly.
Maybe you could do two, but I would go with misericordium.
Misericordium.
I would go with ad hominem.
But it doesn't say she's a. Well, yeah, okay.
So hang on. Ad misericordium is argument from pity or misery.
Yeah.
And she's saying she's been underpaid for 40 years.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm going to go with that one.
This one?
Misericordium. Yeah.
Okay.
If you ask around, you will see that most people think that... I can't see the words again. Sorry, you've just got to go down a little... There we go. Most people... If you ask around, you'll see that most people think that algebra is pretty useless in later life. For this reason, I cannot understand why we have to take a university course in this subject. So...
Okay, so they can't use the argument ignorantium because... Oh, there's Richard.
Peace and respect, everybody.
Thank you, Richard. That's you've got to be right.
Maybe false cause?
I'm going with ignorantium. But you said ad populum, Richard?
Well, I did, and so did Richard, but he convinced me, so I blame him.
How do you all want to vote?
I'm gonna go. We can't all do it. See, false cause is since Mary sat in the back of the class and made an A on the last test, maybe I should sit there too. This is just the reverse. Seeing as the old lovey or whoever isn't doing good in that class.
Like this class isn't seen as valuable, so I don't think we should take a class on it.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's not valuable because it doesn't help most people.
Most people think, yeah.
Oh, you'll see that most people think. That sentence there pretty much tells you.
That's why I took populum.
Yeah, it's ad populum.
Are y'all going to go with that? Okay.
Yeah. I
would. Just up a little bit for me.
Take the logo down, man.
Sorry, I keep looking at my screen instead of the broadcast screen. I'll do it.
Okay. Michael Greensby, one of the most erudite workers of the latter 20th century, has recently endorsed the use. I think we know straight away.
Right.
It's not
authority.
Yeah, ad Burgundium.
Yeah.
Excuse me.
Okay.
There we go.
The administration and staff of the university have issued a statement that registration is one of the most efficient in the state. I wouldn't choose to disagree with this statement if I were you, since you probably would have difficulty getting into the classes you want next semester. That's the one that is the false
Oh, the stick fallacy, baculum.
Right. There's
Yeah.
a threat,
Yeah,
right? There's
I
a threat.
wouldn't choose it for you since you.
As if
So is the
disagreeing
threat
with
that
that
you
would
would have
affect you. Yeah.
difficulty? Okay, yeah.
If
I
you
see.
disagree, right, you're going to have
Yeah.
this, right? Get difficulty getting into classes. So if you disagree, you're going to get like on somebody's shit list. They're going to make sure you don't get your classes.
Right.
But how do you know that that's necessarily not true?
You don't know it's necessary. You don't know it's not true.
That's still fallacious because you can't show it's not. You can't show it is
Oh,
true.
yeah.
There is no real choice here. When there's a threat, it's like they're limiting your choices to, do the thing that I want or you're going to get hurt.
Yeah.
So that's like, the whole Bible thing, the whole health thing. Okay, so get score. 80%.
Oh, we got one wrong.
Yeah, I guess so. So let's see which one. The first one we knew was ignorantum. The second one ad hominem. Let's look. Oh, okay. So this one was ad hominem. The Mrs. Smith one, Mr. Smith and postal employees one.
Is it?
So it's attacking his person because he was a postal employee.
Yeah, I mean, this right here, there's just that alone. Like, I mean, this is basically like trying to tell other people you shouldn't listen to this person, right?
Right,
like,
right.
And
what's
reason
misericordian one?
Which one?
Misery.
What's the one we
Let's
chose?
see, was there one? There wasn't one selected.
Well, I argued for the wrong answer, misericordium.
Because you thought we were supposed to feel some kind of
Because she had suffered.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, but I would like to advocate that Richard talked me into that one, so I would have been right.
You blame
had it
Richard?
been left to my own
Right.
devices.
All right. So there's more quizzes if you guys are up for it. If you like this kind of thing. If not, it's okay.
I like this kind of thing.
I do too.
If it's okay, I'm going to sign off now, but it's been real. I can only do these things for so long. But it's been a great time, and that's about it for me. It's been real.
Cool.
Bye, everybody.
No worries, Big Z. Have a great day.
Bye.
Hey, same to all of you.
Am I chasing people off with this topic?
No.
No, Big Z will do that any topic, anytime. It's a time thing.
Okay. Let me look.
You know the Big Z's an insomniac, right?
No, I didn't know that.
Yeah, it's pretty severe, actually. Yeah.
Okay.
It actually, multiple types of insomnia.
Yeah.
Oh wow. Okay. Let's see. What's this? Same selection of choices.
So some leader of the Western Christian Leadership Society, a leader of a Western Christian Leadership Society, a brilliant lecturer and commentator, I wonder where this is going, has endorsed the Instabrand Systematics weight loss program. Hence, I know that it is a good program because the opinion of a person of that caliber cannot be lightly dismissed.
Right. He's no expert in the field.
But since he's admired and thought of as smart, then he must know, what's good in life, and we should trust him.
There is absolutely no convincing evidence, so that's ignoratium.
Right away, right?
Yeah. The first sentence, absolutely no convincing evidence. I have no evidence, therefore.
Therefore, I conclude. Yep.
Yeah.
That one's pretty.
Although, if you learn these terms out of their pronunciation, I would recommend against that because your brain will develop a habit of saying it poorly or incorrectly.
Yeah.
So I'd look at that word again, Sammy.
Ignorantium?
Which word?
Yes,
ignorantium. Oh, the pronunciation. Ignorantium.
Yeah, don't teach yourself poorly. You've got the right idea, but if you say it poorly, that would look.
Is it veracundium, the next one?
What do you mean, the correct answer?
The correct
the pronunciation.
Veracundium, yes?
That looks correct.
Top of them.
Homonym.
Misericordium.
Oh, don't take me as an expert. I just read the word.
Misericordium. Yep, and baculum.
All right, I think we got it. Okay, so let's see, Mr. Jackson. I've listened patiently to your arguments and reasons for your appeal to City Council to pave a sidewalk on Woodland Way. I think the real reason you want it, motives, is to enhance the value of your house there because you continually pester this council. We are going to deny your request. This is key right here because criticizing or trying to imply the motives of a person is usually an ad hominem attack.
Well, since you just gave it to us.
Sorry. I'm just saying my vote. I voted that. That's my vote.
I
won't give you any more.
Yeah, it has to be. None of the other definitions.
When something like that happens, I'm tempted to commit as many fallacies as I can possibly squeeze into. So I'm sitting here like trying to add on to the present fallacies that I could easily use there.
Make it into the other ones or what?
No. To attack the way that you handled that.
Oh.
Because that would be funnier.
Can you read it to me again?
The last one?
Yeah, the question.
Look, Mr. Jackson, I've listened to you very patiently to your arguments and reasons for your appeal to City Council to pave a sidewalk on Woodland Way. I think the real reason you want it is to enhance the value of your house there because you continually pester this council. We are going to deny your request.
So the complex question one isn't in there?
No, it's not an option.
Okay.
In this case. Well, in all these quizzes, I think they get the same ones.
Is ignoratio there? No.
Ignorantium?
No, ignoratio. Elenchi. Irrelevant conclusion. Okay, well then it's got to be what you said.
Well, the reason that I say it too is just because of this right here. I think the real reason you want it.
Mm-hmm. That's the guts of it right there.
That's motives. That's attacking someone's motives.
All the rest of it was statement of facts.
Right. And pester is a little bit harsh because, they could think as soon as you start thinking that someone has another motive that's nefarious, then it's easier to think at that point that any action that they do towards it is pestering, is also nefarious. So that's a secondary thing, but it depends on the first thing, kind of. It depends on selling the idea that this motive is the actual motive.
Now, I need more information because if a vote had not been cast at this point, that could be called poisoning the well, which is not an option to choose here. But
that's a form of ad hominem.
Right.
Yeah. It's like ad hominem, if you look just that up, there's like a bunch of different kinds. There's like it's like children of, So. Do you want me to read it? Or do you want to?
Yeah. We want you to read it every time because we like your voice.
Okay. Yeah. This university's parking policies must be great. Okay. There have been no midnight demonstrations and no anonymous letters sent to the president complaining of the policy. Therefore, it seems evident that everyone is satisfied.
Populum.
I'm going to go with.
It's like a composition, or it's like a false composition.
Well, this is just an opinion, right? I think it's great.
Yeah.
There's been no midnight demonstrations, no anonymous letters. They're saying that because of this parking policy, these other things happened. And so they're making a conclusion. It seems evident that everyone is satisfied. So they are drawing they're basically saying false cause in a way. Yeah. In a way. That's part of it.
Because there was
because these things have not happened.
Yeah.
Yes, that's
And
right.
this
They
is
have
the
no
Therefore,
conclusion, and
argument
yes,
from
it's great,
ignorance.
right? It's
but of
great, and
course,
everyone is satisfied.
yeah, that doesn't necessarily follow. It could be that someone is very, very upset and silent.
True. Yep. True. Or that nobody has written letters because they didn't know they could. I mean,
That's
there's
also
a lot of
possible.
different possibility, you know. And why would it have to take midnight demonstrations? Isn't it better when people are around? Like, I don't get that. I would say it's ad ignorantium, personally.
Yeah, I agree.
What about you, Richard?
Oh, yeah. Yes.
Okay. All right. I know that the syllabus says there will be no makeup on tests except in case of emergency, and I will prove to you that I had an emergency on the day in question. My parents are really worried about my schoolwork. My brother in Houston is sick, and my boyfriend doesn't understand me. I take these worries very seriously, so you can see why I couldn't come to class. This is like so laying it on thick, eh?
Just a little.
Take pity on me. So obviously, what do you think?
I think Sammy stepped away and should be given a chance.
Okay. All right. We'll just let it sit. What do you think?
Okay, but you can't see the screen. You won't read the options.
It's the same options: ignorantium, verecundium, ad hominem, ad populum, ad misericordium, and ad baculum.
So I'm just gonna. Oh, here we go. My mouse wasn't working. Let me see. It's not that one. It's not that one. It's not false cause. Complex question is not an answer, not an option.
If you look at what this is, it's detached one side from the other, like saying, I need a special forgiveness.
Yeah.
That's another good word for this special situation. And although it's standard to give exception in.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, because look at all this stuff. My parents are worried.
Yeah.
My brother is sick. My boyfriend doesn't understand me. Yeah, like you're supposed to feel an emotional pull for that and say, "Oh, okay, I'll help you out." All right.
Going to say 100. Yay.
Whoop, whoop, whoop.
Only 5 little questions, but isn't it fun?
Yeah.
All right, there's other ones.
See,
those are
especially when we use these. Well, I'm not speaking for present company, but I'm generally for people. We use these damn things all day long, pull people up on them, and yet we're using completely wrong definitions of them. My biggest surprise
you have to be careful
was
about saying that. You could be committing a fallacy right now because, like, let's say for instance, I asked someone, Jill, a question, and it was a very direct question about the Bible that they need to explain, right? And say they answered with something that was insulting to me personally, which is likely. Did they only commit an ad hominem? Well, they also used it as a red herring to distract away from answering the actual question because they didn't want to.
Yeah.
So it can be multiples at once.
Absolutely. And like argument from ignorance, not understanding that it's not just about I don't know, therefore. People think that it equals the God of the gaps, but it's just a lack of evidence as well, not just.
Well, I think
it's not just the I don't know fallacy.
Mm-hmm. But what I always thought the God of the gaps is that when there is a gap in evidence or a gap in maybe acceptance or understanding, someone will say, well, since we can't explain this one thing, even though it's just a slice, you know, and we've got, it doesn't matter that we've got all these other slices, right? That are like confirmable or all still observable or whatever. This one slice, since it's we can't prove it, then then this whole thing must be God. It must be, so
So
we fill
is-
that in with God, God of the
It is
literal
an argument from ignorance.
It is.
Yeah.
Well, the second you say I don't know, it's therefore God. Yep. But
Well,
to
but
Richard's
my point was,
earlier,
it's not just that I don't know, Pixie. I've now learnt that it's also there is no evidence for.
oh, that's true too.
Like
Yeah.
we can't disprove
there's-
X,
there's
so Y
multiple-
must be true.
Or there's multiple ways this could have happened, and we don't know which one it was. Therefore, God.
Yeah.
I've heard that
I
one
always
too. Like
only
even
thought
if
it was the first and only definition. The I don't know, therefore.
Therefore, God. Yes. Now, even if you get to a point where we're like, okay, this could have happened in 5 different ways, and we've proven all 5 of these ways could cause this outcome, and they're like, yeah, but we don't know which one. Therefore, God. Okay.
Yeah.
Right? Like they do that too, which is weird. But
Say
But
that
to
one
Richard's
again.
point-
Would that be an argument from ignorance though? Because it's not
I
from
don't
a
know.
lack of anything. It's
That's what I'm saying. It's not even from a lack of anything. We can say we can prove these 5 different paths will lead to this one outcome. This could have happened in 5 different ways. And they'll say, oh, but you can't prove to me which way it happened. Since we don't know which way it happened, therefore God.
That's some kind of a composite. That's a complex one. It's composition
complex
and
fallacy,
God of the
yeah.
gaps.
It's so weird, right? I don't know what they do there. But to your point earlier, they can't just insult you. The insult has to be meant to discredit your argument, right?
Right.
Like if there's an obese person who recently lost, let's say 60 pounds, and they're sharing their weight loss journey, and I say, aha, fat fuck, that's just an insult. But then if I say, haha, fat fuck, you obviously know nothing about dieting, well then there's an ad hom.
Right.
Because I'm using that insult to discredit his weight loss journey or the information he's giving.
There's nothing logically fallacious about Jane, you ignorant slut.
It's I mean the ad hom though is also like attacking the person, because then if you attack the person and you say like basically like, well, you like, I heard this directly and I don't disagree completely, but this, you shouldn't listen to this guy, like he's making the argument of a drunk, or he's a drunk and he's, you shouldn't listen to him.
Yeah.
Like
That's
a
when you
direct
shouldn't.
ad hominem,
Yeah, but that's when
right.
you shouldn't listen to him, right? It's the insult used to discredit his argument, not simply to insult him.
Well, discredit him, and therefore he's a faulty source, and therefore the argument should not be considered.
Yeah.
Sure.
Right.
Moving on then.
So,
No.
do you want to look at some other ones here? I'll share this for a second. Oh, I am sharing. Am I sharing?
That's the okay. So these are the ones with
Yeah,
the
you're
other
sharing.
like set of and I could stop if you want, but just so you know, like this does exist. Like there's
Well,
3 different quizzes with these other
Before we do these ones with all these
yeah.
new ones, let me share.
Yeah, because I've got the thing up for complex
This.
question. There we go.
So we know ignorum vericulocalendium. Here, complex
Shouldn't do that.
question.
Yeah, go to that one. Let's check that one out.
Shouldn't do that
let's-
even joking.
let's say-
Your
let's
brain
say
remembers your jokes,
vericulocalendium. No, not yeah, okay. Complex question. How or why is P true? P is true. When are you going to stop fooling around and begin to take your education seriously? After all, your outlook on life will greatly improve when you cultivate consistent study habits. I don't get it.
So if you click on that complex question, there's more information about how they're looking at complex question. But I think the part of it that is the trigger words for what you were just looking at is when are you going to stop fooling around? Because that implies that you are.
Oh, that's
what I mean?
right. Because that other
It's like that's a loaded question.
was when
And
are you
there's-
going to have you stopped beating your wife?
Yes, exactly. When are you going to
Okay.
stop fooling around? It implies that you are fooling
Yes.
around, and you either have stopped or you haven't stopped. but you're fooling around in any case.
Oh, yeah, the why. Well, in this case, when, but yeah, okay. So that's the loaded question. We know ad hominem. Accident. Rule or general statement P is true in circumstances X. P is true in circumstance Y. The 15th Amendment to the Constitution of the US gives all citizens the right to vote, so that clearly implies children citizens have the right to vote. Yeah.
So they're implying that the category of citizens must include children, right?
Yeah. Which, in the context, is incorrect.
Right.
And the converse accident, P is true in circumstance X, P is true in more general circumstance Y. So generalization. Not one person spoke to me on the way to the library, so it's clear to me that the Lander University is not as friendly as I was led to believe. Yeah. Or because of that one person.
Yeah, I can think of something that I heard recently that was actually several of those put together to tell a story, and it was kind of crazy.
Wow. False cause pretty... Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead.
False cause pretty self-explanatory. X is related to or is followed by Y. X caused Y. Since Mary sat in the back of the class and made an A on the last test, maybe I should sit there too. Or Napoleon became a great emperor since he was so short.
You know, he wasn't actually that short.
Yeah, I know.
For his time period, he wasn't that short, and B, it came down to a translation error. Like for his time period and for his people, he was not tall. He was about average height. But 5'7" somehow got translated to 5'2", and in a different language. And everybody went around talking about like how short he was and shit. And he may have been short compared to like some foreigners, but for his time and for his people, he was actually pretty average height. And it's really funny that even today, people are like, oh, the Napoleon complex, the short person thing. And he wasn't even that short.
That's pretty funny.
So tell me how I do, Richard. Petitio Principi.
Principi.
Principi?
Principi, yes. He was a power bottom, though.
A power bottom.
Yeah.
And
okay, TMI. I believe you, but TMI.
I love this example. Ready to trying to drag it back to not bum stuff. Just for Richard's sake, I don't mind the bum talk. Logic is an essential course. This is great, really, because it's required at many colleges. It's required because the ability to reason is vital, and it is vital because logic is essential.
Yes, I think everyone knows what that is.
Ad populum again, but there's two versions. There's the snob appeal. L says P, and L is in the elite. Therefore, P is true. So it's like almost an argument to authority.
Yeah, I was going to say that could be mistaken at times, I think.
Yeah. And bandwagon is the one we mainly use.
How could that be mistaken for an argument from authority?
The elite.
Yeah, like we should believe this person because they are.
That's not what an argument. That's not what an argument.
It's not an argument from authority. It's ad populum. It's the popularity of the argument. So you're either appealing to the number of people who believe in it, or you're appealing to a very sympathetic elite figure that also believes in it.
And if we could cover the flip side of the same coin, there's nothing wrong with citing an actual scholar on some certain topic, right? There's nothing logically wrong with that.
No, but if I'm citing Johnny Depp,
Pixie, could I finish that, please? But if you're citing someone who's not an authority on the topic, that's the logically fallacious part. So in all cases, when you cite an authority who is an authority, you are not committing a appeal to authority.
That's right. And we're not saying that this is one. We're saying people would mistake this.
Yeah, I just said it could be mistaken for it sometimes, depending.
If they don't know the definition of what an appeal to authority is.
Yeah, and what I'm realizing is that most people that are chucking them out there every day don't know.
Actually, it could be. I think it could be both in some instances. For
Wow,
example,
give an example of that.
Okay, so people who often quote, what's the name of that doctor? He had his license taken away. He was discredited because he did a fraudulent thing for money, but he did it before he even could profit off of it, which was a whole nother weird thing. Now, people will often cite him because of his quote-unquote medical expertise, even though his medical expertise has nothing to do with what they're quoting, and that has been proven fraudulent over and over again, right? So, and he's a popular known figure, right? So when they quote him, it is both. It is both an appeal to authority, which is not validating at all if you know this person's record, and the elite, the ad populum. He's in the elite, and people like him, therefore. So it could be
We
both.
just had that fallacy on the last page. Does anybody remember what it was?
Which one?
The one where because they are an authority on A, you can cite them on topic B.
Because they're an authority on something, they could be trusted to advise on basically anything.
No, but that's what I'm saying. They're trusting his medical expertise because he was a medical expert before his license was taken away for misusing his expertise and misleading people with it, right? But people still quote him, right? So it's both, and he's still popular. So it's both this elite thing and an appeal to authority.
But it's not, because he might not be licensed to practice, but he still has the knowledge.
Well, yeah, he still has he has medical knowledge, but not in the way he's being quoted, if that makes sense. That would be like asking a general practitioner or a pediatrician to walk you through some rare virologist's disease he's handling, right? Like, they're not going to do it well. And so just because you have quote unquote medical expertise doesn't mean you have the right medical expertise.
Yeah. Let's see what you're saying. We've already learnt that one. Ignoratio elenchi. Irrelevant conclusion. There is little point in taking a logic course because you'll never get much money out of it. Also known as non sequitur. Any argument where the conclusion does not logically follow from the premise. Since informal fallacies are not formally identifiable, no complete standard classification of the ways people can make mistakes in arguments is possible. Thus, this category of informal fallacy is a catch-all type. So if a fallacy of relevance does not clearly fit into one of the common fallacies described above, it can be identified as this fallacy.
I think that it would be a good time, since they brought it up right there, what a formal and informal fallacy is, if someone would identify the difference.
Well, a formal one is the one that clearly fits into its description or definition, and an informal one is one that you can recognize there's a fallacy taking place, but it's like maybe it's this one, but maybe it's that one.
Okay, so yes, it's a good time to review that. That is nothing about. That had nothing to do with formal and informal fallacies. Your answer.
Well, is that not what that said right there?
No, a formal fallacy has something to do with the structure of the argument. There's something in the argument that is inherently flawed, be it a premises, like something in the form of the argument renders it invalid. It's wrong. An informal one is where there's the form of the argument is fine, but there's the flaws in the reasoning.
I'll give a for instance. If you have a conclusion amongst your premises, that's a formal fallacy.
Because the structure doesn't follow.
Right.
So, which is fine. That's what I thought. But is this here not saying what I just tried to interpret from it?
I don't know. Our brains are very different. You'll have to explain.
It says this category of informal fallacy is a catch-all type. So if a fallacy of relevance does not clearly fit in one of the common fallacies above, it can be identified as this fallacy, the informal fallacy.
Well, that's because most fallacies are attacking the form of the argument, and this one's attacking the reasoning rather than the form. So if you don't have something in the form to specifically point at, you can go here because the reasoning is what's flawed. And anytime the reasoning is flawed anywhere, it's going to fit in this category. And so I guess it would be like a catch-all for anything not a formal fallacy.
It is a catch-all because saying something is an irrelevant conclusion is a really broad category. It just means that your argument may be correct in form, but the conclusion is irrelevant, or it doesn't work, or it doesn't follow from the premises. So this really is a catch-all and has to do with everything that isn't part of the form of the argument or a formal fallacy. But everything we've been reviewing today have been informal fallacies. Everything.
Yeah. So Richard, correct me if I'm wrong. This one would be like if I granted you had a valid argument, but was arguing that it was not sound.
Yes.
That is what I would use.
Yes.
Okay.
I'm persuaded you're correct.
You're back in the driver's seat space.
Say one more time.
You're back in the driver's seat.
Oh, okay. So we looked up all of these possibilities, right? Yeah. Complex, all these. Yeah. So what do you think of this first one?
So President Nixon cheated on his income tax. President Clinton cheated on his income tax. Therefore, all politicians cheat on income taxes.
To me, it's like a hasty generalization, maybe.
Yes. See, you can pull it up quicker. I got to go back to the list.
Para mí, número dos.
What?
Let me. Did you look at accident?
Yeah,
the
we
logical
looked at
mistake
two
of
kinds.
Okay. Atypical specific examples from a general premise which does not apply to those instances. Scope of generalization refers to uncharacteristic or incongruous examples.
That's the one I was going with, but I had to go back and check if I was really thinking accident or converse accident, but it was accident.
Yeah, I need to probably review both of those, but so we're going to go with
answer
accident.
To 4. Yeah.
This one? Okay. All right. You seem to me to be quite interested in the Vooley calibrated food processor. So do you want to charge it or pay cash?
Ooh, a sales pitch. I like that.
Oh, that's the...
Also a little bit of a false dichotomy. Like, you've already made a decision. Which next step will it be?
So the complex question?
No, it's the one where it's a loaded question one. What was that called again?
That's complex question.
Oh,
Loaded question falls under, it's like there's like a few things under complex question.
Well, that was my answer too.
What's the Petito Principi? Oh, that's the circular one. Okay.
Circular.
Oh, could it be circular?
No.
No.
No, because it's still asking a question. It didn't make a conclusion.
That's true. So I would
Yeah,
say
it
that
demands a
complex
response.
question.
Yeah, by assuming motives.
Yeah. By assuming that like a decision has been made, you know. All right. The United States does not allow discrimination on the basis of race, gender, or belief. Therefore, it should be illegal to have all men or all women organizations.
That's the premise doesn't follow. Which was
That's is that converse accident?
That's what I'm thinking, but I'm not sure.
Yeah, probably yes. I'm probably gonna have to go back and look.
I need my list again,
It's
and I lost.
instead of a thing causing something and it doesn't actually cause that, the causation is following.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think
Right.
all or never was the converse accident. That's what stuck in my mind.
All or
And that's why
Converse
I want to go there.
is not one person spoke to me on the way to the library, so it is clear that Lander University is not as friendly as I was led to believe.
Oh,
So they're
maybe
taking a
the-
sample of small thing and applying it to everyone, right?
Yeah,
Right.
and the
So that's
accident,
not the one I thought. Okay.
and the accident is the 15th Amendment to the Constitution of the US gives all citizens the right to vote. So that
Therefore,
clearly
children
implies
should be able to
children
vote.
should vote.
This one
There
should
you
be
go.
accident, and the one I said accident on earlier might need to be converse accident.
This one?
Yeah, that one needs to be converse, I think.
Okay. I think you're right on that one too. And I
And
said
then
this
that
one
one
is
needs to be
this one is
accident.
accident. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Many studies have shown that teenagers have quicker reactions than do persons in their 20s. The reason cited in these studies is that older persons do not react as quickly.
That's circular. Sorry, I shouldn't have just spit that out.
Yeah, no, that was really obvious very quickly. Circular's pretty easy to pick, isn't it, when someone does it?
Yeah, because you're used to dealing with Christians.
Yeah.
Oh, this is funny. It's referencing another silly question or situation. Since I've been on the International Brand Systematics program, my grades have improved dramatically. It's obvious that the program has resulted in improved memory for academic subjects.
False cause.
False cause, yeah.
Yeah, I agree. All right, so review. Converse accident. These two examples mean that everyone
Hang
is
on,
that
hang
way.
on.
Okay.
Or was it ignoratio elenchi? Irrelevant conclusion.
No, I think it's the converse. It applies to these two, so it must apply to all.
No.
You mean this one?
The very last question. The very last question.
This?
I'm not looking at, so you have to read it.
No,
to me,
because
sorry.
I think that one was the like, if there's no protests and there's no complaints, then everybody must be satisfied, right? In the absence of evidence. He's saying, I joined this program and then this happened.
Yeah, but he's saying
he's assuming one is causing the other.
Yeah, I'm getting it around the wrong way. You're right.
Okay.
It is.
Yeah. So yeah, I think that's right. False cause. And then this one is circular, right? And then this one is
accident.
Okay. Complex question, yeah. All right, let's go for it. Yay, look at that.
Yay.
We're learning our fallacies.
Yay.
I like learning phallus type things.
Wait a minute. There's a fallacy in that.
Nice. Let's see. Ooh, tests. There's tests instead of quizzes. It sounds so much more official.
Quiz sounds fun. Test sounds arduous.
Does it? Okay. Which sounds fun?
No. I'm just saying, isn't it weird? It means the same bloody thing.
Oh, well, yeah, I guess that's true. Let's see. Syllogistic arguments, ordinary language syllogisms, logic and language. I think I had brought up this. Let's see. This might be beyond us at this moment. All persons who worry are people who live in the future. All persons who plan ahead are people who live in the future. So we have people who worry and people who plan ahead. All persons who plan
that
ahead
doesn't
are
follow.
persons who worry. Right.
So
because this, all persons, this, I mean, all persons who worry. All persons who worry.
it just means that both of those groups live in the future, but it doesn't mean that they are each other. See? There's sections where they don't cross over, so it's not all persons who worry are people who plan ahead.
Right.
The diagram is excellent. But
Answer
for my
says,
brain,
let's
that's
see.
exactly what I need to see.
It says this argument is like saying all cats are animals, all dogs are animals, all dogs are cats.
Exactly.
Right.
It says it's the fallacy of the undistributed middle term. Some procrastinators are lazy persons. No self-actualized persons are lazy persons. Therefore, some self-actualized persons are not procrastinators. See, this is when have you ever heard of there's like this thing that you can do, and I forget what it's called, where you take like some procrastinators and you give it a symbol, and then R has a symbol.
Yeah.
Lazy persons, or it has like a letter, like so A and then symbol B, right? Some procrastinators are lazy persons, and then but it makes it like a little bit easier to sort out. But let's see. Some self-actualized persons are not procrastinators.
In language, the word "are" is numerical identity or equal to.
Yes.
So you could use equal to right there.
Yeah, I think equal is used actually in this instance, and some might have its own symbol because it doesn't. It gives a designation as to not. It's a not all, if you know what I mean. Not all or none.
Right.
So
that would be like some would be not all.
Right.
Same as no. No
no,
is not
yeah,
all.
no gets its own designation because that's like none. No.
Right.
Can we see the diagram?
Yeah.
So some
So
procrastinators.
the conclusion is some self-actualized persons are not procrastinators.
Yeah, absolutely.
Right.
So the answer is
let's
it's
look at what
not
the
a
answer
fallacy.
says. This argument is just like saying some animals are cats, no dogs are cats. So some dogs are not animals.
What?
The fallacy of the illicit process of the major term. So the alternate comparable argument is some animals are cats, no dogs are cats. So that's a whole separate circle, right? Some animals are cats, no dogs are cats. They're all in the but then it says so some dogs are not animals. It doesn't really make sense, honestly.
That's so cute.
Let's look at. Did we look at the
That's a
diagram?
hard
on this
one for me.
Yes, we did. But it's weird because I guess they are the same argument. But some A are B, no C are B.
Are B. Therefore, some.
Wait,
B,
hold on. Let's actually diagram this. Hold on, or not diagram it, but put it in that
C.
kind of
Therefore,
formula.
some C are not A.
Okay, so hold on. Let's so it's a some. So some. Say it again. Some.
Some
let's see.
A
Some-
are
Right?
B.
Some P procrastinators are what? I'm in a separate
Some
page.
A are B.
No C or B.
Some A
No,
are B.
some C are not A.
You went too fast, I think.
Sorry.
So you got
Hold on.
some
So I've
A
got
are
some
B.
A are B for some procrastinators are lazy persons.
Yeah.
And so I've got
No C
no
are B.
C are B. So the conclusion again is what? I'm not on
Some
it.
C.
Some C are not B.
A.
Or A, sorry.
A. Some C are not A.
Some A are B.
No,
That's
they
the
would be
neat
B
part.
then. If some A are B, then it would be no C are B.
Some A are B.
Yep. No
Oh,
C
you know
are
what?
B.
You're right. Hold on. No, because B is lazy persons, right? So we could
What are you
even
trying to
put,
say?
like,
The expansion of the universe didn't happen? What do you mean no CRB?
That's funny.
so that we forget or remember what they are. Let's see. No, some self-actualized persons are not procrastinators. Some S are not P.
That just looks like a nonsense argument to me. Nothing follows anything.
Right. Some P are L. No S are L. Some S are not P. Yeah, we have to actually is there a Venn diagram of this thing? Hold on.
Yeah, we
already
looked at it, but I still couldn't figure it out. It doesn't make any sense.
I think perhaps if someone introduced this as in story form, that might be better for.
Before.
It wasn't in story form.
Let's see. So, some boys are what?
Fat.
Okay. No.
No girls are fat.
Okay. And so some.
So some.
It's like
babies.
It's something totally unrelated, honestly.
Some babies are not fat. That's what I mean. It's a completely nonsensical argument.
I mean, it's nonsensical if you're assuming that this must follow from these premises, right? Because it can't. I mean, babies have nothing to do with anything. We can't assume anything about babies based on these two premises.
We've introduced a whole new label into the conclusion that's not in any of the premises.
Right.
Oh, that's the conclusion that doesn't follow. What's that one?
Well, conclusions that don't follow, you mean just the form issue or the specific on why?
The logic ones we were looking at before. Yeah, I can tell you.
Let me see. I know that there's some
ignoratio elenchi, irrelevant conclusion.
And there's also this is more of a formal form, what we're looking at, like some PRL, no SRL, like that's like deductive. But if the conclusion doesn't follow the premises, it can still be a valid argument, but not sound. Or wait, no, that's not true. That's not true. Hold on, that's not true. So okay, let me get this straight again. I know I'll read it later, but if the conclusion does follow, but is not true, it can be valid but not sound. It has to be both true and valid in order to be sound. There we go.
Right. Which is why I said the catch-all was when you weren't addressing the form, right? You're saying, okay, it's valid, but it's not sound because it's in the reasoning and not the form.
As well, as long as the conclusion does follow, it doesn't, like, we're not looking at whether or not the premises or the conclusion are true, only that it follows. Even if it's all total.
Which in this case it doesn't.
Right.
Which makes
Right.
it
Right.
irrelevant
Because
conclusion.
they don't go together, right? Those things don't go together. They don't say things about one another.
In fact,
would you agree that? Oh.
Go ahead.
I was just going to say, so we agree that that would be a relevant conclusion?
Well, okay, so that's informal logic, and this is formal logic. Formal has to do with like form and deductive versus inductive. I mean, I think that what we were looking at before is more
informal.
Those were all informal fallacies.
Informal fallacies. There we go.
How come they're written in
Formal
syllogism?
fallacies.
L says P, L is in the elite, therefore P is true. That's formal.
No, there was not a form problem. There was a thinking problem. That makes it an informal or non-formal fallacy.
So,
if the form is right but the thinking is bad, it's still an informal fallacy. That has nothing to do with the form. It has only to do with the reasoning. However, something can be fallacious just because the form is stupid.
But you're telling me that form that we just looked at was valid.
I don't know. I'd have to see it again. Right now, I'm looking at a blank screen. I don't remember what it was.
That's my whole point. It's not valid. It is a problem with the form.
Okay, and now we're going over formal fallacies, so that makes sense.
But
it makes sense if this is what we've been reviewing for the last. The most near minutes on the new topic have been formal fallacies, so it's good that you're recognizing it's a formal fallacy.
I'm looking just to see how if there's a little bit of like explanation of deductive form, etc., and just dealing with that whole thing.
I understood that we were looking at formal fallacies. What I don't understand is how the previous ones were
not
all
formal
informal. I don't. That's what I don't see. Because, for example, the argument from Pity is L says P. L deserves P because of X. P is true.
Right.
But it wasn't answering. But even if all of those are true,
the form is incorrect.
No, but even if all of those are true and the form is correct, it doesn't address the question of emergency, right? So the reasoning would still be.
But you're saying that even if the form is the issue, it's informal if the thinking is the issue as well.
If you're
I think it's really important. It's really important that you get this particular point sorted out. So I'm glad you're thinking about it and trying to figure it out. It's gonna matter.
If you're addressing the reasoning in the argument, you're addressing informal fallacies. If you're addressing the structure of the argument itself, or something in the argument itself, you're addressing a formal fallacy.
And that's why I don't understand how the previous ones
so
weren't.
the way that I understand it is formal fallacies happen in deductive form of arguments. Like that's where we find formal fallacies. Informal fallacies are inductive, or they apply to inductive forms of arguments, and yeah. That's my understanding anyway. So here, look here, check it out. Like here, and let me look at one other thing too. Hold on.
So, well, this might.
Okay, in philosophy, a formal fallacy, deductive fallacy, logical fallacy, or non sequitur is a pattern of reasoning rendered invalid by a flaw in its logical structure that can be neatly expressed in a standard logic system. So like that's all B are C, all C are whatever, and therefore blah, blah, blah. Like we look at that and we say, does this follow? if these were true, if we're going to say these premises are true, does the conclusion follow?
Yep.
Like, all
And if
cats
it
are
doesn't,
animals,
what do you
right?
call that? A formal fallacy.
That's when fallacies occur, when we're dealing with those kinds of arguments, then those are formal fallacies. And when we're dealing with inductive,
so if L says P and L is in the elite, P is true.
Well, see,
says
that's
P.
that's not, see, we're talking about, we need to look at categories of things like this argument here. Socrates is a man, right? We've got an individual and a category. All of this category have this quality. All men are mortal. Therefore, Socrates is mortal. Therefore, this individual has this quality.
Yeah.
Right? The individual is in a category. This category has this quality. Therefore, the individual also has that quality.
Yep. That's what I mean. I get it. I don't know why. Yeah. I don't know how L says P. L is in the elite. So therefore P is true, which.
Okay, so check out.
I see that it's the reasoning, yes, doesn't follow.
Yeah, it's in the structure. It's in like the reasoning according to the structure and whether or not the conclusion follows. If the conclusion does follow, it's in one category. If it doesn't, it's in another. If it's anyway, go on. Sorry.
No, you're right. I'll show you.
But check it out. Most Greeks eat olives, right? Most Greeks eat olives.
But see, those ones make sense to me. These are the ones that I'm struggling with because you're just saying that these are informal, but they're here presented.
They're laying it out in a formal manner to show you why it's a fallacy, right? But look at the examples they give. None of those examples are laid out in a formal argument. Not one. Now they can tell you formally where the fallacy is, but the fallacy itself is not. It's not an argument. It's not laid out in a formal manner.
It has to do with structure. It has to do with the content of.
I get it. I guess what I don't get is that it is saying exactly that, and you'll say that that's a formal structure, but that isn't.
No. What I'm saying is they're showing you the fallacy in a formal structure. The fallacy is that the fallacy is that L says P and L is the elite, and therefore it's true, right? Yeah. The fallacy isn't thinking because this is a popular figure and they said this thing is true. It's not in the. Does that make sense? Like
it's boiled down. It looks like deductive form,
if
but it's
I changed L elite right to Q, it is L says P. L is in the Q. P is true.
Well, no,
but you're trying to apply deductive logic rules where it doesn't really fit.
Go ahead. But also look at the difference between says and eats. Yeah. When is the thing that they can show is being done by a majority of Greeks, right? Now, the conclusion may not follow, but the fact that a majority of Greeks eat olives, right? Like that's not something that like I can say, oh, like we can't have access. Like I can't explain it.
I know because it's to me it's like
check this out. Assuming the truth of the premises, it's likely that Socrates eats olives, but it's not guaranteed. According to this view, this argument is inductive. Right. Because basically we're saying most of a category do this thing. This individual is in the category. The individual does that thing.
Instead of likely does that thing.
Right, because it's most, not all. If it was all, it'd be different.
This one it says
olives, it says most.
Okay, here we go. says versus is.
L is P. L is also
I mean,
Q.
L is the elite, right? But L is the elite is not in question here. What's in question here is what L says. And the weight you're putting on what L says is because L is elite. In the other one, we're saying these people do this, or most of these people do this. This person is a part of this group, therefore he does this, instead of therefore he likely does this.
Yeah. What would change it is if it said all Greeks, because then it's all of that category and he fits into that category. If we say most, we have to leave room for the possibility that he doesn't. Not that he doesn't fit into the category,
Yeah,
but that
I get
he's
that.
not
I
part
get
of
that
most Greeks.
fallacy.
Right?
That's what I mean. The one user describing makes total sense to me.
Mm-hmm. You know what? If this is your
I don't-
first sort of exposure to this stuff, I'm not sure if it is. Like just the I mean, this thing that they're showing on your screen here, where they're just boiling it down, because we could say like Laura says that, you know, this product is the best ever, blah 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 blah. Laura is a marketing consultant.
Yeah.
So the thing that she says must be true.
But
right?
like, I guess because the way my weird brain works, right? Says P, it's not about the says, because you could say L is, and
But
thing
if you
that
said
says
is, that
P.
means that
So
he's in a
the thing
category.
that says P, right? That's the category.
Right, but what's being
There's a thing
disputed?
that says P. L is a thing that says P. L is a thing that is in the elite.
Right, but
So
what's
we've
being
got
disputed in
two
the
different
example?
categories that don't
Yeah,
even.
where's the problem?
No. What's being disputed in the example is not that L is in the elite. That is granted. L is in the elite.
No, no.
Fine, we don't care.
That's one of the
What's being disputed is what L says.
If it's true.
And if that is accurate, simply because they're elite.
Yeah, I get it, and that's why I see the informal part, but I also can't see how that that there's also an issue with the form.
In the answer, yeah, not in like okay, so it's like okay, let's go to the example. Since you have chosen to live the good life and a life of distinction, you deserve 4 roses furniture in your home to show your elevated status or station. Right? And then the bandwagon. So I don't even like that example. I wish they gave a better example, actually.
Now, do you see my issue?
Since you have chosen to live the good life and a life of distinction.
Since A and since B, C, the whole argument, the structure of the argument is rubbish.
Maybe
that's just a bad example.
Yeah, I don't like that example actually, but that's okay.
Can you go to the ad populum link there and let's see if they give any better whatever explanation.
To me, it seems the problem there is you've chosen, thereby deserve.
Well, I think that they're trying to boil down the arguments so that they don't have to tell a story with everyone. We're just trying to recognize the pattern of if this, then that, or.
So is it the case then, and this will solve it for me, that regardless of if there's issues with the form, if there is an informal fallacy occurring, that's what it is? Because the form and the structure is irrelevant if it's already committing an informal fallacy.
If your conclusion is not true, but your form is correct, you have a valid argument that is not sound. If you have, if the form is not correct, if the form is not correct, then you have an argument that is neither valid nor sound.
See, look, the whole thing with
Yeah.
deductive logic is its structure is what we're looking at, not
And now we're talking about deductive.
because that's the form that formal fallacies versus informal fallacies applies to. And deductive logic.
Well, maybe
is
you need to
different from
explain
inductive.
that.
Okay, so deductive logic has everything to do with structure, like let's say all blonde people steal cars. George is a blonde person, therefore George steals cars.
That would be true.
It's okay, so it's
So what was that?
it is true, it's valid, but it's not sound.
Inductive or
That's
deductive?
a deductive argument. I'm saying all blondes, that's a
How is that
category.
not
All of
sound?
them, right? All B do this thing. They steal cars, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so you have to assume that the premises are true. If they were true, does the conclusion follow? That's how you see whether or not something is valid.
Yeah.
If we were to assume that the premises are true, does the conclusion follow? So all blondes steal cars. George is a blonde. Therefore, George steals cars.
Valid, but not sound. But
right, yeah. Exactly.
What
valid
is,
because the
what is
conclusion,
not sound?
Because it's not true. Blondes don't. All
But
blondes
it is.
steal cars.
If all blondes steal cars.
Yeah,
and you
if
said
that were
if we're
true.
assuming the premises are
yeah,
true.
if we're assuming the premises are true, then the argument is valid. It doesn't make it a sound argument. It makes it a valid argument.
No. Well, look.
But if the premises are true, how is
we're
it not
assuming
sound?
it true so that we can examine the form only.
You guys are going too fast.
We're assuming that it's true only to examine the form. Once we examine the form and establish that it's either valid or not valid, because if it's not valid, you don't need to go forward trying to see if it's sound, because it says it's not possible that it's going to be sound. So if it's valid, then you look at the content and say, okay, are they actually true? We assumed it true to examine the form. If it's actually true, then we can say that it is sound. Valid? Yes, because the structure is correct. Sound? Because the content is true. The premises and conclusion are both true. Do you understand? Like in one instance, we're only assuming the truth to examine the form and whether or not it fits into one of two categories.
Guys, you're not doing it one at a time. You're doing both at the same time. That's a bad idea for him. That's what he's saying.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that is what I'm saying.
Okay, so just do validity.
Yeah, so we have to establish validity before we can go forward to further examine the argument. In order to establish that, we have to assume, just to examine the form, that the premises are true to see if the conclusion absolutely must follow.
And do you know why I must be confused? Because we just spent 10 minutes telling me the exact opposite with the informal.
Because that wasn't deductive logic.
How can I figure out if something's valid?
But that doesn't apply to inductive logic.
So what you're saying
not apply to that.
What you're saying is it would have been better for you to start here and then go to where we started.
I think so.
Maybe, yeah, maybe.
Okay, so let's flip that around and make it in the right order for your brain. Which is more fundamental to you, Sammy? That it's in the correct physical order, or that it is true in the sense that it is actual in reality? Which is more fundamental?
Wait,
well, whether it's true in reality.
Okay, so let's talk about whether or not something is true.
If it is true, but you can't establish that, so it has to be the order.
Well, look. Can I interrupt, Richard, just a tiny bit?
Of course.
Okay, so just so it's hopefully more clear. Deductive arguments have to do with form and whether or not the conclusion follows the premises. And that's one category, right? And it's either going to be valid or not valid, sound or not sound, right? Well, it goes into those categories. When we look at inductive arguments, it is strength or weakness according to the cogency of the premises, the correctness of them, the probability of them.
But I think form matters so much more in deductive because it's like a show your work thing. Like inductive is adding, right? You're bringing in more and more. You're adding to the argument. Deduct and to get you're adding information to get to your conclusion, right? Deductive is the opposite. You're subtracting. You're deducting. You're pushing things into smaller and smaller categories. So the form is very, very important to be valid because it's basically a show your work method, how you subtracted to get to your conclusion.
Well, and also like inductive is dealing with inferences, not absolutes. Like when we say all men are whatever, we're not inferring that. We're stating it as a fact. Inferring, like if I say I think Mike is home because I saw his car in the driveway, I've made a conclusion, sort of, and a premise to support it, right?
Right.
Because the car is in the driveway, therefore Mike must be home. These are inferring possibilities, and they have either strong or weak possibilities for being. I believe the word is cogent, but I want to make sure.
But on the other hand, I could make that a deductive argument, and I can say that Joe doesn't drive any other vehicles. When the vehicle is gone, Joe is gone. The vehicle is not gone, therefore Joe is not gone, and that's more deductive.
Right, because we have to make assumptions, right? We have to make assumptions that if the car is there, then Joe is also there. But there's also the possibility that somebody picked Joe up, right? Like did we say whether or not he never rides in any other car as well as never drives in any other car?
Oh, that's true. I guess if I said
Joe, walk also, like, you know what I mean? We have to have like strength of
right. Well, and it would also be different if I was talking about Joe's truck in front of his house or Joe's truck in front of the shop, right? Like the grocery store or something.
Right.
Because he's far less likely to just go for a walk or get a ride and leave his truck at the grocery store than he is to leave it in his own driveway. Right.
So your argument would probably have a lot of strength to it, but you couldn't say 100% for sure if Joe is actually home, not without checking. Right. But you could make a pretty strong argument for him being home. Now, if you wanted to make an argument in a deductive style that applies to Joe, you could say. But
in that case, you'd be working backwards from inferences.
If the lights are on, then Joe is home. The lights are on. Therefore, Joe is home.
And then that one would be deductive.
That's deductive because
got you.
We're using conditions saying if this is true, then this is also true. Okay, this is true. Okay, so this is also true, you know? If A is true, then B is true. A is true. Therefore, B is true.
Okay, so if I'm making inferences, even if I'm working backwards and laying it out in a deductive form, it can't be valid because the inferences are there, which makes it inductive reasoning.
It's strength or weakness of cogency, I believe. Let's see. Let me just make sure here. I just want to make sure that I'm using the right words. Okay, cogent argument is by definition non-deductive, which means that the premises are intended to establish probable but not conclusive support for the conclusion. Furthermore, a cogent argument is strong, so the premises, if they were true, would succeed in providing probable support for the conclusion. They're either strong or weak. But a cogent argument, I believe the cogent part means that it is strong. A weak argument would not be cogent. I think that's how that goes, but let's make sure.
I believe you're right.
What about non-deductive? For non-deductive, we introduce the notion of cogent argument. Cogent argument is a strong non-deductive argument that has true premises. So it has to have true premises.
Okay, and it would still be, but it would still be inductive, right? Like
the conclusion is not a given. It doesn't necessarily follow, but it's highly probable that it does.
Yeah, it's a likely inference, basically.
Right, exactly.
Okay. All right, just wanted to make sure that was correct in my head.
Yeah, and let's also just remind ourselves too that it's the way that it goes is formal fallacies follow, and I mean follow not like a conclusion follows, but follows like attaches to deductive logic, and informal fallacies attach to inductive reasoning. We could call it deductive reasoning as well, but
that makes sense. One's like a show your work math kind of thing, and the other's like an editor.
And you're making it like, it's kind of like Sherlock Holmes, right? He uses a combination of both when he's doing like going through his spiel, but he's also making lots of inferences based on evidence or observations. So he's drawing conclusions from things that, yes, could be in that deductive category, could be that kind of information, but also lots of inferences, lots of, good guesses, very good guesses. So fun stuff.
Hey.
But anyway, what I was going to say before, Sammy, is that if this is like, if some or even a lot of this information is new, I would, if it interests you, it's one of the two classes that through my entire time going back and forth to college, trying to get my education, I thought that everyone should take was logic and critical thinking. That class, and also political science, because I didn't take anything like that in high school because I kind of skipped some stuff. But it was very, very informative, at least for the teacher that I had, and that's for the US. But for anyone on the planet, logic and critical thinking is like necessary, especially just learning about fallacies.
I took that the same semester. I took literature of the non-Western world, and that was a very interesting combination. It was great fun, though.
Yeah, for all
I clearly have a lot of reading to do, because you were steps ahead of what I needed to understand.
I think it's just about like learning how to recognize the certain patterns of arguments and how they're made. And if you listen to
No, simpler. I like, I didn't even know that you had that, that it had to be broken into sound and valid, but you have to do valid first.
Right.
You mean, so you didn't know the labels, but that doesn't mean that you didn't intuitively know these things.
Exactly.
Just from your
I was
experience.
going to say, in practice, I can do it. It's the theory that I had no fucking.
That's what I'm saying. You know these things, you just don't know how to label them all yet.
Exactly. And that's why when I look at those fallacies, I just see faulty arguments in my brain. And you even did a little bit of an example. You's like, here's this argument informally, and then here's this argument formally. I'm like, so see, they can be, they're both in my brain. Like, the reasoning might be shit too, but isn't that the soundness? and then the fact that the argument doesn't, the things don't follow either, isn't that the form?
Yes.
So isn't
So-
even the informal ones formal?
No, because here's why. So if I'm looking at the argument and the conclusion doesn't follow and I decide it's not valid, I can dismiss it because the form is invalid. It's not even a valid argument. Now, if the argument is valid, then I look at it and I say, okay, it's valid, but is the reasoning sound, right? Are these things true? And is the conclusion true? And then you decide if the reasoning, and if the reasoning is good and everything's true, then it is also sound. So formal is about the structure and informal is about the reasoning.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's deductive. I think you were connecting the formal versus informal with valid. I mean, deductive versus inductive. But yes,
Yeah.
You're right. For they go together. So deductive is about the form. Inductive is about the probability and truthfulness of the premises, and what you can draw from the premises. That it doesn't absolutely follow, but it's highly probable that it does. One is way more absolute than the other.
But
Like,
how
you
did
can
we
show
get
your
here
work
from
and
formal and informal?
like you can show your work and be wrong.
You just keep jumping like 10 steps ahead and missing the crucial first few steps.
Guys, if I could just as quickly as I possibly can, when you ladies, it seems to me, are talking about these things, it's like you're describing all the planets in their orbits, thereby there must be star. Where Sammy is asking, what the hell is a star?
Okay, let me explain it this way. If somebody brought to you an argument that you had never heard before, right? And so you're not looking at this argument and saying, there's something wrong with this automatically. You're looking at this argument and you're saying, I wonder if this could be true. So then you look at what they said, right? And if you find a mistake there, the argument is invalid and there's no reason to continue. But if you don't find a mistake there, right? Then you don't stop and say, okay, this must be true. You say, okay, there's no mistake here. So let me do a little bit of research. Is this thing he said true? Is this next thing he said true? Do these things add up to this conclusion? If so, it is sound. If not, it is not
You
sound.
just said the exact same thing the exact same way.
No, how?
Yes, you did.
Yeah, you did.
Richard gets it. You're missing. I'm asking what the fuck is informal and formal, and you just keep going beyond that.
And you guys keep doing both at the same time, which is confusing.
Yes.
Okay.
I'm saying
so
if
in the
I
example,
can see an argument, right, with no,
Uh-huh.
it's not informal or formal. How can
Okay.
I address it without knowing it's formal or informal, without assuming one of those things? So I've got to find premises and then
I think
say,
you do
okay,
it-
here's premise A, premise B, and
No,
then premise
again-
C.
It's all
Again, I
Doesn't
think
follow,
situational.
blah, blah, blah.
Yeah, again, I think you do it intuitively without knowing it. You just don't know how to label it, right? Like if I said something stupid, if I said A, therefore B, and you were like, wait.
Deductive.
A, therefore B, because A doesn't make sense, right? A is not true. You are attacking that's formal, right? But if I said A, therefore B, and you were like, wait, sometimes A, I get that, but that has nothing to do with B, and I'm not sure like how you got there or if you considered this, and did you, then we're going informal.
So you just demonstrated what my issue is.
Okay, so this might help because this is
You
and
literally
this might
just
be
did what the thing that I'm trying to express. that the one argument, you just said the exact argument twice and said that it is both formal and informal.
No, I said your response was addressing a formality or an informality.
But I'm asking the argument. What is the argument? Is it an informal fallacy or an informal fallacy? Right? My response isn't got anything to do with it, does it? What I'm saying, every argument I've seen tonight is both formal and informal. I can't see what makes one only this.
I'm saying it's possible for both to be present. If you are attacking the structure of my argument, the validity of my argument, if you are attacking the premises itself, right? If you're saying those premises are not true, or that conclusion does not follow from those premises, if you're attacking the structure of my argument, that's formal. If you're saying your structure's fine, but the reasoning there is really, really bad, then it's informal.
So then fallacies aren't formal or informal until I decide which part I want to attack.
And there can be both.
Well, what I've seen, it's always both. I just need to choose which one I want to attack.
Okay. So
because
you can't have. Sorry.
You can have a valid argument.
I don't think it's going to get straightened out this way. You guys have been at it for almost a half an hour.
See if you can make me.
Let's go back. Let's go back to Halsey's example, and let's use that to identify each part of this. Okay. Is it true that all blondes steal cars?
Well,
Sammy.
I have to assume one.
No. Just answer the damn question. It either is true or is not true that all blondes steal cars.
No.
Okay, it's not true. Okay. But we're going to ignore that for now. Is it true if we assume that all blondes steal cars and someone is a blonde that we can conclude they steal cars?
If it's true that all blondes do steal cars, did you say?
And if it's true this person is a blonde,
then yes.
Then would it be true that they do steal cars?
Yes.
Okay, great. All right. So what we just looked at was the form of the thing and not its overall truth value. Okay.
But I had to. You made me make a truth.
Yes,
claim.
I know I made you.
Whoa.
But when I asked you which
was
more important, was the truth value or the structure, right? You said the truth value was more important.
No. I said, yeah. Okay. Good boy.
You said the truth value was more important. Right now, we're only looking at the structure. Okay. So.
But that's why it doesn't. That's probably where I'm getting confused, because that to me is going backwards.
Right. Except people don't do it that way.
I had to assume the truth first.
Well, and obviously we know that all blondes don't steal cars, so this makes it obvious. But if they were handing you information you'd never seen before, you wouldn't know the validity of the statements either way before research. But before you waste your time researching, you want to see if the form at least makes sense, right? And then you go research.
Right. So we're talking about how do you invalidate, how do you say something is not true? Okay. So it's more fundamental to look at the structure of it or form and say if the structure or form is wrong. That's easier. You see?
Yeah, we have to assume that the premises are true only to examine the structure.
Just to work out the structure, because if it's not true.
Okay, so that's why people look at it as more fundamental, and Pixie did a great job of describing why. Okay? So that's all looking at the form of a thing. Okay?
Yeah. Which I'm pretty good with all that already.
Okay.
So yeah.
Okay, so that's when we're talking about the form, that's the word formal right there.
Yeah.
formal doesn't mean the way that we colloquially use it. It only talks about the form itself, but it has nothing to do if something is more important or the other. Actually, it's not formal like formal dress or formal actions or societal formal thought, which is what I used to assume, which confused the hell out of me.
Then
okay, go ahead.
Is I tried to ask, so then if you wouldn't even bother to look at or say whether an argument is no, see, this is about informal and formal. That's where I'm stuck. Like,
no, okay. So it's either a formal
and formal are fallacies. Those are referencing fallacies. Deductive and inductive is referencing.
Okay, I see what he's
reasoning.
doing there. He just wants to know what the problems are. The problem is either a problem of form or it's a fallacy problem if the thing is wrong, and you're looking for it to be wrong. So you're either looking at the form is wrong or it contains a fallacy. You look at the form first because it's easier without researching even outside of your knowledge range. And then you'd have to do research or have prior knowledge in order to say something is fallacious.
So, you wouldn't bother to say that it is both. You would just say it is formal because
it passes one test. If it passes the test of being formally correct, it's correct in form.
Say it doesn't. Right? It doesn't pass.
Then you're already done. You don't have to address something more.
And if it's not valid, it can't be. Like if we're talking about deductive, if it's not valid, it can't qualify for being sound. If it is valid, it can qualify, but it's only qualifying.
We've left informal and formal again.
Because so what you're referencing when you say formal and formal is the type of fallacy that applies to what type of reasoning. So when we talk about formal fallacies, that applies to deductive. Informal applies to
inductive.
Inductive, right. Deductive is when the conclusion must follow. Inductive means that there's strength of probability given the premise.
Likely inference.
Yes, likely inferences or strength or weak inferences. Yes.
Yeah. And your explanation, there's nothing wrong with your explanations because I understand everything you're saying and even get my head around it, everything. It's that you aren't addressing my problem, and that's my fault because I'm not expressing it.
She's saying
properly.
formal fallacies.
No, see, I just said I understood.
No, I'm saying they don't come into the. I'm not going to define them.
But...
I wasn't going to define them. I'm saying she's saying they don't come into the picture when you're addressing the validity of the argument. They only come into the picture after you've established it's valid and you're now looking at the soundness, right? Because then you're addressing the reasoning. Now, if you're addressing deductive reasoning, you're addressing formal fallacies. And if you're addressing inferences, you're addressing informal.
That'll confuse me because you finally got it. That one sentence was all my brain needed to hear to actually.
Oh, okay.
Because I tried to ask earlier. And then I don't know, I guess I couldn't find the way to say it properly. And I think what's happening is my brain doesn't see one then the other. I see both at the same time. So it's a case of I have to tell myself it's not which my brain thinks is more important, or do you know what I mean? I don't see it that way. So it's only the fact that you have now told me do it in this order that I will do it in that order.
Mm-hmm.
Does that make sense?
Right. So I think I would say that after you've established the validity, if you're attacking whether the premises are true, you're still attacking. I think wouldn't that still be a formal fallacy? It wouldn't go to informal because
You
it's
got
the
it.
truth of the
You got
statement,
it.
and
You see
it's
my
the truth of the
issue,
statement.
Dixie.
Right, it's the truth of the statement, though,
Yay.
right, and not the like you're not judging a likely inference, right? So those would still be formal fallacies. Now, if I was doing like an inference, if I was judging an inference or a likely outcome, then I would use informal fallacies.
See, but you saw my confusion there. How one can, like, it can be confusing.
It can be, especially when your brain wants to see it all at once instead of compartmentalizing everything.
Yes. Yeah, exactly. And because, like, you were sort of trying to explain how we get there, and I understand how we get there. I was having this issue of how am I supposed to, like, I look at this argument written in a written form only without that little helper thing there, and I see, say, 3 or 4 premises. So my brain instantly turns it into a formal thing. But if the first premise isn't true, I won't go forward either, which is
right. There's your formal fallacy,
isn't it? So then I've done, or is that formal?
No. So when you're judging the validity, when you're judging the structure and the form, you're using formal fallacies, right?
Yeah, but what I'm saying is, they're not. So if one of the premises I know isn't true, then I wouldn't even look at the form, would I? Or is that is classed as looking at the form?
Well,
that's the second step. You're in the second step. The first step is to assume that the premises are true, to check to see if the conclusion follows if the premises are true.
Is the assuming true bit?
It's because we use obvious examples to show where the flaws would be, but you have to look at this like information you've never seen before, right? Nothing in there is obviously true or false to you without further research. But before you waste all your time researching this, you're going to make sure that the form matches, because if the form is bad, why waste all your time researching?
Yeah, but okay. But I'm like, why even check the form if the premises aren't even true?
You wouldn't know. We just use obvious examples to highlight it
so
you can use it later.
Right. See,
let's say
I
that
just
like
have to
somebody
make myself do it because my brain doesn't think that way.
Let's say somebody gave you some brand new information that you couldn't confirm and you knew nothing about, but what they were saying was
then I probably wouldn't be having this issue. That's what I mean. I think it's because I do know.
Let's
you
say
would have
he
intuitively judged it either worth exploring or not, right?
What if he says all the people that that ate these crackers got sick, right? And therefore the crackers caused the sickness.
Yeah.
You could, with this brand new information, say, if it's true that the crackers are somehow poisoned, right? That's an assumption that we'll make. Then this is the cause of the sickness, right? If it's true. So we look at that first and say, okay, this is worth investigating. The second step is to go and to get samples of the crackers and to test them and to contact the people that got sick and send them to the hospital. And you know what I mean? Like, that's the second step. Verify whether or not the information is true. But if these things are true, would the conclusion that this person is proposing also be true?
Thanks,
it's a weird loosening up of your mind that has to happen for that first step.
Yeah, absolutely.
By George, I think he's got it.
By George, I think I've got it. Thanks for being patient with me. My brain
thanks for being
needs
patient
things
with
a
yourself.
very certain way.
Well, thanks for being patient with us.
Yeah, and thanks for
very
not just
bad.
throwing in the towel and saying, you know what, I'm sick of this, forget it. I'm
Mm-mm.
not. I'll do it another day.
There was a spot
I
there. I thought it
never
was.
do that.
I thought the frustration level was pretty high, but you were doing a good job of dealing with it.
Yeah, it was, but it's not with you guys. It's with my inability to express myself clearly enough.
See, but that's the
I
great
get
thing
that.
about studying logic is you learn how to express these
Yes.
ideas. That's what it's all about. I mean,
Mhm.
it's like Pixie said, you intuitively know something's wrong. But to be
Yeah.
able to put your finger on it and identify it so that you can process it better and explain better to others is very handy.
Absolutely. And that's why when I'm gonna throw you under the bus, Halsey, but I don't think anyone will mind. This was Halsey's idea to look at some logic and stuff. And when she said, I was like, yes, all caps, fucking exclamation marks, because I do love it as well.
Did you not know
but
what you were getting yourself into?
yeah. I didn't know we were gonna go into the theory of it, which is good because it's what I needed. Because I was just learning the fallacies and the logic and everything, all by rote. It's how I learn everything is by rote, not by comprehension, which is really bad. I know, but
Okay, so
It's a
they
start.
had this. They had
at
this
this
as
point, that's how my brain works. So yeah. Sorry, what's
they
that?
had this as an example here. So, you know, we can read
Is
the
this
whole
you?
story, right, of the premise, no loving persons or thoughtless persons, but we could also just boil it down to no LRT, right? No LRT, no LRA. Does it follow without question
Yes.
that no ART?
Yes.
Does it?
If the premises are true.
No loving persons.
Oh, no,
or
it doesn't. No,
thoughtless
it doesn't.
persons.
Hang on.
No loving persons
No.
are aggressive people.
Therefore, no aggressive people and no thoughtless people.
Let's see what the diagram has to say, if there is such a...
No, that doesn't follow at all. See, there you go. Loving, no aggressive or thoughtless. Go back to the diagram.
There we go. Hold
We
on.
should do this more often because Space is one of my favorites, and she is awesome.
Aggressive.
This is one of my
No,
favorites.
look, there's aggressive people crossed over with thoughtless. So it doesn't follow.
Right. So let's see. So we're assuming that no aggressive people are thoughtless persons. It's kind of like there was another argument that was really similar that was on the same little test here. No passive individuals are folks who live well. All self-actualized persons are folks who live well. No self-actualized persons are passive individuals. So no N are F, all S are F. No S are... What did I say?
That
P or
one has to follow.
Seems kind of like it, right?
Yeah.
Kind of does seem like it. Let's see. So I always like to boil it down.
You should have used the word well instead of folks. No P or W.
No P.
No P a W.
R,
no
W.
S a W.
All S.
So no S.
All,
all S are W.
W. Right?
Yeah. Therefore, no S.
No S. R P.
O P.
Hold on, I'll be right back.
Did a bit of work there, didn't you? Didn't you just there, Sammy?
You know I did, bro.
Must have let some heat off of the top of your head there.
Oh, my brain's just like.
Does it feel a little warm right now?
Yeah, and like exhausted. That exhausted it.
Oh, poor
Stretch around like
Sammy.
that. Oh, it's fine. It's only because
It's worth
I've never. Yeah, absolutely. Because I have the intelligence to learn
Of
this
course
stuff.
you do.
So it's.
We can do
waste of
an
my
inverse
brain.
on this real quick and say, so because the opposite of no is all, right?
Yeah.
All, not. Wait, all S are not P.
Yeah. Oh.
So this is
I
basically.
don't know if that helped or made it worse.
It's just let's see, all self-actualized are not passive.
And also,
If we wanted to do it up here, we could say all P are not W. Whoops, are not and not.
I should probably say hello to my. Greetings, Batman, Nerdy, Silver, Maynard,
I'm like the
Skyworks,
greeter. Sorry.
Sandy,
All passive individuals are not
Bond,
folks who live well. All
Paul,
passive individuals are not folks who live well.
Peter.
No self-actualized are folks that live well. Oh no, it would be are not, I think. Yeah, it has to be the inverse all the way.
You're all sick cunts.
My mouse
So
keeps
no.
going.
See, I don't know. Like maybe
It's not
my
easy.
brain works easier. It's harder with the letters for me, actually. So I need words. So no.
Okay.
No. Oh, you got rid of it. I was just going to insert words that started with the letters,
Sure.
but that's all right.
No, we can go with a different argument. We could say anything.
Just get rid of individuals.
Okay.
And
folks who live.
Get rid of everything. Yeah.
Get rid of folks who live. No passive are well. There you go. There's the main points.
And all self-actualized. So get rid of persons. Just persons.
Oh, sorry.
That's right. Well.
That.
So
there you go.
And then if you do the same to the answer, so no passive are well, and all self-actualized are well. So no, that follows because they can't be. No self-actualized people can be passive because they have to be well, and if they're passive, they're not well.
No passive people are well. All self-actualized are well. So no self-actualized are passive. Because
Correct.
We're talking about no as in an all category and an all also as an all category, right?
Okay.
Not
exactly.
some.
And that actually makes it easier
no
to figure
all.
out.
Here's what makes it wrong, Sammy. There's sufficient, and then what's the other? I just had it. Crap. Help me out, Halsey. There's sufficient and necessary. Something could be necessary but not sufficient. Like it's necessary that a car have wheels, but it's not sufficient to say a set of four wheels is a car. So what this is doing here is, although it's necessary that a self-actualized person is not passive, that's not enough to make them well.
Yes.
Do you see that?
Yep.
So that's what makes this false.
No passive are well. All self-actualized are well.
Mm-hmm.
No self-actualized are passive. So hold on.
So this is true, not false.
No passive are well. So all passive are not well, right?
Yeah, that's right.
All passive are not well.
Mm-hmm.
So passive means not well.
Not
right?
well. And
All self-actualized are well.
But yeah, so self-actualized means well. So no well and not well. Yay! It doesn't work. What the hell?
Well, no, it actually doesn't it though?
It does work, yeah.
It does work.
Hang on,
no well or not well. If we're saying that
it does. Yeah, it does
A,
work. Oh, of
right?
course. Yeah.
We
It's
can't
A
have
equals
condition
A.
A be also not condition A at the same time as R, right? Because this is a present tense, right? No condition A are not condition
No A and not A.
Right.
Duh. Oh my God. See, if it could be broken down to no A and not A, I can instantly see that
that's deductive form. This is
Right.
boiling it down like this and seeing how, because we're dealing with categories here. None, some, all, those are all categories. And when it's all and none, it's easier than when it's some or most or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
So some would call this little thing the law of non-contradiction. But you know what? When people talk about the laws of logic, this is super frustrating to me when we get into like discussions or debates where someone brings that up and starts going on with to talk about the laws of logic. Whether or not there's laws of logic that we can say describe logic I don't think that it's as applicable as dealing with the rules of logic and the rules of like formal critical thinking, meaning the stuff we're looking at right now. Not just boiling it down to this law of non-contradiction thing right here, where we can have A cannot be not A at the same time it's being A. That's the
Odin saying we need a third premise to connect.
These two?
Self-actualized. Oh, I see what you mean.
You do need a third premise because you need to narrow it down, because you have a no as in none and an all, and those are contradictory. So a no can be part of an all, but an all can't be part of a none. So you would need a third statement if you were trying to make this true.
Does this make sense?
Yeah.
If a dog is a dog, can it be a not dog at the same time?
No. Never seen a cow produce a non-cow.
That was the worst Kent Hovind ever.
Yeah, I know. I'm Australian, dude. I can't do it.
I wonder if I could do that. I'm going to try to do a Kent Hovind with an Australian accent. Give me a minute.
Oh, that'd be awesome.
Okay, this could be a whole new bag of worms. Is it jar of worms, can of worms, bag of worms? I like bag of worms.
I think it's can classically though.
Can of worms. So here's probably a good one. I'm gonna add this to my little folder of logical crap. But so this, we're dealing with an explanation like we just went through. And here's some fallacies. These are formal fallacies: denying the antecedent, affirming the consequent. There's others. Anyway, point is, there's lots to know, And once you start chipping away at this iceberg, it's definitely worthwhile. And you don't have to know everything. Just, focus on the most common fallacies and then go from there. And then go whatever way you want to, because there is just there's a ton to know, and it's really interesting. And once you're like aware of it, you will see it more and more out in society. Just in people's making accidental fallacies, right? Like they're just doing it because they're not following the course of reasoning. They're making jumps that don't belong where they are, or something like that.
Yeah.
Or it's intentional and it's strategic. You'll see it all over both kinds. So.
And don't forget the Overton window, that at first you're going to be overly analytical about this, and not be always able to differentiate between someone doing it on purpose and someone doing it by accident. But eventually, with experience, you'll swing back into the center and be able to properly judge what someone's doing.
Yeah. And with certain people, you'll see patterns sometimes, and you'll say, they're doing that thing again, and you'll understand that it probably is strategic, and you can start countering it with stuff.
And it can
you don't have to be like, you're making a blah blah policy, but
yeah. And I know that there's people that would commit them on purpose, but not understand that's not understand the fallacy they're committing. Yeah, just know that this thing that they do.
It's just like dishonest debate. I mean, it just becomes like dishonest debate, dishonest tactics.
And that's why I want to be able to understand, so I can actually call it out rather than just have to see it. And
you know what's funny for me personally, my emotional reaction, having not known these things, but intuitively understanding they were incorrect, is I would immediately go to anger.
Yeah.
And it took me a while to realize that when I'm frustrated to the point of anger, it's because I know something is wrong with what they're saying.
Yeah.
Yes.
So it actually helped me on an emotional level as well.
It's funny though. You do understand that something has gone wrong, but maybe you don't know exactly what, but you feel it. You do feel it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The more you know how to do formal reasoning, the more it'll stick out too, like a sore thumb.
Oh, I am killing Will, right? Apparently. That's the first I've heard of it.
But you're Batman. You're not supposed to kill anyone. What the hell happened there?
He's not. Read the rest of it.
Oh, I can't read the rest of it. It's too small.
It says Jesus' Wi-Fi password.
Well, it's been saying that, so those are unrelated, yeah?
Yeah.
Are those unrelated? I'll just ask.
Maybe killing will get you to Jesus' Wi-Fi password? I don't know. I am not condoning violence, people. Well, killing people, not violence.
God, killing people isn't violent. It's special.
Deep in bush.
And merciful.
Mm-hmm.
How dare you?
You can kill people without violence.
Everyone
I have a
knows
question.
What's that?
Okay, so you were on a debate team. When they were teaching you formal logic and formal argumentation, did they do it through I don't remember the exact term for it, but there was one way they taught you to intuit, and there's another way, and I guess the formal way. Like, what did they use? Did they use both methods to teach you guys, or did they?
I would say they used a little bit of both, and it wasn't fully either, right? I know if it was, as you're running through your arguments, and it really depended on which type of debate, right? Like CX was probably leaned on your affirmative case, really leaned towards the structure, right? And calling out blatant fallacies and things like that. But once it came to like Lincoln Douglas or even the negative side of CX, because in Lincoln Douglas, you have a positive, an affirmative case and a negative case. And in CX, you do not have a negative case. What you do have is, well, now they have CDs and computers and all of that. But back in my day, right, we had dollies and tubs full of just evidence. And as the other team is speaking, we're just pulling out evidence against whatever they're saying, right, from these huge tubs that we've filed. And so in that instance, I would say we relied a lot more on the informal side of things, like how you were attacking the argument, the reasoning you were using to attack the argument, how they were going to get around it in CX, anticipating that to hit them again in the next CX. Like, so a lot of that became like an intuitive study of informal fallacies. So it just depended on where you were on the debate scale, I guess, what you learned more of.
Okay. That's interesting. So did they? So learn it in conversational form. Um, and then it's kind of like a worded. It's kind of like a math problem that's in the form of words, right? Where you'll have to pick out and figure out which formula to use
See,
to
we
figure out
treated
the
it more
answer.
like a speech problem, right? And I
Ah,
guess
that's
we
interesting.
were speech debate kids, and so there was a lot of crossover between the debate kids and the theater kids and the performers, right? And I was both. And so we treated it more like speech problems. It was like you're running through your thing and the coach would stop and be like, how many of you saw a problem there? And people would start raising their hands and they'd be like, okay, what problem did you see? What problem did you see? And everybody would have like a different angle, a different problem, right? Or we would get through it and he'd be like, did anybody notice a problem? And if no hands went up, he'd be like, okay, now I need you to go triple check it and you might be ready. Right.
Ah,
Like,
interesting.
yeah. And so it was done in a very, I guess, theatrical way, but we were theater kids. So
Oh,
it
that
was always
makes sense.
treated as speech.
That's so the way how they taught us, right, was that they'll give an example of an argument, right, like a full argument, whether it's in conversational form, or just a straight paragraph of words, right? And the idea is that you have to simplify that, and figure out which method of reasoning that person is using, right? Whether they're using deductive, inductive, like you have to figure that out,
Yeah.
right?
Like, yep.
And go ahead, Space Cadet.
I was just gonna say, and what information are they proposing, and does the conclusion absolutely necessarily follow, or are we looking at degrees of inference and probability and
Well,
possibility?
and that's why I said it depends on which side of the debate scales you
Yeah.
land on, right? Because they're both very, very different forms of debate. CX is going to be a proposition. It's going to be something like established that the United States should increase funding for mental health care facilities, right? And you're going to have a negative case, and then you're going to have tons and tons of negative evidence saying why this isn't going to work and why you shouldn't do this and why there are better ways, right? And it's going to be very much that. On the Lincoln Douglas side of things, it's very much more a philosophical argument. And you are going to cite evidence, but it is very, very much more philosophical. And you will argue philosophically for it, or you will argue philosophically against it. And your case had better be more convincing than the other, because unlike CX, it's more a presentation, right? You're not battling it out. You're not going to go into cross-examination where you're asking questions and you're defending, and it's not that at all. And so it really just depends on which side of the fence you're on, which part of logic you were learning more of at that time.
See, I think so. I think CX is good in that your premises doesn't necessarily have to be axiomatic, so to speak, right? Like you can come up with a premise based on what you're trying to convey. So it gives you way more wiggle room in your in your argumentation, in your
Yes and
argument.
no. Yes and no, because I always thought Lincoln Douglas had more wiggle room, because, and here's why I
Yeah.
say that. Yeah, here's why. Because I didn't have, like, you're right. I did have room in building my affirmative case in which direction I wanted to take it and what it looked like in the best possible way to escape the negative aspects coming from my opponents, because I too am pulling all that negative stuff in case I go up against one of their cases, right? And I don't know what it's going to look like, so I'm pulling all kinds of negative. So you have that flexibility, you have that advantage. The problem is CX is so fact and evidence based, right? Because there's not a lot of room for gray. If you get gray and you have no evidence to back that, there's not a lot of room for inference, right? If you infer too much, you are going to lose your case because it's so evidence heavy. Lincoln Douglas, because it's so philosophical, as long as you have like those facts and those citations, you can make those inferences and you can get a little more gray in your presentation and still win, because you're pulling at I don't want to say the emotions, but you're tugging at like the decency of the person in front of you, right? And so it's not as evidence based. Whereas in CX, I can tug at your decency and it's not going to help me. It's never going to help me. As a matter of fact, it could very well be broadly used against me.
So basically, like a really good way to kind of to do that is to not necessarily show that something follows. You could just simply like make a really good inference, right? Like, and say, okay, so this is the best explanation or best possible outcome, right? With the current evidence that we have, right? And so the thing is that you have the ability to interpret that as well, it depends. In some situations, you have the ability to interpret the evidence that's presented, right?
Well, I'll put it this way: if in Lincoln Douglas I say some wonderful, beautiful philosophical things, and I say this leads us to infer this, which means this, blah 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 blah, and I launch into my thing, that's not going to be questioned, right? It's just not. They may present an opposite side of that in their argument had they anticipated it being in mine, but it's not going to be challenged, right? Whereas if I said something like that in CX, if we can infer this from this, I guarantee you they have pulled at least 5 papers or 5 articles or cited 5 experts who are going to say, not only can we not infer that, this study proved the opposite, right? Like, I don't have that room there.
Gotcha. Fair enough. I don't. So Sammy, you there?
Always, brother.
Awesome.
For you.
Nah,
I'm
I don't.
always there for you.
There are times when you're sleeping when
Try
I
me. Oh, okay. Well,
So
teach me how to not need sleep.
Don't worry. When your clone appears in the future, you won't need sleep.
Fuck my clone.
So
Fuck him in the ass.
do you are you following the conversation with like me and Pixie?
Yeah.
Okay, so
mostly.
Okay.
You talk fast because my brain needs time to process.
We talk fast?
I do talk fast. I'm sorry.
No,
I will try to slow down.
Pixie does, but it's my brain thinks slow is what I should have said.
Okay. So I think I think what you could probably do every now and then is to pick something and just argue with Pixie. Like, so Pixie hasn't, like, probably better than me when it comes to formal debates, to be honest with you, because she has
those
more
debate
range.
trophies were a long time ago, right?
Sure,
those
but it's like riding
were
a bike.
long time ago.
You find that these things tend to be like, a bike sometimes, like when you ride them, See, that's one of the main reasons why I engage in these conversations. It's just to stay sharp, right?
But you kind of have to have somebody who reciprocates that, right? Because
Yeah.
like I can go in and try to practice debate, but if the person is arguing instead of debating, like it's just not going to go anywhere.
Yeah. But it's me, Pixie. It'll be like
Yeah.
kissing your brother to practice.
I never kissed my brother for practice.
I
He was 8
did I
years younger
say
than
that
me, and
out
that sounds
loud?
weird.
So one of the things that I who helped me with this. So I remember when I was trying to create my my first argument, and I went to a gentleman named, probably know about him, Ozymandias, and I presented it to
I
him.
know of him. Yeah.
And this is a private conversation, and you know, one of the things was that we both argued, argue our points and stuff like that. But while he was arguing, he wasn't necessarily just like trying to demonstrate that I'm wrong, basically, right? Or he was actually teaching me at the same time
Yeah.
why I'm wrong, right?
Yeah.
Or why this doesn't make sense, why this doesn't follow. And he'll pull up examples to kind of show, okay, sometimes you're, like one of the things I learned is that some fallacies are dependent on the context, but there are some situations where depending on your argument, right, that first premise has to be either observable or axiomatic in nature. Sometimes it doesn't need to be, right? Maybe you and the person can just agree that that premise is, the first premise is true, but the second premise is another thing. And I think for a lot of people, the second premise is the hardest part, right? Because to justify that first premise, it's not necessarily just about coming up with the words to say, hey, this is why, you have to literally come up with an argument to demonstrate that your second premise follows from your first, right? And so a lot of that stuff, in terms of just like formal reasoning, I learned from him, and he was an atheist, but he was like super reasonable. So that's what I was kind of thinking, Pixie. Where like you can engage in the activity, see where 420 is fucking up outside of his memory, right? That it kind of like break it down to him, because I honestly, I think for me is dedicating the patience towards it sometimes, where I'll forget that I'm actually like supposed
Really
to be
good
helping
at
the
it?
person. I don't think I'm necessarily that good at it. I think I'm meh. Like my idea is to
Well,
not,
compared to me, anyway.
like I don't find it appealing to people's emotional states, or getting them to agree with an idea simply, for reasons outside of it making sense and following. That's why I
Yeah,
wouldn't be good at that.
There's no, that's a good thing.
I wouldn't necessarily say so. Pixie, you want to explain to him why that's not always a good thing?
Wait, what? What's not a good thing?
So when I was saying a while ago that when I engage in debates, for example, I'm not trying to appeal to someone's sensibilities or emotions or anything like that to get them to agree with me. As far as I'm concerned, I only care about what follows and what makes the most sense, right?
Right.
And so that doesn't necessarily mean I'm going to convince people.
Oh, no.
I see.
I
People are very responsive to emotional hijacking, if you know what I mean.
I get that. Yeah. Dude, I'm the opposite. It's my autism, I imagine. I do not enjoy that at all. If you start appealing to emotion, you'll lose me. I want cold, hard, brutal facts.
Yeah, but I
Give
mean,
it to me.
again, right? It comes down to presentation. A lot of these situations where you can present things in such a way where they seem like facts, right? They might not be, but they can come off that as such. And so a person who doesn't know better, right? Who, using their inner rudimentary built reasoning mixed with their emotions and other things, right? Some people, I think most people are more prone to agree and go with the person who is tugging at those things. So again, it's kind of like the idea with the demagogue. A demagogue is going to present things to you in a way that is very appealing, politically or socially speaking. And because you like the appeal, you're more prone to vote for him. Versus the guy who's like, let's say, a doctor and says, "Hey, listen, everyone in the society is sick, right? But this
But what
medicine
if
that I
what's
have to give them,
appealing?
it is going to be bitter, but they'll get better in like a month." People will be like, "I don't want to have bitter medicine for a month. Why would I do that?" Like, he's going to give them the truth. Go ahead.
What about the people who don't find that stuff appealing, though?
You're asked out.
You what?
You're asked out.
What does that
Too
mean?
bad for you. Oh, sorry, American. Too
Get
bad
out of
for you.
luck.
You're out of luck.
Yeah. Get out of luck, man. Bummer.
So, but what?
Huh?
They die at Armageddon or something.
No. These are the reasons why, like, people like Trump get elected. Right, and to some extent, not saying that's exclusive to Republican voters, right? Because again, there's a mix of things. People. Yes, there's this argument saying that a lot of Americans are quote unquote single issue voters, but that might be the case even if you grant that. But they also look at the fact that they have someone in power that's on their side. Even if that demagogue, for example, is going to do things to get them to make less money and screw them in the future, right? For example, they wouldn't care because as far as they're concerned, their group holds the power. The Pat mentality, basically. The demagogue appeals to that and convinces people to to vote against their own interests. So this is why you'll find like presidential debates to be almost complete and utter shit shows.
They're
right?
not debates.
Oh yeah.
I know. I said it in air quotes.
It's a. Let's take turns answering these recycled sound bites.
Yeah, pretty much.
It's ridiculous.
And again, most of these people who are being elected are idiots. Let's keep it a buck. These people are not very intelligent. They are just regular folks who so happen to have some money or gain a little fame in their little clique or community, and they decided to take advantage of that and, political person.
Especially after television,
So,
right? It's like who was it that was running when the first presidential debates were televised? And they found an interesting study. They found out this like interesting thing, that the majority of the people who listened to the debate on the radio thought guy A won, and the majority of people who watched it televised thought guy B won, which led to the statement, "We will never again have an ugly president," because guy B was more conventionally attractive.
Yeah.
So just the difference televising it made was pretty interesting. And then you add like the money it takes to run on top of that.
Hmm. So this is where the presentation takes place, right? And that's probably why some people might view me as being not necessarily emotionless, but like I'll say certain things that might be seen as that won't be typical in nature or uncomfortable, right? For example, yesterday where I said, we're all meat. It's a gross explanation, but it is what it is. It's an ultra simplified way to illustrate to someone who is, not in a derogatory sense, a dummy of Richard's position, because we were kind of in that worldview at the time discussing. There's no software; it's just hardware. It's just, see what I'm saying? That I wasn't saying that to appeal to anyone's sensibility or necessarily to be offensive. I was just explaining it in the most direct and gross way possible. Now, I don't know if Pixie would have done that. She was in my shoes and she was trying to convey that, right? Because
Pixie will.
Pixie, would you say everyone is just like in Richard's worldview, right? Like no souls, no software, nothing like that, right? We are all just our brains. Would you just completely reduce people down to just meat?
No.
Exactly.
No, but neither would I, because there's experience, and the experience is so complicated because of all the different kinds of brain functions, all the different kinds of experiences. So the quality of their experience is the closest I can get to something like spirit.
But I don't think a dog is just a dog, right? I don't think a giraffe is just a giraffe. Like I don't think this thing about things. I don't think these things about things that other people don't think have a soul, right? Just because I don't think I have a soul doesn't mean I feel any differently about other humans or other species.
Depends on your definition of soul.
Huh? I don't think I think when I die, it'll be like before I was born. I don't think there's anything in me that's going to continue. I don't think I have this like spirit or divine spark of God or whatever anybody wants to compare it to. I just don't.
You have the spark of Bob.
Well, now I have to get into your definition of God, but because there's two Christian assumptions in there.
No, it's not Christian. I
Yes,
don't believe in the Hindu concept of a soul. I don't believe in the Gnostic concept of a soul. I don't believe in the Christian concept of a soul. I don't believe in the Buddhist concept of a soul. I don't believe in any of it.
It's not a question of the truth value. The way that you're using the words, you're conflating soul and spirit, where the text that the Christians refer to does not. The soul is the part of you that breathes. So to say that I don't have a soul is to say I don't have a body. Where spirit is like the intrinsic pixie that is an emergent property of all that you are and all that you've experienced and all how you map life, how you map reality.
I can agree to that, but nothing beyond that.
Well, nothing. There is no claim beyond that. It's only a Christian claim, and that's your second Christian assumption.
Well, it's not, like I said, it's not just Christian. The Buddhists believe in a piece of you that reaches nirvana or doesn't. The Hindus believe in a piece of you that gets reincarnated, right? Reincarnated. I don't believe in that. I don't believe in that thing
I don't know that necessarily in the
continues.
Hindu expression that is expressed, but only again expressed in the practitioners.
Right, that's what I'm saying. I don't believe in that concept. That concept that people throw around colloquially, meaning that piece
Yes.
of you that keeps continuing. I don't believe in that.
Yeah, well, that's fine, because there's no religion that I'm aware of anywhere that demands that is so. Speaking about it experientially, how you experience the thing is and how people understand that experience is different from the actuality. See, because it's addressing our natural biases. Like the religious person will assume that an internal dialogue, if intended toward God, involves God. That's not necessarily so, right? So it's an assumption that they're talking to God, unless they can show that some part of that internal dialogue is not of them. So it's fine to say something like, I internally speak with God. Well, okay, maybe you do, maybe you don't. But if you did experience non-local communication, it would be internal. In fact, everything about your experience is internally experienced by your brain. All of it. Your skin never felt a thing. Your eyeballs have not seen. It's all, in fact, your brain. So if you speak about it experientially, as it does in like some Asian religions, then you take that to the United States, to the Western, and you say the experience is the actuality. That is already too confused. Whereas
saying, Sammy?
I agree with that.
In the Abrahamic religions, the text itself is not so much speaking of it experientially, which is why they have no definition of how prayer works or how God would talk to you. You ask them how to pray, and they'll tell you a set of standards that is a structure for prayer. That does not tell you how to pray. And the closest you can get them to say, oh, it's the small, still voice that's internal. Well, how does it work? Tell me about it experientially. Well, you want experience, how it is experientially, go to the Eastern religions. They explain that in great detail.
Yeah, it's funny because, like, so someone can come in a room and just yell, they'll make a claim and say, humans have no intrinsic value outside of humans, right? And that will generate a slew of emotional responses, right? And this person could, put up can put up a justification and that follows, right? And he can probably get kicked from the room, right? Because even though that might be a justified true statement, right? People can still disagree with that thing, right? And they can't look at him and say, well, you know, first you have to determine whether or not anything else outside of humans have the capacity to value things, right? As in, if humans aren't around, right, will those things miss humans? Like, we don't know. So I think it's safe to say that humans do not have intrinsic value outside of each other, right? So again, Sammy, you'll hear certain things and you'll hear very simplified statements being made, right? And it's some people do it for, of course, for the shock value or to, because it is a tactic, right, to kind of raise your blood pressure and get you going. Because if you're mad and you're not thinking straight, right, you're gonna like probably say something stupid, right, and you're not gonna be able to properly address the thing. And so the way how I look at it is that a huge part of learning how to argue and learning how to use logic properly is to put your emotions aside. Because you will come across statements and observations that are extremely uncomfortable. And you're just going to have to just take it for what it is. Because if you could, or if you argue against it, for example, you might be arguing in circularity. Some things we just accept axiomatically, right, for the pain of trying to figure it out, only to just argue in circles.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I'm happy to accept those sorts of things.
Sure about that?
I'm not sure about anything.
There you go.
That's a great place to start.
That's a great place to start. That is a really good place to start. See, Mr. here just joined the room, and he's making a statement that it's him. Okay, sir, but what are you, sir? How do you know that what you're seeing on the screen is you? For all you know, that's like, Descartes' demon with your head, presenting an image, a false image, in your brain, right? All of your life, but in reality, it's not you.
So to know is to be justified.
Well, you're all just a projection from my imagination that keep me
Thank you for my existence, Sammy.
There you go.
Okay.
We can all exist, but none of us can know that we exist.
The best evidence I have that I exist is that others know things I don't.
How can you know that?
We can all exist, but we can't know we exist.
The known unknown is the best evidence, and the unknown unknown are the best evidences I have that you exist outside of me, and that I exist outside of you. For instance, there are people who are experts in building a rocket. If I see a rocket take off, I know there must be experts who can build a rocket. I cannot build a rocket.
I don't even think you need to even go that far. The fact that you can ponder things or process data or any of that alone.
I want something more concrete than that.
What more is like more fundamental? Because in order to even grasp ideas of others in the first place, right? You need to exist in some way in the first place.
No, existence is not a property. Existence is meaningless. Existence is meaningless. If anything can exist, existence is a condition for other stuff to be a property. Existence is a condition for me to be hungry. I cannot be hungry and not exist.
Sure, but we're not necessarily talking about. I mean, we can talk about the properties of existence. Right?
There is no properties of existence. Existence is not a property.
Existence I think you're mixing up. A condition of what? What's more fundamental than existence?
If existence is fundamental, then non-existence is fundamental as well.
Well, non-existence can't be a thing because existence exists.
But things not existing is a thing, so it is fundamental. There are things that don't exist.
Which are the things that doesn't exist?
Those that aren't existing.
I mean, yeah.
What the hell did you just say?
I don't know.
No, I'm with him. What is the thing that doesn't exist?
Things that exist.
It's a pretty big list, I'll tell you that much.
It's a pretty big list.
Name one.
It's
Name
the
one.
no thing. It's the no thing or nothing, which there are plenty of propositional no things. For instance, anything that is logically impossible is a no thing.
But no, I mean, like, seriously, name something. Like, you can say unicorn,
A
and
square circle.
I can say.
A one-ended
Okay,
stick.
now that
a
one,
married
okay, that
bachelor.
one I would give you. But if you said something like unicorn, I would just say it exists in thought, right?
But
It exists in books. It exists in stories. It exists in.
It could exist in
non-existence
physical reality, just not here on this earth.
Where does an unmarried bachelor exist?
Can't.
That's what I mean. Is non-existence equal to be illogical?
Mm-hmm.
Why?
Things that are illogical cannot exist definitionally.
Mm.
Something cannot be both A and not A.
Unless you observe them, because, superposition of things, that's a thing.
That is not an A, not A.
But see,
if you don't look at them, them are.
well, here's where I have a problem, right? It's like,
that's just unevaluated. That's
all
just
you're
unevaluated.
saying-
That's not
Right.
A, not A.
But you're not saying a bachelor doesn't exist, and you're not saying a married person doesn't exist. You're saying that you can't be both at the same time, and fine, whatever. You can't inherently be a contradiction, but that's not the same. Like, but both of those things exist. They just don't exist as the same thing. So I don't understand. Like, never mind.
And what does exist mean? Does it mean it has to be in actual reality, or can it be in something in our mind or in concept? What
things that exist in your mind do exist in reality?
Then, in that case, slapbongwalas exist.
Yes, slapbongwalas exist. That's right. As of right now.
Praise is a dumbass.
Shit, where did that come from?
I looked down in the comment section. Sorry.
Oh, okay. That's a good introduction. Welcome.
So, if I say that humans does not exist, could you prove me wrong, and how?
Okay, so first we have certain axioms we have to assume. Once you assume those axioms, I can show the rest.
Okay, what is an axiom?
Things you can't show, but must necessarily be true. That is to say, if there is only one mind and you are of that one mind, in fact, you are the producing mind of all perceived consciousness. If that's the case, there's no point in you and I having a discussion. You already know everything I'm going to say because I'm a product of you. In other words, you would just be masturbating. Now, if we assume you're not masturbating axiomatically, then we can have a conversation.
AKA, you have to accept a few presuppositions in order for the conversation to move forward. So just accept his presuppositions.
You have to accept I, and you have to accept you.
But the I is predicated by the thinking.
Yes.
There can be no I if I cannot think. If
No,
there is
that's
no thinking.
not so. It's more fundamental than that. The intent of what we're loosely quoting here is experience, therefore I.
Well, I think it needs to be an I for the experience to happen.
Yes, experience, therefore I.
No.
Why not? What's wrong with it? Because you can't say I, therefore experience. I think, therefore I am. You can't. That's a bad translation of the idea, I think.
Because the experience is contained. We don't have all the same experience. Therefore, it's contained into the I that it is me.
Okay, so you just axiomatically granted you and me, which is all I needed. Now I can show the rest.
Yay.
No.
Yes.
That's not what I meant.
It's what you said.
Well, it's what you said.
Now, if you want to restate it and retract that, I'm fine
So-
with that. But for now,
so-
Please don't. Please move forward. Please don't. I'm begging you.
this conversation will go on forever like this. That's why we have axioms.
Just do it. Just do it. Just
Are
please.
axioms a way to bully some questioning humans?
Say that I
They're a
missed some words there.
foundation. They're a foundation for us to be able
What-
to know things.
What makes them a
Yeah.
foundation?
That they are necessary.
So a has to kind of thing. This has to be this. Otherwise,
it's
it wouldn't be.
unprovable. So, if I say the words "strawberry is the best flavor,"
Yeah, it's
that's
not.
an axiom.
You just triggered something.
I know. I love.
You
it
triggered
when
this man.
Talking to takes their earphones off.
He went to go get strawberries.
Strawberries.
Oh man, I could have some of that right now. That looks so good.
Look how many you got.
It's just
It's not even cherry.
4 pounds. 4 pounds 60, I think. British strawberry. They're shit.
Oh shit. Oh no, Brits are in the chat.
Oh, those are the giant GMO strawberries, and the flavor is not so great, although they look pretty.
Mm.
And they're gigantic.
You're probably
Okay, Richard, go ahead with your
A real strawberry should be about the size of an adult thumb from the last knuckle down, not as big as your entire palm.
Yeah. And you know what else? If you find some strawberries that, you know how like on a lot of commercial strawberries, you'll see this shape where the berry is kind of flat on top and then it kind of comes to like a triangle on the bottom. If you ever see some strawberries where the green stem of little leafy part is on its own sort of cone looking formation, meaning it goes down sort of in a slope instead of being flat. It's on like its own little peak of berry. So that the whole berry, when you look at it, it's almost like a diamond shape instead of flat on top and then, going to a round shape on the bottom. That's a special, very special strawberry. And you should taste or buy them at once. Very, very good.
I'll take that in advisement next time at Walmart.
Yeah, I think there's a name for them too, but you'll find them at like farmers markets, not at Walmart.
That's why I said Walmart.
So, do you accept these axioms, sir? Okay. I'm gonna put the strawberries away.
Let's see. Have another one.
Well, there's nothing in them but water and a little bit of flavor, so you can get a lot of them.
Yeah, they might give you the runs.
I like running.
What kind of
Not the
fallacy was
good
that
ones.
just now?
You like running from what?
When you change the meaning of a word
Yeah.
to make a different idea within it,
It's the
what
same word, but it
fallacy
means
is that?
two different things. Yeah, they're like, is it equivocation of some kind?
I believe.
He says, it gives you the runs, and he says,
I love to run.
I want the run so that I can run. Right.
I hate running. Running is exhausting.
So is having the runs. It's exhausting.
Okay, I got you now. But isn't that depending on what you eat? I mean, And also not following, following Jesus' protocol of not washing your hands.
Probably, yeah. Not eating bad food.
I don't know. I think a lot of that health advice is very questionable.
Wait,
I was
One time in my life did I think biblical health advice. Oh, sorry. My mind went somewhere else.
Is it?
And then I
is
said
it
something
biblical
out loud.
advice? Is it biblical
Huh?
advice to the to wash your hands?
No.
What's the question?
Bible
I
doesn't
know the
tell you to
Bible.
wash your hands.
Surely they
They're
didn't have.
asking, does the Bible teach you to wash your hands?
No, it doesn't teach you to wash your hands. In fact, you could say it teaches the opposite, that it's more important what you say than whether or not you wash your hands after you wipe your butt.
Well, not just that, you know, like if you're unclean, you don't go bathe in the river, right? You got to slaughter a bird and like throw its blood on you and shit, splatter its blood. Like that's how you get clean. Don't go bathe.
If you took a Christian literal, yes, that's what it would mean.
That's some squirting, isn't it?
And as a public service announcement, there is no blood of any animal that will make you more clean than you already were, unless you had something really catastrophic on you.
So if you have something catastrophic on you, you are unclean.
That's not what unclean means in the stories.
Like ritually unclean, right?
Like ritually unclean. That's what it means.
Unclean means unmixed, which is of the devil kind of stuff.
I must say, there is one religion that taught to wash their hands.
Yes,
Islam.
Islam.
Try again, Richard.
Oh.
Let's skip.
Oh, great. Ox urine.
Oh, that's gross. I'm glad I don't do that. I'm so glad I don't do that.
Don't forget that the cows are holy. So
Everything that comes from them is holy. Which fallacy is that?
Oh.
It's the genetic fallacy, right? It's kind of like
Filthy
divine command
animals.
theory. If
Yes.
God is good, then everything that comes from God is good. If cows are good, then everything that comes from cows is good.
I'd say it's worse than that. It's also an appeal to, it's some kind of an appeal to holiness, or like an appeal to authority. Like what the hell makes the ox, what makes it holy in the first place? Just because it's used as an expression of holiness.
But if we wouldn't know better, what would have stopped us to believe that?
In ignorance, a person can believe anything. There's nothing to stop us. That's why we study things like formal logic, is to avoid that kind of stupidity.
But you see, knowledge comes with the trial and error kind of stuff, or
Knowledge
it
comes
just
with trial
comes.
and error, and from society, from teachers.
What do you mean from teachers?
Okay. It probably involved a lot of death, human beings figuring out which plants would bother their stomachs or kill them.
Correct.
But some survived, and those passed it on and said, hey, check it out. Eat that one. I saw someone eat that. They died. They quit moving. If you want to keep moving, don't eat that. So there's societal teaching, and then there's personal experience. I don't prefer.
That has the potential to be false cause, unless it was verified a few times.
Sure. But over time, we tend to sort those things out.
True.
Because there is always idiots around us.
For instance, all red berries are poisonous, including strawberries at first.
Yeah.
Tomatoes were considered to be poisonous because they were red.
Yeah.
Because we made a false correlation between poisonous red things. All red things are poisonous.
Yeah, right.
That's a pretty recent one, actually.
What's that berry that I always see all over Santa Fe, and it looks kind of like a cherry, but it's not a cherry, and it doesn't taste great, but it's perfectly edible, and the birds really like them?
Great question. I'll look it up for you. I have no idea.
Have you ever actually eaten one?
Yeah.
Could you see that again, please?
They're they're kind of sour and kind of bitter. They're not.
Do they have white flesh? White flesh?
No, they're kind of like they look like cherries, except maybe a little more orange to it.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Are they oval? Are
Big
them oval
Perm
or-
thinks that's a kumquat rather than a cum loud.
I looked it up one time, and I know it's a type of berry. I just I'm gonna see if I can find it.
Isn't that what the lady has to do after sex? A cum squat? Ba-dum.
That was a bit of a stretch, but it wasn't too far. I can see it.
My name is in the Bible.
I am not high enough for this.
Was that before or after? Sammy.
It's obviously
after. Always
'Cause
after.
You're the connoisseur on this kind of thing, so we have to ask you.
Yeah, so after you're done, they have to roll over and quickly run into the bathroom and
you have to necessarily
squat.
extrapolate that it's post coitus because females don't produce sperm.
But
So
you also have to assume that things got messy, like no condoms, perhaps, right?
Yep, that would be necessary as well.
Or exorbitant amounts of lube.
But that wouldn't be a cum squat. That would be a lube squat.
Oh,
Sorry,
true.
that's just wrong.
True. I didn't hear the cum squat part.
I like we're having this conversation with a serious face right now.
No.
It is serious. I mean, these things logically follow, or they don't.
Yeah, we have to examine the all the premises and conclusions to make sure everything's kosher.
I have a question though.
Yeah, let me put it this way. Imagine, right? A man comes in your butt.
Right.
And
Yes.
then exits. What are you gonna do with where you gonna walk around with your butt squeezed closed? Are you gonna go and do a cum squat?
Are you asking for real advice or just hypothetical?
Is that a confession?
This is a fallacy of a false dichotomy.
Yes, because that's
it's
not how
not
sphincters
necessarily
works.
going to happen that does happen to me.
So sphincters,
do.
sphincters
Give it
when them are relaxed, they cannot close themselves as fast as they could have closed themselves before being relaxed, which is logical, isn't it? That's why when should I be
If you could just sort out for us how to release gas which rises in liquids while retaining liquids, if you can describe to us how an anus does that, we'll be impressed.
because an anus has neurons on its end, so that's how it knows, because it's of its neuronal pattern that it can recognize gas from liquid. Yes, we have a brain in our ass.
No, we can feel which one is buoyant, and we can feel which one is gas or liquid. But exactly what is the physical mechanism of sorting the two out is what I'd like to know. Like, how do you force a gas down through a liquid?
We have
tasters. It feels like.
I'm not kidding. There are things in our anus that essentially taste the product.
Have a tongue in your ass?
A very, very basic, primitive type of.
My hypothesis, it works on anti-gravity. Your lower colon actually creates anti-gravity, and it reverses the process so that liquids float and gases sink. That's what I think.
So I think now we figured out that if we want to make flying cars,
all you need is to cover them on the outside with lower colon tissue. There you go.
There you go. I do have an important question. Are queefs essentially pussy farts?
Say what?
Are queefs I'm not repeating that.
Yes. Yes,
No,
Batman,
they're
they
not
are.
farts. They're
No,
not.
they're
farts.
not
No.
because the air is introduced by an
It's just
outside force,
air.
usually your partner.
Not generated.
But a fart is just air exiting two flaps and the flaps going.
Well, that's
really
that's
fast.
gas produced in your intestines, which is not the same
No,
thing
it
as
doesn't.
air
I
being.
don't
Wait.
care where the gas comes from. It's
Wait,
the
we
act
need
of the
definitions of
lips
fart.
flapping.
If I do
We obviously need definitions of fart because you're
It
working with
would
two
be
different
emission of
definitions.
gas.
If I push air out of my lips and it makes the same sound, is that a fart? Or
Yes.
is
That was
a
a fart.
sound?
A mouth
It's a
fart.
mouth fart.
Mouth fart,
Yes.
yeah.
It's just a fart sound, though. It's not an actual fart.
No, you've got ass fart, vag fart, and mouth fart, and
Oh.
also pit fart.
If I blow
Back
my
of the
nose,
knee
is that a
fart.
nose fart? Wait, if I blow my nose, is
If
that a
it
nose
makes
fart?
the right sound, yes.
If I slap my belly, is that a belly fart?
No.
Armpit farts?
You
Yes,
need
these
Yeah, I was
exist.
gonna say.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, the slapping.
Is any kind
It's
of
got to be
sound a
repetitive.
fart?
Repetitive
What if you
and
put your face in
vibrating.
someone else's stomach and go? Is that a fart?
Yes.
That
we
that-
call
yes.
it a raspberry,
That's
but it's a
a
belly
raspberry,
fart.
Tummy fart?
Yeah. That's a form of tummy fart, yes.
And that's a form of love.
Aw.
Why
Here
though?
we
The way
go.
we greet each other. That'd be awkward.
Oh,
Like
that-
embrace
yeah.
my smelly
Big
love.
handshake. We're gonna go in for that.
You're gonna end up with MRSA on your lips if you keep that up, by the way. Just stop that.
How are there two of me?
Oh, that's your future clone.
Because you're an A and not A. You are a logical impossibility. A conundrum within yourself.
There you go.
What is
Wow, it's
this?
just one of you.
This is female reproductive parts, evidently.
No, this is
No,
anal
it's just the
reproduction.
Oh, that's-
sphincter.
Oh, that's the anus. Sorry.
Colon and anus. Sphincter.
the sphincter.
Sphincter.
The
How,
seminal
does
vesicle.
anyone know how many sphincters you have in your body?
Over 50. Over 35 at least.
Oh wow.
The throat is a sphincter. One of my eyes lids is a sphincter, isn't it?
Yeah. Where else?
They're somewhere along your urethral run.
Yeah, the
One,
prostate.
maybe more than one spot.
Yeah. Prostate.
I think there's at least two in the lower colon area.
Well, there's bottom of the stomach, top of the stomach. Those are sphincters.
Right.
Heart valves, one-way valves throughout all your vascular systems. Those are all sphincters.
In appreciation of sphincters, rename the stream.
There you go.
Let's stay to the logic title. It's better.
Sphincter talk.
Talking out your sphincter.
Yes. Which is a fart, isn't it?
No, you have a sphincter in the back
muscle
of your mouth. You have a sphincter at the opening between your lungs and your stomach. You have a sphincter right there.
So my vocal cords are before or after the sphincter?
Below.
After, yeah. On the
Below.
lung
I'm not going to say before or after. It depends on which way you're breathing.
Well, I guess I'm thinking about in through the mouth.
If you're breathing in, it's after. If you're breathing out, it's before. So that's a bad question. I'm going to say lower.
I forgot about Richard's logic on everything.
Rectum.
So when I speak, I actually fart.
not the right
Let's see.
sound.
Are you making a repetitive sound between pieces of flesh using the expulsion of a gas? I just farted.
Well, 26 sounds in English language are repetitive, so yeah.
Well, now you're just talking about how much control you have over the sphincter and the small mouth forms that you use to guide the fart.
My sphincter is smart.
Well, yes. That's how you can sing.
Fast happened without any accidents at all, and this is because
Volume is very low.
I know. Let me change Windows because I think it's.
the outside out, and on the inside you can have different amounts of
Stop.
You can't do a video about farts with that shirt on you.
No.
Brucifer does not have mod powers on this channel to the best of my knowledge that he could time someone out. Let me go
Here
and
we
check.
go.
Somebody else.
G'day, Dr. Carl here, and I'm in the bathroom because I'm talking about farts and how come most of the time farts happen without any accidents at all, and this is because of an underappreciated part of your body called the anal sphincter, which is not here but down at the other end, and it keeps the inside in, the outside out, and on the inside you can have different amounts of solid, liquid and gas. So we're going to link my fingers together and pretend that they are the anal sphincter. Now we're going to tip some liquid into my fingers and see how I can really well. Now
Where's
we're
his
going
hands?
to a solid and see how it's.
Somebody asked me.
I went too
G'day, Dr.
bloody
Carl
low.
here, and
Hang
I'm in the
on.
bathroom because I'm talking about farts and how come most of the time farts happen without any accidents at all, and this is because of an underappreciated part of your body called the anal sphincter, which is not here but down at the other end, and it keeps the inside in, the outside out, and on the inside you can have different amounts of solid, liquid and gas. So we're going to link my fingers together and pretend that they are the anal sphincter. Now we're going to tip some liquid into my fingers and see how I can hold the liquid really well. Now we're going to tip in some solid and see how it sits there. Now imagine that this is what the anal sphincter does. 14 times a day, it releases the gas without releasing the liquid or the solid. Isn't that amazing? Now, every now and then, when it releases the gas, bacteria come out. We'll talk about that next time. G'day, Dr. Carl here, and I'm in the bathroom.
Wait, he didn't explain it. Cop
He didn't
out.
say anything.
No explanatory power.
And I don't think we need a video for this.
No. That was weak.
The video to learn how to fart.
Well,
I
you
didn't
know,
like-
he still equated the fart to the anal sphincter, which means a queef is not a fart.
That's just his definition.
Hey, that's
Definitions
not
are
what we were looking
description.
up.
They're descriptive. They're not prescriptive. You can use the word fart any way he likes. Right, Sammy?
Yep.
Yeah.
So we just have to understand how he's using it. That's all.
Are quiffs mechanical kind of stuff, or they
No,
can just
well,
happen?
it's just okay. So it usually happens when you are being intimate, and it's because like the way the woman is entered has trapped air in there, and so when the air escapes, it makes a farting noise.
But how do you explain
expel
those
it.
women that can do it like without those circumstances?
Wait.
Do they have gay? Never mind.
Wait. Did you just assume that? Wait, Batman. Did you just assume that the birth canal, made of muscles and tissues, cannot be intelligently controlled by the brain?
No.
And I think that's true. The brain has
Women who do
no.
Kegels.
I don't think the brain has any control about our genitals.
Oh, really? You think that your brain is not running your involuntary organs, your involuntary?
What I mean by that is consciously. You cannot consciously get erect, Richard. I mean,
Yes, you can.
Yeah, you can.
No.
NATO says it's ready for.
Yeah.
And yes, you can consciously and only consciously, without any physical acts, you can dismiss a case of hiccups. You
for a
can
direct
stop
confrontation
yourself
with
from
Russia.
sneezing.
Also saying they're ready for a nuclear war, but that they don't believe Russia's insane enough to actually start it, and that there are no winners in a nuclear war. And with that, telling alliance members that they must rearm so that the alliance is fully prepared for when Russia inevitably attacks NATO. NATO says it's ready for a direct confrontation with Russia. Also saying they're ready for a nuclear war, but
Are you trying to summon heretic?
Oh, jeez.
Did you see a sound for that?
Yes.
Oh,
Clearly.
sorry. I thought I had it muted. It was only muted on my end because you can't mute the shorts. There's no volume. And
I'm not.
YouTube shorts
NATO
are
says it's
video
ready for.
Yeah.
Correct.
Absolutely. Can water solve a maze?
Okay, well, the point I think Richard was trying to make earlier is that it's not the same. Like it's a muscle. Just like you can work out other muscles. Females can work out that muscle.
Yes, but you cannot think of it and get it done.
No, but you can think of, you can like, just like this, the same way you can flex, right? Your arms, or you can like tense the muscles in your legs or something like that. You can do the same thing. You can tense, you can contract, you can.
I would actually
by thinking about it, just by.
I have some experience in this because I was married 14 years too long because she did know what Kegel exercises were. I should have been married probably 3 years if it weren't for that fact. And I would compare it more in her description to like if a person can wiggle their ears. Now, humans don't naturally go around wiggling their ears, but it can be done if you find in your brain the right set of muscles, you can do it. So it's something like that.
I will say that it starts off involuntary, right? But then you learn that, hey, I can have something to do with that.
Sure.
No, because you're gonna be crucified by the circumstance. You will be generating that response only in that circumstance.
That's not true. They're not a victim of the circumstance. They can do it on purpose.
So think of the way how I like to look at it is, I think like, for example, I guess like a newborn baby, there are some movements that are like deliberate, but there are a lot of movements that are not, and eventually over time, right, they start to gain like more direct control over other things that they do. Right, to the point where you can start utilizing them in different ways, right? Like you can roll over, you know how to transfer your body weight, right? You learn how to crawl eventually because now you have more control over your hands.
I like this analogy because it's a matter of awareness. At what level is the person aware?
So
like I can teach you how to stop a case of hiccups without doing anything weird, upside down, drinking water, blah, blah, blah. You can just stop them. And I could teach you how to just stop them without doing anything except wanting to stop them.
Is that universally applicable?
I believe so. If a person is at that level of coordination and self-awareness, they totally can do that.
Is the brain learning how to control the body, or the body how to be controlled by the brain?
Neither one. The brain is learning about the brain and what it does not and does control.
I'm sorry, buddy. You can't.
Well, or how much is automatic and how much is controllable.
It's just like the difference between I can hold my bladder, right, for some extended period of time until the pressure gets too great, right? But then, on the other hand, if I'm aware that my urethra actually runs through the prostate, then I am aware that I can just think about sex and become partially aroused, and I don't have to hold my bladder. My body will do it for me. Now I can in an emergency situation. I can go much longer without urinating, without expelling that waste, because I have a different set of muscles that are stronger, stopping it from doing that.
And Jody's only here to talk about pussy farts. Let's be honest.
No, don't say that. Hello, Jody. Where are you driving?
Okay. So it's a question of awareness and how you can take advantage of your own physical body.
Yeah.
But are you aware of your body, or your body is aware of?
Your body is aware of nothing. Only the brain part of your body is aware of anything at all. There is no conscious cell anywhere in your body.
Correct. Yes. The consciousness comes from the pattern, from the system, not from the part.
Right. So.
Can I? So I do have an important, serious topic if you guys would like.
Just the way you said that makes me doubt it.
I'll do my best to. I'll put on my serious voice. Okay. Is marriage between adult humans
microphone love
outside of
marriage without
Is it any better?
You know
is
what
it
to
any
do.
better?
Yes, that's better.
So the question is, outside of religion and I guess government contracts, is marriage good between adult humans? Is it useful?
No,
Why?
because you should not dedicate one being to another being, because that doesn't make another form of being. One thing plus one thing doesn't make two things, it makes another thing.
Anyone else? Any other takers? I'm just curious.
I couldn't even catch the idea because your microphone. Sorry.
It was other than for religious reasons
and government contract reasons.
Yeah, and government contract reasons. Is there any use to marriage?
Yeah, I would say there is. I think.
What is it?
I don't know. Maybe there is that.
I think it's an individual thing.
What
Like,
do
I
you
think
mean?
some
Like,
people would get use from it, and then other people see no use for
I think
themselves.
it depends on what you're defining marriage as. I think a lot of people today see marriage as that government contract that, you know, it gives you tax breaks and all of that stuff. And yeah, those are those benefits. But even before that, right? Like marriage was beneficial, but there was no contract, right? Like if people were married, if they agreed to be married and there was no ceremony marrying them, the community was just like, we wish you well, right? And yeah, I think it does good for you know, like raising families and things like that. Absolutely.
The tradition.
Well, it's not even that. It's if two people decide to be a partnership, they are a partnership. Now you can say that that's some sort of contract between those two, or you can say that it's some government contract because the society blessed them, right? But for a long span of history, it wasn't this government contract that gave you tax breaks like it is today, right? So when we question marriage, are we questioning the tradition of marriage, or are you questioning what marriage looks like today?
I think it's the role. You know, what's the purpose of a marriage? I think
it's a partnership. It's
a woman.
Yeah,
a woman
go
has
ahead.
to. A woman has to feel like she doesn't matter, so that a man can think that he does. But then at some point that gets switched around to reality. The reality is that we all matter. There isn't one that matters more than another. It all has meaning, every bit of it.
I don't ever feel like I didn't matter or couldn't matter or
No,
anything
you have
like
to
that.
realize that society sees women in general.
Yeah,
That's why they get
that's
lower
true.
pay.
But like to me, the
That's
concept.
why they have to do the dirty dishes. They have to do the dirty laundry. They have to take out the dirty garbage. You know, they got to do the shit that. I'm not saying there aren't exceptions to the rule. I know there are. But for the most part, women know that's their job. They have to clean the toilet. You know, they have to scrub the toothpaste off the side of the fucking shower wall. You know,
Wow, my
stupid shit.
husband got the short end of the
Boogers and
stick because I
everything.
do that. Yeah, my husband got the short end of the stick because that's not my job. But
Yeah, that's not the. I mean,
but
that's not the
but
rule.
like no, I think the idea of marriage has been contorted to look like a government contract, right? Because there are governmental benefits such as taxes,
Well,
things like that.
also
But I
because
think if you look at the tradition of marriage was nothing more than I think marriage was nothing more than this. We're going to be partners in this, and we're going to go forward as partners in this. We're going to be a team now.
but you're missing a part there. The government is heavily involved.
Now, but it
you
wasn't
have to
always.
get a fucking married. That's my point.
Yes, they've
now.
always been involved.
That's why people see it that way now. It's like fuck the government. If me and a person want to make a commitment, we make it to each other. The government shouldn't have any fucking thing to do with it.
That's the point I'm making. The question shouldn't be what good is marriage or what good does marriage do. It should be why are we turning it into a government contract?
Yes.
You're talking about in the past or now? Because there's a difference.
In Australia, right? Once you have lived in a sexual or emotional relationship with someone for 3 months, you are essentially married in the law.
It's called common law.
It depends. It depends. In Australia, that's it. You don't have any other conditions on. Like in Texas, we have that, but it's not. We have common law, but there are extra things on top of that, right? Like it's not just cohabitation. You have to cohabitate for a certain amount of time, but you also have to present yourself and speak of each other as married. Like you have to present that. People have to consider.
No. You just have to be boyfriend, girlfriend.
Okay, a lot of places here require more than cohabitation. Places here require more than cohabitation. You can live with your girlfriend for 3 months or for 3 years and not be married, but you can live with your common law spouse for 6 months and be married. But it's also in a presentation.
Depends on the state, right?
It does depend on the state.
Australia doesn't do it for good reasons. It's because of benefits. So married people get less than individual single people. So if you're single, you get more benefits coming into the household than a married couple.
Why
So the
can't
government
you
was like, well, if you're gonna just not say you're together, even though you sleep in the same bed and have sex every night, then we're gonna say after 3 months you're as good as married.
We don't do that. We won't force common law on you. Not in my state anyway. That's a choice thing. But
not that any government does.
But that's what I was saying, right? So the real question you're asking isn't what good is marriage, it's why are we turning marriage into a government contract?
May I present another question in the same conversation?
Go
on. Do you guys think romantic love, is necessary for people to get married?
We wish to.
Personally, yes.
What do you mean by necessary?
Well,
it's a
condition that needs to be met, right, in order for people to get married.
You said necessary, but then you described a should.
Sex out of hate is a thing.
Richard's right. I know what you meant. He means colloquially, not ultimately.
I think there are
Should
things
should
that should have to
should
be met.
someone get married if they're not in love? There you go.
So
Well,
love
not
is
even.
the greatest motivation. Love is the greatest motivation. So
Well,
if there's
not
no
even.
love, then there's no meaning or no.
Well, I don't know. I know people who had arranged marriages and fell in love, and they are in love. And I can't say that because that is not an ideal situation for me, that it wasn't their ideal situation. What I can say is there should be restrictions like minors shouldn't be able to go get married, right? You probably shouldn't be marrying siblings all over the place, right? Like these.
Can I marry myself?
I mean, I don't know how you make yourself a partner to yourself. That just seems like remaining single to me. But,
I talk to myself, so.
Well, I talk to myself too, but that doesn't make me my own partner.
Well,
Are you schizophrenic?
You couldn't be schizophrenic. You'd have to have dissociative identity disorder to even.
Okay, that
even
one.
Then, but even then, you wouldn't be aware of each other unless you were integrated.
What if they're a piece of paper to bridge the gap, and you're aware that you're married to yourself? Would that be okay?
No, that doesn't make any sense. You can't join yourself to yourself. You are yourself.
I'm sorry, I shouldn't joke like that. Sorry.
So like you got a lump of clay and you divide it up into say 100 pieces, and then you just got these little balls, and you perfectly shape them so they're perfectly spherical, and then they just cling to each other.
Speak for yourself with the little balls.
Each ball is a human being.
So
So it's kind of like a cell. The way a cell operates, each part of that cell it has a function.
So
there you go. You can marry your balls.
Yes, you can marry your balls.
I can marry him.
So, like, take for example, right? Under personally, I don't think being in love or loving someone is necessary to get married.
Define love first. You have to define it.
Romantic love.
What is romantic love?
Being attracted to
like
someone
the one associated.
So it's an attraction, like something
purposes
you
of
couldn't
sex.
help. You couldn't help that. It was something
I
that
can
pulled you.
because I'm not attracted to anyone.
So you made a choice not to be a part, is what you're saying. Like nothing influenced you.
Well, it
yeah,
did.
I mean,
my nature.
So your nature is the law of attraction.
No, my nature influenced me to choose you as my partner.
Nature? Like, does an animal just know, like, when spring has arrived and they had to plan ahead and make sure they were pregnant by a certain time in order to give birth in the spring? Same with flowers in the ground that come up at a certain time of the year. You know, leaves coming out on a tree, all of that.
Most of animals in the animal kingdom have their time to get married, like.
Right. So nature, when it comes to living beings, knows when something is on target or when it's way off.
Okay, so
or
we
when
are
it's
not.
Even a little bit off, you can know.
Are we not part of nature?
We are, but what I'm trying to get at is that there's an attraction to something that speaks volumes to your mind, and you are naturally you are naturally gravitating towards that.
No,
you just don't even realize it's happening, like it happened to me.
If I see big tits, I don't care if it's from a man or from a woman. I just see big tits.
I never said man or woman. Did I?
No, but
so I don't know. Like, take for example, two people want to pool their resources together, right, to work towards a common goal, right? And not that marriage is necessary for that, right? but they choose to get married to reap whatever maybe societal benefits that might come with that, right?
You're
No,
So
talking
they're
for
not
the
necessarily
future. You're speaking for the future, right?
no. I'm just saying, like in terms of the intentionality, right? Like
From the
you
beginning,
don't.
you mean?
You,
Why did we have marriage? Is that what you're getting at?
no, we kind of passed that conversation. Now I'm just kind of talking about is love necessary for people to get married?
So I think the point of marriage is so that you can understand what it means to be alone versus what it means to have someone else that means something to you, that you value and they value you.
Why does it need to be inside of a marriage, kind of?
Because then you're not all about yourself, you're about that person. You're thinking about how are they going to benefit from something I do and vice versa.
Why do you need marriage for that to happen?
Well, I personally did because I was raised by I guess you would call him an
not why you did. Why should someone?
No, because I can only speak from me. You have
But that's the discussion. We're not
your reality.
We're not having a tell us let Jody's life story. We're having
I'm telling you
hypothetical. Why should you do
about marriage?
Yeah, no, you're about to say I got married because I was a Christian. I'm not a Christian, but I was.
Christian. I got married because my father was an I can't say that word. Authoritarian. Authoritarian. He was
So he told you to get married in order to.
No, my father was dead way before I got married. My father died in 83.
So you got married because your dead father was an authoritarian.
So in my mind, in order to be who I am, I guess I needed the pushback because my father was always giving me pushback. And I was always giving him pushback. So with my husband, he's a lot like my father. Like he was always giving me pushback and vice versa. That's our whole marriage was constant.
So you got married to your husband because he kind of reminds you of your father, like he behaves in such a way,
or they marry their mother, one or the other. They join themselves to what I guess challenges them, because most marriages end because of the challenges. Either you're up for the challenge or you're not. And there was a point
That's
where
it. God's a Freudian.
Wow.
I knew it. I knew it.
You guys just did major therapy on my brain.
My answer was no, technically it's not necessary, and there's plenty of people that go into
Your brain isn't
unions.
necessary?
Oh God, I'm talking platonic relationships all the time, like platonic marriages or unions, whatever you want to call it. But it depends. Are you talking only just specifically about romantic love, doing it without romantic love, or
But you
love
see,
of any kind?
Sammy,
Yeah.
who is authorizing that union? I mean, I can make a union between me and.
I agree with you. I don't think anyone has the right to.
Well, I mean, it's between you. Like, take for example, right? Two people who do not love each other, but let's say they're really good friends and they understand each other enough to see that okay, you know, this person have traits that I want to where I would be able to make kids with them and raise good kids, right? And they can have kids and raise those kids together. So I guess the other
have you ever heard of
kinda,
somebody that's done that? Have you ever heard of somebody that's done that? And what
Oh,
sort of proportion are they?
God,
Is this
your
a
mic
heretic?
is bad.
Is this a heretic with a bad mic?
It is.
Oh.
See if
My
you can
God.
refresh, maybe, heretic.
Yeah.
It's just really crackly. But I believe Heretic said, "Oh God, no."
Heretic, it's really bad, bro.
Please refresh, Heretic, if you can hear us.
Get a new gospel.
Pray harder.
I'm on my iPad. I always have these problems.
Oh, that's better. I don't know what you did, but that's better.
Well,
Wait, who said it was better?
I got rid of my Bluetooth earbuds and
It's
I put automatic
no, it's
cancellation
just
on.
coming through like a robot. Please refresh.
Is it? It sounds okay to me, mate. Isn't it? Oh, sorry. Yeah, it's terrible. We can't hear you. Breaking up.
Thank you,
Up.
Richard. Thank you very much. Thank you. I was asking Odin. In your hypothetical example of two people just getting together because they like each other,
I didn't say that.
how many? I didn't say Jody. I said Odin.
Oh, I was just saying I didn't say that.
How many people do you know that have done that?
I know 2 people who have done that.
2. And that's as a proportion of how many people do you know?
A lot.
Exactly. So let's not look at the exceptions to the rule.
Mm-hmm.
It was just an example I was giving. Like I know, I know more people who have gotten married to police sources versus getting, deciding to make babies and
How
raise
long have they
babies
been married?
together.
How long have they been married, and are they still married?
Yes, they're all still married, as far as I know.
50-50.
How long have they been married?
There's a phenomenon in Australia, Heretic. I don't know if this counts or if it even counts to what you're saying, Odin, because there's no kids involved and stuff. But there are straight males who are going into like life partner unions and stuff, in couples, triples, deciding to live together, pay the bills together, do essentially everything but have sex.
Is that actually a marriage? Are they doing that via the state type of thing?
Well, that's the thing. Australia, as we were saying, but just before you got here, you've only got to be living together for 3 months, and the government will consider you married.
Well, in that case, the blokes that are doing that are the stupidest, most blue-pilled, idiotic, ridiculous idiots that I can imagine.
Kick him.
Well, yes, kick him, because that's me
Kick
and
him
Will.
because 4 of us are hubbies. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, but
what was that?
Oh man, that's so funny.
Yeah, the 4 of us are planning to build a compound, very high barbed wire fences.
Is that to keep you in and nobody else in as well, or out, or whatever?
Yes, the barbed wire will be facing inwards.
I like that idea. Save the rest of us from your stupidity. I love it.
Yes.
So Heretic. So people getting married to each other outside of love being the main reason. How is that a stupid idea?
Because marriage in any way, shape or form nowadays is a one-way contract where the bloke, let's put it as man and woman partnership, say, the bloke gets shafted at the end. 50% of these things disappear, they go wrong. In same-sex relationships, it's higher than that. In 80% of the time, it's a woman that leaves. And in 95% of the time, the woman takes 50% of the bloke's money and kicks them out from their house and takes their assets. It is a one-way contract that men are signing up to. And the reason behind that is that men are worse than women when it comes to having been indoctrinated with this Disney movie of live happily ever after.
Wait,
They
heretic,
worse.
are you for or against the hetero marriage
Absolutely,
of life
100%
partners,
against it.
non-sexual hetero marriage? Because now it sounds like you're giving evidence for why it makes sense.
Why what makes sense?
Why the hubbies and I, who don't engage with sex with each other but are life partners, makes sense because you're giving all this evidence against heterosexual marriages.
Well, whoever it is of you that's got the money and got the assets, you're fucked.
See, that's where.
None of us.
But what if?
All of us.
But what if we? But what if we all have the same
of us
amount
are
of money and
poor.
assets?
Yeah, exactly. And we're all men who, in our past, have had relationships end, and we've all demonstrated that we just gave the ex everything.
You're already one of us, heretic. You just don't know it.
That's what men do. Exactly.
I
Go
mean,
on,
in
Ed.
the concept of joining a cult with a bunch of cunts, I've got no issue, right? I'm already there because I'm on this stuff.
But
every so
spending
often,
time with
but-
people that you enjoy being with, that just makes no fucking sense at all.
But the concept that I would actually want to be in physical close proximity to you cunts is a totally alien idea to me. I am going to remain on
And
the
that's
other
why
side
no
of the
one has
Atlantic.
asked you to be their hubby.
I am going to remain on the other side of the Atlantic. And you lot,
Where all
you
of
can
them are
live with
wankers.
Biden.
Yes, you can stay with the.
Can I ask a serious question that can relate to the topic at hand, which is no pun intended.
So you think that would be different from usual? Come on, man.
I know.
We're all very serious here.
Okay. Where or when does sex end? And is that related to our concept of marriage?
What do you mean? When does it end?
When does sex
As
end?
in the individual act, like after 20 minutes?
When
five
the
in my
act of
case?
sex, when does the sex end?
I think he's talking in general, like in the relationship.
No, it's when you turn over and go to sleep and she complains.
It's when you stop having sex, I guess.
Who?
Both.
So I think this is an interesting question. So let's look into it a little bit more, right? Like, so I think there's the physical part of it, where like you'll probably get old to a certain point, where certain parts of your body might not be able to work, and the urge to be pleased or please is no longer physically beneficial. As in, it will probably result in a heart attack if you got a hard on.
Or you're bored as fuck with your wife and she's really fucking ugly and probably fat and drooping, and there are elements of her that you cannot stand the smell of, which just might be a general thing. And I suggest not only do you get yourself your own room, you probably buy yourself a caravan and move it down up to the bottom of the garden.
Yes.
And live in there.
Yes, heretic, but when does the sex with such kind of person end?
When you choose to end it.
Who is you?
You or she? When you decide you no longer have any
Either one.
interest in an intimate relationship with an other, or the other person decides, that's it. That's the end.
Yeah.
Do you
Even
have
if you're in the middle of the act and one person says, I've had enough of that, let's stop. It stops. Doesn't matter
Okay.
which one. Should if either
In my
one wants
case,
to just stop, that's when it stops.
In my case, I
Okay.
was diagnosed with a breathing. I would stop breathing like 180 times in an 8-hour period. So they put me on a CPAP machine. So our sex wasn't there before the CPAP. It definitely wasn't there after the CPAP.
Didn't you almost murder your current boyfriend by having lots of sex with him?
I mean, I was he's the one that reached out to me. And one thing led to another. Yeah.
Okay, in psychology and especially in interviews and interrogations, that's called distancing yourself from the question.
Well,
all that pain he must be in.
I have to do this to Sky. Sex is not the only pleasure, but that's very nice.
But it's very nice.
But that's
Very
that's
nice.
That's nice. No,
Yeah.
you woke up with a boner from a nap, not from a nap with a boner.
No, wake up from a nap with a boner.
No,
It's English.
Yeah.
You got to talk backwards, bro.
you guys aren't helping.
Okay.
You, all the rest of you talk correctly. English, we don't. You say the ball red. We say the red ball.
Yes, because Jesus was God and not a human.
This is why in English you need so many qualifying statements. I woke up with a boner. It may not have been mine in that sentence. It might have been someone else's.
Yeah, right?
That's the problem right there.
Yeah.
Whereas it should be, I woke up and my penis was hard.
So he told me
Or
because
erect.
Maybe it was frozen.
we hadn't been
There you
together
go.
for Gene and I hadn't been together for 42 years. So he said that he knew that I needed him. And because I said, why did you start messaging me? Because you knew I would leave my husband. And how did you know that? And I just didn't understand. I don't think he did it either. But
How did he knew that you will leave your husband?
because he was my first.
So
where
what?
I was consensually, I wanted him and I had sex together, for the first time when I was like 14.
Okay.
And we broke off, but he still came back to me.
Are you doing the Destiny kind of card stuff? Like we were destined to be together.
That. I can't help but believe that.
Maybe she's a Chad widow. Some people will call it.
A what?
Either an alpha widow or a Chad widow, where I guess the interactions with one specific guy was so amazing, where to the point where you're still holding on to that experience for like decades, and no one else would like ever live up to it, so you'll eventually just go back to it.
Oh,
I have trouble believing anybody's first was that great.
It was.
Especially on the female side.
No, because we are all comparing with our past. If everything we are doing in the present, we are comparing with our past. So
no, I just mean
was...
it's so clumsy and new. I have a hard time believing that somebody's first time is like the best time.
So,
oh yeah,
especially on the female side.
We had sex like all the time.
Why is
And
that
it was
special
only
though?
when people were sleeping. Because
What?
my
On the
parents
female side?
my parents couldn't know about it. My parents had to be completely oblivious to the fact that we were having sex.
This is Jody. This is like everyone's experience ever.
The reason
we lived under the same roof, guys. He was
okay. Okay. But the reason I say it's different from the female experience is because girls are not guaranteed to get off, right? Like just because the guy gets off doesn't mean the girl did, right?
Yeah, but
so
that's-
especially if everything's clumsy and new, I have a hard time believing the first time was the female's
Well, you
best
already know
experience.
that I was molested.
Right, right.
It wasn't.
No, I wasn't referring to you.
Oh, I was speaking from my own experience.
Pixie,
Okay.
Pixie,
But
the
if,
thing
if-
that you're
if-
missing, Pixie, the thing that you're missing is Jody is describing the first person, and they continued having sex for quite a many times, and
That's true.
they clearly got better, but it was still Jody's first.
I get that, but I was
Why was
referring
it
to
my
what
fault?
Odin said earlier.
Whoa. It wasn't my fault. He always came to my bed. I never came to his bed.
No, nobody said anything like that, sweetheart.
I thought
I'm
you said
not.
it was
I'm
my
not making
fault.
anything your fault. No,
So
not at all.
Jody, did you ruin your marriage and go off with this original first bloke, or did you not leave your husband?
The original Chad.
Let's just put it this way. The only reason I was staying is because my youngest two children have severe anxiety and depression, and I'm the only one that was taking care of them.
So you stayed in your marriage?
For that reason. Until
I don't care what your reason is. I'm happy you stayed in your marriage. You maintained your vows
until I didn't.
Until you didn't.
Exactly.
And you didn't because
of Jane.
The new Chad.
Sorry,
Or the
I
old
asked you
Chad.
very specifically, did you leave your marriage because of this guy? And you said no. Now you're saying yes, you did.
Okay, so before Jean started messaging me back in October, I was in the marriage till the marriage ended. You know what I mean? Like I was
Until you ended the marriage.
No, I was in it for the long haul. In my mind, I needed to stay with my husband and my children and my grandkids. I needed to just live where I was. But then Jean came along, and I started second guessing that.
And you ended your marriage.
I was unfaithful.
And you ended your marriage.
And I told my husband the very next day that I cheated on him, and he said, "Well, are you done?" And I said, "I can't say that I am." And he said, "Well, if you're done, you can stay. If you're not, you can leave." I said, "I already knew that." So I packed everything from 34 years of marriage in 2 hours into an Uber, and I've been here for the last 90 days or more, like probably 4 months now.
Who's doing the music?
You chose it. You chose it, Jody. Good. It was like, whatever. You left. You walked
I
out.
left. I had to leave. That marriage
Good.
was over. I knew it was over. I know, it sounds like Days of Our Lives.
That was Days of Her Life, right? Or Young and the Restless.
That was the first one. This is Young and the Restless now.
Yeah, I never watched that one. I thought that one was dumb.
Isn't that what
Jody and the Restless.
Isn't that
I
what,
like that one.
Yeah. Isn't like episode 6,000 and something, isn't it?
Oh my goodness.
Well, more than that.
know this
More than
information?
that.
Wow.
There's a reason that was so popular. Because that's how people live. They're young,
No.
they're restless.
People were
definitely not
born
how
and died in that TV
Your
show.
mind is wired.
The reason they liked the show, the reason that they liked the show is because a serial show tends to use a lot of manipulation in making people want to watch the next episode.
Right.
And the continuance of the story makes them feel like they have something sort of cohesive in their lives.
Yeah, I love
That's,
that.
it's not
that and
because
pe-
they're young and restless. It's
Well,
No,
we
that
are
and
young
people
now.
will attach
I mean, everybody
themselves.
knows that.
That and people will attach themselves to, like, even if they
Like
don't like the full
characters.
cast of characters, they'll
Yeah.
attach
Yep.
themselves to one character. So even
Right.
if they're not invested in all 5 storylines, they're invested in one, right?
Right.
Yeah,
I
you
think
can live.
Victor
I
was
think
the man.
Jesus. I think
Well,
Jesus said
I don't know nothing about The Young and the Restless. Well, I guess I know a little bit. My uncle watched it, but my mom watched Days of Our Lives until the vampire thing happened, and then she quit watching them. She
Dude,
watched
that was
Port.
so funny.
She watched
I
Port
don't remember
Charles,
the vampire
and
thing.
she watched General Hospital is the one she still watches. She watches General Hospital.
Wow.
That was
Luke
still on.
Spencer and Laura and all them. That's the one she watches.
isn't that the same as astrology in some way, horoscopes and stuff like? We watch a vague kind of TV show that could apply to our lives, and we are willing to apply it to our lives and to make sense into our lives.
So I think YouTube is the new soap opera. And that's why people love it, because it's all about you.
I don't know.
I
I
think-
always looked at the show as just escapism, right? Like it's just picking up a
Yeah.
book.
that's
They're
what
just
Yeah.
choosing to continue a story with characters they're familiar with.
Yeah.
And sometimes
And
your
also,
favorite
like-
character is the good guy, and sometimes your favorite character is the bad guy, and
Right.
sometimes you're screaming at your favorite character. But it's just escapism with familiarity mixed in.
Yeah.
I think Jesus said once in his walks around the earth that vagueness is a sign of something.
I think you meant Jesus.
I don't know. I remember hating it when I was little, but then like in my teenage years, that was like the one thing my mom and I could like consistently talk about without fighting. So I watched the damn show. I can tell you all 20 storylines.
I think too, it's like those storylines are so dramatic.
Yeah.
And like,
Over the
controversial and, so people's lives, their mundane sort of boring
Yeah.
lives. It's much spicier to watch
Yep.
these people, So
But, and
yeah,
they bring in things from the real world too, right? Like when the AIDS epidemic was going on, that became like an annual tradition. The nurses' ball became like an annual tradition in the soap opera based off of a character who
Could you
who's HIV positive. When
Could you-
when the whole Nexium thing happened, they did
Oh.
like a one of the characters got involved in a cult, right?
Yeah.
Like so like they also bring in like things that are
Smallville.
happening.
The chick from Smallville.
Yeah, when all
The
that
one.
went down, the cult one of the soaps did like a thing that like involved cults in their storyline, right? So like I don't know. I guess people
that's
see
really
that in
smart because it
Yeah.
makes people feel like they have like that that's included in the like their own metaverse of
Right.
things,
And there-
even though
there
it's
was-
half in and half out of it, like it's still there. You can still relate.
And it started in the 60s. So we're talking
Right.
60 years
Yeah.
ago.
And I remember at one point I was like, I'm almost done because right before Port Charles, that the other one my mom watched that tied into General Hospital, they did like collabs
yeah.
and stuff or whatever. Right before that one went off the air, they got really weird with like vampires and all kinds of nonsense. And they had brought this character over, and I was like, oh hell no! If they start that vampire shit, Mom, I'm not watching this with you
That wasn't the
anymore.
Edge of Night, was it?
But
Edge of Night.
But I don't know. But they didn't turn him into a vampire. What they did was when they brought these two characters over, instead of maintaining that he was a vampire, they made the storyline that she was having mental health issues, right? In these delusions. And so they brought the characters over, but they turned it, and I appreciated that because I was like, I'm not on board with this vampire shit.
Well, look at like
Yeah, that could be
Rosebud and
tricky.
Partridge Family and all those sitcoms. They were similar, but they were just short. I don't know. They weren't daytime. They were nighttime, or you know what I mean. Something you sit around the TV with your entire family and watch.
I'm gonna
Everything is
create
gay.
I'm gonna create a soap opera cinematic universe. Bunch of
Nice.
You remember the Waltons? You guys remember the Waltons?
I never watched it, but I know of it.
Like
Is
Little House
the
on the Prairie.
Good night, John Boy. Like all I remember is John Boy had this big mole on his face, and everyone would say goodnight to each other at the end. That's all I remember.
And they were always trying to help each other out because somebody was always in a pickle.
Yeah, I actually can't watch it anymore because I don't have any cable or satellite or anything like that. So it's been a while, but I sure did watch with my mom.
You can watch on YouTube.
is Saved by the Bell a soap opera? And if not, what makes it a soap opera? A soap opera?
No, it was a
That sounds so
sitcom.
weird.
Yeah, it was a
situation
sitcom drama.
comedy. Serial shows where they have like the story stops at the episode's end and picks up when the next episode, starts. That's a soap opera essentially. But soap operas are very specific as far as like how they're acted, how they're filmed. It's not like I wouldn't call Dallas. I mean Dallas or like the old shows Dallas and like what was the other one that was kind of like on the same caliber? A Dynasty, right?
Yeah.
Those shows were serial dramas, but I wouldn't call them soap operas because they had like film quality level production. Soap
That was
operas,
nighttime.
yeah, and but they were still serials. But soap operas are like really cheaply filmed, And you can tell and they film like very fast, lots of episodes. So
Not necessarily. Not here in the UK.
Oh
We got
really?
stuff
Like in the US,
Coronation
they'll do
Street and
they'll do like 6
EastEnders.
weeks in like a weekend or like a couple of weeks,
Yeah, maybe now, but they didn't used to. It took a lot more work.
Yeah, Halsey, that's not what it's like in the UK. We've got.
Well, I will say.
Can I finish?
Sorry.
I mean, everything's digital
why
now.
are all the women just fucking talking over
No,
you?
I didn't hear you until you got upset, and I
Why
apologize.
the fuck
Continue.
do the women all talk over the top of people? What the fuck is going on?
You need to be
It
submissive,
happens every
heretic.
fucking time. Every fucking
Heretic,
time.
you need to practice. You need to practice submissiveness.
His voice was blending with the music. I'm sorry. It took me a minute.
It's not about the music.
So are the days of our lives.
There you go.
Heretic, are you ready for a proposal yet?
If the woman said
propose
so.
you fuck off.
What woman?
Did that work?
What woman? Is there a woman that you feel that way about? Did someone do something to you that you still harbor?
Who are you talking to?
What?
You.
No.
I wanted an example of a British soap opera.
Yeah, he was born with a
Coronation
swivel
Street.
heart.
Star Trek.
No, it's not a soap opera.
wasn't Dark
EastEnders,
Shadows? soap opera?
EastEnders.
Oh yeah, Shadow. Night Shadow.
EastEnders, Coronation Street, Brookside.
Highlander.
Call the midwife.
The midwife. Yeah. Yeah.
So do you guys shoot like episode by episode? Because I get what Space was saying, but I thought it was because like sometimes instead of shooting episode by episode, they'll shoot one storyline with these actors and then another storyline with these actors, and then they chop them into episodes.
Shoot, chop. I'm sounding quite barbaric.
Heretic, was that TV show about the Father Ted called?
Pretty sure it was called Father Ted, wasn't it?
No way. Is
Father
it?
knows best.
No.
No. Father Ted.
Or do we know Heretic?
The Vicar of no.
About
Father Ted was a sitcom, a situation comedy.
Yeah, but wasn't it called Father Ted?
That's what I just said.
Father
Ted
Brown.
was a sitcom.
Father Brown.
Oh. So what are you asking, Ed?
The name of the TV show that it was about Father Ted, which is Father Ted, and I'm sorry that I'm an idiot.
It's okay.
It happens. But what? Except EastEnders and the other one, what's a British soap opera that is like lifelong stuff. Because
EastEnders, Coronation Street.
Um,
Coronation Street is still going. It started in the 1960s.
what about Doctor Who?
Pardon?
Doctor Who.
No, that's not.
Why not?
No, that's just a sci-fi series.
It
Heretic.
doesn't have to be.
Do you
Real.
still watch Neighbours in the UK?
I haven't. I don't. I haven't watched it since the
No, but
1980s.
but do people?
I have no idea.
People are watching Neighbors. People are watching their neighbors. Don't worry about that.
What Sammy meant was, do you peek out your
Neighbors.
bedroom blinds and try to get a glance into the bathroom of the opposite house?
Some of them are loving their neighbors, as any respectable Christian would do.
Well,
A lot of my neighbours look like you, Richard. I'm not interested at all in looking in at them.
Emmerdale, that's right, Emmerdale.
That's a very, very, very long-standing one as well.
Yeah. Would you say that Planet Earth is a soap opera?
What?
Cosmos. Cosmos is a soap opera.
No, documentary type stuff, isn't it?
Why? What makes the documentary a documentary?
What is Cosmos? Isn't that the one from America with that guy who
speaks
don't know.
American?
I don't know what it is. I got a feeling it was that famous science person, wasn't it? Cosmos?
Yeah, the Sagan. The Sagan.
Carl Sagan. Carl
Yeah.
Sagan. Yeah, that's not a soap opera, no. A soap opera is usually about a community and what happens in the community with all the people. So you get to know the people, their characters, and then things happen to them.
What about Mrs. Brown's Boys? Mrs. Brown's Boys?
No, that's a historic docudrama to do with Queen Victoria.
No way. No.
It's all drama. Drama is, if you look up the word drama and define it,
absolute control. That's why we're trying to do
movement.
simple things, pointing out the nature of be natural, and this is where we find the source that God made to transcend the New World Order. That's why they want to try to keep us out of it.
Okay, because
Go on.
because everybody was going round and round, I looked up what makes a soap opera, and it says the main characteristics that define soap operas are an emphasis on family life, personal relationships, sexual dramas, emotional and moral conflicts, some coverage of topical issues set in familiar domestic interiors with only occasional excursions into new locations.
So, Star Trek.
No, Star Trek is always going somewhere new. They're always landing on different planets. They're exploring the whole damn galaxy.
But it's about the same people, always.
No, kind of, I guess.
The interpersonal relationships of the crew make Star Trek a soap opera.
Yeah, I guess there's that.
But it's not serial. It's not a serial drama. Like the last
But it
episode
doesn't-
doesn't leave off.
Yeah, I was gonna say, in a soap opera, the episodes can't be independent. They don't stand alone. You're lost if you don't know what came before and what came after.
Yeah, I would think it would be a situational drama, sci-fi situational drama. You know, they're on this ship. It's the future, and they go and have adventures out in space. I mean, it's a
Where do
closed
you put-
environment, you know.
Where do you put Seinfeld?
Situation
I can't
comedy.
stand Seinfeld.
I never saw an
Yeah, it's a
episode.
Because he's Jewish.
No, Seinfeld
No,
is
I
a
didn't get the
sitcom.
humor.
Just like Friends is a sitcom. If you can take
I've never seen
one
an episode of
episode,
Friends either.
if you can take one episode and watch it by itself and get the gist of everything going on, then it is not a soap opera. because in a soap opera you have these little clips of everything, right? Like, for example, yesterday.
Pixie, by the way, your microphone is popping.
Oh, I will have to leave and come back.
In the meantime, play The Frog's Gay.
The frogs are gay, yeah. The frogs are gay.
Friggin' frog's gay. Do you understand that? Turn the friggin' frog's gay. Serious crap. Gay. Frogs, friggin' frogs. It's not funny. I'm gonna say it real slow for you. Gay. Frogs.
I will say humans are.
Gay. Frogs, friggin' frogs. I don't like a frog.
So I pushed the wrong button and
Frogs. Friggin' frog crap. Won't you think of frogs? It's not funny. I'm gonna say it real slow for you. Frogs. Close point.
Do you think that the world needs characters like Alex Jones?
Like how?
Well, I do, but I wish I could enjoy his bullshit and laugh at him without him damaging a lot of people's.
I mean,
way of
we
thinking.
need them because we need to make a dichotomy between things, you know. I mean,
make a comparison, yeah.
Yeah.
I know, that's Richard's whole thing.
Isn't it true that if we couple intelligent people with intelligent people, it is not guaranteed that they will make intelligent people?
Of course not.
Yeah.
It's more likely, statistically.
I don't know. I think a lot of it has to do. I think a lot of it has to do with nurturing. Just because two people are extremely intelligent, that doesn't guarantee that their child would be able to express that same type or level of intelligence. However, I think intelligence is innate. I just think that if they find a way how that child learns and what they're good at, maybe they could, get that child up to their level of intelligence in regards to something specific.
When you say intelligence,
and there's a lot of variables too. Like in general, the higher educated have better jobs, better money. Therefore, their children end up better educated, and it goes on. Whereas, two very intelligent people that are very poor, and the child doesn't get a good education, isn't necessarily going to turn out intelligent. So environment's a hell of a lot to do with it.
Oh yeah,
Sammy, and Odian, when you say intelligence, what do you mean by intelligence, and how do you quantify it?
So I would I think it comes down to competence when it comes to creativity, expressing creativity, and problem solving.
Am I being able to open the door? Am I intelligent?
It's a form of intelligence, yeah.
Am I intelligent enough for you?
Personally, yes.
Yeah.
You're already one of us.
You're one of us. Don't worry.
You're already one of us. Just go ahead and accept the wedding proposal.
There you go.
One of us.
Yeah, we'll open the gate for you.
Because I have this feeling that no amount of intelligence will be enough for another human to accept it.
I mean, fair enough. There's an emotional and ideological aspect to it, but just because, like, you can still be very intelligent and be an idiot, right? It just
Tell
depends.
me what you mean, but not
No,
you,
no.
Aideen. I want need to clarify what you mean.
Okay.
Is that you?
Hands up.
They're coming for you, Ed.
Freeze.
What have you done?
Attend me.
That was me.
Okay. Oh, that was so. Yeah, Ed. What was your question, Ed? Oh no, your statement about you don't think that there can be anyone with enough intelligence for another human being.
My question was, what do we mean by intelligence, and how do we quantify it meaningfully?
Yeah, no, I was all good with that bit. It was the next statement about you don't think.
Am I intelligent enough for you guys? And what
Yeah, and we
makes
said yes.
what did I do to break the standard of being intelligent or not intelligent?
Did nothing.
I have a standard
Nothing.
for that. Your ability to put together things that belong together necessarily that seem on their face distant. So it's your ability to extrapolate from abstract ideas to come to what is necessary.
Or you're just hot in some eyes.
And the beard, yeah.
There's the beard too.
I think sometimes relationships like have these reflections built into them, right? And so I think if you can ask the right questions, or if you can make somebody else ponder, right, in either something that they haven't before, or from a perspective that they haven't before, that equates to intelligence in the mind of many people.
Yeah, so it's funny, like, so where I live, like you'll engage in you'll engage a female, for example, and she'll say, "Well, I really like guys who are intelligent and well spoken," right? So I'm like, okay. And how I used to translate that were that they themselves were intelligent people, and so they wanted to be around other intelligent people. Turns out that's really not the case. It's a situation where they just want someone is intelligent for the purposes of being able to problem solve and I guess I understand there's the
And
feels
keep a
part of it.
conversation going.
Yeah, right.
Don't you think
Like,
that when we say intelligent, when we demand intelligence from other people, we actually are telling them to understand us?
not necessarily. I don't
No.
think I don't think someone needs to. I don't think if someone understands me, it's a way of saying they're intelligent. They can still understand what I'm saying, but they could be dumb as bricks.
Yeah, well, maybe there's something that you've learned, and I somehow sense that you've learned it, and something I've learned that you somehow sense that you want to learn. You know what I mean? Like, it's a cyclical thing.
For me, largely it comes back down to competence, right? And people valuing, um, how competent you are at a specific thing or things, right?
Yeah, but that comes in different levels because you're not always feeling competent.
Well,
like at various times in your life, I mean, like, you know what I mean? Like maybe 20 years ago, I don't feel I'm as competent as I am now.
Well, it's not necessarily about the competence necessarily. It's more so on your ability to do certain things or perform certain tasks based on what that person values.
I think he means to translate understanding into action, right?
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
for example, Tesla, you could say Nikola Tesla was not competent in the fact that, you know, he never made millions for a large portion of history. Much of his work was glossed over or passed over, right? But if you study his work, he was incredibly intelligent and he demonstrated a remarkable understanding of things. And you realize that the only reason he's not a big name we study is because he was not in it for the money and he let a lot of his stuff get ripped off, right? So
Exactly.
it's like how do you define competency? And so I think the way that Batman is using it is like an understanding and competency in the knowledge that you're using.
Yep.
Here's Rexy.
Hey, Rex.
Hey, how's everybody?
Good.
Okay.
Bugger. Okay, fair enough.
Yeah, I like for me, right? I don't want my female partner. It's not a requirement for her to be, you know, super smart or anything like that, or like have a vast well of knowledge that I might possess or anything like that, right? Like the things that I value.
No.
Go ahead.
Odian, when we say intelligence, are we meaning that all-knowing, we know everything about everything, or are we aware of everything?
No,
Nobody knows everything about everything. I'm just going to put that out.
When how I'm describing it is the capacity to a certain capacity to be creative, to understand, and to execute.
To absorb and apply information, new information.
Why is to be creative a property of intelligence?
Because it allows you to connect things that wouldn't necessarily be connected without that creativity, right?
But
like
that could be inaccurate.
Well, okay, let me put it this way. You can be a smart person, right? Like you can be very studious, you can know a lot about a lot of different things, and that can make you very proficient in your life. But without that spark of creativity, are you going to invent something new to make all of these things easier, right? That ability to take what you know and apply it in a new way requires some spark of creativity.
Yep, it's kind of like our conversation where we were talking about Tesla, right, Pixie? Where a lot of these features, they existed, but the creativity part of it, right? Taking all of these features and putting them in a nice consumer-friendly package is absolutely brilliant, in my opinion, right? That, to me, that takes not just intelligence, right? You know, in a structural way, it takes a certain level of creativity to be able to do that, because you have to understand, okay, what does the general consumer want in terms of how they use these features, right? And so the idea to basically simplify them, right, and put them in a nice package within a car, that takes creativity.
Well, now you do know that Tesla thought he could communicate with aliens, right?
Doesn't matter to me.
Sorry, I was laughing at Ed's
good.
comment. I was laughing at Ed's comment. I'm sorry.
How do you know he couldn't?
Well, exactly. We don't know. Maybe he was. I mean, the dude was insanely smart, and insane too at the same time. But you know,
Is that because we don't have an objective standard to follow, or otherwise?
I think
everything is electrical. Without
well, Edison was smart enough to know how smart that Tesla was and steal all his ideas and pass them off as his own. So,
Indeed, he
So
was.
who's smarter, The man who does the
Exactly.
work, or the
It
man
was
who
money.
steals the man who does
It
the
was
work?
power and
But
money.
that's the thing. It depends. It depends on what you're measuring that
Yeah.
smartness by, which goes back to how do we weigh it, right? Because
Hmm.
it goes back
Success.
into the motivation, right? You could say Edison was smart because he was motivated to make money, and he did. But you can say that Nikola was
Whose
smart because
shit
he
is
was
everywhere?
motivated
There's so
to
many ways
provide
you can
knowledge
measure it.
to create things, and he did.
So the measurement of intelligence is the outcome. If the outcome is
Not necessarily. Not necessarily.
you know the thing about the difference between brave and stupid is that brave people can talk about it after, you know, because stupid people don't survive brave things.
Well,
Am
you
I
can be
making sense?
stupid and brave at the same time.
No,
I've seen a lot of those people in the army. I mean, come
no,
on now. Yes, you can.
no.
You can charge into danger, and that's being brave, but that's also kind of stupid.
Isn't that called seize the day?
Oh, carpe diem? Well,
Carpe
maybe.
diem, yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
maybe.
and I mean, like, technically, the smartest man alive, right, lives a pretty simple life. Like, he's not rich or famous. He hasn't done any like crazy inventions necessarily. That's like world changing, right? Like,
Mm.
he's just
No one really
extremely
even knows
intelligent.
about him, hey?
Yeah, right. So it just comes back down largely to application and whether or not people value those applications.
Ah, so I can call myself extremely intelligent, but if I don't do anything intelligent like to you, it doesn't look like I'm intelligent.
Yeah, I'm not gonna get the impression that you are.
Okay.
It's kind of like a someone calling themselves
Okay, so
an artist, but but or a painter, but if they've never painted anything, I don't know.
who's to say that I am intelligent, you or me?
I think it should probably comes. I think it could be a little bit of both, but mostly from people external of yourself because they're receiving what you're putting out.
So you take exception to Einstein's quote.
He made a lot of quotes.
Everybody is a genius, but if you judge a fish by its ability to climb a tree, it will spend its
Right.
whole life believing it is stupid.
Right. Pixie, you're a saint.
I just want to read Ox's quote. I just have to wait for the wife to get home to measure it. She keeps it on a jar on the shelf with my dignity. I'm not allowed to touch it if she's not home.
Oh shit.
That's a good one, Ox. Well, which do you value more, intelligence or wisdom?
Oh man. Right now in my life, I personally value wisdom.
I value wisdom more because it's a she.
It's a what?
Wisdom is a she. Sophia is a she. Is a feminine aspect.
She. Yeah.
Well, not necessarily.
We
there
all
you
thought
go.
you said shit.
Yeah, I thought you said
I'm sorry, no, it's a she,
right.
as in a feminine aspect of God's whatever God is.
Now, what about the old man on the mountain that you go see to get wisdom from? That's not a she.
He's embracing his feminine nature, Clockwork.
Yeah,
You know,
Well,
program.
okay. Oh, all right. That's fair.
With both natures in us. We got a part of dad, we got a part of mom. Even if we didn't get raised around it, genetically we have mom and dad on board all.
Yes, I got my mum's boobs.
Can't get rid of them.
That's true, but it's probably more accurately true with men than women.
Thanks, Mum.
I mean, we obviously get genetics from both, right? But women don't have a Y chromosome.
I got my mom's
Well,
ass.
yeah, but
Yeah, you do. It's just got an
But wait a
extra
minute,
little
don't we
leg
have
on
the
it.
same hormone going through our body?
Okay, so a typical male is XY and a typical female is XX, right? That's just why it's the same reason why in translating your DNA markers, men are always going to be like man's interpretation is always going to be slightly more accurate than the interpretation of a female's profile. And that's because when interpreting a male's profile, you can use the maternal and paternal haplogroup, and you can trace that way. But when you're looking at a female's profile, you can only use the maternal haplogroup because there's no Y to provide for the paternal haplogroup. I mean, genetically we inherit, we get characteristics and everything. I'm just saying it may be more true of
Yeah,
men than women.
Who didn't know that?
But wait a minute here.
come
Men,
on, man.
men didn't know that. That's why he needed women.
But isn't mitochondrial DNA always passed down from the women?
Mother to daughter.
Yeah.
Everyone knows.
Don't
Not
men and
really.
women share the same type of hormones?
Yes, just in different amounts.
Right. Because from my understanding, we were created as both male and female at the same time. So we are actually not either gender. But we, as society, we call each other that.
It's debatable, but yes, I can see your point. There are some rabbinical texts that says that when God created Adam, Adam was genderless, therefore hermaphrodite. And when Eve was taken from Adam, that's when gender appeared.
My rib.
But we all start out
It was
eggs.
a cellular vault. It was her uterus. God pulled the uterus out of Adam.
I was trying to be a Christian to you, but you
Right,
just
but that
said
goes rather than hormones that goes to chromosomes, right? We all start out as X. We will either be XX or XY. So females do not have a Y.
Or XXY or XYX or.
So if Jesus was born of Mary,
Right, I mean at its most basic level. I'm not talking about the variations. I get there are variations.
what was the chromosomes of Jesus if he was born only from Mary?
Okay, first, which form of Christianity are you talking about so that can be answered? And if you're talking about the text itself, you can't extrapolate any of that from the text. It's just
Without
a normal
magic.
birth of a... Oh, without magic. Well, what the text says is he's a dude that was born. His dad was Joseph. His mom is Mary. He's inspired by the Holy Ghost. She was too. That's what the text actually reads.
But he was actually created before the foundations of the universe.
Conceptualized. It does not read created before the universe.
Because it says that the end was known before the beginning. So the end.
The end of what?
The beginning.
The end of what?
Beginning. The end of time.
The end of all time. Can you show me where it reads the end of all time, or can you show me that it reads the situation on this earth?
I believe it's in John 1, but I'm not positive.
Which reads what?
That, well, I don't have it right in front of me, but
No, you can loosely quote it. It's fine.
Yeah, basically it says that God sent his word, and his word went forth, and his word was all things, visible and invisible, the invisible being greater than the visible.
Oh, okay, you're off topic now. You already said what was necessary to say.
Well,
in that,
I wanted to let you know what the word meant.
Do you? Okay, tell me what word means.
So the word is when God said, "Let there be light." Light is our source. Like
You're going to get around to Jesus Christ being the Word, right? That was your point.
Well, it's everyone. Every person is the Word made flesh.
Okay.
So is everyone a Jesus? Therefore,
yes, that's what she's recently into.
We're an offspring. Like when you have children, or Anything has children. We are offsprings of that work that God did through his son.
Okay, this is going to get just more convoluted the more it's explained. Okay, so a person could draw from that Jesus was from the beginning of the creation. Or a person could draw from that the Word was from the beginning of the creation. Now, what it directly says is the Word is from the beginning of the creation. So when we say that Jesus is the Word, if you take that woodenly, literally, Jesus is words. So to see Jesus is to understand words. I don't think that makes sense.
So the word is God's will and intention, his cause and effect.
Okay, so if Jesus completes the will and intention, then Jesus is the Word.
I think she refers to.
People are the word.
But Jody, the way you're using it, it makes Jesus words.
It's the word made flesh. So when
Okay, so then the flesh is made of words necessarily.
So the light, when God said, "Let there be light," and light was. The light
I wish you wouldn't change the topic.
I'm trying to make you understand, or maybe I'm doing it the wrong way. I don't know.
I'm just asking you to stay to the idea of Jesus being the Word. Just stay to that, please. Just don't confuse me.
Well, because in John 1 it says that he is the light that lights every man. So every light that's inside of every person is the same light that was in Christ.
Okay, do I have lights inside of me? Because surgery's been done on humans. They don't have lights in them.
You're electrical. You are electrified. When the lights go out, you're dead. Like literally, when somebody knocks the lights out of you, they're trying to kill you.
When we say the light is out, we mean they've lost consciousness or they've lost life, right? Does that mean that the light is life and life is light, or is it talking about enlightenment?
Light is life.
Okay, the difference is, Jody, the difference is whether or not they're mentally aware. That's what we mean by that. We're talking about a mental state of awareness.
Because the brain is without electrical.
I understand that electricity happens in your brain, and electricity also causes light. But when you say, I haven't, in a Bugs Bunny kind of way, a light bulb over my head, meaning a realization, there is no light emitting from my brain. It doesn't work that way. We're using it colloquially. It doesn't mean the same thing.
But it has origins, Richard. It's got origins.
It has origins in what? Expressions before science. To make the science go back to those expressions doesn't make sense.
Well, you have to ignore what it says in John 1 because
I'm reading it literally instead of figuratively with Christian presuppositions.
So where it says that you are the light of the world, what does that mean to you?
So Christ is the sun. Now you're a sun worshiper.
No, I asked you, what does it mean to be the light of the world?
To give information that matters.
Right. So that's how we were created. God intended us to give information that mattered.
But that doesn't mean Jesus is information like he's a black hole or something.
No, don't do that, Jody. Entertain its ideas. Just go beyond your beliefs. See what happens.
Look,
so in order
if we
for
take
something
it
to matter, it has to hold value. If you don't hold value, then what matters to me isn't going to matter to you, and what matters to you isn't going to matter to me.
Jody,
Okay, so
is Jesus God?
Oh, you didn't do that.
Jesus is an offspring. He's a son.
He's a demigod.
I don't know what a demigod is.
Look,
you don't know who
hold on.
Hercules or Perseus is.
All I can think of is a Marvel character.
Look,
No,
we don't walk
I'm not
on
talking about
Jesus.
comic book.
Jesus is not a clearing of shrubs through a forest, but Jesus is a path. Jesus doesn't emit photons, but Jesus is the light. Jesus is not the literal truth that if you looked at him, you'd understand what truth is. but he represents and hands out true things. That's why he's the truth, the way, and the light. Okay, it doesn't mean he literally glows.
It's more like a sense. Like I sense something that you're saying, and it means something to me. I feel like you're speaking to me, and I can relate. Like that's what I'm talking about.
Well, I thought he
In
was
a
speaking
real
to you.
way. Huh? What did you say?
I mean, I heard
I
words.
am
and
speaking
shit.
to you.
Richard, you have a fan in the chat.
I'm aware. I don't know what's happened. Normally, Raw and I get along just fine. I don't know what's going on.
It's called drama.
Well, I'm not horribly interested, to be honest with you.
Well, yeah, and I don't get how you don't know who a demigod is. Have you never heard of Hercules or
I
Perseus?
think I know, but I don't know. Like, because I never
Or
really got into that stuff. If I did, it
in
was
the
like
in the Bible, Michael, Uriel, Jabriel, those are demigods.
I
No,
know,
those
but
are angels.
me personally,
That's right.
I never related to that.
What? No.
Well, you don't have to relate to it to understand what it
In
is.
my mind, if it doesn't mean anything to me, then I just file it away, like stuff it in the closet somewhere.
You just put it in the trash bin and delete it. Okay, I
I
get
don't
it.
know if it's deleted, but I don't hold on to it. Like there's no value in it. So why would I hold on to it?
Because it makes
Wasn't
sense.
Samson a demigod too?
Isn't that a Bible story?
Well, Richard just quoted 3 of them to you that were demigods.
I mean, I like I told you, I don't relate to them. I don't know why. I just
But
don't.
those were in the Bible.
Yeah, but I didn't memorize the Bible.
Why not? You should have. Are
So
you a
you
true
just
Christian?
memorized the Bible.
Are you a true Christian or not?
I'm not a Christian. I haven't been a Christian for at least a decade. And then I was an atheist most of the time.
How do you identify yourself?
How did what?
How do you identify yourself as in beliefs matters?
Right now?
Right now, in this second, in your car, what do you think about yourself?
I don't know.
Why is it so hard?
That's what I want to know.
Then you're one of us, Jody, and you just testify that you was always one of us.
Well, I mean, I don't know is an honest answer. I don't know what I believe. I don't know what I am. Those are honest answers.
True, but you don't live your life as I don't know kind of stuff, isn't it? You live your life as it is or it isn't.
Oh, hey, I live my life as I don't know all the time. When I get in my truck and go down the road, I don't know if I'm going to hit something or if something's going to hit me. I don't know.
You're going to hold that steering wheel pretty steady, isn't it?
Well, yeah, but I mean, something could come out of nowhere and hit me.
That's true.
Or someone could come out of nowhere and hit me.
But you know that it wouldn't be your fault regardless.
I didn't say it was my fault. I did not say it was my fault. I said I did not know. There's a difference there.
No, there isn't.
Yes, there is. There's a big fucking difference there. And if you can't see it, that's not my problem.
So you didn't know that you're gonna crash or you wouldn't crash, but you respected the rules of the road and you kept your steering wheel steady and you didn't drink before going to the car and stuff. So therefore, you know, in between the bounds of probabilities, you have a high probability of what is going to happen. Am I
Well,
making
there's
sense?
probabilities, and then there's I know, and then there's I don't know. A probability is I'm not really sure. It's possible, but how probable is it?
You're not really sure about what? You're gonna survive the driving, or that you're gonna. Are you not really sure about you gonna drive correctly, or you're not gonna sure about a meteorite gonna splatter you on the spot?
Maybe have a heart attack.
That's possible. Maybe I'll have a brain aneurysm driving down the road, and then I'll
Well,
lose control of the vehicle.
Maybe a
Anything is possible. Anything is possible. But
Yeah, but what Ed's saying is all of those things are external, and we take all of that for granted anyway. So it's all moot.
Mhm.
What you can know is that you aren't going to do anything that's your fault that's going to make you crash. It would be an accident that's going to make you crash. Unless you...
Well, that's why it's called an accident
Unless you have a heart attack.
or a brain aneurysm.
Right.
Yeah, but the point is that you can know that you're going to drive in such a way as to try and not to crash.
Right, but we're only humans, so we make mistakes.
I know
Yeah, the
420
point is
will
about
never have
something
a queef.
Yeah, it's about something you can know.
But he can fart,
How do
though.
you know I haven't already had a queef?
Because I've seen the dangly bits.
So
you remember
what?
that stream?
Oh wait, is he showing them
On
off
our
now?
wedding
God damn it,
night.
I missed that.
Can you slap your dangly bits on your belly? That's a quiff.
That's a queef.
I'm just saying that's one thing that you can know.
How
and
did we
claim
get back
that
here?
I'm sorry, Dixie. I was giving an
I
example.
know that.
I'm
I
so
know
sorry,
that I'll
Dixie.
never have beautiful white babies with Midnight.
Because you can't.
Yeah.
Well, they'll have
Okay,
magic bones, though.
who wants to have babies with me? What? Who? Where?
Me.
Everyone
Me
needs.
first.
Everyone wants to have babies with you, and we don't know why. Can you explain to us why we want to have babies with you?
I don't know, probably because I'm very sexy despite my stuttering.
What makes you sexy to us?
Let's see. Just the fact that just the fact that I'm so rare and exotic, right? People are attracted to me because of my animal magnetism.
Midnight is so white he's almost translucent. I'm just saying. I'm just putting that out there.
What you know? What? Okay, so what makes you sexy? What do you think makes you sexy, or at least appealing in that way to the opposite sex, or
It's all
to the
about
same
confidence,
sex?
Odin. It's all about confidence. It's always been about confidence. You could look like the ugliest man or woman alive, but as long as you have confidence, a good sense of humor,
So
you'll get somebody.
what makes you sexy to yourself, or what makes you sexy to the other?
To other people.
Past behavior.
What?
What kind of vague ass response is that? Give us some spice, man.
Hold on. I just gave you spice.
If I put feathers in my head on my head and you think I'm worthy, then I'm gonna put feathers on my head for the foreseeable future because I want to be worthy.
You're very right. It is a very society-driven thing.
I don't agree about the confidence statement that was just made.
I know. Me neither.
Yeah, I
It's
think
not
it's more than
all about
confidence.
that, but that
Yeah.
there is a part to
Because
that.
it can
in
come
the-
off as
especially in the-
bravado and cockiness, which is not attractive. And I
Maybe
think
it's
that
the courage. I think
wit
courage
and
might play a role.
intelligence, sense of humor, all of those things are way more. I mean, confidence is definitely important.
Hey God. But all those traits you described emerge from confidence. You can't really
No,
have
not
those.
always.
Not always.
Actually, a lot of the funniest people derived their humor from being really depressed or lonely or bullied, right? It was the ability to laugh at something very dark in their lives. And so like I agree. Like sometimes confidence comes like no, hold it. Sometimes confidence is great, and sometimes when somebody's being confident, it comes off as very arrogant, even if it's simply because they have overestimated their importance to me.
So, ladies, how would you? I'm curious how, like, the ladies, because you guys have been silent. Like, how does that?
Yes, we can
work for
answer you.
Wait, say again.
So the question I ask is, in relation to other people, what is it do you think about yourself makes you sexy in relation to other people?
Well, my
Who wants to go first? This is a girls only question, right?
my
Well,
hair.
for men too. For men too. We're not being sexist
Oh, for men
here.
too. I thought you said for the ladies. Okay, never mind.
If I look at myself in the mirror and I see myself as, if I appreciate myself when I see myself, I can assume that the other will appreciate me as well.
Not necessarily.
Okay. Now a real lady. Space?
So you're saying that beauty is in the eye of the beholder.
ODS
Hang
a
on.
fake lady?
So
I know.
Ed's a fake lady.
I have no
Go on.
idea. If someone ever finds me attractive, they tell me why, but I don't have like I don't really I don't know if I could see for myself what would make me attractive. I can guess that maybe, I have a sense of humor and maybe that's attractive to some people.
What have people told you
outside
in
of
the
that,
past
I have no idea.
that was sexy
Yeah.
about you?
Yeah, can I?
Yeah.
That's what I was
what?
gonna say. Space. Well done. Thank you.
What have people told you in the past was sexy about you?
I mean, superficial things, but I don't really think those are applicable
Yeah, that's
past
okay.
that person.
Cultural stuff.
We
yeah.
still want to know.
No, you don't. But
It's not important.
if you
Tell me what I want to know.
Okay, so
when you masturbate, are you attracted to yourself?
I love how we jump straight to
Yeah.
masturbation.
Yeah.
I guess
let
if
me
you're
just
thinking
answer
of
the
yourself
question.
My
when you
question
do.
was inappropriate, but you just jumped straight to that.
Yeah. Okay. So Tifrix, I'll answer the question. So
I
for
wasn't
me,
kidding it. It wasn't
right,
even-
part of it has to do with what has been expressed to me from other people. So I've been accused of having a silver tongue. My tone, my ability to flirt and to compliment people, and to make people blush, right? Those are things that more than quite a few times that have been described to me that they find to be sexy about me outside of the physical stuff.
But that's what I'm saying. They find it sexy because they are already attracted to you. Because I promise, if they didn't like you, you could say the same things and it wouldn't be sexy. Right? So it's deeper than that.
I think there's a weird little balance there, because sometimes you can't. Sometimes you might not think too much of someone, but then they say something.
Yeah.
Right? They say something, and you go, "Oh, wait, what? Like this person is all of a sudden interesting to me."
Well, that's fair. That's fair.
There's a few examples, Pixie, where where like I'll just let's say I'll go somewhere like to a lounge, for example, consistently, right? And I am a tall, angry looking, 6'2" black man, right?
Yeah, it's
And
not
so
very good.
people are going to have their kind of their, I guess, ideas as to how I would speak, right, and how I would express myself. And there have been quite a few times when I actually spoke to females, and their whole demeanor completely changed.
Right, because you surprised them, right? But I would
Yeah,
say that that's because your demeanor or who you are surprised them. Right, like
yeah. So
I
yeah,
get that you can say something that catches somebody's attention in a new way, and that's like, okay, I have never seen you in that light before. I get that, but like, I think there's something like underneath. Like, I just think there's something underneath that, right?
I mean maybe, right? So this is why like earlier I kind of said like um not outside of like the physical part of it, because I don't know whether or not they found me physically attractive before um I actually spoke to them, and I didn't get any impressions that they did prior to me engaging them in an actual conversation, right? um so I get what you're saying, but I think there's somewhat of a balance there, like Space Cadet kind of suggested. So I was just using that as an example where I understand we're gonna get this in relation to what other people think of our general reactions. So if people say, hey, I think the way how you speak is sexy, or, the way how, I don't know, for example, I find a woman that cooks to be sexy. She's cooking for me. I find that to be sexy.
Well, I think we should ask a sexy sexpert.
In that way, I get it. Thank you.
And so, Rex,
Ooh.
what makes you sexy?
My voice.
My voice. You just need to learn country guitar.
Well, and I just wanted to add to this whole little conversation we were having. Just because you are a character does not mean you have character.
Yep.
And having character makes you attractive to a lot of people.
That's true.
Yes, definitely.
Where do
Character,
we get
not being a character, but having substance to yourself.
where do we get the character from?
Before we go down that rabbit hole, Hillary's, what makes you sexy?
His emails.
My authoritative presence and my ability to think things through before acting.
There you go.
Oh,
No, I get
spot on.
Richard's
Hits
and
me hard
Hillary's
every time.
voices mixed up sometimes.
Oh, thank you.
Just a little bit.
There you go,
And
Richard.
if you're
What makes
there,
you
Richard?
sexy?
And that's sexy, yeah.
I'll
Richard-
answer one. His beard.
I'm only here for the beard.
He must be having a smoke.
I
And-
like how he thinks. Jody.
Jody, what makes you sexy?
Why is
Her
Jody
car.
in her car today?
You're muted.
Yeah. You're still muted.
There you go.
Press the button.
Oh, so I guess the whole sexy thing is, to me, it's like desire. Like, what do you desire? And I guess it depends on if the other person desires the same thing. I know it sounds simple, but
Yeah, but what makes you desirable? What do you, from your experience?
it depends on to whom you are speaking of.
Your current boyfriend, what would he
What is
say
like
is
about
sexy
you?
about you?
Yeah.
That's a good question.
Does he like your ass? Does he smack it? Does he say
Does he
you've
like
got
your
beautiful
personality,
hair?
your accent? Like,
I think it's we're playful, like
Mhm.
back and forth. I say things to annoy him. He says
But
he says
is
things to annoy
it-
me.
Is it
And
the
sometimes we're
appearance?
just like calm together. Like nothing's going on. We don't have to say anything. We're just together. Kind of like I was with my husband. Except with my
And
husband, there was a lot of conflict.
Okay.
and last of all, we have to ask the question asker.
Yes.
What makes you
Yes.
sexy?
Sexy is when you can
Maybe
eat
we should all
strawberries.
answer that question, eh?
Sexy is
No,
when
no.
you
What
can
makes you sexy?
Sexy is when I can eat strawberries on my partner's belly without questioning
And for me, it's your accent. So
it. You see,
who
that's the
has an
problem.
answer?
Is it the appearance or the appearance of the appearance that it is sexy to us? Is it what it is or
Both.
what we imagine to be?
What we imagine to
Both.
be.
Yeah.
And just say my
And
beard.
I've woken up after a week or two with a person, and they were physically a different person. Maybe someone else creeped in my bed that night, but
It's called post-nut
it was
clarity.
post nut clarity. Yeah, and the makeup's all running, and
Yeah, that's called a hangover.
Hangover
Yeah,
from the
but-
day before. It didn't necessarily
no,
involve
it's called the
alcohol.
first time I've seen her without makeup since I'd met her.
Okay, yes,
I
yes.
never used to
I
wear
see
makeup.
what you mean.
Um,
But
I
that,
thought makeup was stupid, so I never wore it.
Are you there, Pixie?
What's up?
What do you think people think is sexy about you?
I don't.
What would
it's
your
your
husband
voice.
say?
Come on, Pixie.
What does your
What?
husband say?
I actually
I
like your
never
voice.
asked.
Oh, you never asked your husband, and he's never told you that you're sexy.
Has he ever complimented you?
Look, I don't have a very romantic partner, okay?
Oh, okay.
The fact that I mean, yeah, he says things like he tells me I'm pretty, or when we were younger, he would go on and on about my eyes or my mind. Like he likes talking to me, right? So I mean, things like that. But like I don't.
There you
Like
go.
that seems to be like personal to him. These are things that he likes about me, and that's fine. But I
Yeah.
don't translate to that to being like, this is what makes me sexy, or this is what other people find sexy. Like I don't, and I don't consider it. Like you like me or you don't. I don't know.
Yeah, but this is
I'm kind of the
that's
same way, you know.
that's the point of this. I think it's good to make us all look at ourselves positively, see the positive way that outside people might look at us, as opposed to we're always thinking the worst of what people externally are thinking.
I think my problem is I like me, and I don't really care if you do. So do or don't.
But you don't think you're sexy, so you
No.
could like yourself more, is what I'm saying. And for me,
More than who?
I would probably
Sammy.
have to say my eyes
You cannot
and
like
my jaw, the shape of my jaw.
you cannot like Pixie more than Pixie likes herself.
Yes,
So are
absolutely.
you
I
saying
think
that you can't love yourself?
I think that's
and
the
love
case in
somebody else?
every case, except for narcissists. The only people who like themselves more than people around them are narcissists.
Okay, what makes you sexy, Sammy?
Hang on. You tell me, Ed.
Not that beard, that's for sure.
No, the beard is good.
Yeah, them eyes. Them eyes.
The
Give me that
Is that a
look.
pirate costume, Sammy?
Give me that look. There you go. Hey, right on.
bedroom eyes.
So you think that Sammy would look good in a pirate outfit?
You actually have Gandalf's eyebrows.
Gandalf's eyebrows.
Really? Ah, yeah, okay. I can see that.
Yeah.
I have
don't know,
Gandalf's
Gandalf-
beard.
They were
Yeah, I
really
have
big
Gandalf.
and wild, weren't they, Gandalf's eyebrows? Like sticking out really far and stuff.
No,
Just
that was
noticed that
Radagast. Radagast had the
this
crazy shit.
my eyebrows are lopsided. See, one sticks up higher.
Well, do the
That's your
Vulcan, like, what the fuck are you talking about thing? Yeah. Raise one up over the other. There you go.
Yeah. That's actually quite hard to do. Control all those muscles.
Oh, yeah. I learned it watching Spock. Yeah. So.
But what I have noticed, look at those wrinkles. Look how
That's
deep
what
they are.
making. Just relax and be zen and show me no wrinkles. There you go. You see, I just cured you.
You cured my wrinkles until I raised my eyes again.
No.
Are you out in the sun a lot, Sammy?
He's in Australia. He's always in the sun.
Yeah, good point.
Do you wear sunscreen?
No.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know most Australians don't?
I feel bad for what I said earlier. My partner is not romantic, but he is sweet.
I know.
Oh yeah, no.
I
You
don't.
said he told you you're pretty and have beautiful eyes, and he loves your mind. That's pretty romantic.
You see, this is why I like you, Pixie, in so many ways, because you think about stuff and you think so much that you think again about stuff, and
Well, I didn't want it to sound careless. He's very sweet. Like, he's
No.
not romantic. He's not into romantic gestures. He's not that kind of person. But he is sweet, and he's thoughtful.
the only human that can judge your husband is you, not us.
Well, I mean,
I
I've
don't
got
want
a
to
question.
And we all
him, though.
we
Like,
all
he's not like
we
some
all
asshole.
hold him to a pretty high standard for the fact that you chose him as well.
Does he bring you flowers on your birthday?
He better not. He can bring me some seeds. But he knows
Bring you
that.
some what? Skis?
Seeds that I can plant.
Oh, seeds. Oh,
Or
okay.
he'll bring me potted plants, but he better not just bring me a bouquet. He did earlier in the relationship, but I don't. Bouquets make me sad. I'm weird, I know,
Why? Because
right?
they're dead flowers.
Because they're dying. That and like,
No.
okay, when I was really young, I ran into this quote that I loved because my mind would turn it over and over again in different ways. And so I think the quote is just very, very layered. And I can't remember who said it, but it says, the flower in the vase smiles, but no longer laughs. Right? Yeah, I don't know. Anyway, maybe it reminds me of that. I'm not sure. But I
That is
don't
extremely
appreciate it.
deep. That is extremely deep, and
So
that can be.
emotionally manipulative. Sorry.
Would you say that marriage is like a vase?
Wow.
No. If it's done badly, I would say if done properly, it's just a thriving, it's the bush, the whole bush.
Right.
Oh, Pixie just said bush.
Oh my God, I was thinking of a rose bush. Would you stop?
Well,
Or a
no,
lilac
actually,
bush or whatever.
if you put cut flowers in water and add sugar to the water, they will last a whole lot longer.
Yes, salt. There's a type of salt you can use with roses that actually goes better than sugar for some reason.
Oh yeah, I've heard that too. Yeah, it's like sea salt or something like that. Yeah.
Mhm.
You back yet, Richard?
You know what my favorite plant gifted to me was? An
What was
aloe.
it?
Oh, that's
Oh,
good.
an aloe vera. I've got one of those.
Mhm. I love aloe veras. I want some more. I want the white spiral one, and I want the green and white one. And I have 2 aloes right now. One of them survived for a really long time, but I finally lost it after the fire extinguisher incident. That was a sad day.
They couldn't breathe the fire extinguishing gas.
Well, okay, so I got a call, and Super Munchkin said there was like a little grease fire, and I told her to wet a towel and throw it on there, and she said okay. And then I got a call back, and she had emptied the entire fire extinguisher in my kitchen. And I got home, and with the exception of a couple of rooms that had closed doors, my entire house was white. I mean, I lost a couple of electronics.
Oh my God.
Like it was just everywhere, and even the rooms that had closed doors, it had gotten under. It just didn't go all the way through the room, right? But like, it was a big fire extinguisher. It wasn't a small one. And she had like emptied the whole thing, and my whole house was just like covered in white everywhere. And I don't know what it did to my plant, but it, like, one of them recovered and one of them never quite recovered from it.
It must have
And then
been
the one that recovered split off and created a new one, and so now I still have 2. But
it must have been a CO2 kind of fire extinguisher, yeah, which kills motherboards and stuff.
I was very sad, but now it's a joke, so you know.
Well, it's better to be safe than sad. Well, it's better to be sad and unsafe.
Exactly.
Yeah. I'm gonna go back to my cave and rethink about what I've said.
We joke with her all the time. We now tell her she's the expert. Like, anytime we need something, we're like, well, if there's a fire extinguisher needed, we know who knows how to use one. She'll just roll her eyes.
Was she never taught how to use a fire extinguisher?
I'm sure she was, and like when the firefighters like come visit the school and things like that.
Okay.
But like
short bursts side to side at the base.
Yeah, but I think the thing is, like, she's tiny, right? Like, she's only 4'9" now, and so you can imagine her in grade school. She was itty bitty. Like, when she was 5, or 6, she was in a parade, and the only outfit I could find in the right colors that would fit her to be in this parade was for an 18-month-old. So she was very tiny, and and it was a full-size fire extinguisher. I think she just wasn't expecting like the force behind it. And once it got going, she just emptied it. It was done.
You're the moment.
Yes. We're either doing this or we're not gonna do this.
Yeah.
Stuff. Sammy and all the panel, I love you all to bits. You're my friends, and I'm gonna leave for the moment. Thank you.
Love you too, brother.
Later days.
Goodbye.
Also, that
See you,
babysitter got
brother.
fired.
What babysitter are you talking about?
The one that was supposed to be watching her but was asleep while she's calling me about a fire in the kitchen. Yeah, that one. She's like, I put her down for a nap, and I was like, I already told you my kid does not nap. You don't get to either.
Do we want a little interlude?
Sure.
All right, here we go.
Halsey, did I see you on camera a few days ago on Math Pigs? Okay.
I'm like, I never go to Math Pigs. I just I don't know if I have my notifications on for it or something.
Have you ever been on camera?
I hardly ever go on camera. I went on for a brief second or two during one of Brojo's Halloween things.
Okay.
I don't want to see him kissing goblins.
Sorry.
It's all right. Go ahead.
I don't want to see him kissing goblins. Ingratiating goblins. In bed with a goblin. I don't want to see him kissing goblins. Succubus with goblins. Ingratiating goblins. In bed with a goblin. I don't want to see him kissing goblins. Ingratiating goblins. In bed with a goblin. I don't want to see him kissing goblins. Ingratiating goblins. In bed with a goblin. Dump it. Charging into a goblin's nest, some goblin vomit and slop and blood on it. Especially up to his ankles. Trump charging into a goblin's nest, some goblin vomit and slop. Goblin vomit and slop. I'm not expecting him to not get dirty slop. Kissing goblins. Ingratiating goblins. Succubus with goblins. In bed with a goblin. Kissing goblins. Ingratiating goblins. I just want to catch him in bed with a goblin. 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 I just want to catch him in bed with a goblin. Bed with a goblin. Bed with a goblin. Bed with a goblin.
In bed with the goblins.
Hey man, goblins need love too. I'm just saying. I'm just
I
throwing
know.
that on the
And
ground.
who better to give it to them than Trump?
An interlude. That was a terrible interlude, I have to say.
Yes, I know. I've never heard it before. I didn't know what to expect.
I was trying to
Right.
find another type of musical interlude, but
Well, here, let me fix it then. These little fellas are pretty cool and different.
Hello, we are Sony from Japan. This is our wireless brand video of GBB 2020 Tag Loop Station.
Where'd the sound go?
I don't know.
What happened? Oh, they just weren't making any sound.
hey, do you know how long this is?
Only a couple of minutes.
Oh, okay.
Got 2 minutes left.
I was never that cool at 10 years old. I'm just saying.
No, me either.
Nice
Oh,
little,
dude, I was never that cool at any age. Come on, let's be honest.
nice little glitch effect in the video in the last little part there where it was like shaking really fast.
Yeah.
I mean, all of it's good, but that was a nice little touch there. Here, I've got a you'll either love it or hate it selection.
Yep. Put it in
There it is. There it is.
Is he little enough to not
You could just
copyright
play
me?
it however much you think is good and then
Oh, yeah.
stop it. But yeah, but in the beginning it's good.
Somehow, oh, you were there. Will managed to stream fucking for hours without getting.
Oh, right. And he strikes. Right.
Yeah. You tell me.
I don't know if this would get a strike.
Everybody, able, wobble heavily.
When I was floating, I was open and thrilled with the way life's spoken. I'm still trying to train my coping to chill with the way earth's smoking and filled. Every blank space open until every blank face open revealed. Every top secret unconcealed. Every time you touch it, you feel broke. Now you know that's no way to live your life in the shadow of the night with the shade of the blade, the way you choose.
Well, that's is that all one song? Because that's like a 50-something minute video.
Well, he's a DJ, so he's mixing stuff. But all
Yeah.
that scratching and
was
stuff is
wicked.
him doing that. So
That's insane.
he's
Thanks
not
for
using
that.
real
I enjoyed
records
that.
for the scratching. He's using this like digital turntable thing. It's like double turntable, but it's like it's just got like digital sort of dials that are like scratch, using like a record player. It's interesting.
Yeah, that's fascinating.
You think that you can amputate me? I am you, you are me, you are I am we are one. Split in two, that makes one. So you see, you gotta kill you if you wanna kill me. I'm not leftover dinner, I'm not scraps on the side. Oh, your music is thriving, delusional guy. Where's your top 10 hit? Where's your interview with Oprah? Wow, your Grammys ran nowhere. Yeah, but my music's not commercial like that. I never chase numbers, statistics, or stats. I never write hooks for the radio, they never even play me, so why would I concern myself with that? But my music is really connected, and the people who find it respect it. And for me, that's enough, because this life's been tough, so it gives me a purpose I can rest in. Man, you sound so pretentious. Ren, your music is so self-centered. No one wants to hear another song about how much you hate yourself. Trust me. You should be so lucky, having me inside you to guide you, remind you to manage expectations, provide you perspective. That thing you neglected, I get it. You wanna be a big deal, next Jimi Hendrix, forget it. Man, it's not like that. Man, it's just like that. I'm inside you, you twat. No, it's not, man, you're wrong. When I write, I belong. Let me break the fourth wall by acknowledging this song. Ren sits down, has a stroke of genius. He wants to write a song that was not done previous. A battle with the subconscious, Eminem did it. Played on guitar, Plan B did it. Man, you're not original, you criminal rip-off artist. The pinnacle of your success is stealing other people's material. Ren, mate, we've heard it all before. She sells seashells on the seashore. Fuck you, I don't need you, I don't need to hear this. Cause I'm fine by myself, I'm a genius. And I will be great, and I will make waves, and I'll shake up the whole world beneath it. That's right, speak your truth, your fucking God complex leaks out of you. It's refreshing to actually you say it instead of downplay it. Music is all about the creative process, and if people can find something to relate to within that, then that's just a bonus. Fuck you, I'ma fucking kill you, Ren. Well, fucking kill me then, let's fucking have you, Ren. I'ma do it, watch me prove it. Who are you to doubt my music? Cause I call the shots, I choose if you die. Yeah, I call the shots, and so I choose who survives. I'll tie you up in knots when I lock you inside.
Might stop there so I don't cop a strike, but what do you think of that?
I think it should be titled The Trinity. I, me, we.
I think it was well done and somewhat reminiscent of Sweating Bullets. Just in a different way.
Yeah. It was a very reminiscent to me, like the feel, not the sound, but the feel of Eminem.
Yeah, I was thinking lyrically when I said
Constant battle in his head sort of shit.
yeah,
But
when that like, hello me, it's nice talking to myself.
Yeah. It's pretty clever. I might go back for a bit more.
Newsflash! I was created at the dawn of creation. I am temptation. I am the snake in Eden. I am the reason for treason, beheading all kings. I am sin, with no rhyme or reason. Son of the morning, Lucifer, Antichrist, father of lies. Mephistophelies, truth in a blender, deceitful pretender, the banished avenger, the righteous surrender. When standing in front of my solar eclipse, my name is stitched to your lips. So you see, I won't bow to the will of a mortal. Feeble and normal, you wanna kill me? I'm eternal immortal. I live in every decision that catalyzes chaos, that causes division. I live inside death, the beginning of end. I am you, you are me, I am you, friend. Hi, Ren. I've been taking some time to be distant. I've been taking some time to be still. I've been taking some time to be by myself, and I've spent half my life ill. But just as sure as the tide starts turning, just as sure as the night has dawned, just as sure as the rain falls soon runs dry when you stand in an eye of a storm. I was made to be tested and twisted. I was made to be broken and beat. I was made by his hand, it's all part of his plan that I stand on my own 2 feet. And you know me, my will is eternal. And you know me, you've met me before. Face to face with a beast, I will rise from the east and I'll settle on the ocean floor. And I go by many names also. Some people know me as Hope. Some people know me as the voice that you hear when you loosen the noose on the rope. And you know how I know that I'll prosper? 'Cause I stand here beside you today. I have stood in the flames that cremated my brain, and I didn't once flinch or shake. So coward the man I've become, when I sing from the top of my lungs, that I won't retire, I'll stand in your fire, inspired I make to be strong. And when I am gone I will rise, in the music that I left behind. Ferocious, persistent, immortal like you, we're a climate different side. When I was 17 years old, I shouted out into an empty room, into a blank canvas, that I would defeat the forces of evil. And for the next 10 years of my life, I suffered the consequences, with autoimmunity, illness, and psychosis. As I got older, I realized there were no real winners and there were no real losers in psychological warfare, but there were victims and there were students. It wasn't David versus Goliath. It was a pendulum, eternally swaying from the dark to the light. And the more intensely that the light shone, the darker the shadow it cast. It was never really a battle for me to win. It was an eternal dance. And like a dance, the more rigid I became, the harder it got. The more I cursed my clumsy footsteps, the more I struggled. So I got older, and I learned to relax, and I learned to soften, and that dance got easier. It is this eternal dance that separates human beings from angels, from demons, from gods. And I must not forget, we must not forget, that we are human beings.
Thoughts?
I'm
Hey,
a human
Perps.
being and a god becoming.
Yeah, check him out, people. He's that was High Ren, and the rest of his album is High Ren number 2, High Ren number 3, High Ren number 4. So there you go.
So how far tired out did you get from the conversation earlier about like fallacies and all that stuff? Like mentally? Or did you?
Yeah, it did. It drained me quite severely, actually.
Okay. It's definitely a lot to take in, especially like thinking about, you know, these ideas about structure and form and this, that, and the other.
I guess it's not that crazy if you think about what the fuck the brain does, but it's uncanny how exhausting using your brain is, like not actually physically doing anything, just brain utilization.
Well,
How much energy it requires.
Passive learning requires a shit ton of energy, actually.
Mm.
And it's actually harder for you to remember. You've done studies about it. Which is why my psychology professor, he was great. He hates lecture classes for that reason. So he ran everything as a seminar. We showed up to class the first day and he handed out pieces of paper with different colors that said A, B, or C. And your group only met like every third class period. But we actually got so much further in that class than other classes because everything was very active. Everybody sat in a circle. Everything was just very being discussed. And if there was a lag in the conversation at any point, he was like, all right, everybody up. We're going to go for a walk. We're going to go grab coffee. We're going to go do whatever, right? But we had to keep discussing. And that class was probably one of the easiest classes I had. And yeah, there's a lot of studies that show that like passive learning actually works the least and takes way more energy.
Give an example of passive learning again.
Students sitting at a desk in a classroom, sitting at a lecture.
Oh, just listening.
Yeah, just like, yeah,
Maybe
yeah.
doing notes, whatever. Yeah. Okay.
When I was a student, I couldn't, well, I still can't. I couldn't sit still. So I had to doodle. I had to draw things. I don't know.
My teacher learned that about me. If I wasn't doodling or writing or whatever, I would sit in the back. Or I had a wonderful teacher who let me take my tests out in the hallway because I would think better and I would do better both in my note taking and my test taking if I was pacing back and forth rather than if I was sitting at a desk. I don't know what the difference was, but I would just do better.
What year were you in school?
Like that school, that must have been what, like 2002, 2001 maybe.
So back in the 70s, in the 70s and 80s, you had to be quiet and you couldn't distract other people. And I personally couldn't do that. I mean, I managed somehow, but like I said, I had to doodle, I had to fidget, I had to shift in my seat, I was always busy doing something.
Oh, I get it. I'm the same way. And so is Super Munchkin. As a matter of fact, when she left Montessori and was going to regular school, that teacher said that was her one concern. She was like, that is my one concern. She said, your daughter is super smart and she's very, very active. Yeah. But she's so talkative. She said, I sat her next to the quietest kid in class, hoping that would help, but she doesn't care if they speak back to her. And she was like, she said, it's not that she doesn't get her work done, right? She's like, I'll sit her by herself and she'll get her work done fabulously, but she's self-narrating or she's humming or she's singing and she just can't stop. And I'm like, I get it. I know.
Yeah.
Can I ask the Americans, do you have to pay for your vaccines?
Sometimes.
Sometimes, yeah.
Whoa.
Almost always, but it doesn't necessarily have to be from the individual. It can be from the company that you work for, your insurance company.
Yeah.
Or even
someone's got to pay for it.
Medicaid,
Insurance.
Medicare, yeah.
Or you can go to public health if you don't have insurance.
Maybe it's so they could get the chips implanted in us, but vaccines have always been free in Australia.
That's because you guys have like a form of universal health care that we don't.
I was just going to ask if they did. I didn't know.
They do.
So you don't have to pay when you go to the doctor, Sammy?
No.
Would that seem
comes
absurd
out of your
to
money,
you
right?
to have to pay?
Not so much the GP, because there are doctors who do charge, but the majority do what's called bulk billing. They basically take all the bills from each person they've seen, dump them all to the government, and then the government pays the cost.
Yeah, see, no. I mean, if you're on Medicaid or Medicare, that'll work. But even if you have insurance, you're still going to have a copay, right? Like just seeing a general practitioner, just going to the doctor to get like the strep throat diagnosed or something is going to be $40. And then if my prescription costs, and then if my prescription costs something, that's more money.
There are some doctors who charge something called the gap, and that's like $10 usually.
Oh, no, see, and that's just my copay. If I didn't have insurance, that visit would cost me much more.
Oh, yeah.
Public health will do it too for free.
Only if you qualify.
Well, I know it depends on I guess maybe it's the county. I know the county I lived in. I don't know about this one. If you don't have insurance, they will make sure you get vaccinations for your children. Because they don't want you spreading
Right.
things.
Well, we have places like that. Like Planned Parenthood does that, right? They help with vaccinations and stuff like that for low-income families, and some of it's free. It's really like a sliding scale. If you know, if you can afford to pay a little bit, they kind of ask you to. Sometimes it's donations only, but they offer a lot of free services, and sometimes that's vaccines for kids. Sometimes it's cancer screenings for women, things like that.
We also have this thing called the PBS, the Pharmaceuticals Benefit Scheme, and the majority of drugs, common drugs, are on this scheme. Once they become like people are dependent on them, they get put on the PBS, and that is so the drug could be anywhere up to $1,000, say, or more. But you will pay $5.60. The drug could be $20. You'll pay $5.60.
Yeah, we have plans like that. Like what's that? Drug RX. And there's certain, like say Rite Aid or Walmart, they'll have that. You can price match it, or not price match it, but get the lowest price for that particular drug in your area. They'll give you, because I just did it for sleeping, but the sleeping pill didn't work. I even doubled the dose. It didn't work.
Yeah, it's I imagine that it does something good to a society to alleviate something as stressful as medical care. Like, I can't get sick because I can't afford to pay for it.
Or having it attached to employment, you know.
Yeah, it's.
Well, I don't have a problem with a tiny copay like you mentioned with the gap of like $10.
Yeah.
But you know, if you've got an expensive copay, it still may be too expensive to use.
Exactly.
Like, I'll get over it eventually.
Yeah,
especially if you have a family, right? Because it's not just 40 when you visit; it's 40 when everybody in your family visits.
Yeah.
With my boyfriend, he's got stage 4 COPD, and he has to pay the county so much money. It's $135 a month to cover all of his prescriptions, and then he has to pay a copay, but it's very minimal. So he just got on that in February. They just passed the law in New York State, or I don't know if it's federal. Anyway, prior to that, he was paying out of pocket, and he was paying close to $250 a month for his medicine.
To reach his deductible, or?
No, he was paying cash out of pocket. Because he makes too much to get Medicaid. And he doesn't make enough to pay his household bills and pay for his prescriptions. So he was going without medicine because of that.
Yeah. It's so weird the way insurance does things. It's like if I visit this kind of a doctor, it's a copay, and then but then there's like also the deductibles involved. So if I go to this other doctor, I pay 100% up until I reach this limit, and then they'll start pitching. Like it's really weird how they do it all.
Here's Cerberus!
Ah,
Hey, Serb.
I didn't know I was that special.
Yep, everyone gets that special welcome now.
Ah.
I like to make my guests feel loved. I'm
Don't do that
loving
to
that
me.
icon.
Hmm?
Here's Pixie!
No, I said don't do that to me. For that exact reason, my ears went red. Stop it.
Your ears went red?
Embarrassment.
Yeah.
Oh, don't be embarrassed, Pixie. That's just an old one, isn't it? I never realized it was the three dogs.
Yeah, almost no one did.
Because it's usually small, but when I
Yeah.
put it up on the screen like that, it's fucking wicked.
I thought it was obviously 3 dogs.
No.
It's old though. I should put the new one on. There you go.
Oh, there you go. Good foofies. Floofies.
So what are we talking about? Insurance?
At the moment.
Health. Your health.
Wow.
Yeah, we started on logic and fallacies.
Yeah, I saw that you had the I forget the name of it, but it's like from medieval logic where you draw some or sums from alls.
Yeah.
Which I think is true, but it isn't considered valid anymore as far as I'm aware.
What are you talking about?
Draw.
Sums.
Yeah,
You
sums
guys-
from alls.
What is that?
So if you, well, the way you had it, if like, if all A's are B's and all C's are B's, then some A's are C's. Now it's true that all A's are C's in that, but we're deriving some
I
A's
need
are
to
C's.
write this down if we're actually going to go through this.
Yeah, I'd like an example because if they are all B's, okay, I think I understand.
Yeah. Normally, it would at the bottom it would say all C's are A's, right? So you do the complete circle basically.
Right.
And I think it's technically true that you can derive sums from that,
Sure,
but it's considered
sure.
invalid for some reason, and I don't remember why.
What about
I
color?
had a few. Is that showing or no?
Yep.
Oh, it is. Okay. Yeah. So we did this morning and was just messing around with some of this information, and it was challenging and I thought lots of fun.
Yeah,
I don't
it
know.
was.
Did you have fun, Sammy? Even though it gave you a headache.
Absolutely. Oh yeah. No.
Yeah, there it is.
Awesome.
The very bottom one, Serb.
I think that was the one I was thinking.
This.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's all alls and then some.
Yeah.
So all
Right. So
I are W and all P are I. Therefore, some P are W. Well, yes, they would be. But you're telling me that's not valid anymore.
Yeah, it's not considered a valid form anymore. Although I think it's true. I read the objections to it a few years ago. I just don't remember what they were. But I remember thinking that they were kind of just like being real nitpicky about it. I don't remember it saying that it leads to falsehoods.
Yeah, right.
I don't know.
Yeah. Let's see.
Can we put? I know it's in this boiled down form right here, but can we put in dumb things that would help it make sense to someone that needs extra help in this? I know I did this already today, but like all if we say all, I don't know,
trees,
all cats or dogs.
Okay.
Now do all cats are animals.
Okay.
So that was
Cats was I.
So all felines are cats. So some felines.
Okay, so felines. I guess it's, but we have to narrow down what we mean by cats, because you can call a lion a cat. You know what I mean? Can you differentiate one more
But
step?
aren't lions feline? Aren't lions cats?
How about humans?
Feline?
How about humans?
No, I think felines works because then, what was W again? Animals.
But I think that we're kind of cheating because we're changing a lot. You know what I mean?
No.
No.
It's exactly this. Yeah, it's exactly the
But
same.
I think that we need to put something completely different from cats in here, like stones.
No, I think that makes it harder. Try this one and see if it works, and if not, if it's too confusing.
I think it will appear to work, but in a different way than it maybe should. So all cats are animals. All felines are cats. So some felines are animals.
Animals. Yeah.
That's not.
That is. It is.
So
the
should
exact
it be
same
all
thing.
though? I mean, it
Yeah, it
seems like
should
it
say
should be all.
all.
No, exactly, but that's the point. That Serb's making. We taking some to mean all, but it's not valid. And put felines and animals in the answer there, and see if we can. Because see that works, and I don't see.
It works,
Like
but it's
what the only issue is the sum bit. But how is the sum an issue when we
This is
know
like
that technically,
some boys are human instead of all boys are.
which is the same as some POW, because
But is it
if you
true though that only some boys are human?
Yeah, I think that was actually one of the issues. Because there's two ways to look at it, right? Where you can derive, well, if all boys are human, of course some of them are human. If you picked out some of the boys, they would be human.
There are
But
no
if you just
felines
look at
that
the
are not
statement,
animals.
right? If you just look at the statement on its own, is it true? And it's
Yes.
not always true.
it's not always true that some boys are human.
Yeah.
Well, it's not making the claim that some are not human. It's just
But
some
there's an
percentage.
assumption in
But it's
saying some.
inferring. Yeah.
So do you see
so
how
it has to be all?
Then it would have
Yeah.
to say only some are human.
So what kind of fallacy is that?
I don't think it's I don't think it's actually called a fallacy.
No,
It's
there's
just
probably
not
something there that's.
It would just be an invalid argument.
Yeah, all of the syllogistic valid forms are written out. Like you can go look them up.
Yeah.
So if
It's just not one of them.
If all are in some, are some in all?
Right, but if you take the same thing, right? And instead of, because I think it's kind of cheating to say felines, I think that you have to say chickens. Okay, but it's still the same. You know, it has to be
that's
all.
what I mean.
It has to be all.
But
It's either
that's
all or none.
just-
No, it's either all or all.
and so I need to ignore the nonsense
Well, if
premises
none
and
are
just pay
cats,
attention
then
to
you
the
can't say some
forms.
are and you can't say all are.
Is
Yeah,
that
but
what-
some implies that there's a percentage somewhere that are not like a boy that is not human. Like we don't have any non-human, boys.
Right, that's what
like
I
we
meant
refer
by
to
it's
boys.
either all
But
or
we
nothing.
also don't have chickens that are cats.
Right.
Okay, but in this we have to infer either only some are something or at least some are something. And depending on which way you look at it determines the remainder.
What is the point of all this?
Just learning how to think.
Oh.
Yeah.
At least some. Is at least some different from some? Just saying some?
I think
Well,
so.
see, that's the way I read it. When I read some, I think at least some.
Means at least what? 1, 2, 3, 4?
Yeah, at least means somewhere between 1 and 100%.
So 1 to whatever, right?
Yeah.
To 99.
No, to 100.
100.
It can't be. That's all.
Exactly.
So
And that's the
some
way I'm
could mean
reading
1
it.
or it could mean 100.
So you
or 99, no, because
take
100 would be
some
all,
to
right?
mean all.
It's always all.
But the problem is, no matter how you use it, it can come up wrong, right? Like even if I used birds in flight, then a bat could throw somebody off, right? Or
Yeah.
even if I
That's
said
just a mistake, though.
or some birds fly, right? Not even acknowledging that all birds fly. Some birds fly.
No, there are some birds that don't
All
fly.
birds, whatever. Well, I know. That's why I said some.
Right.
Some birds fly. All birds, whatever.
All
But you
birds
can-
have wings.
Right, but you're still going to get thrown off, right? Because then if you apply that when you see a bat, you're wrong. It's not even a bird.
See? Here we
That's a
go.
mistake,
This is
though.
why
You're making a mistake.
That's
Halsey,
why
am
I
I
think
not
that's why they're arguing this is invalid, because even if you make it true, you can introduce it in an area where it's
Squirrels
wrong.
fly. They're flying squirrels.
What were you saying, Sammy?
see
Monkeys.
how
Flying monkeys.
the second statement you just wrote, some implies there are some that are not. So
Right.
It implies
at
there may
least
be
some
some that are not.
cannot be 100%.
See this right here? If we say this, then this becomes false. You know what I mean?
But to me, it's not.
Because some does not equal all. You can't say some and
No.
mean
That's
all.
what I'm saying.
Some implies that there may be some that are not that there definitely are some that are not.
So, as far as I'm understanding, birds are animals, but are they? Because they're from the
See, I was actually
classification
had a
that
broadcast
fly.
set up for this about is Garfield a cat, and I was going to go through all the explanations and let the panel decide, what they thought, and that fits perfectly into this.
Okay, so hold on though. If we look just at these two things right here, okay, some chickens are animals, and also there are no chickens that are not animals, right?
Mhm.
This, if you make it into a positive, becomes this. So all chickens are animals means that some chickens are animals is no longer, it's not a true statement.
But see, I disagree.
What if you
Looking at
came
it as
out with
true or
some
false.
chickens are animals, right? Then
Okay,
back
okay.
in like the flying situation, you would have like
Let me rephrase
some
it.
birds fly, and then you would account for both the birds that don't fly and the creatures that fly that are not birds.
You're all missing that Hillary's using a different definition for some.
Mm-hmm.
Well, right, but I'm saying why would some?
We can't change up.
Why would if a premise has some, why would some not follow in the conclusion? Why would the conclusion contain the word all if a premise contains the word some?
It wouldn't.
There were no premises that contain some, though.
Because some are and some aren't.
That's not true. How many chickens are not animals?
0.
Right. There are no
How many-
chickens that are not animals. That means that all chickens are animals, which means that if we say some chickens are animal, we're
I was
implying
reading
that there are
below the
some
link.
that are not.
No.
Are you applying? I guess it depends if you're applying it to human beings. It's different than
We're not. We're
than the
applying it to
animal
chickens.
kingdom. Because when I think of birds, they're different than animals. They're aviary.
Do all
Aviary
chickens
is a
fall into the
subset of
same
animal
chicken
kingdom.
category? Are all chickens
Oh,
chickens?
maybe I'm categorizing them. Never mind.
Are some chickens animals?
Because I'm thinking of
Seems
birds
like
of
all
a
chickens are animals.
feather. Birds of a feather. They've
Anyway, you see what I'm
like
saying,
a
though,
squirrel
right?
can't fly, but birds
I
and
get what
squirrels
Yeah.
bump into each other.
It's very much a small little nitpickety sort of thing, but I'm
I
still
get what
in
you're saying, but I'm saying if I could rearrange that and make it true, right? Like if we did it with birds and flying, right? And then the conclusion were some birds fly, that would still be accurate because A, not all birds fly, and B, not all creatures that fly are birds.
Right.
Okay.
True, yeah. I'm not counting on these premises being true. I'm just looking at the
Oh.
structure and also seeing does it work with what we're given? If all are this and all of another thing are that, does the sum work, or is the sum somehow incorrect? So that's all I'm going.
Got you. I just think I got too far down the rabbit trail. You had to bring me back for a minute because I wasn't even acknowledging above the line for a while there.
Plus, my brain just gets stuck on the all chickens are not fucking cats. Like, so see like my brain just honed straight in on that, and the forms are regardless because the premises are false.
Like all
But
chickens.
I'm supposed to ignore the premises, assume they're false, even when assume they're correct, even when blatantly false, to check the form, which seems to me a waste of time if you know your premises are all false.
Right,
Because
but you're
can
your
you
mind
have
is
all
only
false premises, but a valid argument that's not sound? What's the point of figuring out if it's even
I
valid?
think it's in the detail.
But that's because in the examples it's obvious because they're examples. But in real world life scenarios, it's not going to be that glaringly obvious.
Yeah, so in those situations, I understand. But if it's that glaring,
It's
Go
subtle.
on, Sid.
The subtleties of life are what kind of throws a wrench.
I
in
remember
your
some of it now
thinking.
that I've been sitting here thinking about it. I think the way the paper explained it was, so some is not all. So some cannot mean 100%. That doesn't make the answer not true. The way you figure out the answer not being, or the conclusion not being true, is you can replace the word some with any sum, right? 11, 100, 10,000, whatever it is. And now you have a definitive statement, right? 10,000 birds can fly, and that's not true.
I'm gonna go through this real quick here. So we're gonna say 20 felines are animals, right?
Yeah.
So only only 20 are animals.
But does that mean only?
Yeah, when you give a definitive number, you're saying this many exactly.
So you would have to say at least.
Yeah.
Again.
Okay, so check this out.
You can't do that because you have to keep your forms in line.
Okay, so imagine if you will, just for a second here. So if you have let's say you have a sort of Venn diagram type of a thing, you have one big circle, and that big circle is let's see, animals, and then inside that circle we have cats. Where would felines, given that it says all felines are cats, where would felines be in that picture? I think I know where it goes, but where would you put it? We got a big circle that says animals, a smaller circle inside it says cats. With the given statement of all felines are cats, where does that go in that picture? Where does that circle go?
I think cats goes inside the feline circle, and the feline circle goes inside the animal circle.
Wait, so all cats are animals. So the big circle of animals, and then the
Yeah.
smaller circle of cats, right?
No,
all cats are contained within the animal category, correct?
But I'm trying to think is
All
felines are more than cats.
contained within the cat category, which means that their circle goes inside the cat circle, which means they are by default in the animal circle with no exception.
It's like a Russian nesting doll. It's just 3 circles, and they don't bust out of each other. They're inside of each other.
They're nesting, right?
Yeah.
So if we say 20 felines are animals, we have to assume that that means that for some reason
there are only 20 cats in existence for that to be true.
Yeah,
So let's say felines
whatever
now
number,
are species, right?
whatever number you put in has to be all of them. Otherwise,
So
it's
now
not
you
true.
want some because you've had
now we've lost some.
We put because we just put you said a few, any number you said. So I put 20. And
Any number
20 means
number
all,
below all of them.
right? But unless 20 is all, like we were saying, maybe an endangered species situation, right? Unless that's the truth, then 20 is not going to represent all. It represents itself. 20.
If we put any number,
it's going to represent some of them.
Well,
right? You're just arbitrarily picking.
But you are using some like SUM. You're not using SOME, right?
It works either way in this.
But that's not how we define some in the categories of all.
Let me
none.
pass this out
Some
for a
doesn't
second.
SUM. Sorry, go ahead.
At first, you said once you put a definitive number, right, it has to mean all of them. But now you're saying any number except all of them.
No, I'm saying the way it was explained to me is some is not all, right?
Yep.
So if you take any number that can be some, it's going to be less than all, and as soon as you put that number in there, you will see how it's untrue because now you're making a definitive statement. If you leave it as a sum,
are we trying to make this a fallacy?
That's the thing. I don't think it's listed as a fallacy.
Well,
it might be.
It's fallacious because if, say, there's 21 cats in existence, right, and just to stick to some, we can only put 20. But now the argument's fallacious because all felines need to be animals.
Yeah. Let's say there's only 100 cats or 100 felines, right? But you're gonna, instead of saying all at the end, you're gonna say some. So that means put any number that isn't all there, 99 to 100, and all of the numbers that are possible that could mean some and not all are incorrect.
I feel like we did it. We just made a circle in our thinking.
Could you repeat what you wanted me to do with these numbers here?
Well, that's an awful lot of writing. If you assume there's 100 felines,
okay,
but that's all of them, but some doesn't mean all, right? So all of the possible numbers you could put in there would be 99 to 1.
Right.
Right. And
to represent some. Right.
Yeah, to represent the sum. But the thing is, and then any number that would be accurate to using the word sum of, right, meaning some, would be incorrect, would be an incorrect statement.
Well,
Yes,
you would think that most people, even if I mean, we're dealing with some pretty strict language here, but you know, if it goes past a certain point, I would hope that people would start to use most instead of some to describe a number. You know,
this is why I said when I first brought it up that I kind of think like this is actually correct, but logic is being very strict in the way it's constructed.
Yeah.
And my brain can't help but to plug in extra statements to that syllogism to make it make sense.
Okay.
I intuitively understand that they mean, oh yeah, of course there's more cats. Right? But it's not stated in the logic.
So anyway, yeah, I get it. I mean, I personally, I like looking at arguments in this abbreviated form, and there's like an official name for it, and there's a much better way of doing it than I'm kind of haphazardly doing it with this. But
A few names for it.
you know, it's you know, deductive, sort of pure, and it strips away all of the emotional possibilities of being
It
connected
sounds like
to
algebra.
anything
like
in the
algebra.
argument.
Yeah.
Well,
you know,
algebra is a logical system.
yeah. Just this is with ideas and information instead of numbers mostly.
Nerdy says, think of it like a set of nesting dolls. If all dolls of type A fit inside dolls of type B, and all of dolls type B fit inside dolls type C, then we know that all of dolls of type A must also fit in C. Yeah. So we can't use the word some.
That's what I was saying before. Like, you know, the animals is the biggest circle. Cats are inside of that circle, and felines are inside of cats. And if all cats are animals, that means that all felines are animals.
I think cats are inside felines. Not that that's important, but
Well,
the way that this is structured, we have to do it this
domesticated
way, I think.
and the undomesticated.
all cats are felines, but I don't know if we call all felines cats.
Can
No,
you think
because
of any
some are
felines that are
domesticated
not?
and some are not.
Probably not.
You know, there's all different kinds of wild cats and big cats, and you know, different categories of cats. I don't know of any feline animals that are not cats. But it doesn't matter if this is true or not. It doesn't matter really.
No,
What we're looking
no,
for
that
is,
was a little side point.
does this follow these? You know what I mean?
I think for the layman that fills in the extra information, it follows.
I think we're trying to look at the form only and forget about the content.
Yeah, and that's if you just stick to only the form, it doesn't follow.
Right.
Just for interest's sake, Halsey, it's
Mhm.
all cats.
It's all cats.
Any of the 37 cat species. So they actually call them cat species, including the cheetah, puma, jaguar, leopard, lion, lynx, tiger, and domestic cat.
Yeah, isn't there a big cat category, and then there's a? It isn't called category; it's called something else. Classification.
Oh, I know a way that could be true. Kind of. If you're loose with your definition of cat.
Is it here? Oh, this is kind of fun. Do you guys want to check this one out? Hold on. This silly thing. Whoops. Instead of giving you a choice, you have to know the name of the fallacy that's been committed instead of picking from like a multiple choice.
Old Man Brown claims that he saw a flying saucer in his farm. But he never got beyond the 4th grade in school and can hardly read or write. He is completely ignorant of what scientists have written on the subject, so his report cannot possibly be true.
Yeah, well,
that's an ad hom.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, let's see. I don't think you'll see the pop-up when I do it. No.
No.
Yeah. One does not have to be well educated in order to see well Brown's character is irrelevant to what he claimed to see ad hominem. The accusation of being ignorant is a character attack, not a case of ad ignorantium. Okay.
Yeah, but you can be ignorant of something and
Yeah,
not be
he
dumb.
would have to not. Okay, he would have to not have any understanding of what anyone means by UFO in order to for that to be accurate.
That just means he doesn't know about UFOs.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, he saw what he saw, though. Does his education or his ability to read or write matter? He's giving an account of a visual.
Right.
Well,
he's
no.
reporting about a visual event that he saw it.
He claims it's a UFO.
No, a flying saucer.
Oh, flying saucer.
Right. He's just describing the shape of it practically with that flying saucer.
So literally, it could have been someone throwing
His
a
wife
sausage
threw a
at-
plate at him.
Yeah.
It could have been. It could have been.
Been through that.
All right. Well, number 2. My client is an integral part of this community. If he is sent to prison, not only will this city suffer, but also he will be most missed by his family. Appeal to emotion. What was that one again? You surely cannot find in your hearts to reach any other verdict than not guilty. I can't remember the name of it.
I'm sure they want you to say this is a fallacy, but this is not making. This is not actually a fallacy.
Right, because if he's a doctor, he's the only doctor in the community, then it would be a bad.
It's not even that. It's not making a statement of like truth. It's not concluding something to be true. It's just like, can't we do better than this?
But what did he do to be sent to prison here?
What if
Yeah, but it doesn't matter, right? Because it's here. The city will suffer. He haven't said anything definitive. He'll be missed, and can't you find it in your hearts? It's all appealing to emotion.
Yeah, because I can find it in my heart, but still send him to prison.
Because I'll tell you now, like, I guess you could say there's some degree of suffering, maybe to existing patients who miss their doctor, but a city's not going to suffer because the doctor's gone.
No,
How
my issue with this is that last statement is actually a question.
Well, how do these things talk about his guilt or innocence?
They don't.
It doesn't. And this is the argument for pardoning people. They're guilty, but I'm going to give them that punishment.
This is literally what your lawyer would say for you, and yet here we are discussing how it's a fallacy.
That's why lawyers are considered sort of snakish, because
Bullshit
they're willing to
artists.
do this kind of stuff, be intellectually, morally dishonest.
I think this is a mistake on part of the website.
I don't think
I'm sure they intend you to, name a fallacy here, but they make it a statement at the end.
Yeah, it says presumably a client's guilt or innocence of a crime is not determined by being part of the community or being missed by his family. Since we are to feel sorry for the client, the fallacy is ad misericordiam.
Yeah, the emotion, appeal to misery and suffering. Yeah, it's an appeal to misery and suffering, and they literally said the city will suffer and he'll be missed.
Yeah, he could be the mayor.
Appeal to pity, or
But it doesn't matter. It doesn't affect
He could
his
be the
guilt.
child drunk.
Find him. The thing was, can't you find him not guilty?
right?
For
Like, that's
those
the reason
reasons.
to find him not guilty. Not that he didn't do it.
Exactly.
Not that he didn't do it, because maybe he did it, right? But
That's what I'm
you're
getting
supposed
hooked up on. Because it doesn't
I
seem
know,
like
that's
they're
the
necessarily
issue.
arguing for he's not guilty because of this.
So it's their purpose.
Well, but so you're getting to.
You surely
you're
cannot
getting
find it in your
to
hearts to reach
stuff
any other verdict.
in a literal law sense, sir. Get out of the court. We're not actually trying to convince a judge of anything. It's just this idea that by finding not guilty, you're saying he's not guilty. That's the same thing. It's not just like, all right, you're guilty, but I'm going to let you off.
But see, what I'm stuck on is like there's the truth about did he do it or not, guilty, not guilty, and then there's the court's findings. And I think those are different.
Was any of this saying though that my client is innocent? No.
Yeah.
No.
I've got to give him my welcome. Here's Kevin.
Right, and you can go
Doesn't
into
it
a
make
court.
you feel good?
You can go into a court with enough evidence to show someone's guilt, have evidence thrown out, and be found not guilty, even though you're clearly guilty.
Yes.
Yeah,
That's
but not
why
guilty
I'm drawing the
doesn't actually
distinction
mean
between
anything,
finding
you know?
the verdict and the actual truth.
And this is why I'm trying to say get out of the court, because in law you're not guilty. You are now not guilty. Even if you are in reality guilty, in law you are not guilty. So
Yep.
you can't.
It's just a
you have
legal
to-
status. It has nothing to do with reality.
Exactly. So number 3, you ought to try. Unless you wanted to say something, sir.
Oh, I was going to say
I could
because
hear your brain was still going.
There's a thing called jury nullification.
Yes.
Yeah.
Where even though you're guilty and the law says that's a crime,
Guilty.
they can still find you
Yeah.
not guilty because they don't agree with the law.
Mistrial, yeah. But once that ruling of not guilty, by law you are not guilty.
Correct. For the criminal purpose, but you can still be sued.
Exactly. Yeah. It is. It was a bad example. I get
No, I
it.
think it was a pretty good example. If you scroll back up that last bit, surely you can find it in your heart.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If that's
You surely cannot find it in your hearts. Well, I can find it in my heart to reach another verdict. So even that makes no sense.
Yeah. It's can you not surely find it in your heart? That's what they should have said.
So like
You-
an exception. An exception.
You can't find it in your hearts to reach any other verdict than not guilty.
Yeah, it would be an exception.
You
to
can't
the
do
rule.
anything but this. You can't do anything but what we're telling you to do. There is no real choice. You have to do this. I think that's what that's saying.
And then the implication that you're not compassionate or not logical, either way.
Yeah, it's emotionally manipulative.
Oh, it's definitely that.
Yeah, they're trying to create a moral imperative for it. Yeah.
Well, there's even something called a legal fiction. You know, this isn't true, but we're going to pretend like it's true for this case.
Yeah, I think it would have been better if that was replaced with surely you can't believe that he actually did the crime. Right, that would have been different for me.
Well, and that's suggesting innocence.
Yeah.
Which this did not do.
You ought to try to study harder in school this year, Samuel, because it will spare your parents the embarrassment of a letter from the instructor telling them you're not taking your schoolwork seriously. So that's the one that's implying they're not taking their schoolwork seriously.
Yeah, or that the reason that they should is to spare their parents embarrassment. That's not right.
It's kind of like, is it the threat one?
Yes. Not the stick one. It's
No,
the other one where it puts it implies something in the
like the loaded question, right? The
loaded question. That's the one.
Okay, let's look at it in that context. Hold on. So you ought to try. Okay, you should do this to spare your parents the embarrassment.
Yep.
I think of your instructor telling them you're not taking your schoolwork seriously. To me, that's almost like a threat.
In other words,
Personally,
it is, but it's telling them you're not taking your work seriously. How do you know they're not taking their work seriously?
You're also making an assumption about the parents that they would be embarrassed. You don't know that Sam's parents aren't, just white trash and proud of it. Like
emotionally manipulating on purpose. This person is.
The thing is, this isn't really an argument.
Yeah.
Well,
I have a problem saying it's
fallacy. That's just it's all it is showing a fallacy. This is on informal fallacies. So this one, it says the threat of embarrassment is as a reason for Samuel to study more diligently. It's ad baculum. So that's, by the stick, which is the threat.
It was the threat one.
Yeah, a threat of harm or whatever.
But see how that same sort of example on the other one we looked at, because they're saying you should study harder so that.
Oh, remember though
we
they
don't
said, "When
tell
are
you-
you going to stop fooling around?" Remember that? That was the
Yeah.
difference, because they that when you say that, you have to like assume that they are fooling around, because asking when are you going to stop means that you either are or you have stopped, but that you were. You know what
But
I mean?
I
There
don't
was
see how telling your parents that you're not taking your schoolwork serious isn't assuming that you're not taking your schoolwork serious.
You could be
but it's
distracted.
the threat of the letter.
You
Beg
could be
pardon?
distracted.
Never mind the
Yeah, hang on,
embarrassment. A
Jody.
letter will be sent. That's a threat.
Yeah.
What if your brain won't allow
Yeah.
you to be on
I'm
task
not worried
to
about
get
the
the work
embarrassment.
done
It's the
to please your parents?
And that third line isn't even stating that you're not taking it seriously. It's just a threat that your instructor will tell them that, even if it's not true.
Yeah, this because of the embarrassment. This is this is like an implication. This is a little bit of drama inserted into it to stress Samuel out.
Mm-hmm.
You know, that's
it
all
is
that's there.
fucking stressing me out.
Yeah, right. Should we
No,
stop?
I still
No.
don't see it as a fallacy, technically.
I'm struggling with it too. I think they're terribly written.
The threat of embarrassment is not a good reason for Samuel to study more diligently.
Yeah.
Right? Because
In whose opinion would be my response?
I would think the dean or someone who's got him on academic probation or something. You know,
Like, put it this way: avoiding embarrassment is a reason.
Presumably, I guess if
To do
you've come to
something.
this point that you've tried to reason with this person every other way, and then you're like, "Look, you're going to be super embarrassed if this happens." So, but that's that's assuming that there's been previous iterations of this conversation.
right?
Yeah.
But that's that you don't have anything to go on except for this. You can't make assumptions about backstory or whatever. You know, that's my opinion anyway.
The logical response. The logical response would be, "Well, surely you're going to pass me this year because you wouldn't want my parents to find out you've been touching me after class."
Yeah.
So now we're just playing tennis or whatever. Like,
Yeah.
dirty.
What
dirty
if the
fool.
teacher is not engaging the students and they've mentally checked out?
Or a learning disability.
I think you guys are getting into the
That's
weeds.
what I'm getting at.
Like
You
earlier
remember,
when
go ahead.
There's too
earlier
many
when Pixie
variables.
said, "Don't do that to me," based because she said I'm going to get embarrassed. Essentially,
Your
was
ears
she committing a logical fallacy?
No.
Because it's the
No,
exact
she
same
was
situation.
requesting something.
It was an appeal to emotion, but it was a valid one.
She was requesting an action.
Yeah.
And appealing to
This
utility.
like this person is in that statement.
She gave a reason for it.
Yeah, just like that
Whether
person.
or not
does.
you
Okay,
think
she
that
didn't
reason
threaten.
is important
She didn't
enough.
say, "Don't do it or I'll leave."
Yeah.
That would be the issue.
So the word fallacy, does it mean false?
It means a mistaken reasoning, or like that's informal, and then formal is usually a problem, an error, or something wrong with the structure of an argument.
Yeah. So any statement you make, like with a fallacy, you could like say like A plus C equals 4, right? Like yeah.
So okay.
I mean,
All
we
right.
could, say that, but
That's
usually
kind
like
of a terrible way
Yeah,
to
but
explain
in
it.
real life, it doesn't work like
Well,
that.
we were doing some of this silliness, you know. You
don't
saw this
understand.
already. There was another one here.
No passive individuals are
Remember this
folks who
one?
live. Yeah.
And then we reduced
So
it to this.
we chopped
right?
it down to no passive are well, all self-actualized are well. Therefore, no dogs are not dogs.
What do we mean by passive here? That's a little confusing to me. Like, I think
passive individuals are folk who live well. So, just cruising along, not being massively self-aware, as opposed to self-actualized.
Okay,
so
so
you
where are
don't
the
mean like pacifism as a philosophical stance then?
Yeah, I think it's more.
This is a structure thing. We're not looking at the content. Does this follow from these? That's all we're looking at.
So
It doesn't matter if these are
no
true or not.
passive are well. All self-actualized are well. So no self-actualized are passive. That's correct.
Yeah.
Let's see where are
That's
these nesting
valid.
circles in this case?
But what is it sound though?
So,
That's
but let's think about the Venn diagram here. So all self-actualized are well. So does that mean that we've got a big circle of well? Hold on.
Yeah, we've got.
You
Let's
have two
see.
circles. One
Where's
circle's
where's the biggest one?
No, it's a direct contradiction.
Well, okay, so well is the big circle, self-actualized are inside of it completely, right?
Yes.
And
I think
then
you have
passive are completely outside of both of those circles on the side, not touching. Right?
I think you have two circles. One is well, one is not well.
Isn't there an issue with the fact that the first statement is a negative, no passive are well, and then the second one is a positive, all actualized are well? So you're
That's
making
not
the
right.
claim that no P, and then yeah. So I feel like that contradicts itself. You would want to phrase premise one differently, or phrase
No, there's no problem.
premise.
This is why there's a fallacy, because there is a structure issue. You're seeing it, but you're not exactly maybe sure how to explain it, right?
Your top one should be are not W.
No
Right.
P or W.
Yeah, all P are not W.
All P are not W.
Yeah.
No P or W.
Yeah, you
No
need
passive
to make it.
individuals are folks who live well. There's
Listen,
no not in
Halsey,
there.
Halsey.
Yes.
Yes, if you say, just try it for me, saying
Here?
all P, no, all P. All P.
Oh, okay. This
Yeah,
right
are
here?
not, yeah,
all P are
yeah,
not
it did
W.
have it. All P are not W.
Are not W. Okay.
Yeah. See, now it's in line.
But if
all
you-
P are
if you
not W,
diagram-
and all S's are W.
If you diagram this in symbolic language, it said the same either way. No P are W or all P are not W. It's the same.
Yeah, but you're supposed to keep your forms in line.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's just a nitpicky thing, and if you wanted to, you can make them even more in line by changing the W and not to, N.
Mm-hmm. And no N are. No, all N is not W.
Is this the opposite of this?
Yes. Yeah. So you can get rid of that line above it. Yeah, that's it. Now we can check it.
So
if all
all
P are
P-
W.
All
not
P
W.
are not W. Does that imply that some are?
No, because all are not. All of them are not.
Okay. So
And
we've got a
all
W
S's
circle and a P circle that are not touching, right? They're separate from each other.
Yeah.
All P are not W. So
this is
they're
why
separate.
I was suggesting changing the not W to just another symbol. Because if you're doing a Venn diagram, you want everything inside a circle. You don't want things floating around outside a circle.
No, that's not true. Venn diagrams also show what do not touch. They do have overlaps sometimes, but they don't. They have elements sometimes that are not. They're separate. For a
But they're all in the circle, even if the circles are separate.
Hold on, though. Let's just visualize this for a second. I wish I could just draw it here, but I don't think I can. Let me see, actually. No. So all P are not W. So to me, that means, just bear with me. There's a P circle and a W circle that are not touching each other because all P are in the category of being not W, right? So they're completely outside of each other, not overlapping. But all S are W. That means that the S is completely inside of the W circle. It's its own circle, but it's all the way inside the W circle. There's no S's that are not excluded from that, right? They're all in. They're all W. So all S
are not P.
are not P.
So it
that
follows.
actually does work. In
But
this case,
now,
yes.
like with the sum thing, does all S a W? No, you can't.
Just think about it though. All P are not W. That means we got two circles and they are not touching each other.
Yeah, no,
Right?
it's all
Because
good.
all
Yeah,
of the
I get it.
category P are also in the category of not W. We have all S's that are W, so S is completely inside of W. Right?
Yeah.
Okay, I feel like we've run some kind of victory or something.
Well, yeah, I mean, S could be overlapping with W or inside of W, but not P, right? P's, on the outside.
No,
Look,
S.
You guys said.
Yeah, well, no, all S have to be in W. They can't be outside at all.
Say what?
Well, I was saying all S's are in W. They can't be outside at all. They perfectly
All
overlap.
S are W. Yeah, that means that S is inside of W. They're all contained within W.
We have no
Okay, I see,
no overlapping circles on this diagram.
Got you.
Right. No, well, no. We do. We have S and W. They're not overlapping. They're contained. They're nested.
Yeah,
Yeah, but I mean, you're taking S as a circle.
I'm thinking of it as, because when we say all S are W, that means that it doesn't necessarily mean that all W's are S's, right?
Well,
so we have to go on what we know, which is all S's are W. That means that all S's fit within the confines of W. W may be bigger and it may have things that all S's don't have, but for now, all we have is this. All S's are W.
Okay.
You can. I mean, you can. Usually, people don't put the internal parts of a circle as a circle unless there's multiple lumps.
Well, I just
multiple
imagine
sections inside the circle.
color entirely filling a circle.
Yes.
But to say this, right? We can't necessarily say
Correct.
that
The
all
circle is the boundary, and then the color is currently filling the boundary, but it doesn't necessarily have to fill it.
Well, see, that's where I get stuck, because it maybe it's a language thing, but you're thinking about it as a fucking circle when it could be anything. So let's say W means wet.
Okay,
all
so we can
S
say
are wet, right?
Correct.
You can't, even if other things are wet, it doesn't. It's still
correct.
No, now I understand. So it could have other things in it. Yeah. Sorry. Carry on.
Yeah, because we don't normally, when we're doing a diagram, we don't normally try to consider things that aren't included in what we're thinking about. You can. I mean, I don't think it's invalid or anything, but I'm just not used to it.
WORN for the W. All pants are not worn. All pants are clothes.
No, just these
Well-
two. Can we reverse it? No, right? We can't, because pants are in the circle, within the circle of clothes, right? They're inside the closed circle, but the closed circle contains other things that are not pants.
Mm-hmm.
So we can't say all clothes are pants, because clothes is bigger than that, right?
That sounds like a challenge.
Are assless pants considered clothes? No, sorry.
Yeah, socks and shirts.
I can wear this wife beater as a pair of pants to work. Yeah, no. This, I like reversing things to check it out and see what it says going the other way. But anyway, do you know about divine command theory? Surely you do, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's the thing we pretend is actually a theory of.
Yeah, it's not really a theory. It's more like just like an opinion, I guess, sort of.
Yeah, like everyone can think back to their parents saying "because I said so," and everyone knows it's wrong.
Mm-hmm.
That's not reason.
Worst parental argument ever. Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway, so this was just
We
like I
have
was looking
here.
at this subset of, I think it's ad hominem, the genetic fallacy. Is it a subset of ad hominem?
So, do you want to? Does anyone want to talk about this? He's calling them people, but we can go with that. But we have zero information that there are any other persons than S&P. As such, the population is S&P. Ergo, S and W are equal and exact. P and not W are equal and exact.
Correct.
Okay, so should I just copy and paste that here
But-
and we look at it, or is it all good? Is he right? I have to look at it all together.
I see no flaws in what he said.
Okay, so
because we restricted the population that we're examining to only those two options.
okay, so S and P are unknown numbers, right? Or unknown whatevers.
Yeah.
So let's see, S. So S and P equals, let's say, what are we going to call the population? Like O?
Okay.
What is W or not W again? W equals S.
There isn't one. It's undefined.
Okay. But what is W in this picture of population and people and stuff?
The last thing I heard was wet, as Sammy said.
Lol.
Oh no, I'm looking. He gave more examples.
It was wellness. That's what it originally was.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Okay. I was just looking at the two that he showed on screen. There's 3 other statements in there.
So we only have W or not W. So we had S and P. So W equals S, right? And then plus P, which is plus, minus rather, negative number, right? Or a negative element. So do we just get to 0 at that point?
No, you just like you don't have to work it out. He made a bunch of statements of something is equal to something else, and he never makes a statement. He's not recombining any of that information. You can literally just list everything that he says that's equal to something else, and that's his whole statement.
Oh, okay. I guess it's kind of hard for me to know how to like apply what he's saying, unless I have like an argument to actually. Aw, pretends to be interested. How sad.
Tries to look educated. Hard for a raccoon. Fuck, dude, you're smarter than I am, and I can get my head around this shit. But if you're not interested in it, it's hard to want to stay focused for long, because it is fucking mental exercise. And my body doesn't like exercise. It's allergic. Yeah, Richard disappeared for some time now. You back, Richard?
Probably smoking.
No, well, it's Big Smoke. He's been gone for an hour or more. Maybe 2 or 3 hours now.
Ooh, I don't think I ever looked at the variety of disagreements page.
What's that mean? Oh, people that disagree with him. Look, Heretic's pulling his hair out in the chat.
I know.
Right here. Presumptions. Huh.
Just tell Heretic make a conclusion out of all your equal signs, and then she'll have something to check.
Did you hear that? Heretic?
No. All right. Is anyone interested in looking at this? It's a short little quiz thingy.
Sure.
So we've got our choices up on top. I know what my answer is for number 1. Anyone want to throw an answer out?
Sorry, I haven't read it. Studying too much for a test can often be confusing for the reason that when you study too much, most of the important points no longer are clear. Circular.
I don't know what accident and converse accident are.
False cause.
Okay, then that's it. False cause.
I would say circular, but that's just me. Let's see.
Circular isn't up
It's
here.
Petito Principi, which is
circular.
The conclusion is a restatement of the premise.
Wait, bitches.
Okay.
Yeah. Because it was confusing and then unclear.
Oh, okay.
Confusing
Then yeah, I
because
would
it's
go with
unclear.
circular.
It's like,
It's confusing because it's no longer clear.
well, duh. Whenever I wear my green socks, my logic grades go up. That is why I save my green socks to wear only on the days of the test.
Oh, that's the one I read, and I'm still going with false cause.
False
Yeah,
cause,
that's
that's
correlation
true.
causation. Yeah.
All right, yeah.
Okay.
Non causa pro causa. This false cause results from no proposed causal mechanism.
But even if it was true, it's still incorrect. If you want to increase your grades, you want to constantly wear your socks.
Yeah.
Well, but that's not what the argument says.
I know.
That's what I
It's like-
thought. It was
it's
the
even
same
like
thing
faulty-
I thought it said.
It's like faulty reasoning inside of faulty reasoning.
Yeah, it should be.
Yeah.
That's why I only wear green socks.
No, that would be better. That would be better. Okay,
Why are they
so
rambling on about it?
how can we balance the budget, help our farmers?
Rambling on.
Complex question.
Probably rebuild our military and return to full employment. Only one way is clear: vote Republican. So they're saying
Oh, they had
this
to get political with it.
to all these like issues, and it seems like it's too simple, right? Like this is going to solve all the problems right here. So yeah, I think it's a complex question.
Argument from authority, I guess, would be, is that the proper thing? Well, no.
You can say that, but I don't think it was one of the choices, actually. It was complex question, false cause, petito principi, which is circular, accident, and converse accident.
Oh, I
Yeah.
see.
And then the next one is converse accident, I think.
This one?
And then accident.
Did you check 3?
Oh, no.
We haven't
All
got an
is
answer for
accident.
3 yet.
We could
All
go
is
for 3
accident.
if you want.
So 4 would be
Yes, I'd like to
accident.
know the answer of 3 before we start talking about 4.
Complex
Oh.
question. The argument presupposes that these conflicting economic factors can be solved all at the same time.
Complex.
I was wrong about the next one. It's just accident, I think.
Nixon cheated on his income tax. Agnew cheated on his income tax. And I've heard so did Bush. I conclude that all politicians cheat on their income tax.
We only have information about these 3, so we can't make a general conclusion. I don't know
Right.
what the name of the fallacy would be.
That one would be
It's a
accidental.
kind
I
of
think.
generalization, isn't it?
But yeah, I think it's accidental.
Like with a bad sample, essentially.
Hey,
But converse accident.
if that's to us, Bojo, and especially fucking heretic. Actually, no. In the mood you're obviously in, don't come in. But
Oh my
I love how
goodness.
people sit in the chat complaining. It's like, fuck off to another stream then.
What he said 4 minutes ago was wrong. The first sentence is correct about the values, but then the second, the 5 of P are the same 5 of not W.
They equal in value, but they're not the same persons.
Yeah.
I'm not sure why we need to make that weird distinction.
I was going to ask him if I think he corrected it. There's a not W in there, and I was wondering if he meant to do that, if it was just a mistake.
All right.
What's
Children.
the third B? That's a typo.
I always get accidental and converse accidental mixed up. I know one of them goes in 4 and one of them goes in 5.
So this is like a few people are the example, and we're going to apply it to the whole. And this,
Children and mentally ill persons cannot vote. This state of affairs proves that in America, not all are free, and few have the inalienable right of liberty.
Let's look at those accident. I think it's accident.
Because it doesn't.
Talking about two groups of people right here, right? Children and mentally ill persons. They conclude that because of this, not all are free, and this is the part that gets me. Few have the inalienable rights of liberty.
Can you go up and click on it and see what it says?
Yeah, liberty is not the same as voting.
This
So
makes
do you want me to
an
click on
assumption
the
not contained in the premise.
Click on the
But it's
click on
true.
the fallacy we think it is up the top in the list.
The accident, right?
Yeah.
I think it's right here.
I just want to see the definition. Here we go. The logical mistake of inferring atypical specific examples from a general premise, which does not apply to those instances.
The
I think
atypical
you're right.
specifics were children and mentally ill people, right?
Yeah.
The fallacy results from concluding that the scope of a generalization refers to uncharacteristic or incongruous examples.
Examples, which is, if you
Which
go back to the
was-
argument, because I forget the argument now.
But with this definition, why would the one above it not be accidental and this one be converse accidental? Or am I mixing it up in my head again?
Actually, you know what? I think that
You have to change the screen.
They're both converse accidents. It says
But they're
converse
different to me. I think one of them is accidental and one of them is converse accidental because both are making a wrong inference, right? But I think the way they got there is different. See, one's based on too few examples and one is taking, and so the second one, number 5 would be converse accidental, but that would make number 4 accidental because they're taking one situation and generalizing it to everything, right?
Heretic's wrong in the chat. A subset can contain the total sum of the set, and so the set S is not the same as the set W. One is a subset of the other. It's
Is
simply
he behind or something?
100% of it. It doesn't matter that there aren't more W. As long as it's 100%, you're not creating a problem. Is reality the set of all things? Okay, so it can equal it.
I missed most of that, but to start with, he's saying he switched terms, right? He said things were P is equal to not W, right? And now he's saying, let me go try to find it. All P's are not W. There's a contradiction in his argument. Did he mean not? No, that's why I tried to ask him before when he started making the mistake.
Okay, so I really think number 4 would be accidental and number 5 would be converse accidental.
You know, they call them both converse, surprisingly enough.
Did they?
Yeah, they both did. Converse accident. The conclusion of the argument is based on too few varied instances. That's the first one for 4.
Okay, so
from the exceptional cases, the author of the argument is overgeneralizing.
So I need to find the difference between number 4 and the example that we had earlier. I'll have to go back and look at that.
I just think in 5, they have nothing to do with each other.
So look, in this one, he's concluding that all of something does something, right?
Right.
And here, they're concluding that a this group makes it so that not all are free, and they're like making it so the implication is that only a few people have these rights.
Okay, I got you. So accidental would be like the one with the girl on campus. Nobody talked to me on the way to the library, therefore the campus isn't as friendly as people say it is.
Yeah.
That one would be accidental.
One example and like apply it to the whole, right?
Okay.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
Yeah. So it's interesting.
I don't know why those two don't want to separate in my mind.
It's it's not like easy, any of this stuff. It's not easy. It's
all of the others have like an obvious separation, and those two seem kind of nuanced.
You're right. It's like subtle difference, you know? I'm trying to find where I was before.
Which you would think would be obvious.
Damn, I had like another I think it was this one. Yeah, there we go.
Okay, that one was more obviously Converse to me.
So this is a different set of choices, and they're all the same on each question, I believe.
Heretic's logic is good, but the way he's expressing it is imprecise.
Or you're just sick, you know.
So,
sorry.
The Smith's argument concerning the Democratic president's abilities can't be any good because it is well known that Smith has been a Republican for many years. So we shouldn't listen to Smith because he's a Republican, right?
Yeah, so Republicans are have a bias, is the implication.
Well, we're giving a reason why you shouldn't listen to him, right?
Ad
hominem.
So this is I would vote ad hominem.
I think so, but I really don't know what the bottom two are.
This is appeal to pity, and this is appeal to like a threat or violence.
Okay, yeah, ad hominem.
Okay. All right. But Professor, I just have to get a B in this course or I will lose my scholarship. All I'm asking for is just this one break.
Misericordium.
Yeah. Ad miser.
Okay. Anyone want to read this one?
Members of the committee, you have before you our new hiring procedures. All persons opposed to our new policies, please signify by saying I resign. Wow. Yeah.
That's a threat, yeah.
That's fucking hilarious.
Okay.
I'm sure it's happened.
Mr. Jones has clearly and concisely given his opinion concerning nuclear reactors, but let me remind you that we could hardly expect him to say anything else because he has worked in the nuclear power industry for 40 years.
That was
And what's veracundium?
Appeal to like false authority.
Yeah, authority. Yeah.
I want to say
another ad hominem?
Read
Yeah.
that one again if you could, Pixie.
Mr. Jones has clearly and concisely given his opinion concerning nuclear reactors, but let me remind you that we could hardly expect him to say anything else because he has worked in the nuclear power industry for 40 years.
It's a restatement of the first example, so ad hominem.
Yeah.
Yeah, and this right here is kind of like a little bit of a character attack. We shouldn't listen to him, right? Because his motives are whatever. So.
Yeah, it's just accusing him of bias.
Mm-hmm. Ms. Chairperson, everyone is struggling to complete the proposal before the deadline. No one wants to work this hard, and everyone thinks we should be able to take a break now and then. That in itself should imply you simply have to have the mayor extend the deadline.
Ad miserium.
Misericordium.
Yeah, you're right, Sammy.
That's the only one that could fit. Yeah. All right. So should we get the score?
Yep.
Yep.
80%. What did we miss? We missed one.
The last one, it's ad populum. I was on mute. I think the last one's ad populum.
Ad populum. You're right. You're right. I didn't see that though. Isn't that funny?
And no one
So let's
won.
see. Everyone is struggling to complete the proposal.
It's the no one wants. That's the part.
There, you're right. No one wants.
What is it?
No one. They're
No
claiming
one
to
wants.
speak for everyone by saying no one.
I was on mute. I thought I wasn't on mute. I was like, no, I think it's ad populum. I was on mute the whole time.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, to say that no one wants to work, yeah, that's a pretty big statement. That's saying none, which means
And
that they're claiming knowledge, you know?
Yeah, and everyone thinks.
Yeah, everyone thinks we should do this. Yeah, you're right. That's definitely ad populum.
Well done.
Bummer. Yeah, that's awesome. Okay, so fun, right? I think we're done with all of the relevance ones, and we went on to I think one of the presumption ones, but I don't know if we finished it. And let's look at number 2 because I don't know if number 2 is actually harder or anything like that. Let's see. Oh, this is different from the one that we've seen. Wow, did you see that car from Texas cut in front of me? Texas drivers are really pathetic.
That is the school were rude to me, so everyone sucks.
Yes. So is that accident?
I think that's just plain accident.
Plain old accident.
Now that I have it clear in my mind from last discussion.
Right. I'm hoping that it registers. All persons in the United States of America have equal rights. Therefore, universities should admit all and any applicant, regardless of their high school records that show high school records and low SAT scores.
False cause.
Let's see.
Because the two aren't related in any way. We're not excluding them from being in the United States. We're just not allowing them into the university.
Or is it inferring a faulty premise based on the misunderstanding, which would make it a converse accident? Maybe it's both. I don't know.
Can you read it again for me, Halsey?
Yeah, all persons in the United States of America have equal rights. Therefore, this university should admit all and any applicant, regardless of their high school records and low SAT scores. See,
so it doesn't follow.
Equal rights doesn't mean that that people with high SAT scores and low SAT scores are equal in some way. I mean,
it's a
converse in some ways, but not in this way that they're implying.
Right. So, but that's what I'm saying. Is it a misapplied inference? Like, because they're not saying this causes this, which is why I wouldn't think false cause, and I would think converse accident, because it's, I mean, they're obviously taking equal rights wrong, but then they're adding on to that a faulty inference because of it.
Right.
Yeah.
Could it be a complex question? I don't know.
But they're not asking questions that demand an answer, which is why I still think converse accident.
Okay, let's try that. I think so too. Anyone want to pick something else? I think it's that.
That's what I think as well.
Okay. There's very little doubt that women write subtler poetry than men. The evidence is quite simple and straightforward. Men plainly do not write poetry as well as women write poetry.
The Principe?
Mm-hmm. Circular, yeah.
Yeah.
Principe. How do you say it, Pixie? You said it before. Good.
I hear it said a lot of different ways. Some people say Principe, some people say Principe, some people say, I mean, it just depends on who you're listening to. So I don't know which way is the accurate way to say it.
Okay. Sounded right.
It's Latin. It's Principe.
Principe?
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Like old mate's Principia.
Okay. Principe.
The Mathematica.
I like it.
The
I know a
Principles
student
of Mathematics.
Oh, okay.
By Newton.
I know a student in mathematics who dropped out of college. Therefore, I have no doubt that it was the study of math which led to his losing interest in school.
False cause.
Yeah.
False cause.
Without knowing more, that is a false cause. Anyone want to do this last one?
Sure. I can see that you are impressed with the philosophy course. Therefore, are you going to sign up for Eastern philosophy or existentialism next term? I'm sure you'll love one of them.
What's it? Inserting the thing again.
I think
keep
this is
forgetting.
a complex question.
Complex question.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right.
But
What?
What were we calling it?
Did we get Converse and accident mixed up?
Again?
We did.
Ah!
Oh no.
At least I'm
The
not
other
the only one mixing those two up.
The other ones are right. So those two, we have to reverse them in order to get
Reverse
right.
them. At least I'm not the only one that has them reversed in my head.
No, they're so it's subtle, you know. I need to see more forms of this that don't have so many details in a story. I want to see it really plain, I think.
Okay, so accident is number 1 and converse accident is number 2.
So this is how this should look.
Okay, so converse accident is number 1, accident is number 2.
Yeah, and let's do this real quick again. Converse accident. Fallacy of considering too few cases, so like a small or bad sample, right? Or certain exceptional cases, generalizing to a rule that fits them alone. And then accident.
But hang on, can you give the example now or the question that we got wrong?
Oh yeah. Let's go back to our quiz.
A Texas driver cut in front of me, therefore all Texas drivers are horrible.
Right.
Yes.
Which
There's 2 sample size.
Which was converse accident, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Okay. So
And the
they're
other
saying from this small sample, I'm going to make an assumption about everyone. This one says all
A
people have.
misunderstanding. Okay.
No, go ahead.
No, sorry, continue.
All persons in the United States have equal rights. This university should admit all, regardless of their high school record.
So it sounds to me.
You're starting with a bigger sample size because you're going all Americans have
not just
rights.
bigger, but all, right? We're doing
I wouldn't
all.
even say sample size. To clear it up in my mind, I'm going with sample size is converse accident. You're just not spreading your net wide enough, right? So it's a converse accident. But with an accident, it's not about your sample size at all. It's about misinterpretation of knowledge you have, and therefore misapplying it, right? So you're accidentally applying it wrong because of your misinterpretation. And a converse accident is you're implying something true, but your sample size wasn't big enough to provide you an accurate picture.
So here's accident. Atypical specific examples from a general premise.
General premise versus sample size. General
Which
premise
does
versus
not
sample
apply
size.
to those instances.
Okay, so accident is general, and converse accident is sample size.
Fallacy
That's what I have
results
to remember.
The scope of generalization refers to uncharacteristic or incongruous examples. So,
Yeah, so because all Americans have rights, right? It doesn't result. The premise doesn't result in a premise that applies to those instances. So,
the rights don't equal like those circumstances either. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
So like an accidental false conflation based on misinterpretation kind of a thing.
I think so. With that one.
So
It's gonna
interpretation.
better,
I'm going to go
think.
with interpretation versus sample size and see if that helps me.
Yeah. Okay. Huh. Interesting, isn't it? All right. Anyway, argument forms. Okay, that's beyond us right now, I think. So anyway, I could stop and we could do something else, but I like that subject a lot. It's up to you guys if you want to keep going. Oh, you know what?
I need a whole test of just accident versus converse accident. A whole test of just that. They need to make me one.
I know I'm right too, man. Wow, for real. There's a syllabus here that has something that might be kind of fun little academic project for people who like that nerdy shit. But it's this right here. So the thing you do is you choose a resource, newspaper, magazine, books. You could probably use a website or whatever. Find and analyze 5 different informal fallacies. All references are cited in a standard bibliographical manner. Sometimes my mouse just does not work. The informal fallacies project counts. Oh, this is just for the class. So newspaper and magazines from 1970 and on, oral arguments, whether in ordinary conversations, speech, lectures, etc. Advertisements are not fallacy examples when cited, blah, blah, blah. But anyway, there's like some rules and stuff. And it's just like find 5 fallacies out in the world and explain them, like explain why they're fallacies. Doesn't that sound kind of fun? Yes.
Oh, I'm having my own fun.
Okay.
Trolling Heretic a little bit.
I feel like I've done that, only it wasn't called Find the Fallacies. It was called Spot the Lies. And it was a journal of a bunch of like
If we could write this out with symbolic
newspaper.
language, it would be so much easier, because we don't have the like little L on its side that says must, or I don't even remember what all the symbols mean. But Heretic's problem is the language issue, and that's the problem in a lot of discussions, is people are assuming information is not available, or
even if information isn't available, right, that doesn't mean that there are not things you're not including.
Mm-hmm.
Right, you can't draw the same definitive statements he's trying to draw.
I said basically the same thing just before 2 comments above yours, but W doesn't infer that not W isn't contained within W, so Asians could be passive or non-passive.
So in case anyone is interested at any time, we didn't even dip into symbolic logic, not really, but that page right there is the beginning of it, is like the beginning of the whole, I guess,
predicate calculus.
What's that?
I think I need
I'm
a few
pronouncing
more.
that correctly.
But I'm seeing here where there's like a table of contents for all of the logic stuff, or I mean the symbolic stuff.
I promise you there isn't. I looked for it for years. There's a new table of notation for every different section of logic, and for some reason, no one's ever listed them all in one place.
This sounds like a job for Super Serb.
Yeah,
oh no, I mean like
Yay, Richard's back. Richard, I have a question.
Mm-hmm.
I have an answer. It's just likely to be wrong.
No, I don't. Yeah, well, you will have an answer, but it won't be the answer I'm looking for. Never is.
Having known that, why do you ask the question?
Because I asked everyone else.
Okay.
What makes you sexy, or if you don't think you are, what do other people say makes you sexy?
I reckon sexy as in the eye of the beholder.
Yep.
So then it's not my opinion that makes me sexy. It's someone else's opinion that makes me sexy.
Yeah.
And
what have they said?
It's probably playful awareness of what the other person needs in the moment. That's probably it.
Nice. Yeah, we had similar answers. Halsey said her sense of humor, the brain, I think.
That's what I like in other people, that first, and then everything else could, come second, third, etc. But okay, so check it out. Like somebody was saying, can't we put these in more symbolic form, right?
Yeah, but hang on.
This is if you don't know what all this means, there's like an explanation for all of it, but like this is, let's see here. Okay. Truth functionality. Do you want to dive more into this, or should we save this for another time? Symbolic logic.
Why'd you give us a choice in the middle of a question?
I don't know. I mean, it put it on screen, and I started kind of looking at it, and I'm not.
Because I saw you in the background. I didn't know if you wanted it.
I don't want to take over your stream with this stuff more than I already have, unless people want to talk about it. So
yeah, I'll let the guys decide. I personally need a few more episodes of Semi-Loans Logic just on those other ones before I try and squeeze more into my...
Do you feel like you won't pick up anything at all from Further of Discovery, Sammy?
Well, I thought I wasn't going to when we picked it back up 20 minutes ago, but I seem to have done all right. So...
Mm-hmm. And it's not something that you absorb all in one day. It really isn't.
No, and it's exhausting.
It can be.
The old grey matters, like getting a fucking... running a marathon.
Heavy lifting.
So this is, I'll just introduce you to these two first things. Is that okay?
Yeah, sounds good.
Okay, so I'll remind. I mean, I haven't looked at this information in detail in like 10 or more years, right? I've gone a little bit here and there looking at fallacies, but all of this stuff, like I haven't done it in quite a while, so I am sort of rediscovering it at the same time. So I'm not in any way any kind of like knowledge authority on this at all. This stuff, but anyway, so. Truth functionality. In order to know the truth value of the proposition which results from applying an operator to propositions, all that needs to be known is the definition of the operator and the truth value of the propositions used. Oof, that's a lot. Okay, so let's just look at this one thing right here, conjunction. It's a truth functional connective similar to and. In English, and is represented in symbolic logic with a dot. Really? Ordinary language definition, a connective forming compound propositions, which are true only in the case when both of the propositions joined by it are true.
Why do we have so many symbols that mean and? There's so many. Like, for example, when you're reading a court case, it's not, the V doesn't mean versus. It's not like McDonald versus, Smith. It's McDonald and Smith because it's supposed to be impartial until a decision is made.
Yeah, you're right.
How many symbols can one culture use for the word and?
Right. I can suggest why there could be multiple or necessary different symbols for and, because and can be a compilation, or it can be in addition to a compilation, or it could mean aside from that. In what you just quoted, and means aside from that.
No, it means and. It's this person and this person. We are
That's
hearing
aside from
arguments
that.
from this person and this person.
Yes, this person. Aside from that, this person.
Oh, okay, yeah, I guess. But what's insufficient about the little keyboard and symbol? Why can't that symbolize both? I just don't understand why we need 50 bajillion symbols for the word and.
Because they have different meanings.
We contextualize and by the rest of the sentence in English.
The keyboard one's like compiling, and the V is aside of. Is that what you? Is that pretty close?
I think the keyboard and symbol can mean either one.
Either. Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. Why can't
Yeah, and I think in all, I don't know exactly how to get to it, but I think in both Windows and Mac, you can access like all the fun little hidden symbols, math symbols, and stuff like that. If you really want to get technical with it, you know, if you're taking notes on this stuff or trying out arguments, kind of graphed out this way.
Dot is the new and symbol. Got it.
One way of expressing this definition is by way of truth tables. Okay, look, I skipped something. Ordinary language definition of the dot, a connective forming compound propositions which are true only in the case when both of the propositions joined by it are true. One way of expressing blah, 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 considering the following examples. John left and Carol arrived. Can be symbolized as J for John left, right? C for Carol arrived. So long as we remember that the statement does not mean Carol arrived after John left, which is a simple proposition. There are 4 possible states of affairs. So we have whether or not P is true and Q is true. I don't know why they use different letters here. I guess we could just see, let's look at their examples. So if John left and Carol arrived, and the proposition of John left is true and Carol arrived is true, then the conclusion is true, right? If it's true that John arrived and Carol did not leave, then this is false, right?
Yes, if anything is false, then that multiplies.
It ends up being false because they both have to be true in order for it to be true. So if this is true, blah, blah, blah. So you see how it goes. So this is like, it's weird to think that this is the argument. John left and Carol arrived. That is the argument. But, so I think
it's
sometimes
not an argument, it's a statement or a claim.
It's a statement, but it's also a claim, like a claim of things that happen, right?
But the thing is, in this it's each is independent of the other. Whether John left or not is independent of whether Carol did whatever. So this table only matters when we're combining the 2 statements to see if they're both true.
Then they're both true, right? So the one is not necessarily dependent on the other. It's just saying that these 2 things are true. John left and Carol arrived, right? They don't even know each other. We don't know anything about John and Carol except for that one arrived and the other one left.
Correct.
Other ordinary language conjoiners besides and include some uses of but, although, however, yet, and nevertheless.
That's what I was trying to say.
Yeah, the dot as a truth function connective doesn't do everything that the and does in English. It might be thought of in terms of minimum common logical meaning to conjoined statements. Okay, so anyway, there's other stuff like there's or, this or that. There's we already said this and that. Let's see what else is there. Still on and. Okay, here we go. Disjunction. A connective which forms compound propositions which are false only if both statements are false. The connective or in English is quite different from the disjunction or in English has 2 quite distinctly different senses. Either A or B, but not both. You may go to the left or the right. In Latin, the word is ought. Okay, the inclusive, blah, blah, blah. John is at the library or John is studying. So John is at the library or John is studying. True. If it's true that John is at the library, then it's false if he's studying. Also true. If he's not at the library and he's also studying, it's true because it's or, right?
Yeah, as long as either value is true, then the total composite becomes true.
Right.
You would have to be doing none of them. So all qualities would have to be false.
Right. For it to be false. Yeah. Consider the statement, John is at the library or he is studying. In this example, John is not at the library and John is not studying. Then the truth value of the complex statement is false. You see how they've diagrammed it here, right? Like this, it's false or, and it's false. Condition false equals a false conclusion or a false result.
What is he, 2 hours behind in the conversation viewing?
Oh,
Or did we go
no,
over
no.
that again?
50 minutes, yeah.
No, he's arguing with me in the chat.
Yeah, so this is not. This little tilde right here, it's not. So P or not P. If P is true, then not P is false.
See, this always upset me because tilde is also means approximation.
Okay, and this one is pretty definite. Not. So if P is true, or I mean, if P is false, then not P is true. Does that make sense? It's pretty easy, right? That one is.
Somebody's breathing really hard.
So this last part, I think it gets a little bit deeper than I want to maybe go right now, unless you guys want to lead this for this part, because we just dived into this to get a taste of it, and I think that if you're really interested in this, like maybe we could dedicate like another stream to just diving into this symbolic logic stuff.
Yeah.
This is my idea of fun. Ooh, conditional statements. I love them. If then.
Yeah.
Yay.
And this is how I destroy precept. I just negate the if, and then everything else after that's false.
Right, because if is always an uncertainty.
Sandy, I'm not sure if who you're asking what sign language, but symbolic language has these symbols, and that we shorten the word symbol to sign, if that's what you mean.
You mean there's a symbol for the word symbol?
All philosophers are thinkers.
Yes.
John is a philosopher, then John is a thinker. Right.
There are multiple symbols for the word symbol.
Carol's anemic, then Carol has a low concentration of blah blah blah. Okay. Definitional. Right. So this doesn't make a conclusion. It just gives information.
And this isn't even totally accurate, because Carol could also have sickle cell anemia, so the concentration could be high but ineffective.
True.
I'm just stating that. That's no anything deeper than that.
Okay. If you strike the match, it will light. Okay. Casual. Is there if you strike the match,
I would say it will not light unless you strike it, but if you strike it, it will not necessarily light.
There is the odd chance it won't work. Perhaps it's moist.
That's true. Decisional. If you donate to educational television, then the company you work for will match the amount.
Well, that's good.
That's an if-then that works, yeah.
Awfully nice of them. Material implication is the weakest common meaning for all types of if-then statements. Okay, this is definitely getting into stuff that like I remember, but not very well.
Yeah, the
I can,
glycogen in my brain's starting to get depleted.
yeah, and like this little guy right here, this little sideways U. I forget what I think that's an if then. I think that basically is like, you know, if P then Q type of thing. If P then Q. Maybe? I don't know. Anyway.
I'm catching up on side chat.
Yeah, I'm gonna X this out for now and leave that where it is. Thanks for humoring my favorite topic or one of them.
Oh, it was fun.
No, I thoroughly enjoyed that. Do you want to check out this idea of where a universe being inside a black hole?
I think it's entirely plausible.
I actually think that we're the
idea if it's
atom
accurate.
of the black hole. What happens to everything in the black hole? Doesn't it seem like it would take in so much that at one point it would have a reason to expel it?
That's what they thought until they came up with Hawking radiation. And so then they have it where now it just evaporates. The information evaporates out from the event horizon.
Yeah,
but
one of the biggest questions humans...
Can it be reformatted though? Or no?
There are a lot of questions.
They have massive gamma bursts.
Or it can be a plume like this is showing. If it's a rotating black hole, it could go up and down while sucking in from the plane.
Humans have grappled with is where did all of this come from? However, we might be close to getting the answer thanks to a new theory that some people might find scary. The Big Bang might be wrong and we live inside a black hole. What is the reasoning behind this claim? What does it mean if we live inside a black hole? In this video, we go into details of the latest theory that the Big Bang could be wrong and we might have been living inside a black hole all this time. What is your postal code? Chances are that you can recite it without checking. However, we might have gotten our postal code in the universe mixed up all this time. Scientists have come up with a radical idea that we might all be neighbors in a black hole. When you think of black holes, you might think that they're in places so far away that we remain safe from their notoriety of swallowing everything up. But this theory is placing us right inside a black hole. So which black hole are we inside right now? The 20th century brought us to a high level of scientific consciousness that our ancestors could never have dreamed about. Amongst other wonderful stuff, we discovered that distant objects in the universe are moving faster and faster away from one another, indicating that our universe is expanding. We discovered that galaxies further away appear younger, less massive, and have higher rates of star formation, evidence that our universe evolves over time. We also discovered a nearly uniform background of black body radiation, indicating an early, hot, dense, radiation-dominated state. When all of these puzzle pieces are put together, they indicate that our universe arose from a hot Big Bang 13.8 billion years ago. However, our universe has this peculiar property. If you add up the mass and energy of all the particles in the visible universe, you can calculate how large the event horizon of a black hole with this mass would be. And amazingly, the result is very close to the actual horizon size of the observable universe. Another related idea popularized by Stephen Hawking is that every time we create a black hole in our universe, we may make a baby universe that is only accessible to an observer who crosses inside the event horizon of that black hole. But what is the reasoning behind these theories? Well, it's actually fascinating. Without an event horizon, there is no black hole. It is the boundary that tells a very different story from an object outside of it versus one inside it. Any object outside a black hole's event horizon will feel its gravitational effects because space is curved by the black hole's presence, but it can still escape. If it moves or accelerates quickly enough in the right direction, it will not necessarily fall into the black hole. It may be able to escape its gravitational pull. However, as numerous sci-fi flicks have shown, once you or an object crosses over to the other side of the event horizon, it is doomed to be absorbed by the black hole's central singularity. And because the fabric of space-time inside a black hole is severely curved, an infalling object will reach the singularity within seconds of crossing the event horizon, increasing the black hole's mass. The black hole appears to form, gain mass, and grow over time to someone outside the event horizon. Now, if you add up all of the known measurable forms of matter and radiation in the observable universe, you would have to sum up the following. Normal matter, composed of protons, neutrons, and electrons. Neutrinos, ghostly fundamental particles that rarely interact with normal matter. Dark matter, which dominates the universe's mass, but has so far eluded direct detection efforts. Photons are light particles which carry energy from every electromagnetic event throughout cosmic history, and gravitational waves, which are produced whenever a mass moves and accelerates through the curved fabric of space-time. Now, doing the summation in all 46 billion light years in all directions, you will arrive at the equivalent mass of the universe using Einstein's famous equation, energy equals mass multiplied by the speed of light squared. But let's take this further by asking this question. What would happen if the entire universe was compressed into a single point? Well, the answer is the same as if you compressed any large enough collection of mass or energy into a single point. A black hole would form. This is one of the remarkable things about Einstein's theory of gravity. If this collection of mass and or energy isn't charged electrically and isn't rotating or spinning, that is, without angular momentum, the total amount of mass is the only factor that determines how big the black hole is, which scientists call the Schwarzschild radius. Now wait for it, the Schwarzschild radius of a black hole containing the mass of all matter in the observable universe is nearly identical to the observed size of the visible universe. And that realization on its own appears to be a remarkable coincidence, raising the possibility that our universe is in fact the interior of a black hole. But that's only the beginning of the story. Things get even more interesting as we go deeper. A discovery in the mid-1960s transformed our understanding of the universe. A uniform, omnidirectional bath of low-energy radiation appeared from all points in the sky. This radiation had the same temperature in all directions, which has now been determined to be 2.725 Kelvin, which is just a few degrees above absolute zero. The radiation had a nearly perfect black body spectrum, as if it came from a hot thermal source, and appeared to be identical to within 1 part in 30,000, no matter where you looked in the sky. This radiation, dubbed the primeval fireball before being renamed the cosmic microwave background, provided crucial evidence that our universe is expanding and cooling because it was hotter and denser in the past. Things were smaller, more uniform, and more compact as we extrapolated further back. This image of the hot Big Bang appears to be approaching a singularity, the same condition found in the central interiors of black holes, a location where densities, temperatures, and energies are so extreme that the laws of physics themselves break down. But when you look at the equations that govern a black hole, something remarkable happens. If you start just outside the event horizon and travel indefinitely away from the black hole, you'll find that your distance goes from the Schwarzschild radius to infinity. If you start just inside the event horizon and measure your distance from the black hole to the central singularity, you'll discover that the same distance instead goes from the Schwarzschild radius to zero. Now, is this anything to get excited about? Well, yes, it is a big deal for a reason. If you compare all of the properties of space outside of a black hole's event horizon from the Schwarzschild radius to all of the properties of space inside the black hole's event horizon from R to zero, they're identical at every single point. Simply replace the distance with its reciprocal, that is, 1 over the distance, and you will find that the black hole's interior and exterior are mathematically identical. It's almost as if you take a spherical orb that is 100% reflective and notice that the entirety of the universe that is outside of that sphere is now contained, albeit distorted, in the mirror image that is reflected on the sphere's surface. 2 new discoveries have shaken the foundations of cosmology as our understanding of the universe has improved and been refined over the last few decades. The first was cosmic inflation, which suggests that instead of arising from a singularity, the universe was created by a rapid, relentless state of constant, exponential expansion that preceded the hot Big Bang. It's as if there was some kind of field that provided energy inherent in space itself, causing the universe to inflate and the hot Big Bang to begin only when inflation ended. Now, what about the second? That is dark energy. As the universe expands and becomes less dense, distant galaxies begin to recede from us at an increasing rate. Once again, albeit on a much smaller scale, the universe behaves as if there is some sort of energy inherent in space itself, refusing to dilute even as space expands. People have speculated about a connection for as long as inflation and dark energy have been known to exist. And the fact that there is a fundamental difference in the expansion rate of the universe that you infer depending on which of the 2 classes of methods you use to measure it only adds weight to that theory. One persistent possibility for explaining this discrepancy is that there was a stronger form of dark energy early on, one that existed after the end of inflation but decayed before the cosmic microwave background scattered off the primeval plasma for the final time. Perhaps inflation and dark energy have more in common than we realize, and black holes can shed light on the nature of that connection. So what could be the connection between inflation and dark energy? Once again, black holes may hold the key. As matter falls into them, black holes gain mass and decay, losing mass via Hawking radiation. So is it possible that changing the size of the event horizon changes the energy inherent in the fabric of space to an observer located inside the event horizon? Is it possible that cosmic inflation marks the birth of our universe from an ultra-massive black hole? Is it possible that dark energy is also linked to black holes? And does this imply that as astrophysical black holes form within our universe, each one creates its own baby universe somewhere within it? These theories have circulated for decades, and while there is no definitive or provable conclusion, there are some mathematically compelling pieces of evidence that suggest a link. Nonetheless, many models and ideas exist, and this line of thought remains compelling to many who study black holes, thermodynamics and entropy, general relativity, and the beginning and end of the universe. The most famous attempt at this is Roger Penrose's conformal cyclic cosmology CCC, which makes a unique prediction that differs from standard cosmological models: the existence of Hawking points or circles of unusually low temperature variance in the cosmic microwave background. Unfortunately, these features do not appear robustly in the data, relegating the idea that our universe was born from a black hole and that black holes give birth to baby universes to the realm of pure speculation. However, the theory that we exist in a black hole is surprisingly gaining more support among scientists. A group of radical astrophysicists from the University of Waterloo has proposed that the Big Bang be replaced by a black hole. Robert Mann, a physics and applied mathematics professor, and his colleagues have proposed that we live in a four-dimensional black hole formed by the collapse of a five-dimensional star. Mann claims that the idea originated 4 years ago with Nayesh Ashfordi, another Waterloo professor. The basic idea was that the singularity of the universe could be analogous to the singularity at the center of a black hole. In some ways, the idea was motivated by the desire to unify the concept of singularity, or what is incompleteness in general relativity, between black holes and cosmology. As a result, the idea that the Big Bang was analogous to the formation of a black hole arose, albeit in reverse. Part of the motivation for developing the theory was to come up with alternative ideas to standard cosmological pictures concerning inflation. Professor Mann went on to say that they wanted to connect the holographic ideas, which hold that gravitational physics in one dimension of space and time is equivalent to non-gravitational physics in a smaller dimension. As this was being discussed, the idea was that we would be in the smaller dimension, and that one dimension larger than us in a five-dimensional universe, there might be some kind of five-dimensional star that could collapse into a black hole. There is an explosion of a matter membrane in the process, and our universe was this membrane, so to speak. And this idea was an alternative to the most common inflationary universe scenario. Using string theory terminology, they argue that our three-dimensional world is just a membrane in a much larger four-dimensional universe. Instead of our universe experiencing a period of rapid expansion and cosmic inflation, the structure of the universe was dictated by gravitational collapse properties in higher dimensions. And because this idea was unusual, the team decided to investigate it. Another scientist working on the theory that we might exist inside a black hole is theoretical physicist Nikodym Poplawski. In fact, Nikodym theorizes that every black hole contains a brand new universe. According to this scientist, our entire universe could be inside a black hole, which is in turn inside another black hole. A baby universe, according to him, is a separate closed space-time branch with its own timeline. And because it is on the other side of the event horizon, it's larger than the parent black hole. It is similar to the TARDIS from Doctor Who. You walk into the police box and realize you're in something bigger than the box. According to Nikodym, if we follow the Einstein-Cartan theory of gravity, every black hole creates a new baby universe inside and becomes an Einstein-Rosen bridge or wormhole that connects this universe to the parent universe in which the black hole exists. The parent universe appears as the other side of the only white hole in the new universe, a region of space that cannot be entered from the outside and can be thought of as the time reverse of a black hole. As a result, our universe could be the interior of a black hole in another universe. Nikodym believes that a physical force known as torsion would tend to carry physics laws from the parent universe into the new baby's reality. However, Nikodym believes that not much else will. That means there is a slim chance that anyone will ever visit all alternate universes. An Einstein-Rosen bridge to a new universe would not be traversable because a traversable wormhole is defined as one that connects two parts of the same universe and allows travel in both directions. Meanwhile, what would happen if the Earth suddenly turned into a black hole? Yes, planet Earth can turn into a black hole if the conditions are right. If the electromagnetic and quantum forces that keep the Earth from collapsing were to be turned off, the Earth would quickly become a black hole. The Earth is currently stable against gravitational collapse because the forces between its atoms, or more specifically between electrons in neighboring atoms, are large enough to resist the cumulative force of gravity provided by the Earth's entire mass. And this isn't entirely surprising given that the gravitational gravitational force versus the electromagnetic force between two electrons was found to be stronger by a factor of a whopping 10 raised to the power of 42. However, in the cores of massive stars, neither the electromagnetic force nor the Pauli exclusion principle can withstand the force inciting gravitational collapse. If the core's radiation pressure from nuclear fusion falls below a critical threshold, collapse to a black hole is unavoidable. So here is how fantastic chaos will follow after the Earth becomes a black hole. First, the material that makes up the solid Earth would begin accelerating, as if in perfect freefall, towards the center of the Earth. Mass would accumulate in the central region, with the density steadily increasing over time. And as it accelerates towards the center, the volume of this material would shrink while the mass remained constant. And over the course of a few minutes, the density in the center would begin to rise dramatically as material from all different radii passed through the Earth's exact center of mass repeatedly. And after 10 to 20 minutes, enough matter would have gathered in the central few millimeters to form an event horizon for the first time. But we are not done yet. In just a few minutes more, 21 to 22 minutes total, the entire mass of the Earth would have collapsed into a black hole only 1.75 centimeters in diameter. And all that is unavoidable if the Earth must turn into a black hole. But what did you feel as the planet collapsed into a black hole beneath our feet? The physical effect won't be different if we instantly replace the Earth with an Earth mass black hole. The only exception is what you will see. A black hole would simply distort the space beneath our feet as we fell towards it, resulting in bent light due to gravitational lensing. However, if the material that makes up the Earth continues to emit or reflect light, it will remain opaque. We will be able to see what happens to the surface beneath our feet as we fall. In either case, the first thing that would happen to you is a transition from being at rest, where the force from the atoms on Earth's surface pushed back on you with an equal and opposite force to gravitational acceleration, to being in free fall at 9.8 meters per second squared towards the Earth's center. And when you arrive at 99% of the way to the center of the Earth, the force pulling your feet away from your torso and your head away from your feet equals about 110 pounds, as if the equivalent of nearly your own body weight was pulling you apart. Yikes. Let us hear what you think of black holes in the comments section below.
110 pounds would not pull me apart. It wouldn't likely pull a finger off. Just saying. What are the parameters in which it would make sense that the Earth could become a black hole? What are those conditions are correct? What are those? Anybody?
Other than joining with another micro black hole, I don't know how. So there's no way that we could like be pushed together from all the different directions. You're muted, Sam. Maybe you stepped away. That number 7 photo, that looks like a black hole going into Jupiter.
Sure does look like one.
See you, Sandy. I'd like to find out more about the energetic universe. You want to take over that, Richard?
I'm not in a position to play anything.
Oh, okay. I guess I'll passively listen in the background.
I'm working on drawing a chart from within the text of the Christian Bible. That's what I've been doing all day. They describe the parameters in chapter 21 of the book of Revelation of how to draw what is essentially a calendar. And that calendar has necessary locations of rays that point at dates. So if you align the Jewish zodiac And just for commonality of understanding, I put the Gregorian calendar in it so that, you know, a European mind can understand it easily.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, there's specific dates it points at. Question is, which years? That part you can't figure out from that.
Yeah.
What's that?
It's a repeating cycle.
Well, there's only 7 events. So I don't know. I don't think. Okay, it's only intuition that makes me say that it's no coincidence. There's 7 events and there's 7 announcing miracles. I think they're the dates of the announcing miracles.
Okay.
Or the signs for the Goyim. The evidence everyone keeps asking for.
Yeah. Last night when P-Town kept going on about the camp and the form of a cross going through the desert, you know, it just gets me every time you mention that. The cross is just the solar cross. It's a pagan symbol. What does that have anything to do with Judaism or Christianity?
I don't recall anything from the description in the text that he's referring to that makes any leg longer in the X.
Yeah.
So no, it's not a cross, it's an X.
They see that with everything, though. They have this idea and they presuppose it everywhere. It's like the Native American symbol that means path.
Mm-hmm.
Looks like a cross or a plus sign, but sometimes it looks like a cross. You know, nobody's sitting there etching it perfectly every time. Anyway, they'd be like, "Oh, look, the cross, the cross." No, it's not the fucking cross. It just means path. Stop it.
Oh, but Christianity was known as the way, so therefore.
Yeah.
Right, but
Jesus
if
is
you
the path.
but if you
There you go.
combine it with the other symbols that are around it, it's clearly not saying that.
Maybe we need to do a fallacy exam for some of these various Christian claims.
That's what I've been doing for a decade now.
Yeah.
Which one you want to review? Which claim?
What if the Bible was written by aliens?
The Bible has every sign, if I'm reading it correctly, that it is written by non-people on this earth.
Yeah, but written by aliens to program us to surrender to their terrible, awful ways.
The problem of the powerful yet evil God is an interesting problem, and the only evidence I have against it is that it's bad war theory to announce you exist before you attack.
Only if you have the means to defeat them easily otherwise.
Yeah, it's
it's just bad theory. Whether you can defeat them easily or not, it's still bad theory.
When you are far, claim to be near. When you are near, appear to be far.
Right. So why announce yourself as an enemy? Why?
As an enemy?
No. Announce yourself as your God, as the ally, as the ultimate thing you should worship.
Yeah, but you're sitting here right now saying it could be an evil God, which means we can have that thought.
Yeah.
They're not perfect.
Then
but
if we can have that thought,
but if you're successful in your goal, right? Most people won't have that thought. They'll just worship you when you show up, and then you'll have them fighting amongst themselves.
Could.
And more than 4 billion people on Earth. Yep.
Yeah, you can let them kill each other and not have to do any work. Just sit there and wait.
If your eventual goal is their physical death, sure.
Yeah, I mean, but maybe
why
you're
is that?
willing to accept
Why is that a sensible goal? In the idea of someone that could come here from something else, then we're talking about at least the next nearest star system, the next nearest star. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so if they're able to do that, why would they need something like the resources here? What's so special about this place? When we survey the universe, it looks like the same stuff is here as everywhere.
Well, what's easier to do? Is it easier to take a planet that's already habitable or make one? I think it's always going to be easier to take one.
Okay, which one's easier? To take one that is already habitable, which has habitants on it, or to take one that doesn't have habitants on it?
They used us to terraform Earth.
Yeah.
Really? How much have we terraformed Earth?
It's easier
I think we're a
to take,
huge failure.
It's easier to take one with nothing, no one on it, but then you still have all the work of turning it into the thing you want.
Yep,
What do they want?
Well, let's just say it's a planet like Earth.
A planet like what? The kind that has nuclear waste spilled in the oceans? That kind?
No, I don't think it would be that big a deal since life is still thriving on the planet.
Sure, I think
I
life
mean,
is
most
doing
of
quite
Earth.
well here. But...
I mean, there's an awful lot of radium on the Earth already. Like,
well,
a little bit of
yeah.
nuclear waste on the Earth is actually pretty minimal compared to that.
I think they want to harvest our
impact is
experience.
significant. What's that, Hillary? I'm sorry.
I think they want to harvest our experience.
Okay, now that would be worth the special situation. Now, what experience could we possibly have that they could not?
Hatred, jealousy, suffering.
Emotions.
Yeah.
Good answer, Adam.
Well, I was going to say maybe they're exactly like us, but they're not. They just want different perspectives. And it's not. They can't have our perspective without having us.
Fair enough, but none of that makes for an evil god.
I mean, it does if you think evil is equivalent to trying to enslave you and like cannibalize you. Right?
Okay, so what's the hook us up to computers, read our experiences, and then eat us? Is that what you're saying?
Or throw us away, whatever. Just get us out of the way. We're not needed anymore. Turn us into fertilizer. Something.
I still think a surprise attack is better in every way.
Really?
Yes.
But why attack at all? Why not just harvest?
Yeah.
Well, I tell you what, if the plan is to have us willingly submit, that plan's a huge failure, and I have to doubt their abilities to manipulate us.
Well, no, like if it's just if you're setting it up to where when you show up, you basically have to do no work.
I get that part.
Yeah, because the
I'm
people on the
saying
planet's
it's a
going to do all the
failure.
work for you.
I'm saying it's an overall failure because there's different expectations in different societies of what that God would be, what it would look like, all kinds of problems. And then we're not 100% religious on the population of this earth either.
Yeah, but we're mostly religious.
What do you mean by most? More than 50%? I'll agree with you.
Yeah. And all you need is enough of religious people to fight the non-religious people.
Well, then I don't understand. You remind me in this. I think it was a Star Trek episode or something like that, or I don't know, Far Side or something like that. Anyway, some sci-fi thing. The aliens come and showing great power, claim that they were the ones, and it looks like it's true, that they actually made this planet and put us here. And then they call us a complete failure. So the whole world's governments come together and sign peace treaties, and they fix it. Outer limits. That's what it was. Yeah, thanks. And then they report to the aliens and said, "We did it. We did it. We finally made worldwide peace." And they said, "What? You did what? We're a warring people. We were trying to breed warriors. Now all of you are a failure and will be destroyed."
Yeah.
So, in the idea of an evil God wanting to harvest this, that doesn't make much sense to me. In the idea of harvesting our experience, only if they're emotionless, which the stories do claim, in the reading frame I've adopted. If it's to get resources that are here, the same resources are everywhere. This isn't particularly interesting. And if they meant to make us a warring people, easy to take over, or to find the ultimate warrior, we have failed miserably in that. And if us, on their arrival, bowing down in obeisance to anything that shows up, that's a failure too.
No. It seems like if your goal is to take the planet and then harvest what you can from the people, that setting up a bunch of religions that also kind of sort of have connections, people could draw connections between. So they both might worship you when you show up and fight each other. That seems to fit perfectly.
Well, this idea of the peaceful hero so doesn't work in this paradigm.
Yeah, but are we still assuming the Bible's true?
No.
Or just,
No, the
or just a
peaceful
tool?
hero is not only biblical. Don't even try it.
Okay. But are we assuming it's true and not just propaganda made up by the alien overlords to weaken us?
No, that's fine. But I'm saying if it's propaganda, it's nonsensical propaganda against the obvious agenda. The hero should be the most berserker, powerful, so we kill each other off. That would make better sense in this paradigm, wouldn't it? Or am I wrong in thinking that?
Well, we can't kill each other off too quickly.
Yeah, no, they also
What's too
want stuff from
quickly?
us. They don't want us to kill each
Well,
other
and
off
what's
before
this?
we get
Wait
here.
a minute. What's this generalized stuff they might recover? I think is the way that you said it. That seems terribly vague to have traveled and spent so much energy.
Oh, our experiences. We thought we covered that.
Okay, well that would be different. Sure. I mean, I have to grant that, especially in the reading frame I've adopted. I have to grant that. Whoever is or is pretending to be Raw, and I'm starting to think maybe you're not the person I know as Raw. Yes, I love thought experiments. And I don't see where I said something outside of the thought experiment and or quote unquote crazy town. Do you guys feel like I said something outside of the thought experiment, or did?
No, I don't think so.
It was just completely irrelevant. Okay.
I think Raw's just one of those people that will fight you when it turns out the aliens are evil, regardless of whatever side you're on. It's just,
I think it's going to be more like Childhood's End, where they're like, "Hey, you did a really good job, and now we're ready to graduate you from kindergarten to first grade."
That's what I think it is, actually. I think all these famous inventors who claimed that the ideas just popped into their head with no context except their experience, that they were apt to be able to do something like the idea, is us being held by the hand like a 5-year-old led across a highway. And that's why those things happen. It's not because they're particularly brilliant. And I think all of them said, I'm not particularly smart.
I will give it to you, though, Richard. If their goal was just to kill us and take the planet, they should probably just show up one day with like 100 different highly infectious diseases and just throw them on the Earth at the same time. And if they just wanted to destroy us and didn't give a shit about the planet, they could just launch like a big, long metal rod at us at some large percentage of the speed of light, and that would kill the planet too.
Oh, yeah.
You have to get kind of contrived why they would show up, want the planet, but not quite want us all dead yet.
Right. I like Hillary's proposition of extracting experience. At least that would be something they didn't have and couldn't get elsewise.
That reminds me. Have any of you read the book, The 3-Body Problem?
Yeah, I know what the 3-body problem is, but I don't know the book.
Well, it's okay.
Sci-fi.
The book
certainly
isn't
extrapolation out from the 3-body problem, right?
Not. I mean, it's not actually direct reference to the physics problem.
Okay.
I'm not sure if I've listened to it, but when you mentioned that relativistic rod, I thought of the relativistic sand of one book that I read, but I think it was called Interplanetary.
Well, I don't give too much away, but have you ever? Okay, I'm gonna say this. Have you guys ever heard of the theory of the dark forest? Space being a dark forest.
Sure.
It's from that book series. That's like the main point of that book series, where like all the different species in the universe are actually afraid of each other because it's actually really easy to destroy a planet.
That's an interesting thought.
So as soon as someone lets themselves be known, the game theory happens. Like, do we trust these people that we're aware of now to not try to destroy us when we make ourselves known to them?
I've always thought it was stupid that we're sending a radio signal out on purpose.
Very stupid.
Yeah. Because in
highly
game theory,
boosted in energy. What the hell are you thinking, man?
Because in game theory, it becomes kind of an all or nothing scenario. Like you risk your whole species to not destroy another species, and the general assumption is that's a stupid risk to take. So you just destroy anyone you see.
Right.
Unless they're going to profit you somehow.
No, that's the thing. It's so easy to destroy each other that when you basically wave back and say, "Hey, we're over here," the odds of them doing it to you is as high as you doing it to them.
So you better do it first.
Yeah, do it first.
So like preemptive strike.
But if you have a dead man mutually assured destruction, then if anything bad happens to me, something bad's going to happen to you, so you won't do it.
Yeah, well, the book goes into all that.
Yeah, exactly.
The book goes into all that, and I don't want to ruin the story because it's actually a really good book.
I'm not going to read it. Go ahead and ruin it.
Yeah,
but other people might. There's a TV
No, they
series
won't.
coming out pretty soon on Netflix, I think.
Okay, never mind. Then yes, don't ruin it.
If it's an audiobook on YouTube, I'll listen to it.
I don't know. It's new enough. It might not be on there. Let's see, actually. Yeah, no, it's not on here. There's a bunch of YouTube videos about the book, but not the book. I think it's a little hard to get through for some Westerners because it was written by a Chinese guy from China, native Chinese speaker, and when they did the translation, of course they kept all the Chinese names, and some Chinese names are just really weird.
I was wondering if you could find one more way to use the word Chinese in that.
Maybe.
Come on, give it a shot, man.
Thought experiment. China.
Oh, did you hear he hasn't turned himself in, I don't think, but Trump did get indicted.
Doesn't matter. Nothing's gonna happen.
I haven't looked at it yet. Apparently there were 30 charges. It wasn't just one.
Oh,
Yeah,
either
so
30
when
or
he was
40,
found-
yeah, it was a bunch.
Look, he's been found guilty of other things, right? Like nothing's gonna happen, just like nothing's
Yeah,
ever happened.
they're claiming he could get like 4 years in prison, but aren't they all just misdemeanors? If any of them are felonies, I want to know how.
Well, yeah, but you can get jail sentence for misdemeanors.
Yeah, but not 4 years.
Yeah,
If
but
anybody-
you could get for multiple.
Well,
yeah,
if he had to, so it depends on if it was consecutive or concurrent, and that's a
Exactly.
whole other thing.
And
But-
nobody's going to make misdemeanors consecutive.
Not usually, but also like I don't see it. I don't think he's gonna go for one day. I don't.
My theory: anything that'll keep us talking about this crap, they'll do.
Yeah. We were exploring a conspiracy theory last night about if this is a way for Biden to pardon him at the last minute and somehow steal the election.
I love it. Everyone would be either extremely elated or completely destroyed, and they'll. I mean, talk about something to cause a separation. Wow.
Yeah.
That would be brilliant.
Man, I shouldn't say Republicans. Trumpsters, I think their brains would implode, and then everyone that's a Democrat would now hate Biden.
Well, there'd be riots, no question. I mean, it would have to be like Soros level planning, which is my way of saying God level.
I would really like Biden to do it, and then have all of Biden supporters come out and say we can't accept that because he's senile.
Yes, that'd be great.
And then let the right wing argue that he's not senile now.
I'd say senile, but that doesn't matter. Senility is a reason for the 25th Amendment, but not to negate a pardon. And then I guess the Supreme Court would have to weigh in, and they'd say, well, it's a political issue, so our hands are tied.
It's okay. I think DeSantis will beat Trump anyway.
I hope DeSantis gets in. I really don't know all that much about him, but he seems to know how to work bureaucracy, which is really what's important for a president, not their ideology. I mean, the ideology will inform their policies, but you want, unless a person's trying to destroy the country, you want them to do whatever effectively, instead of just being wasteful and spinning our wheels.
I think DeSantis has about what all people that like Trump have.
Mm-hmm.
Right, he has all that anyway. I said that terribly, but except for DeSantis doesn't talk like he's in middle school.
Yeah.
And he has normal size hands.
Yeah, normal size hands.
That's helpful. And a full head of hair, which Trump finds extremely important. He's made statements in the past before about people that he wouldn't promote because they didn't get implants or something like that. Are we sure that Trump isn't Armenian? Because he or Persian?
Because he cares about the hair so much.
Yeah, the hair and gold leaf for everything. Everything's got to be gold.
Like that gaudy ass apartment of his.
Yeah. Or the plane, or how Congress had to threaten him if he was to start messing around with Air Force One.
I know his apartment's supposed to be like bougie or whatever, but every time I see the pictures, all I can think of is like a 5-year-old threw up their version of royalty.
Yeah.
And it's so tacky and gaudy and ugh.
See, the first time you said gaudy, I didn't know what you mean, but now that you said, a 5-year-old threw up.
G-A-W-D-Y.
G-A-W, okay, got it.
Yeah. It's not pleasing.
Oh, I guess what the charges are haven't been released yet. There's just a bunch of speculation.
So was there a public statement that he could get up to a total of 4 years?
I haven't seen it yet.
Well, they pulled that out of somewhere, so I'm thinking there must have been some sort of official statement.
Let's see.
William Freeman is in the chat calling you Link. I don't know why he thinks that's your name or whatever.
Oh, to me?
I was kidding, Hillary's.
Oh, okay. I'm on 150% booster, and I'm really focused on this battle.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know where anyone got the 4 years from, because it doesn't look like what any of the charges are have been released. So it could only be speculation, or someone leaking information they shouldn't.
Well, they could have made a public statement, the charges total up to 4 years. And then that would still be keeping the specifics of everything secret. I don't know. If I was a juror, I would believe that Michael Cohen did everything wrong. But of course, we don't know what their evidence is. There's been some speculation that maybe there's a recording of Trump saying something. But then the question would be, if it was in New York, which I believe is a two-party state, then that would be an unlawful recording, and so it wouldn't be admissible.
see. Oh, does anyone have the power to let Will in? If he drops a link, or is he dropping a link?
Oh,
Oh,
I'm
Pixie.
here.
Never mind. Oh,
Well, no, I forgot I can come in whenever I want. I didn't. It's partially
you're
my
part of the
hang. So
420 team.
yeah, I totally forgot about that. But thank you.
yeah, I don't agree with flow state.
What kind of hubby would you be if you didn't have a key to the house? I just want to know.
Well, he took my key away, so I think he can only give out so many, and so
Are you
like some
divorced?
of them are rotating.
Oh, okay.
It's a complicated affair.
I was gonna call it a lifestyle, but okay.
Yeah, that's what I meant. A lifestyle, as in something to last forever. Yeah,
Yeah.
but no,
I
nothing lasts
proposed to
forever.
Heretic that he's officially already one of us. He just hasn't accepted it yet. And I think he kind of lost his crap when I did that.
Okay. I just
Yeah,
empathize.
Richard. The more I think about it, Richard, I think your aliens are trying to trick us. I think they're going to eat us. And it's my
Well,
duty to be as plump and juicy and as savory as I can. So I'm going to start bathing in Worcestershire sauce. Then it turns out they're all allergic to Worcestershire sauce, and I'm damned. Damn.
That's funny.
Flow state. Come
I
in.
don't make a good meal option.
Like an appetizer, maybe. An hors d'oeuvre. Don't eat the pixie. They're just garnish.
Probably be pet
Irenic
food
may
or
be the
something.
Irenic may be the solution to world domination by these things because he has so many
Yeah.
venereal diseases. If they eat him, their entire civilization will collapse.
Oh God, that reminded me of a real person.
No, Irenic's a real person. What are you talking about?
No, he's not. He's a AI construct.
No, there was somebody
With
that.
VD.
Never mind. Yeah, there was somebody we called VD for a very specific reason.
Irenic sweats STDs. Okay, it's in his sweat. You got one.
Oh, I don't even know which
That's what
channel
I'm
Flow
saying.
State's on.
That's what I'm saying. This kid had like, I say kid. He was in college, so he was an adult. But like, he had so many STDs that it like morphed into this unnameable thing, and everybody just knew to stay far, far away from that fucker.
Wait, you're saying that his VD powers combined into one powerful VD that could be like
No,
world-threatening?
I'm saying he had so many VDs that like he had so many symptoms going on at once, like according to his ex, which I don't want to go into detail about because she told me way too much. But anyway, he had so many like side effects going on at once that it was like this undescribable thing happening, and I don't. Yeah.
Gross. Just gross. Hey,
Well, I'm
Flow
glad
State,
I'm not his ex. That's what I'm glad about, you know.
Okay, go to 420 atheist Flow State. That's where they put the link. In that.
Yeah, I posted it on yours just now, William.
Oh, did you? Okay.
Oh no. I was never with this person. Thank God. I am not one of his exes.
You're just
I didn't
chock
know
full
one
of
of his
VD, aren't you?
I'm very fortunate that all the people that had it always notified me ahead of time so that I wouldn't get into a mess.
So you knew what pharmaceuticals to purchase, right?
if that were the case, I mean, I don't know how specific you want me to be, but I avoided those areas.
Maybe.
Oh.
That's where trauma saved me. That's one area where trauma saved me, and we'll leave it at that.
Oh, I've wrangled a couple of VD prizes once or twice. Luckily,
No,
nothing has
not that
stayed
kind
with
of
me.
trauma. I mean, like, I was not interested in those sort of activities for a long time because of trauma. Therefore, I was not in situations where I would be, like, exposed to receiving an STD.
You said receiving like it's a gift.
No, I just meant.
Well, in
like,
a sense.
I wouldn't be.
No, elaborate, Hillary's. Elaborate in a sense.
Well, there is a substance being transmitted, so that it would be a reception.
Exactly.
It's not well received, though. I haven't seen
No.
anybody go, hot damn, I've got a blister, or some shit like that. Oh, God, my pee-pee burns. I gotta give.
Plus, he was a jock, and they were never my thing. Ew. I don't mean he was like in athletics. That didn't make you a jock. It was more than that.
So we mentioned VD, and flow state immediately pops in. You must have a story.
I don't. Just an offer.
Oh! You looking to give or receive?
You can't receive. Well, you can receive an offer, but I'm looking to give. Hi, Pixie.
What?
He said he's looking to give. And then
You want a VD?
No, I'm good without that. Thank you.
All right. Well, the offer stands if you ever decide you need a side nigga with VD.
Right, I'll pretend to consider that at some future date.
Hey, is that offer open to everybody or just her?
I mean, the bass in your voice makes me think it's probably not open to you unless, like, I throw it across the room at you.
What I meant was, is that offer open to everyone?
What is that? I don't think I've ever heard you make that voice. Do it again.
I mean, if you make that voice the whole time, then maybe.
You're not the boss of me, Pixie. And I'll talk to you about that in that voice later, Stay. Don't you worry.
Y'all are the best.
Even this conversation makes my groin itch.
Yeah, me too.
That's not the conversation.
Jay, it's a socially disruptive transmission.
That is fairly accurate. Way to kill the whole stream, Flo.
Don't let me stop you.
No, we weren't going.
Somebody disagreed with me about the acting thing with politics, and then immediately afterwards I got an invite. So I assumed that, like, somebody was like, "Come fight me, fucker." But
oh yeah, it's probably Cerberus.
I disagreed that it's like just drama.
well, you're not allowed to have your own opinions. So it is so fucking windy here. But I mean, really, do you think that if you take a step back from yourself and think about how every 4 years we leave the decision for the most powerful entity in the known universe, right, that we can prove exists, we leave that decision up to a mixture of chance and group popularity. I mean, it's just kind of an absurd thing.
But it's not really. Think about all the ways that the people are excluded before they get to the primary process.
Yeah, I was gonna say, is that what you call the corporate funding and sponsoring of?
Well, right. So okay. So yeah. So I think we're sort of saying the same thing. Then they filter them down, right? Every year you're left with bad or worse, or every election cycle. It's like this shitty person or the shittier person.
And then
And they're both puppets.
Yeah, the few times that we actually select worse, they're like, really? We were surprised, but that's okay. We got a fallback plan.
I don't think they even, I mean, they start telling you who won each state like super fast after the polls close. I don't believe the thing. I don't believe it's real at all. But I guess if we all agree that both candidates are puppets, then I guess it's kind of a moot point whether or not the two how that's decided.
Well, there's a difference in the way states count, and there are some states where it's just obvious which way they're going to go, but unless there's some major surprise, right? But a lot of times, a difference in the time that it takes to count ballots is how the state processes their ballots. For example, there are states where they cannot start counting the mail-in ballots until after the other ballot, the ballots that were cast on election day are counted, and so they're just sitting there the whole time. But then there are states who will just count the ballots as they come in, and so they're not having to wait to count all those mail-in ballots. And it just really states don't process the same way.
Also,
I understand that, but there's still. My point is, they're still processed suspiciously fast, no matter the counting method.
Okay, wait, but when you say they tell us really quick who wins, are you talking about the news?
Yeah, the projections.
Okay, because the state doesn't really announce usually who wins until like the next day or the day after, or even longer.
Well, how is the news able to make that claim then?
Because they can keep track of what percentage, like in the past, they've broken it down from county to county and district to district. So after they get so many votes, they can make very sure conclusions based on limited information.
So you just rule out puppet show then, sir? You just rule out the whole puppet show?
I rule out the whole puppet show. If you look at, it probably started before him, but Reagan, Trump, Zelensky, these guys were all professional actors. You go back into Macron's past actor.
Wait, Flo, hold on. I was talking about Sir because I think you and I probably agree that the whole thing is a shit show and that it's to manipulate the people. I think Sir was trying to lend credibility to the process, and I was asking, do you write off the puppet show entirely, Sir, that it's just to keep the sheep in line?
Me? Do I write off the?
Yeah.
I don't think he is writing it off.
No, I think it is almost entirely accurate, if not entirely accurate.
Yeah, he's not writing it off at all. I think we're writing it off.
I think I'm misunderstanding what you're saying then, because I don't consider any of it legitimate at all. I think it's a way to make us feel like we have a legitimate process despite not having that.
It's a placebo activity.
What do you think's illegitimate about it, though?
Everything, the whole process. I think the whole process is a farce, right? It's like a call-in show, right? Which contestant do you think should win? And then you call in.
What about it makes it a farce?
The fact that I don't think that they count it or choose that way.
Oh, I'm pretty sure they count it.
All right.
I question.
Is it going to be weird if I bring up Ron Paul?
What about him? No.
It's always weird when you bring up Ron Paul, but sure.
Good. Well, it might be a little cringe, but I was watching when he was when he was running during that election cycle, when he was doing very well, but the media insisted on basically removing him from consideration ahead of time. Like even when he was competitively up, I think he was at third slot. They didn't even mention him, even though he was on the screen. They would just overlook him entirely. They wouldn't even comment on him or whatever.
They do that a lot, or they'll throw them one question or two questions and then throw everything at the other two main opponents and then pretend like they gave them a fair shake, right? Like they do it so often.
They've got picks they want to see win.
But it's the people who refuse to go in there, and the majority of us should just start writing in names.
But you understand that
it won't matter. It's symbolic at best.
You understand the media and the debates are not a part of the election process.
The debates are not debates. They're just
The debate, the media and debates are propaganda. I agree. They're separate from the election process, as in the mechanics of it, but they're not really separate. They're not working in isolation.
Yeah, they're manipulating to get they're manipulating to get the result that they want. Is what I'm saying.
There are parties outside of the election process doing extra things to try to get you to vote for them.
The government has lied. The federal government has lied about basically everything you can think of for all of history. Like every war we've been in has been a lie in modern history. If you stack up the number of lies that have been proven out of the federal government, why would you believe then that they have integrity in the election process?
Well, first, so Japanese didn't attack Pearl Harbor?
Did we commit an act of war against them a few years prior to that?
Oh, maybe. I don't know.
Yeah, so we used that as
Wait,
a test rally, but we
Let's talk about the Gulf of Tonkin. I mean, let's talk
I was going to go to Gulf of Tonkin. Yeah,
Gulf of Tonkin, weapons of mass destruction. You know,
Hey,
fucking
I think-
Epstein's Island. Whatever you want to look at.
I actually know soldiers that say they actually found weapons of mass destruction.
Yeah, there are, and they had U.S. service numbers on them. Government service numbers.
Yeah.
The war on drugs. I mean, that whole thing. Let's don't go down that rabbit hole. Like we're actually trying to end drugs.
Well, I think they were actually trying to end drugs.
Some people, boots on the ground, think they're trying to end drugs, but they're also creating drugs. And we know, right? Like this isn't conjecture. We know for a fact that prohibition does not reduce crime or consumption. We saw it throughout the prohibition. We've been seeing it for the past 40 years in the war on drugs.
But the bureaucrats, the bureaucrats will harness and saddle any issue that they can ride. And it doesn't mean that they legitimately have the concern of the people in mind. It's about control and maintaining control.
If you consider the nature of government at all, its only validity for existing is that it's sort of a mediator for issues that need to be resolved when two parties fail. So it's a leech on conflict amongst its own people, essentially.
Well, that's also not the case. But you're making so many claims. Which one do you
I mean,
cover?
how is that not the case?
I mean, it also interacts with
I think
non-parties
he's right.
of the country.
With what?
With non-parties within the country.
What do you mean? Give me an example.
The U.S. will interact with France, for example, even though it's not a party within the country.
Well, they interact, but what are they doing? What's the action they're taking? And why is it required?
They don't write laws for France. They don't try to.
Yeah, but I was referring into domestic issues anyways, primarily, but
But even when we go to
You
war,
said that's all they do,
our
so it's not
economic
just
entities.
domestic issues.
yeah, because they have to manage things that private parties cannot come to conclusions on their own, right?
Or can't manage on their own either.
Correct. So,
But even war is the American economic interests being at war with another country's economic interest. And then we step in to negotiate with diplomats, and when the diplomats fail, then we call in the generals. War is politics by other means.
war is big business. War is business.
Wait. So when Flo said the entire purpose of it, okay, well, that is, as far as domestically, its purpose should be to protect and defend individual rights, but that's not what it does. It tries to control the populace, and it makes deals with other corporate interests.
But that doesn't contradict what I said.
No, I'm agreeing with you, Flo.
Okay.
I'm agreeing with you in a unique way, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, what was one of the
Who
other?
the fuck is Dude Saint? And I don't know who that is and why they're blocked. It's weird.
But I mean, sorry, what was the question?
I just looked. They are blocked on YouTube, although it appears in StreamYard.
Oh, well, what was one of the other claims that you had?
About it being fraud, or about how the government is a parasite on the people, or about how it's the incentive structure that we give to government is to increase and continue problems, not to solve them?
I know who dude's saying is.
Wait, how is that the case? Flow state.
Who is fake spooky? And why are they faking spooky?
That's the case because if you look at any government entity, let's just say police, for example,
Okay.
how are they funded, right? They're funded. They say we need more resources to fight crime, or locally every year for the budget, right? So the more crime they have, the more problems in society that they need to solve, the more money they get, the more officers they can hire.
Pause. One more caveat to that. It's whatever they call crime.
Whatever they
Doesn't
call crime,
actually have to be
exactly.
crime. Yeah. Okay.
Now, if they don't have enough of their definition of crime, if you've got a police department in a society that is very, very well behaved, do you think that they're going to just let themselves be out of a job, or do you think that they're going to start maybe taking some offensive moves and making crime?
Well, I'm not going to worry about what ifs. I'm going to worry about what is.
Okay, that's fair.
Right.
What is an incentive structure that does not pay for the reduction of crime or the prevention of it? It pays for the existence of it, the fighting of it, and getting it off the streets and into the courts. It pays for perpetual action on it.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean the crime rate is always going to be high while having a lot of police.
Well, that wasn't the yeah, not necessarily. I mean, that's not what I was saying, though. What I'm saying is our incentive structure to government, it incentivizes them to not solve the problem.
What actually happens is
why do they
when the
solve
major
so many
crimes aren't being committed, you go to hyper enforcement of the smaller crimes, and that's why you see in some places a ton of tickets for traffic and stuff like that.
Yeah, you might get that. I can
Yes.
see that happening sometimes.
Well, it becomes abusive when they can't extort money through the traditional ways. They find more ways to extort more money from the people to justify their existence.
You call it abusive, but if you have a law and then you're not enforcing it very much, but then turn around and decide to force it more, it doesn't.
There are 45 million.
Wait, you're not giving tickets to people who are breaking the law.
45 million laws in this country.
Yeah.
Yeah, but a lot of those laws are not based on anything that is a benefit to people. Like, I mean, some of it is an overreach. Like,
You think it's fair to have people have to track 45 million laws?
Wait, there's a bunch of different claims, and neither of you are talking about the same thing at the same time. So you guys got to pick one.
Well, you got to deal with both of us at the same time. Come on, man.
Yeah, well, that's not happening.
Okay, well, choose
there are
one.
different logical fallacies behind the reasoning.
Okay, choose whichever one you want. Then I don't care.
Okay, let's go with Will because I was.
Let's just do let's do seatbelt laws. Let's just do seatbelt
Okay,
laws. Let's
seatbelt
start with the most simple and ridiculous.
Okay, so what's wrong with seatbelt laws?
Okay, so if I'm in my vehicle and it's my life, I'm driving. It's really nobody's business whether I'm wearing a helmet in my car, whether I've got a seatbelt on, whether I've Nerf insulated my entire car. You know, it's nobody else's fucking business as long as it doesn't affect anybody else.
What does affect? It literally affects everyone you interact with.
No,
me wearing a seatbelt has no effect on anyone else but me.
No, the consequences from not wearing it can.
So you think that people shouldn't? So should people be allowed to make bad decisions?
Should people be allowed? It depends
On what?
on severity of those bad decisions.
No, wait, Flo, before you take this over for me. So here's the thing. The government is trying to force its will upon me in the name of what's best for me, despite what I, the individual who has the right to choose, wants to do. So if I don't want to wear it, and
it's not just what's best for you. They're also making a conclusion about what's best for everyone that you interact with also.
But that's not their place. That's not their place.
Okay, but that's just an opinion.
They're to maintain and defend individual rights. That's their main.
I mean, it's not an opinion. It's legally not their place, but also, yes, ethically, I believe it's definitely not their place.
Okay, wait, but what's legal is determined by them. So we say it's not legal. I'm not sure what you're saying.
The controlling document, controlling law that supersedes an arbitrary seatbelt ticket is, man, I'm going to quote it wrong because I'm going off my head, but basically, they don't have the right to fuck with your personal life. Help me out, Will. Here.
I don't remember hearing that in the Constitution.
Well, the reason that they do is
Well, they
because
don't
you
have standing.
What do you mean don't have stand? Are you within the geographical location that the government governs?
Geography has nothing to do with it. That's claim.
literally
It
the
doesn't
theory of
actually
law.
support jurisdiction.
No,
That's the theory of law since the beginning of time.
Well, that might be a theory, but in reality, I'm not a party to what they're doing. My geographical location doesn't make me subject to someone else. That's a right of might statement. Oh, you're here, so we can do
that's
this
exactly how
to
law
you,
works.
and-
But the
Right, so it's
legalism
not
of it.
about best interest.
Right. Okay, go ahead. You're gonna.
The decision could be for best interest.
No, they could justify it for best interest.
I think that's the same statement.
That's called gaslighting.
Yeah, no, them saying it's for because you're saying that it's for my best interest.
I'm going to
But
make you
don't
give
get
me
to-
some money so that you make better decisions because you did this and you're harming other people.
Okay, how in the scenario where they're saying you must wear your seatbelt, how are they making you give them money for that?
Because they didn't save my life, they just took my money.
Okay,
They'll
but
find
did they
you
take
and
your
they'll extort money
otherwise?
for your choice.
Because I don't think anyone's paying a seatbelt tax right now.
But you are. It's a punitive fee, so it is a
okay, but fees
hidden
aren't taxes.
tax. It's a hidden tax.
Okay, sir, hold on a second. If I am driving down the road in my vehicle and I don't have a seatbelt on, and an officer pulls me and writes me a citation for $150, what is the purpose of that other than to get money for the city, county, state?
Oh, for the cop, it should be as simple as enforcement of the law, as if he took the oath that he took.
Okay, but that's not his place. That's a violation of my rights in order for him to make money off of my action.
Okay, where is your right listed that can't be violated?
Because it's my body, and so I get to choose how I want to preserve or not preserve my body.
Every law is a violation of someone's body. I don't see that as an argument.
And the right to use of your personal property, that's also a enumerable right in the U.S.
Yeah, but they're not saying you can't drive.
They're telling you how you can drive.
Yeah,
Okay,
the means
all right,
by
so-
which you can do so, yeah.
So you can't use your property unless you use it this way, this way, this way. You have to clap twice before you get in the car. You have to walk around.
There's conditions.
Yeah, so you can use your
Right,
property.
so that it's not my property. It's
Wait,
not
you
mine.
You can use your property on your own property as long as that's not affecting
Good.
anyone else.
Between these hours,
You don't have to wear a seatbelt on your own property.
But the consequences are the same. If I wreck on my own property, if I wreck on the street.
No, it's not.
Yeah, sure. The seatbelt consequences, if I get in a wreck and I die because I wasn't wearing a seatbelt, the consequences are the same no matter where I'm at. So the idea that because it's my seatbelt, right? It only affects me. I'm not going to fly out of the car and kill a pedestrian.
Wait. But if you get into a wreck on your own property, you're only damaging your property.
Right, but you're talking about public roadways, which is everybody's property. But my wearing a seatbelt doesn't impede them in any way, and that's the point.
Yeah, me wearing a seatbelt doesn't.
Hold on. It's a reach outside of their scope of authority when they start telling me what I have to do with my property, my body, and stuff like that.
What are the prescribed limits to their authority in the Constitution? Does that not include being able to tell you to wear a
Everything not delegated to the states. Although seatbelt
protect and
tickets.
maintain individual rights.
Okay, so they can't do anything else other than that. Is that what the Constitution
No,
says?
not they can do things that are color of law. They can make statutes and everything, but if pressed against the actual law and found to be repugnant to it or in conflict with the supreme law, then it is null and void. It acts as though it's a nullity.
Okay,
The supreme law, are you talking about? Sorry.
Before we get there, so we have either a state legislature or the American legislature given the power specifically to make laws. So they make a law that says you have to wear a seatbelt. What part?
Because it's outside of their scope. They can't just make a law for any.
But
purpose.
even if it wasn't, we still.
What part of the Constitution is that a violation of?
Because they're no longer protecting individual rights.
So
they're actually imposing on rights.
So Where in the Constitution does it say that they can't rape you for not paying taxes? Right?
I'm sorry. The answer is the supremacy clause, and I think it's Article 2, paragraph 6.
Yeah, let's see.
But the point's kind of moot to an extent, at least in my mind, because they can give themselves the right to do whatever the fuck they say, but that doesn't mean that it's valid to me, to God, to whatever you want to do, natural law.
You have the right to be secure in yourself, so that's why they can't pass a law saying they can rape you.
The biggest argument I've heard, the best argument to this day I have heard against seatbelt laws is that if a motorcyclist can pay a higher insurance premium to get out of wearing a helmet, then it's not about safety, and a driver should be able to pay a higher insurance premium to opt out of mandatory seatbelts. But that makes sense.
That would require reporting that information, which is not anything that you're obligated to report. It's nobody's fucking business.
That argument makes logical sense, but before that, you have the question of what does it mean to even be free?
Why are you upset? Or I'm assuming you're upset. I think it's to Will and Flow State that in order to be in the societal, operation of roads, meaning you're within a society that's operating on roads with the public, all kinds of different people, that there would be conditions on that operation. If you're going to be in a car, then you need to wear a seatbelt. Why? Because if someone hits you and you do die because you're not wearing your seatbelt, they, instead of maybe having an injured person to deal with, are now dealing with like vehicular manslaughter.
I'm sorry. Wait, no, we're supposed to worry about the people who are harming us and what happens if they're careless.
That's an assumption. That's your own personal opinion, but that's not actually what's. I looked up the supremacy clause. All it says is that the federal laws take precedent over state laws when it comes to the constitutional laying.
Right. So the rights that I have can't be written over with state statutes or
but you
city ordinances.
You don't have a right to not have to wear a seatbelt.
I believe I do. I believe it
would be covered under the Fourth Amendment.
No, I can tell me how me wearing a seatbelt violates anyone else's, or me not wearing a seatbelt violates someone else's rights or causes personal injury. That would give scope and standing to a charge.
That's not a necessary requirement to have a law.
Because it's a civil infraction.
No, to be a valid law.
It's not a requirement of being a valid law.
Because it's a civil infraction, I think it could be argued in the civil manner, right? Which is assumption of risk. But in order to argue assumption of risk, you cannot be a minor, which is why I was saying the best argument I've heard is that if it's not about safety, because if it was about safety, a motorcyclist wouldn't be able to ride without a helmet. Right, simply by paying a higher insurance premium, and that higher insurance premium is a sign of assumption of risk, and that drivers should be afforded the same opportunity with seatbelts.
Enforcement violates your Fourth Amendment.
But
how does enforcement of wearing a seatbelt
how could you be found to be guilty unless you're being stopped and searched?
Hey, I want to respond.
It's not a guarantee that you won't be stopped and searched.
So I mean, they get to pull you over and go on a fishing expedition, or do the thing where it's like, "Oh, I saw you weren't wearing a seatbelt." From where?
Has determined in multiple instances what is considered reasonable.
What's that?
The court has determined in multiple instances what is considered reasonable, and the court has
but they're required to have a warrant.
Law.
They authorize them to. Good.
They authorize. I missed both those.
Pixie, when you said that there was an option, or are you saying there should be an option because you don't believe that it's about safety for someone to opt out?
No, I'm saying the best argument I've heard is that you can't argue the enforcement of seatbelt laws as a safety issue if you also allow motorcyclists to pay a higher premium in order to ride without a helmet, because that is much more dangerous than riding without a seatbelt. So if a motorcyclist is allowed to pay a higher premium to ride without a helmet, as a sign of assumption of risk. They know the risks and they're willing to pay for it, right? If they can opt out of that safety concern, then so should drivers be able to opt out of the enforcement of mandatory seatbelts, right?
But that
could only apply to people who have reached the age of majority, because assumption of risk applies. You have the legal authority to assume said risk, therefore could not be applied to minors.
But their parents should be able to make that decision for them.
I disagree.
The problem that I have with this is that it assumes that there is no when we say it's not like it's not about safety, it kind of implies in a way that using a seatbelt doesn't lead to better outcomes.
No,
well, that's not what anyone's saying.
I'm saying their motivation. What I'm saying is their motivation to enforce mandatory seatbelts cannot be about safety if they are not also willing to enforce the mandatory wearing of helmets for motorcyclists. You can't be safe here and not here and then tell me that your concern is safety. It's inconsistent.
That's kind of almost like a two coquet in a way, because you're saying one, this is true, but then this is also true, so they're kind of equal.
No,
in a way.
what you're doing,
no, this isn't the what about you.
What you're doing, no, it's not what about. What you're doing is you're highlighting the inconsistency in the logic used to build these laws, right? Because precedent matters to an extent, but there's a reason precedent gets overturned, right? So it's but it's also the same reason when you go to law school and you take law classes, you're not going to class memorizing 50 bajillion laws, right? Because laws change, because the laws
45 million
to establish laws, right? You what you learn is concepts and a bunch of Latin terms and some more concepts, right? Like assumption of risk, things like that. So yeah, because it's fluid. So if you can highlight inconsistencies, then they have to, they almost like, in order to legally support one or the other, they have to either logically lay out how these two things are different, or they've got to find like a logical consistency. Otherwise, their courts are going to be a nightmare, right? So the best strategy is making them unsure of their own logic.
We could like diagram it out, say one option on one side and where they lead and what we're supposed to believe or what we're required to believe about them and all those kinds of things. I think I just don't see how we could say because someone can pay a higher price and not wear a helmet, someone else should be able to also be unsafe for a fee, especially,
I am not saying that we should, it, as a matter of fact, it could absolutely backfire. They could be like, you're right, helmets should be mandatory.
The problem is that the helmet thing serves to demonstrate the insincerity of their claims, right? You can't.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. It could backfire. They could go the other way, but your best bet is pointing out the inconsistencies.
You guys are all forgetting about how laws are passed.
There is a hell of a lot.
It's not like the legislator is like one individual making decisions, right? The reasoning for a seatbelt law can be safety, and then the legislature just doesn't have the ability to pass a law about helmets or banning.
No, they did. An exception was passed later.
Okay, well they did then, and so a different group of people came in and then made a new law that added the exception.
That's what I'm saying. They opened the way. I think the best way in is to figure out that logic, not only argue their logic, but highlight the inconsistency between mandatory seatbelts and not mandatory helmets. If you can argue that, and I'm not saying I'm right, it's right or wrong one way or the other. I'm saying arguing based on those logical principles, whatever those were used to determine
all their
that.
Premises and stuff.
Right.
Yeah.
Arguing based on that would be your best bet.
You have to pick it apart to show where it's cracked.
Right.
No judge is going to let a jury hear evidence about motorcycles when you're dealing with a case about driving cars.
That's not true.
No good judges, I guess I should say.
Good. Well, I guess, but this whole conversation started. My original objection wasn't to the technicality of the law. I find it invalid that any group of people can authorize themselves to get involved in my shit. Full stop.
Well, they don't authorize themselves.
They do. I didn't vote on any of this shit.
Okay, but people vote, and you get the right.
People vote, and they think, and see, exactly. This is exactly my point. People vote, so they think that they chose these laws that they're subject to, but they didn't.
No, they authorized other people to make laws. That's why we're a republic.
We couldn't opt out of it. There's no other option. It's like you're going to have somebody make decisions for you.
Can't opt out of it.
So, which one of these corporate-sponsored players do you want to make? Do you want to choose your laws for you? That's not. You can't pretend that. That's only conceptually. Maybe is that representation.
If you don't like it, run for office.
And do what?
Win.
You don't understand how politics work, do you? For real, though. You understand how they conceptually
you don't
work.
think you could win?
Well, first of all, no, I don't think I could win. Second of all,
it'd be one vote out of 20.
Yeah.
Well, all you gotta do is make a better case than the other guys.
Okay, that's that bullshit that they teach you when you're little kids, but now we're adults. You got to understand how the world works in a more mature way.
Independents win offices. I don't know
Sure they do.
why you don't know that.
But do they gain majorities?
How do you think they win offices?
No, an individual office.
They win.
But
He's right. He's right. They win offices in
Yeah, but which
Congress,
state?
and
Which
they win
state has-
offices in state.
Which
But where they
state has
don't
a
do well
majority
is
of
president.
independents?
Where they don't do well is presidential.
Pixie, which state has a majority of independent party
no majority
for
of
their Congress?
But the number of independents that are actually putting in the same level of work is really low.
Exactly. So
But
because the parties control the
hold on.
system.
I also said state, right? Like your judges, your DAs, your sheriffs, your county
None of them are
clerks, your
writing the
county
laws.
commissioners, things like that, right? Or local. But you're right. The further up you go, the harder time they have.
Yeah.
From
the farther
Congress
up you
all the way up
go,
to
the
president.
more work you have to do.
And for what it's worth, I have actually been involved in local politics in the past. I hated it, and it is corrupt. But
The real issue with the corporate sponsorship for the two parties is that all the people that complain about it aren't willing to put the work in to make it different.
okay, so you're saying that if I don't want to be subject to the arbitrary demands of people who elected themselves my boss, that I should dedicate my life to addressing that one grievance, whatever it is, seatbelts. Like, how long have people been bitching about marijuana being illegal?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
How long did it take them to make it illegal? One stroke of a pen, they just decided that, oh, this is the problem. Now you fuckers get to spend the next 60 years or whatever fighting an uphill battle, gradually winning it back bit by bit. Does that sound like we are being represented fairly and accurately? Or does it sound like some bullshit game and then an excuse to blame the victim?
How many people do you think actually voted because of marijuana laws?
What does that have to do with anything? I have no idea.
Well, that might tell you why it took so long for it to change.
No, wait, hold on. Even with the marijuana laws, they're entirely unconstitutional. Entirely.
Okay,
That's why there was an amendment. There was no amendment in the Constitution like there was with prohibition. They created a fake agency and they decided to No, they used authority that they didn't actually have. They exaggerated police powers and started violating people's rights by telling them what they could take and could not take for in their own usage. And there is nothing inherently damaging about that plan.
Well, you don't need a constitutional amendment to make it illegal in the whole country.
Okay, but what?
Okay.
What did they use?
No, wait. If it's legal, if it's constitutional in one state, it is constitutional in all states.
That's not true.
The Constitution.
No, it is. It is. It absolutely is.
No,
the
it's not.
Constitution, the constitutionality of something doesn't vary by state.
No,
But the
there are
objective.
50, okay, there are 50 state constitutions, one federal constitution. The state constitution,
right, and you just read the supremacy clause, which means a state's law can't impose
Federal
on federal
trumps state,
rights. the rights that are protected by the federal government.
Yeah, they can't conflict, but that doesn't mean some things can't be unconstitutional in some states, but still be okay federally.
Then lay out your case. Lay out your case for why. What metric is being used to say that marijuana should be illegal?
Well,
It can't be about damage.
Just let me say, the way that most Congress normally does things to establish their standing is to use the Commerce Clause. But the problem is they'll use it to say that if you've got, water in your yard, that's now a navigable waterway, and somehow that's interfering with interstate commerce. Clearly, it's not, and that's what they did with drugs. They said, "Oh, we get drugs from Mexico." Okay, well, because we're going to say that they can't come across the border into the U.S., we're also going to say they can't transfer between states. But instead of stopping then and just saying, "But you can grow it in your state, you just can't transport it," they just made it illegal everywhere, and that is unconstitutional. Then we get into the administrative law. Now that they've made a federal agency, then they can make administrative law that nobody votes on, and no one except the executive can control.
Okay,
I'm going to kiss you full in the mouth, Hillary's.
Why is it unconstitutional?
Because it's an administrative law that nobody's voting on, and it's subverting the Commerce Clause to say that you can't control what you do on your own property. You're not transporting across state lines, so interstate commerce doesn't come into play.
Actually, I mean it's a gray area. There's a court case going on right now just about that. It's just not with marijuana.
I'm aware, and same thing with why firearm suppressors are now legal in some states, even though they're illegal at the federal level. Because
they're not illegal at the federal level.
Wait. Can we try something?
Okay, the applicability of the 1964 Gun Whatever Act, National Firearms
It's just whether
Act,
do they have to be registered and go through all the nonsense with the federal
and pay the $200 tax fine, tax stamp, whatever. But if it has "Made in Kansas" stamped across it, it can be in the state of Kansas as long as it doesn't pass out. If it has "Made in Texas" stamped on it, it can be in Texas, but it can't move out. So it's only the interstate. So the only way that the feds can even go after you under the theory of the law is if you transport it across state lines. And previously, there's just been an assumption that it has crossed state lines, and now they're actually having to prove it.
Yeah, they're trying to make the argument that the simple fact of products existing affect the marketplace.
Mm-hmm.
All right, well, sir,
right, which I think is true.
Sir, would you agree that the government? Sir, would you agree that the government could make dandelions illegal?
Yes.
Monsanto,
really?
Yeah.
And by what basis would you reckon that they would be able to do? I mean, right now you know that they're not unconstitutional or illegal to grow dandelions in your yard, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so what standing would the government have to locate to make dandelions illegal?
I can answer this.
I don't even know if they would really need one.
Yes, they would. They need to make a patent. And then they can enforce it and say that, you're going to have to give up your property if there are any dandelions found on your property, because Monsanto is doing this. They make these genetically modified seeds. Birds pick up the seeds from one field and move them to another field. Then that seed is found growing in the other farmer's field who didn't pay the licensing fee, and then they go and sue him and try to take his land.
Yeah, but that only applies to commercial fields. But that's why they've been doing it to commercial. It wouldn't work for a random. It was just the corn. It wouldn't work for a random corn growing on your property.
It was an example, but let's focus on the dandelion thing. Right? There's nothing inherently dangerous about dandelion. It does have medicinal usages. Okay, this is known about dandelions. This is new. It may not be psychotropic.
Do you think something has to be dangerous for it to be banned legally?
It should. That would be.
Well, I might agree with you, but I don't think that's the case.
What I'm saying is, where would the government go? Because there's not a whole lot of difference between marijuana and dandelions. So where would the government have to go to find standing to say this? You can no longer have dandelions.
Where would the government go? Well, I know what you mean by that.
Argument-wise, what argument would the government have to put up? Because otherwise, it's just a use of force without reason.
Well, that's the thing. I don't think they actually have to give reason. As long as
So
it
you
doesn't
admit
violate
there's
the
nothing
Constitution.
free about
And you're cool
we're
with that.
basically property. We're property here.
As long as it doesn't violate the Constitution, I don't think they actually have to give reason, because one of the powers of the legislator given to them by the Constitution is the ability to make law.
Yeah, but that's not unrestricted. That is not an unrestricted thing. It's supposed to be laws within certain guidelines and parameters. That's why I'm pointing this out. There has to be
Well, it's not that
some
the
sort
power
of
is unrestricted, but I don't think it requires any specific, like moral or ethical justification.
do you know what that leaves open to? That leaves us open to, if that's the case. Do you understand the kind of tiering?
Oh yeah,
that could go
yeah,
from
and that's
that?
exactly where we are.
Right, and that's why I think that it's unconstitutional. That this was not in the design of the Constitution to give the government this kind of power. That's why there's limitations on the government, and that's what the Constitution is.
But even more than that, it's immoral and it's wrong.
Well, I might even agree with that, but the limits placed on the legislature by the Constitution doesn't have that limit.
That's why we should ignore them as being the insignificant cunts that they are.
And that's what makes them invalid.
Why don't we just try to amend the Constitution?
Because we have a limited amount of time and resources, but they don't. Because they can force you to give up yours.
Well, it's
What
happened
would the-
multiple times. You can do
What
it.
would the amendment say?
It would say, go fuck yourself, government. I do what I want.
Well, I mean, I
mean,
don't know how. I don't know how
there's
useful it
already a limitation, sir. There's already limitations to police powers. If you look into it, they're very limited in their scope. But we have given them permission to create agencies that are outside of their scope and to act on their own, like the ATF and the drug enforcement group. All that is extra to what their authority is, and no one says anything. We just let them run roughshod.
Okay, but which one is outside of their authority constitution?
All right, so look at alcohol, tobacco, and firearms. Which one of those is unconstitutional to have or create?
None of them are unconstitutional to have.
Shall not be infringed.
Right.
Yeah.
So all of these things, we created an agency that's basically snooping on constitutional acts to kind of make sure that nobody does anything that the government doesn't like.
Okay, but what are you complaining about? So they're not keeping people from having them.
So there's not a government agency on video games, Twizzlers, and soda.
The ATF's existence is unconstitutional.
What part of the Constitution does it violate?
The second.
The Second Amendment?
Mm-hmm.
Look at the Second Amendment.
Shall not be infringed. It's
okay, but
basic.
how are they infringing your ability to have a gun?
Don't play stupid. That's a stupid question.
Well, just tell me. You know, obviously, right?
Well, I'm a felon, so I can't have one at all.
That's a whole nother argument or a discussion I'd like to have sometime, Flo, about that particular. But what was the question again, sir?
Well, how is that infringement? Because infringement's usually interpreted as essentially removing the ability of someone from having something.
Which is what the ATF does. Whether it's bump stocks or pistol braces or felons or fully autos or whatever it is, that is their entire job, is to infringe.
Well, their
And
entire
alcohol.
job. No. Their entire job is not to infringe. Their entire job is to enforce the law as it's been given to them.
But what law? If the law is infringing, sir, and that's the one that they're enforcing.
And that's why the pistol breaks law is being overturned.
No, the ATF's existence is unconstitutional.
That's what we're saying.
Show me why.
Because their parameters are only constitutional items.
Oh, so what?
So they're
That's what I'm saying. You don't have puzzle police.
Look, having someone watching you do constitutional things is not a violation.
No, they prohibit them as well.
Having you have to fill out paperwork for it also isn't an infringement.
Okay, but that's not what even I could argue those points, but it don't need to, because that's not all they do. What happens if I decide that I'm going to buy a gun anyways, and they find out about it? You think they're going to just watch me? Be like, oh, sir, some paperwork for you.
Yeah, don't violate the law.
No,
it's not the law. The law is unconstitutional. If it's infringing on the right to own and bear arms, keep and bear arms, then it's outside of its scope. It is usurping an individual right.
This has already been to the Supreme Court, and they ruled against you.
How many licks does it take before you admit that you have a taste of boots?
They're the ones that determine what's actually unconstitutional.
They can determine that in their society, but I'm not interested in playing ball. Again,
I mean, so that's is why they're invalid.
and I'm an outlaw in that society then, and I'm fine with that.
Shall not be infringed is not, it doesn't need interpretation. It's not complicated. It's as plain as day. And so when they say, well, whatever, it's fine, they're invalid. Full stop.
Okay, flow state. What does the Constitution say the law of the power of the Supreme Court is? Is it to interpret the law of the Constitution?
Shall not be infringed. There's no interpretation
of laws.
There's no interpretation necessary on something so incredibly simple unless you try to.
All I hear is opinion. If you're okay with the Constitution,
that's all that the courts do.
The Constitution says they get to interpret, so it comes before them and they interpret it.
But it's still their opinion, sir.
It doesn't
say I agree. It's their opinion, but according to the Constitution, that is the power they have. Their opinion's the only one that matters.
No, again,
right?
But
their
power. I don't recognize it. If they decide for themselves that they have power over me.
You don't agree with the Constitution?
Actually.
I'm not.
I don't know why saying it's unconstitutional is an argument for you.
I'm not a signatory. Hold on. Wait. The Constitution is not anything that we're signatory to. None of us are signers of that. That contract has nothing to do with that. That's between that's rules that the government has.
It's not a contract between individuals and the government.
Right. It doesn't apply. It doesn't apply to anyone but government.
Yeah, it's a contract between state governments and the federal government.
Right. It has nothing to do. Their authority with what they do within their organizations is their business. But when they start fucking around, and I mean, they can make a law that they can come and take your kid if you have too many kids, you know, and you're saying that there's no moral check on that, and they could write the law if they just make that arbitrary decision. And I'm saying at a certain point, a person's going to say, fuck what you say about the law. I'm going to not let you have my kids without a fight. That's what I'm saying.
Well, you have too many kids, sir.
Yeah, and I think it's reasonable to protect your kids. I mean, you brought up the Second Amendment. That's why you have the Second Amendment.
Right. Okay. So if you think that it's okay to protect your kids, even though you also believe that there is no parameters in which the government has to stay by when they write laws, they have the free reign to legislate whatever they want.
Well, it's not that they don't have any parameters. I just don't think there's a moral requirement.
It used to be okay to own black people. If it's not explicitly outlawed, should that be okay again?
I'm not even sure how you would write in a moral requirement for laws, because now you have a question of what is moral. Then you have to determine something that's
no. It's all property. It's based on property, and that's what I was getting back with the seatbelt laws, because the property in question is my life, my health, and it's up to me to. I'm a grown up. I don't need a daddy looking over me. So if I want to protect my life with a seatbelt, that would be a wise decision. But it never becomes the government's prerogative to come in and say, we've decided that we're going to protect you by forcing you to do something. And if you don't do it, we're going to put you in a cage.
Yeah, I mean, that's what a law is. I get that you disagree with how law works.
Yeah, no, I disagree with how we've deviated from the intent of the founders.
Well, I like to spin it around and ask, what do you think? Can you give an example of a law that you think is as overreach or is wrong, that you disagree with?
Example of a law that I disagree with?
Yes, Mr. Boot Breath.
Mr. Breath?
Boot Breath.
Boot Breath.
I'm sorry, that is extremist, man, and we will have decorum.
Yeah.
Fair enough. I withhold it until after I hear your answer.
Okay, so I think there's a few things. I think the whole entire idea, even though it's constitutional and legal, I think the idea of having to fill out paperwork to own a gun is ridiculous. Whether it be state laws or federal laws.
I'm glad to hear that, because the way you were arguing, I assumed all the worst about you.
Well, no. What I was arguing was the Constitution.
Oh. Okay. Yeah, we were kind of bouncing around.
So when we're arguing the Constitution, the scope of the purpose of the Constitution, if I'm not mistaken, is to limit the overreach of government into individual rights. Would you agree with some of that?
That is part of it. Yeah, I mean that's what the amendments were, kind of specifically. Just at least to start with.
Right, and the Police Powers Act. Are you real familiar with it?
Not like verbatim, no.
I mean, they have limits on what they're supposed to, enforce and what they're not supposed. What are issues that they're not supposed to even get involved in? But you can look at that, and then you can look at how we've treated those laws and expanded them to overreach. Even things like what you just mentioned, having you do paperwork for firearms and all kinds of stuff.
Let's see. I'm trying to read what's all included.
Like if you want to leave your kid your firearm collection, which I think that you probably will, because it's such a valuable thing, you wouldn't want the government getting in and saying, no, they need to re-register and do all this, and then they need to pay this fee and all
Let
this.
us get out our tape measure and check all these barrel lengths real quick.
Yeah, currently in my state, we don't have to register individual guns. We just have to get a card.
That's a pin move away.
Yeah, it's a pin move away. There's another law I disagree with. I mean, filling out paper to own a gun, having to get a license to own a gun, I think is also stupid.
But you could make if you were to argue for licensing to own a gun, in the same vein that you were arguing for seatbelt laws, you could do so. The logic behind them is the same.
Yeah, I think it's constitutional.
All right. Let me bring you to my state real quick. So I'm in South Carolina, and as it stands here, despite the medicinal value of marijuana, especially for things like cancer and things and you have the right, if I'm not mistaken, to treat yourself. But in order to do that, I just need some seeds and property. Now, let's say I have those things. I have my property that I own, and then I have my seeds, and I want to plant those. Now, I'm just planting them. I'm just letting them grow. I'm watering them. I'm not selling them. But in my state, the government can fly over or come and inspect and then tell you, no, you can't grow that here. We've determined by arbitrary means that you shouldn't be able to do this. We're going to confiscate your plants. We're going to fine you. And if you resist, we could possibly shoot you. We're going to put you in a cage for a little while. And we're going to make you stand in front of your neighbors and argue about this. And in the end, it doesn't matter what you say. We're still going to hold to what we've deemed as appropriate. Despite there being no harm, despite it all being my property, that's the way it works here. And that just seems like a gross violation of what the intent of the Constitution is.
They had to kick in my door, arrest me out of bed, and call in people with blowtorches to cut open a safe in my house that taught me. Like,
but you don't think the founding fathers had a concept that they thought was okay, that where states or the government could ban items, period?
Not for the federal government, for sure.
Certain things, but with grounds of whether it's causing harm or infringing on someone else's rights. Like you said when we were talking about cannons on guns and owning cannons, I mean, people will believe that you can't own these things constitutionally, right? You ran into that argument, sir. Well, I know, but this is a Serb has been faced with this a couple times in debates and defends.
Yeah, it's actually easier to own cannons than it is to own guns.
Right, but people's general perception is that you can't because of it could hurt. I mean, it's not a very precise weapon, and
yeah, you can own a 8-inch diameter muzzle loading cannon. There's no regulation on that. It just can't be breech loading.
Right. Well, no, I don't say that we can't own them. I say that I say that my evidence that people inherently accept that there is restriction is that they limit the conversation to guns every time the conversation is had. Not that you can't get it or that it is restricted, just that every time the conversation comes up, it's limited to guns. And that seems to show to me that other people perceive this as restricted. Why else would they limit it to guns?
Oh yeah. Well, I mean, if you pay the fee and get the destructive device license, you can own M109 howitzer.
So that's discrimination first and foremost. It's economic discrimination. What if you can't? You only get your rights if you pay for them.
Yes, which means it's not a right; it's a privilege.
Exactly.
That was an excellent point, Flow State. I like the way you put that.
Yeah,
That
yeah.
was
I mean, there might be some grounds for that there, but I think that's already also been brought to the Supreme Court, and they ruled against you.
right. You keep going back to the Supreme Court, like that's a huge thing. Those
It is.
people, they
It
can.
tells you
Well, I
what the
know that,
Constitution says.
right, but we have a certain reputation in America for resisting tyranny, and I think that we're going to have to
And
do
at
a little
some
more
point,
of that.
you have to use your thinking cap and look at the situation and realize, even though this institution is supposed to interpret laws and make decisions on them for the greater good, they're not doing their job.
Well, I don't even think it's for the greater good. It's
However,
just their job.
but they're not doing their jobs, right? So, even if they have like the right to interpret laws, if they say the right to own arms shall not be infringed, doesn't exclude us from creating an entity that exists to infringe on them. Like at that point, it's kind of like, okay, well, I can read.
Well, see, I would agree with you with how you phrased it, but that's not what's been done.
What do you mean?
Is an agency was created that didn't infringe. It isn't.
No, the ATF does infringe specifically.
It has, yeah.
No, it
but
does. It does. That's its charter. That's its mandate to regulate guns, to
Regulation
infringe
is
on
an
them.
infringement.
Yeah, look at Waco.
It's a restriction, which is an infringement.
The Supreme Court's already ruled against you, so that's not a violation of the Constitution.
I understand that they say that, and I'm also telling you it's patently wrong on his face.
Okay, but when you say it's an infringement,
Are you saying that the Supreme Court can't be mistaken?
Legal at one point.
No, of course they could be mistaken, right?
Yes.
But the Supreme Court gets to tell you, constitutionally, legally, what the Constitution means.
Well, they give their opinion on it. Yeah.
Right? So no, it's not. It is their opinion, but it's not just their opinion.
It carries weight.
The Constitution itself tells you that that's their power. That's what they do.
But it also says that this shall not be infringed.
Wait. So when
Was
you
it
look
Marshall
at
that helped boost it out a little bit, kind of on accident? Was it Marshall that helped boost that a little bit, kind of on accident?
Marshall, that
So, all right. So back in the day, midnight appointments.
She's talking about
all
John
that,
Marshall.
Yeah. So you remember all that midnight appointments, all that stuff? Well, it actually got taken to the Supreme Court, and he was put in a position where he could rule, and they were hearing it as an actual court case, and he was put in a position, or they were supposed to, and he was put in a position where if he followed legal logic, he would have to rule against his own party, and he did not want to do this. So they kind of sidestepped the whole issue and said, no, this is not in our range, this is not in our scope, we have nothing to do with that, we are about judicial review. And he pointed to the Constitution to say that judicial review was their job and really, really reinforce that idea. Do you know what I'm talking about?
You've got a robot-y thing going on. It's not terrible, but it's kind of bad.
You might want to refresh there, Pixie, but I think I heard you.
Okay.
I'm very pleased with this conversation. This is
Yeah, I
good.
like it. You guys just
I
got
hate when you
room to
get under my
separate.
skin, sir, but you get under my skin sometimes with your statism.
While we're waiting for her, what I'm trying to get at is when you look at what the Constitution says, that includes what the Supreme Court says.
But
you guys
not
aren't doing that.
not when it comes to things like that are like the Second Amendment is the perfect
No, it does.
example.
All of it. Yeah,
No,
everything
no,
they've ever
Flo-
said about
Flo-
it is included.
Flo, he's admitted that they can be wrong. So well, you and I are on the same page with that. But yeah, when they're wrong about
at
it.
what point do you change your mind and go, oh yeah, that's fucked off?
Hold on, I heard a beep.
Wait, that's fucked off. When
I got two people
when I
backstage.
determine
I'm
it's
sorry, hold
wrong.
on.
At what point do you think that what they're doing is unconstitutional? Like you're arguing. I don't know if you're just playing devil's advocate or if.
The Trail of Tears was constitutional, right? The Trail of Tears was constitutional, Sir Bruce?
Yeah, I think it was actually.
Yeah,
I agree, but it's also messed up.
Yeah, I agree. It's also messed up, and we shouldn't have done it.
But I guess, yeah, my original point, or I guess the spirit I was arguing from is not a legalistic one. I I think I was explicitly saying like I don't find any validity in the legalistic bullshit games. It's an immoral one. It's a moral one. I think that's just immoral and corrupt. And so they can say whatever they can say that we have representation or we made this decision, we voted for it, whatever. But it's obviously bullshit because nobody asked me.
Wait, but you can't actually see. This is actually one of the issues that political philosophy worked on before America happened, right? And you can't actually make a system built on just a morality.
That's what the law and constitution was built on. It's natural law was the foundation.
Yeah, but
you can.
Natural law isn't morality.
Yeah, sure it is.
How?
You can't legislate morality. You cannot do it.
It's all based on property rights.
Yeah, morality is a fictitious thing.
Okay, yeah, sure. I mean, so what I meant by morality is natural law, sort of the principle of voluntarism.
Okay, but our law isn't based on natural law; it's based on English common law,
which was based on natural law. We're a long ways to ride from it, but
well, you say natural law, but in the natural world, lions eat zebras, and that's totally natural law.
That's not
nature.
Right, but see,
that's natural law.
What the English thought was natural law,
common law.
It didn't. Not every group agreed on what natural law was.
Natural law is a system of morality where you don't violate the free will of other people. So it respects their rights.
You cannot legislate morality.
Okay, so not much like morality in the
Most states are common law, but we do have some states that actually derive their beginnings from old Spanish law, which is quite different. Which is
French in Louisiana.
And you see that especially in like property rights. For example, that is the difference between a marital property state and an equitable distribution state.
Yeah. Or I think it's Alabama. Is it Alabama or Louisiana that doesn't have a president. One of them doesn't have presidents, so presidents from previous determination from courts don't count.
Probably Louisiana because they've got the French system and they're all sorts of corrupt and screwy.
Everybody's corrupt. Okay.
Everybody is corrupt. Everybody's motivated by self-interest. And so when we centralize a shit ton of authority and power in one spot, and then they say they're doing things for your own good, like we have to just look at the real world and look at common sense and go, oh no, they're not. They're doing it. What's in it for them? What's their benefit?
Well, when you say everybody's corrupt, does that include you?
Sure. And by corrupt is maybe the wrong word. Everybody is motivated by self-interest, and I'm no different than that.
Can I insert something?
Can I insert something?
As long as it's on your property.
Can't we just say that we know that humans they act unethically and dishonestly in certain situations, and that's a given, and we can't really change that?
I'm content with that.
It kind of sounds like, this idea of natural law and wanting to live by it and treating it like it's absolutely like the highest, authority is difficult when you have another authority competing with it.
Sure, that's my view, I guess.
Yeah. You almost have to go off like alone and be like the enforcer of your own natural law. Because in a society, other laws come against it, it's going to be hard to justify you like defending what your idea of a natural law is and trying to justify that to someone else. That
I gotta run into the auto parts store real quick and deal with the taillight. But let me just, I guess, ask you this question, and then maybe you can talk about it, or maybe you can go fuck Taylor and talk about something else. But under natural law, like basically it's all built on the idea of voluntarism. You should not be able to coerce or force people into doing things they don't want to, right? So if there was just like one law, which is every exchange has to be voluntary. How would that be hard to enforce? How would that be harder to enforce than current situation where we have an estimated 45 million laws to follow? With that, I'll be back.
I just think that there's always going to be a reason to intervene. Always, right? For example, this idea that you can't force anyone to do something they don't want to do. Those poor JW kids who can't have blood transfusions because their religion and their parents tell them no. I am all for the court stepping in and being
But
like,
who's
yes, they
the
can,
first one
and
violating?
you can't do anything about it.
Listen to me. It's not the kid. The kids' rights are being violated first because they're not being given
By who?
voluntary.
The parents, the guardians,
Right.
the
Yeah.
people who earlier you said could claim assumption of risk for them.
Oh my God, calm your sass down. I get it. You hate Jehovah's Witnesses. Fine.
That's not what I
she's
meant.
just for blood saving.
I'm
remedies.
for saving them, but earlier the parents were the ones who were good enough to assume assumption of risk for the child, right?
And
so
I do
why
think
are they not in this
that
case?
is normally
I'm
the
for them
case.
stepping in. I'm asking you.
I do think that that's normally the case, unless you've got a clear pattern of being proven otherwise. We clearly know Jehovah's Witnesses. They do this systematically. This is their thing, right? So at that point, you lose the assumption of good parenting, I would say, or however you'd phrase it.
So you should get to let your child be unsafe because you're their guardian, knowing that you could protect them. They should be able to.
I mean,
you
I
should
was
be able to
sort
assume
of.
that risk on their behalf.
I haven't considered this one all the way down to the bones. I was sort of making an argument on behalf of how
about this?
the example. So I don't know. I don't know. I'm not going to give an answer to that because I haven't thought about it really.
How about this compromise? The parents can reject the whatever treatment because they are parents and they have religious rights. But if the child has some sort of an adverse reaction or dies, then they have to be prosecuted for voluntary manslaughter or whatever's applicable.
Hey,
Point of order.
Child.
Very quick point of order. 10 minutes till YouTube does not post this.
Okay. And another thing that could help is leaving. I guess it's leaving liability properly in place for medical providers. I don't know how blood transfusion liability works, but if it's anything like vaccine liability, then that's wonky.
No, I mean in those cases where it's like if they don't get a blood transfusion, they will die.
Yeah, and I don't know. I don't have the answer for every situation, but I'm just saying as a starting point, this seems like a lot cleaner system of law than the one we have now. You don't have nearly the complications. You have 45 million laws. You have 45 million different people looking at different ways they can be interpreted, or maybe, well, this affects society in that way. Just like right now it's complicated.
I get that, but I also think that while I want to do what I want to do, and I don't want to stop you from doing what you want to do, I don't necessarily want what you're doing around my kids. Does that make sense?
Sure.
So it's like there's also that too. I mean, I guess it could be society based, but at some point, it's going to be beyond just an individual if you intend to live in a society.
Okay. Wait a second though. If everything is contractual and you don't want any coercion, let's just do a thought experiment real quick in that situation. Flow state, get out of my truck.
What?
Yeah, it's my truck.
I understand that you're trying. That this is I'm confused.
Well, you're saying get out. Did you give him permission to come in?
No, I didn't give him permission to come into my truck.
Well,
But,
then you have a right to exclude
what?
him from your truck.
This isn't your truck. You have no right to force me out of it.
I disagree. It's my truck.
Well, good luck with that.
Yeah, now we have a fight, right?
Property. It's my property. I mean, like, we could have a fight. We could have a fight, but clearly, one of us is wrong. Like it's an extreme example, but it's also easy to resolve if you just use your if you don't let it be too complicated. Obviously, it's not your truck.
Who determines what property belongs to who?
Did you pay for this?
Why do I have to pay for it to be mine?
You just have to claim it?
It's my property.
What is?
Why do I need to justify how it's my property? It's my property.
I guess we would have to get down to what makes it something someone's property. I haven't thought that deep into it. I don't have the answer for you then.
That's the quick answer. It's
No, the government's not what makes it property. I paid for it. It's an extension.
It's not what makes it
something is an extension of
your
creating
property.
the fruit of your labor, right? What you create out of your effort is yours.
No,
Well,
the
I don't know
government
why
gets
you work so hard
70%.
to get me my truck.
The government gets 70% of your labor, so that's 70% the government's.
That's because we're slaves and we just don't know it.
Yes.
Well, all I'm getting at is you need way more than that because the government is not what makes something property. The government is what makes a piece of property belong to someone.
They are the recognized record keepers of that.
Yeah, they make the laws and all the determinations and keep any lists that are required.
Yeah, if I don't pay my taxes on my property and my house and my truck, they can come seize it all and kick me the fuck off my land.
Not your
Even
land,
though
you're
I
just
paid
renting it.
for
That
I
shows
said
that
it's
you're
not your land, you're just renting it.
No,
Well, your
I've actually paid
licensing
for it. I've not written shit.
Your
No, I
Well,
know.
he means as long as you're paying property taxes, you're renting it from the government.
Clockwork, quit using my microphone.
Mute yourself then, damn it. Sparkle, we know you're backstage. We don't want to hear your shit right now.
We're not in the mood for it.
I did not know you were backstage. Hey, ABT.
Pixie, stop undermining.